I became the son of the Marquis of Jinshi, and before I could even enjoy a single good day, I was thrown into prison for 3 whole years. Not only was I falsely accused of peeping at the princess while she was bathing, but I also had to bear the blame for wiping out an entire family. And even my childhood sweetheart had to break off our engagement with me. Fortunately, I did not waste my time in these 3 years, relying on the wordless celestial book I bought at the flea market in my previous life. I managed to cultivate my body, which had been emptied by wine and lust, to the later stage of the frontier. Just as I was pondering who was setting up a trap to harm my predecessor, a woman in a long green dress walked over with a cold face. "Xiao Weilu, why do you want to exterminate my whole family?" The woman in front of me is named Lin Qinghuang, the deputy leader of the Tianquan division, the eldest daughter of the Lin family in Tianqi City. At the peak of the Shackles realm, about to enter the frontier realm, the Lin family is not an official family, but a business family, with a huge financial power in their hands. But 3 years ago, the Lin family was destroyed, and all of this seemed to be related to me on the surface. Because before the downfall of the Lin family, I had flirted with her and was taught a lesson by her. At that time, I had vowed to make her pay. When the Lin family was destroyed, a maid survived and pointed the blame at me. Lin Qinghuang also investigated and found evidence that I and my guards were present at the scene. Afterwards, some of the Lin family's properties were transferred to my name. Initially, Lin Qinghuang thought that I had exterminated her family just because she had taught me a lesson. But during these 3 years in prison, her opinion of me has changed. She now suspects that I may be a scapegoat, as she believes I have not reached the level of being bloodthirsty and ruthless. I looked at Lin Qinghuang seriously and said, "If you let me eat once, I will tell you." The same question Lin Qinghuang has asked me more than 100 times in these 3 years, and my answer has always been the same, except for frivolous words, nothing else. Lin Qinghuang clenched her fists, her bones creaked, and she looked at me with a cold gaze, took a deep breath, took out a key from her sleeve, opened the prison door, and said, "His Majesty has ordered. You can be released from prison." After that, she turned and left. After walking out of the dungeon, a dazzling white light struck me, and I instinctively covered my eyes. The ground was covered with thick white snow, and the cold wind was piercing. I took a deep breath, hugging myself. When I entered prison, the city was covered in frost, but now that I'm released, it's all white with snow. I turned to look at Lin Qinghuang, who had a cold and charming face, and smiled as I reached out my hand, saying, "Qinghuang, we have been through thick and thin for 3 years, sharing everything. Although we are not husband and wife, we are closer than that. Why not come back with me to the Jinshi Marquis mansion? I promise you a lifetime of prosperity and show you all the worldly splendors." Lin Qinghuang drew her long sword and pointed it at my neck, saying, "Although you are out of prison, this matter is not over yet. You better not fall into my hands. Leave quickly." I chuckled, adjusted my clothes, and looked ahead, saying displeasedly, "Today, the crown prince is released. Why are there no people from the Jinshi Marquis mansion here to welcome me?" With that, I lowered my head and walked forward against the cold wind. Lin Qinghuang watched my back in silence, hesitating to speak. She had kept some things from me in the past 3 years, and the Jinshi Marquis mansion was different now, with the ancestral glory I once cherished now gone. I lazily stood under a pavilion to avoid the snow, looking quite disheveled. "Xiao Weilu," a surprised voice sounded, and I followed the voice to see a woman in a white down coat walking towards me. The woman was very beautiful and had a great figure. She was Su Muxue, the daughter of the Minister of Personnel, with a mid-level cultivation in the Shackles realm. We had a marriage agreement before, but after I was imprisoned, Su Muxue personally came to break off the engagement. Su Muxue stared at me strangely because I now looked like a beggar on the street. I smiled brightly and said, "It's been 3 years. Muxue, you look even more charming now. Your enchanting figure is truly captivating. Come closer, let me have a good look, and I'll show you my treasure." Su Mushue's expression turned disgusted upon hearing this. She thought that after 3 years in prison, I would have changed, but it seemed she was mistaken. I was still the same, without any progress. However, given the current situation in the Jinshi Marquis mansion, if I haven't made any progress, I would probably find it difficult to move forward. "Mu Shue," a gentle voice sounded in time, and a handsome man in a black sable coat with a face like jade walked over with an oiled paper umbrella. His eyes towards Su Muxue were gentle, while his gaze towards me carried a hint of coldness. Su Muxue suppressed her anger and walked towards the man, standing under his umbrella. I looked at the two of them and said with a heavy heart, "Mu Shue, no wonder you want to break off the engagement with me. So it's because of Xiao Su. Your taste is really poor. Xiao Su, that guy, is nowhere near my level." Xiao Su is the son of the Marquis of Wuanan, a famous prodigy in Tianqi City, talented in martial arts. and reached the peak of the locking realm at a young age. Quite a remarkable figure. Su Muxue clenched her fists, staring at me angrily, and said, Xia Weilu, what nonsense are you talking about? I broke off the engagement not because of someone else, but because your previous self was too useless. I lowered my head and said with a desolate expression, when you get married, remember to invite me to the bridal chamber. I'll show you my big treasure. With a bang, Xiao Su reached out his hand. A burst of power erupted, and a pillar of the pavilion broke. He coldly looked at me and said, Xia Weilu, watch your mouth, or don't blame me for being impolite. I was not afraid at all and said, are you looking for a fight? Do you believe that tomorrow I will bring people to dismantle your Marquis of Wanan Mansion? Just you? Xiao Su's tone was sinister. The Marquis of Wanan Mansion is not what it used to be. What do I have to fear? Seeing this, Su Muxue immediately said to Xiao Su, forget it, there's no need to compete with this guy. Xiao Su glanced at me indifferently and said, for Muxue's sake, I won't argue with you this time. It's best not to have a next time. I didn't take his words to heart at all. Let's go, Su Muxue said, and then the two of them left with their umbrellas. I waited for a while, and when the snow stopped, I left the pavilion. The Marquis of Jinshi Mansion used to have an extraordinary status. The old master Xie Zhenghua was known as the god of slaughter, and he made remarkable achievements in resisting demons. He was eventually titled as the Marquis of Jinshi, commanding an army of 300,000 Jinshi soldiers, making people extremely fearful. After the old master retired, the title of Marquis was passed on to his eldest son Xie Nantian. Unfortunately, 3 years ago, Xie Zhenghua failed in seclusion and died. Not long after, the demon race invaded. Xie Nantian led 100,000 troops to resist the demon race, encountered a rock bird attack, and eventually the whole army was destroyed. After this incident, Xia Zongchuan, the second master of the Xie family, temporarily took over the position of the Marquis, and the status of the Marquis of Jinshi House, therefore, fell to pieces. In front of the Marquis, Xie Guilu muttered to himself, it doesn't feel right. He moved forward. Go go go. Where did the barker come from? This is the Marquis of Jinshi Mansion. Don't come and defile this place. Get lost. When the guards watching the door saw the pudgy Xie Guilu, they immediately revealed a look of disgust and impatiently waved their hands to drive away. Snap! When Xie Guilu heard this, his face sank and he raised his hand to give this guard a big mouth. You dare to hit me. Do you screamer not want to live? The guard covered his face and stared angrily at Xie Guilu. Xie Guilu said in a cold voice, an eye-catching dog. Open your dog's eyes and take a good look at who the laborer is. The guard looked furious, but he still glanced at Xie Guilu, and at this glance, he only felt that there was something inexplicably familiar. Xie Guilu? This guard quickly recognized Xie Guilu, but instead of showing fear, he became even angrier. Grass! How dare a dog lackey call me by my name? Xie Guilu couldn't help himself and jumped straight up, the straw shoes on his feet violently kicking this guard in the chest, sending him into the courtyard. The screams of the guards attracted others, and a group of generals in armor rushed over, led by a middle-aged general. What's going on? The middle-aged general said in a deep voice. Xie Guilu stepped on his straw shoes and swaggered into the Marquis of Jinshi's mansion. He swept a glance at the crowd present and said unhappily, this son of the world is here. Don't come over to greet him. The middle-aged general looked at Xie Guilu and his gaze froze, instantly recognizing him. Yes, 3 years have passed. Xie Guilu can be released from prison. He hesitated a little, but still went forward and said, so it's the world's son who has returned. Just now this dog lackey had eyes and didn't recognize the pearl. I will definitely punish him severely. I hope the world's son will forgive me. Seiji? What son? He's just a beggar. Without waiting for Xie Guilu to speak, a sorrowful voice rang out, and a man dressed in a blue robe with a shadowy face walked over. See you, second prince. The middle-aged general and the others hurriedly saluted the shadowy-faced man. A touch of pride appeared in the man's eyes as he glanced at Xie Guilu. Xie Guilu. See, I'm the master here. Xie Guilu stared at the man in front of him. This person was called Xie Wuzhu, the second son of his second uncle, considered his cousin, and all along, this cousin seemed to look at him with extreme displeasure. Chapter 3, The Loser's Dog. The Villain's Will. To tell you something, the old master and your father died shortly after you were imprisoned. The current Marquis of Jinshi is my father, and my elder brother is the one who should be the son of the Marquis of Jinshi. As for you, Xie Guilu, you are nothing more than a bereaved dog. When Xie Wuzhu saw that Xie Guilu was silent, a smug smile appeared on his face. Xie Guilu raised an eyebrow at his words. Dead? He crossed over and went straight to jail before he could enjoy a single day of good times. And now that he's hardly out of jail, it turns out that his old father and master are still dead? What the fuck is this? Xia Wuzhu said with a villainous look. Nowadays, the Jinshi Marquis residence, by my father's words, you Xia Guilu a sinner, not qualified to set foot in the Jinshi Marquis residence. Get lost. Xia Guilu laughed after hearing this. What are you laughing at? Xia Wuzhu couldn't help but sink his face when he saw Xia Guilu laughing. Snap! Xia Guilu took off his straw shoes and directly greeted Xia Wuzhu in the face, and Xia Wuzhu was instantly blasted 2 to 3 meters away, bleeding from his mouth and nose. Ah! Xia Wuzhu let out a miserable scream as he covered his face and roared. What are you all waiting for? Why don't you quickly take him down for me? Xia Guilu smiled grimly, violently pulling out the saber of a general next to him, instantly rushing to Xia Wuzhu's body, stepping on the opponent's chest with one foot, the long saber directly on the opponent's neck. Seiji, no! The middle-aged general's face changed drastically after he reacted. Obviously he hadn't expected that Xia Guilu, who looked like a sickly child, could instantly put Xia Wuzhu down. He gripped his long sword tightly and was about to make his move, but he realized that he was blocked by an aura that made it difficult for him to move. Thank you for the dangerous building. You, what are you going to do? When Xia Wuzhu saw the long knife against his neck, a look of panic appeared in his eyes as well. Xia Guilu laughed coldly. Villainous, sightless dog. Living is a waste of rice. You'd better go to hell. After saying that, he violently kicked several times at Xia Wuzhu's face. Ah! Xia Wuzhu screamed miserably. Die! Fool! The long knife in Xia Guilu's hand slowly cut through Xia Wuzhu's neck, and a splash of blood flowed out. No! Don't kill me! Xia Wuzhu looked terrified beyond belief, his entire body trembling. He naturally knew about Xia Guilu's release from prison, and had originally planned to wait for Xia Guilu's return to give the other party a downward spiral, letting the other party know who was the master of the Marquis of Jinshi's mansion, but he hadn't expected that the other party would want to get him killed as soon as he arrived. At this moment the long knife had cut through his neck, and he felt that he was about to die. Seiji, forget it. An old man with white hair walked over with his hands in the air, and he lightly glanced at the middle-aged general before that pressure on the other party dissipated. The middle-aged general's forehead was covered in cold sweat as he hurriedly saluted the old man. Greetings, Uncle Fu. Uncle Fu was an old man of the Marquis of Jinshi mansion, a mid-yoke realm cultivator. When Xia Guilu saw Uncle Fu, he casually dropped his long sword and smiled. Uncle Fu's face, naturally. I just got out of jail. Can you let me go take a bath and change into clean clothes? Otherwise there will always be people treating me as a beggar. Boo! After saying that, he kicked Xia Wuzhu off. Uncle Fu nodded gently. Shitzi, please follow me. Although Xia Nantian had died, and now Xia Tsangxuan was temporarily substituting for the Marquis, the son of the Marquis of Jinshi was still Xia Guilu. The position of Marquis can be temporarily replaced, but this son of the world is still alive, cannot be temporarily replaced. Xia Guilu then followed Uncle Fu towards an attic. The middle-aged general rushed forward to help Xia Wuzhu up. Second young master, are you alright? Xia Wuzhu angrily pushed the middle-aged general away as he covered his neck and said through gritted teeth, seeing that this young man is being beaten up, don't you know to step in? The middle-aged general laughed bitterly. I also wanted to make a move, but I was locked by Uncle Fu's power and couldn't move. Fu bar, old thing. Xia Wuzhu's face was very ugly. He clenched his fists, a look of resentment appearing in his eyes. Xia Guilu, you wait for me. I will definitely not let you go. Today, his father went out and needed 2 days to return. Otherwise, where would it be Xia Guilu's turn to be reckless? Inside the loft, Xia Guilu, under the service of his maidservant, washed and shaved his scruff and changed into an elegant white robe. He looked at himself in the bronze mirror, born very handsome, slightly thin body, face a little pale, with a sickly feeling, eyes narrow, lazy temperament, giving the feeling of a weak white man. Luckily, 3 years in jail didn't wear off my good looks, Xia Guilu said with a smile. LOL. Seiji is so self-absorbed. The maid serving her next to her pursed her lips and laughed. This maid was called Pear Blossom, a little girl adopted by Uncle Fu, who later worked as a maid for Xia Guilu, and was familiar with Xia Guilu. What do you know? This world is called capital. Xia Guilu's face showed a touch of arrogance. Uncle Fu walked in with some food and bowed to Xia Guilu. Greetings, world's son. Xia Guilu looked at Uncle Fu. Uncle Fu, I've been in the heavenly prison for 3 years. It seems like quite a lot has happened, so tell me about it. Uncle Fu was silent for a second and placed the food on the table. In January, after you were imprisoned, the old Marquis failed in his seclusion and died. He sighed again. Not long after that, the demon race invaded. The Marquis led 100,000 troops to suppress, encountered a rock bird attacked and killed, and eventually the whole army was wiped out, with no bones left. And then your second uncle temporarily took over the position of the Marquis of Jinshi, and the third master had an explanation, and thus didn't tell this matter to you in the prison. The days in the heavenly prison were not easy, and if he told Xie Guilu about this, he was probably worried that Xie Guilu wouldn't be able to make it through. Originally, he had planned to add some clothing to Xie Guilu in the prison, but was stopped by Xie Zhangshuan. My second uncle has always been at odds with my father. I heard that back then he was competing with my father for the position of Marquis. Can use a number of underhanded means? This time he temporarily acted as the Marquis of Jinshi. This day is not expected to be good. Xie Guilu smiled bashfully, knowing that the old man and Xia Nantian were dead. He felt some emotion in his heart, but he could only choose to accept it. Uncle Fu said, after your second uncle temporarily replaced the position of the Marquis, he replaced many people in the house. The future days of the world's son, indeed, will not be good. But you are the Shitzi son, the real master of the Jinshi Marquis house, the future Jinshi Marquis. Xie Zhangshuan was only temporarily substituting for the position of Marquis of Jinshi, but with Xie Guilu out of prison, the future Marquis of Jinshi should be Xie Guilu, the lineage son. When his father died in battle, he, the world's son, could naturally become the new generation of Marquis of Jinshi. Whether or not this matter would come to fruition, however, would depend on whether or not Xie Guilu became a success. If he does not work, is still wants that dude, ultimately this Marquis position, and he has no chance, even if he is the son of the world cannot. Nowadays, the Marquis of Jinshi's residence was treacherous, and the person in charge was Xie Zhangshuan. Xie Guilu's return was not necessarily a good thing. The future Marquis of Jinshi? I have not thought about this matter. Did the old master and my father ever leave me any words? Xie Guilu asked. Uncle Fu murmured, I guess I've said something to the third master. You should go find the third master then. All right. Xie Guilu nodded gently. Chapter 4, The Mysterious Third Uncle, The 7 Divine Ghost Killers. Afterward, Xie Guilu ate something, lay down on the soft bed and get a good night's sleep. He didn't sleep well during his 3 years in jail. Right now there's a clean house with a big soft bed. Gotta get some rest. Slept through the evening. When Xie Guilu opened his eyes, he quietly left the house. It didn't take long. He came to an ancient mansion in the middle of the city, which was some years old and had a plaque, floating life is like a dream. The handwriting is scribbled, but it carries a sense of vigor, hidden charm, extremely extraordinary. Squeak! Xie Guilu pushed open the gate of the ancient mansion without any obstruction, and he swaggered inside. The courtyard was paved by stone slabs and snow piled up. On the bench in the center of the courtyard, there was a middle-aged man in white robes lying on the bench, his eyes squinted, his face full of drunkenness, holding a wine pot in his hand, constantly pouring wine. The table next to him also had numerous jugs of wine on it, which made him look like a total alcoholic. Uncle Sam! Xie Guilu grabbed a ball of snow from the ground, kneaded it into a snowball, and threw it over. Boom! As a result, before the snowball could even get close to the middle-aged man, it was shaken apart by a mysterious force. The middle-aged man opened his eyes and almost fell to the ground as he glared at Xie Guilu. Brat! What are you doing here in my place? Ask Uncle Sam for a drink. Xie Guilu said with a big smile. The middle-aged man in front of him, named Xie Bian, was his third uncle. Obviously, the name was somewhat special, and the other party was indeed special, whose true cultivation, Xie Guilu could not see through, but it's certain that Xie Bian's strength is extremely frightening. In the Jinshi Marquis residence, Xie Bian was a very special existence, liking to drink flowery wine and gamble as an old scoundrel, but whether it was the old master or Xia Nantian and the others, they were all incredibly tolerant of him and would not interfere in his affairs. Want a drink? Xie Bian looked strange. With a wave of his hand, a jug of wine flew towards Xie Guilu. Alright, the wine is for you. Go back. Don't bother me. Xie Guilu took the drink and said with a faint smile, in addition to wanting to drink, I also want to ask third uncle for a technique. When Xie Bian heard this, his figure moved and flew above the roof. He picked up the wine and poured a mouthful of it, staring at Xie Guilu with a face full of surprises. Am I hearing this wrong? You want to ask for a gongfu? Divine Ghost 7 Killing Swords. Xie Guilu said bluntly. This third uncle was extremely uncomplicated, and the sword technique that the other party cultivated was also mysterious and unpredictable. One of them was called the Divine Ghost 7 Killing Sword, which was ferocious and abnormal, and when he was in the prison, Xie Guilu had been hitting on the idea of this sword technique. Now that he's out of prison, it's only natural for him to learn something. He had the Nirvana Sutra and the Heaven Mending technique, but these were not enough. He also needed a more powerful sword technique. The Divine Ghost 7 Killing Sword is the most suitable. This Gong method, Uncle San hid it very deeply and rarely performed it in front of outsiders, and he had only seen it once. Xiaobian lost his smile and said, if your kid steps on the road of martial arts, you want to learn the Divine Ghost 7 killing sword, I can naturally teach you, but it's a pity. The path of martial arts? Xia Gilu's feet stepped down, and ice and snow splashed up on the ground, instantly condensing into hundreds of ice crystal long swords as he waved his sleeves. Shoo shoo shoo. Hundreds of ice crystal long swords exploded towards Xiaobian in an instant. When Xiaobian saw this, a look of surprise appeared in his eyes as he casually threw the wine pot, and 100 ice crystal long swords were shattered. Xia Guilu took a step and suddenly appeared in the sky above, only to see his 2 fingers pinch and the sky of ice and snow transformed into a giant sword of ice and snow. Chop! Xia Guilu lightly spat out a word, and the ice and snow giant sword fiercely chopped at Xiaobian. Xiaobian came with a hint of interest, and he didn't see him dodging. He just casually stretched out his hand, and as the ice crystal giant sword chopped at him, his 2 fingers instantly pinched the blade and flicked it. Boom! The giant sword of ice and snow exploded and snowflakes flew down. Xia Guilu flew above the roof as he smiled faintly. Third uncle, would you be willing to pass on the Divine Ghost 7 killing sword to me? Xiaobian stared at Xia Guilu with an unexpected expression and said, judging from the might of this sword just now, you should have entered the late stage of the Tua border realm, and interestingly enough, I can't even directly see through your cultivation. At the moment he was surprised. Wasn't this kid a waste of bone? He had also probed a few times before and thought of some ways to do it, but none of them had the slightest effect. Even Xia Nantian had asked a great summer sword immortal to intervene, but unfortunately that sword immortal only shook his head after seeing Xia Gilu's condition. I did not expect 3 years in prison. This kid has quietly into the late stage of the frontier realm. This is not simple. Xia Guilu smiled and said, meeting a high-ranking person in the jail happened to be just so marvelous. The heavenly book was very peculiar and could conceal his cultivation, and if he hadn't taken the initiative to expose his strength, it would naturally be difficult for outsiders to detect his true realm. Xiaobian looked deeply at Xia Guilu and didn't inquire too much. Phew! He stretched out his hand, and a scroll flew out from an attic. Xiaobian threw the scroll to Xia Guilu. I'll give you the technique. How much you can cultivate is up to you. If you don't understand, ask me again. Xia Guilu directly opened the scroll and watched it carefully. The Divine Ghost 7 killing swords. There are 7 swords in total, which can evolve into thousands. The first style draws the sword. The second style kills with shadow. Third style Imperial sword. Fourth style sword formation. The fifth style possesses the devil. The sixth style descends to the devil. And the seventh style kills the evil. A sword Dao that contained body techniques, sword control, sword formations, and Dao methods that were mysterious and unfathomable. The last 3 styles were the most terrifying, and the 5 styles were enchanted. And after the enchantment, the battle power skyrocketed and the sword intent was enhanced. The 6th style of descending robbery, using the sword power to attract the power of thousands of thunder in heaven and earth, while the 7th style was to use thunder to transform the sword, exploding to kill the evil spirits with an unparalleled sword. Xia Guilu sat on the roof and watched attentively. The heavenly book inside his body vibrated and was rapidly deducing this sword technique. Xiaobian, on the other hand, was leaning against the eaves of the house, continuing to drink his wine and not disturbing Xia Guilu, but he was quietly staring at Xia Guilu at the moment. He wanted to see what progress this kid could make in a short period of time after obtaining the gongfu. In his opinion, if a person suddenly got a chance and his cultivation skyrocketed, it didn't necessarily mean that he was so extraordinary. After all, between heaven and earth, there were many treasures and pills, and some people could take one step into the sky with a single pill. But these are just external forces. The key still lies in oneself, and enlightenment is crucial. Treasures and elixirs ultimately have an upper limit, while a strong enlightenment can break the upper limit. Time passes by. 1 hour later, Xia Guilu stood up. He closed the scroll. A stern sword light flashed in his eyes. An invisible sword intent permeated out from him. The ice and snow on the roof shook, and some of the bricks and tiles cracked. Xia Guilu's face showed a strange color as he casually waved his hand. Phew! In the middle of the pavilion, a long black sword flew towards Xia Guilu. Xia Guilu put down the scroll and grabbed the longsword as soon as he could, holding the scabbard with his left hand and the hilt with his right. Madaka! Only his figure moved and rushed towards a 5-story attic. The longsword suddenly came out of the sheath. The sword frame was a green-faced and fanged ghost face. The sword body was pitch black, and there was a dull pishaban flower, emitting a rich blood-devouring aura. And there were 2 words on it, burying flowers. This sword was extraordinary. Not an ordinary blade, but a spiritual weapon that cultivators could only dream of. Boom! Xia Guilu's figure brushed past the side of the attic, and ferocious black sword chi erupted as the attic broke from it in an instant, cracking neatly and collapsing continuously. The first sword. Just like that, it's a done deal? Xiabian suddenly came to be more interested. Drawing his sword was also an instant kill, which was the first sword of the 7 kills of the god's ghost. He also didn't have a heartache for his attic. Casually stretching out his hand, a powerful force erupted from himself. The roiling ice and snow coalesced and turned into a dozen ice sculptures. These ice sculptures were like puppets, holding spears and killing towards Xie Guilu. Shadow kill. Xie Guilu was not afraid either, instantly rushing towards these ice sculptures and charging. His body transformed into a dozen of residual shadows, his long sword waving, passing through the ice sculptures. Boom! Then a roar sounded. All the ice sculptures instantly turned into pieces, and the cold sword chi was still filling up, not dissipating for a long time. The second sword has also become a success. Xiabai secretly nodded his head. To be able to successfully cultivate the first sword in such a short period of time was already enough to illustrate Xie Gilu's enlightenment, and he didn't expect that this kid would even know how to do the second sword. With a wave of his big hand, the wine in the wine pot rushed out and also made a long sword, chopping towards Xie Guilu. Xie Guilu pinched his sword technique, and the burial sword flew out, transforming into 10 with 1, chopping towards this long sword. This was the third sword of the Divine Ghost 7 slaying sword, the Imperial sword. Rumble! The long swords clashed with each other, emitting a roaring sound, and the surrounding attic was rippled by the sword chi, constantly cracking and splattering bricks, tiles, and ice and snow. Seeing this, Xiabian snapped his fingers and 9 of the 10 longswords were shattered apart, and the dirty Hao Wine sword flew back into its scabbard. He looked at Xie Guilu. Honestly, how many swords has your brat sensed? Just to the third sword. Xie Guilu returned. In fact, he had already thoroughly mastered the 7 sword techniques. And this was the perversion of the heavenly book. It's a good thing you're a good boy if you don't sound good. Xibian lamented. The increase in cultivation was amazing, but I didn't expect this enlightenment to be so unbelievable. Were there any powerful characters in the heavenly prison? There were indeed hidden dragons and crouching tigers in there, holding quite a few mysterious existences. This sword is somewhat handy. It seems to be a spirit weapon. Xie Guilu gently stroked the burial sword. Xiabian rolled his eyes and said, "It's a gift. Thanks, Uncle Sam." Xie Gilu's smile was very strong. Uncle Sam is really nice, but he likes to drink, go to brothels, gamble and be a scoundrel. So much so that he is almost 40 and still has no daughter-in-law. Xiabian thought for a moment and took out a pitch-black ring from inside his sleeve, casually tossing it to Xie Guilu. "This is also for you. Storage ring." Xie Guilu received the ring with a smile on his face. "You boys are here, but is there anything else you want to ask me?" Xiabian looked to Xie Guilu. Xie Guilu was silent for a second and asked, "Did the old man and my father leave any words?" "The old man didn't leave any words, but your father told you to live well," Xiabian said with a calm demeanor. "Their deaths are not as simple as they seem, are they?" Xie Guilu looked straight at Xiabian. Xiabian said, "Find the answer yourself, but my advice is that you first fix the mess from 3 years ago." "Understood." Xie Guilu nodded gently. Xiabian pondered for a while and added, "Originally, I thought that you just got out of prison. There must be a lot of trouble, so I made a job for you in the Department of Heavenly Power. If you are interested, go and take a look tomorrow. Gilding the Lily is also good. The Division of Heavenly Power? Seems good too." Xie Guilu smiled bashfully. He does have a lot on his plate these days. He was framed and imprisoned 3 years ago, and when he finally got out, his home was stolen and the 2 people on it are dead. If one had the identity of the Heavenly Powers Division, some things would indeed be much simpler to do. "I won't tell anyone else about what happened tonight, so go back. With your strength today, you won't be bullied in the Marquis of Jinshi." Xibian waved his hand. "Next time I'll meet Uncle Sam for a drink." Xie Guilu clasped his fists and saluted, tossing the scroll to Xiabian and flew away. Xiabian took the scroll and casually crushed it as he muttered, "Marquis of Jinshi, finally a young man who is good enough to be seen. It's something to look forward to." Speaking of this, he looked up at the sky with a somewhat complicated expression. "The road of martial arts. How hard is it? So what if it's the frontier realm? What about the Daozan realm? All are mole crickets if they don't go to the extreme." Chapter 5, A Murder in a Greenhouse. Night. 10,000 lights are lit up, the snow flies, and the lights blend. Extremely beautiful, the streets on both sides of the greenhouses and restaurants, singing and singing, lively, many pedestrians coming and going on the street. You can also see a lot of life-hungry vendors. Xie Guilu walked down the street, playing with a folding fan in his hand. His eyes landed on a greenhouse called Raccoon House. A smile appeared on his face, and he strutted towards the greenhouse. Smoke covers the cold water and the moon covers the sand. There is no smoke and no moon here, but there is cold wind, plum blossoms and white snow. Inside the raccoon house, the lights were bright, the beauties danced, their bodies swaying and graceful. The musicians played, the pianos and songs continued, and many of the guests were drinking flower wine and feeling the fragrance of the beauties. Siaguelu ordered a jug of fine wine and a few small dishes on the second floor, and also called for a slender beauty wearing a long white dress to pour the wine. The bench below, as if it were a bed and couch, was padded with thick cotton coats, and was very warm, and the beauty lay on the bed and couch. Siaguelu was holding a folding fan, lying lazily in the arms of the beauty, feeling the softness and warmth of the beauty, and comfortably drinking the wine handed by the beauty. Snowy, where is your nightingale girl from Raccoon House? Siaguelu asked. Nightingale, before he was imprisoned, was a flower girl at the Raccoon House, a type that sells her art and not her body. If you want to listen to her song, you need to smash 10,000 gold, and after smashing 10,000 gold, you can only listen to the song. It's hard to see the person. Bai Shui laughed daintily. After the world's son was imprisoned, the nightingale girl mysteriously disappeared not long after, and today's flower leader is not the nightingale, but Mei Shang. So it is. A smile appeared on Siaguelu's face, and he didn't ask any more questions as he continued to lie in the arms of the beauty and sip the wine. It didn't take long. Downstairs, a group of the Heavenly Power Division's arresting officers appeared, and as the arresting officers made way, Lin Qinghuang walked in with a long green dress and a cold and clear temperament, holding a long sword. The girl in the building was pretty too, but she paled in comparison. The singing stopped, and the people in the building stared at the Heavenly Power Division crowd in astonishment. An old mom looked startled and rushed forward. Lin Qinghuang said something to the old mom and then held out her hand. Some of the arresting officers immediately blocked the exit while she led the two arresting officers up the stairs. Looks like you have a murder in this Raccoon House. Siaguelu spoke slowly. Tianquan Division is an important law enforcement agency in Dixia, responsible for monitoring the 100 officials, to solve all kinds of cases. In general, Tianquan Division of the people out, usually have a major murder case appeared. Bai Shui whispered into Siaguelu's ear. Sister Shallow Fragrance in the building was murdered half an hour ago. As a person in a greenhouse, life is like grass. Even if one person dies, it will not affect the normal business of the building. All that was needed was to suppress the news and quietly report it. Something that was extremely common in Raccoon House. Normally, the ones who came here to settle things were the usual constables and magistrates. And this time the appearance of the people from the Heavenly Power Division was a bit peculiar. Siaguelu nodded gently and did not say much. Thank Dangerous House. Lin Qinghuang went upstairs and stared at Siaguelu with a chilling look on her face, a hint of dislike in her eyes. This is just out of prison. Ran to the greenhouse. This guy will enjoy. And this sickly lethargic demeanor really makes people look bad. She originally thought that Siaguelu returned to the Jinshi Marquis residence. The days were definitely not good. Now it seems that she thought too much. This guy's days, unusually nourishing. Snap. Siaguelu lifted the folding fan. The front is the word bones. The reverse is spring and autumn. He smiled and said, Qinghuang, seeing each other every day. You and I really do have a husband and wife look. Come over and lie in my arms. Once Lin Qinghuang heard this, her face became even more somber. She coldly swept a glance at Siaguelu and led the way to a room. I'll go over there. Seeing this, Siaguelu got up and stretched, then walked towards that room. Upon entering the house, what are you doing in here? Lin Qinghuang raised an eyebrow when she saw Siaguelu enter, while the two sheriff's deputies stared coldly at Siaguelu. Siaguelu gently waved his folding fan. A bit sleepy, want to find a room to sleep. Any problems? Sleeping? Lying down like her? Lin Qinghuang said in a cold voice. Her gaze fell to the ground, where a woman in a long orange dress lay, dead and breathless. It's not necessary. I prefer to lie down with Qinghuang. However, when the Heavenly Power Division is handling a case, there has to be someone to look over it. Otherwise, if someone is negligent in their duties and causes many wrongful convictions, it won't do. Siaguelu smiled faintly. Ha! Lin Qinghuang smiled coldly. She also didn't continue to expel Siaguelu. Since he wanted to see it, then let him see it. Lin Qinghuang looked at the old mother next to her and asked, Tell me about the deceased's information. The old mother quickly said, She is our building in the shallow incense. Good at playing the qin. Selling art, not for sale. She and a poor scholar surnamed Wu relationship is good. This time to see the poor scholar. I did not expect to be poisoned. Now that the scholar has been building guards to control. Lin Qinghuang stepped forward, and after surveying the surroundings, she examined the dead man's body. Siaguelu then looked towards the middle of the building, with a large table, many remnants of food on it, and a large open bed in the center. He sniffed gently, and there were 2 scents hidden in the building. One of the fragrance. Siaguelu is not unfamiliar. His brain inside cannot help but emerge a delicate body. His gaze fell on top of a snow-white vegetation. Then his eyes fell back on the dead man. The dead man had a thin, blood-red strangulation mark on his neck, a slap mark on his face. His hair was disheveled beyond recognition, and there was a metal hairpin sticking out where his chest had been. Lin Xinghuang examined it and said blandly, "The strangulation marks on the neck, which are too slender, are by no means pinched by hand, and should be left by some kind of silk thread. The strings. There's a zither missing from this building. Since Asuka was good at playing the zither, there must be a zither in the building. But after looking around just now, she didn't see an ancient zither." The old mother hurriedly said, "That scholar happened to be holding Asuka's zither when he left the room. You go and bring up the scholar surnamed Wu." Lin Xinghuan looked at the old mother. "Good." The old mom left quickly. "Commander Lin, although this silk strangulation mark is obvious, it's not fatal. The fatal wound should be the hairpin on the chest," one of the arresting officers said to Lin Xinghuang. Lin Xinghuang said blandly, "I can tell you that the key to her death was not this hairpin." That arresting officer froze for a second, indicating that he didn't understand Lin Xinghuang's meaning. Lin Xinghuang looked at Xie Guilu and faintly asked, "Can you understand?" Xie Guilu shook his head. "Can't understand. Too esoteric." Lin Xinghuang indifferently said, "If she died from this hairpin, she might have struggled a bit before she died, thus causing the blood to soak in. But other than the blood on her chest, there was no other blood around. There are two possibilities. Firstly, Asaka did die from the hairpin and was killed by a single blow without the slightest struggle. Secondly, she was unconscious, unable to struggle, or had this hairpin inserted after her death." As she said this, her hand gripped the pin and pulled it out. She looked at the blood luster on the hairpin and blandly said, "The blood luster is less than half an inch in offset, and it was not inserted into the heart, so it can be determined that the real cause of her death was not this hairpin." "So it is." The two sheriffs came to a realization and looked at Lin Xinghuang with eyes full of admiration. "Xinghuang is awesome, worthy of being the woman that this son of the world has his eye on." Xie Guilu stuck out his thumb. Lin Xinghuang directly ignored Xie Guilu. After a while, two raccoon house guards escorted a pale, disheveled scholar dressed in rough clothing into the room. Chapter 6, I don't know much about investigations. Lord Lin, the one surnamed Wu, has brought it. It's Asuka's guqin. The old mom handed a guqin to Lin Xinghuang. Lin Xinghuang took the ancient zither. It was a 7-string zither. One of the strings was extremely loose. After putting the guqin down, she sized up Wu Shusheng and said expressionlessly, "Know what I'm going to ask next?" Wu Shusheng's face was ashen, and he said with a sad expression, "It was me who killed Asuka." "Sure enough, it's you. Asaka is so good to you. How dare you do this to her?" "You," the old mom said angrily. Xie Guilu stared at Wu Shusheng, who also had a special scent, similar to the smell in the room. Lin Xinghuang, on the other hand, stared at Wu Shusheng. "Since you said that you killed the people, what about the motive for the killing?" Wu Shusheng said in a sad tone, "I've always liked Asaka, and she's also interested in me. We made an appointment to double date." He looked at Asaka's corpse. "I poured out all my efforts, and only barely managed to gather enough silver. This time I came to Raccoon House. I was to ransom her, but she refused me. I felt that she reneged on her oath, and I felt that she was too lowly, so I had a fight with her, and eventually I missed and killed her." The old mom said, "Indeed." 1,000 taels of silver bills were recovered from the person surnamed Wu. With that, she handed 500 taels of silver tickets to Lin Xinghuang. Lin Xinghuang took the silver ticket, looked at the old mama, and asked, "How many taels do I need to redeem myself?" "Asaka is worth 500 taels, the old mom said bluntly. Lin Xinghuang stared at Wu Shusheng again and said indifferently, "Did anyone see you kill Shallow Fragrance?" "No." Wu Shusheng lowered his head and said, "You lie." Lin Xinghuang's tone was instantly cold. She pointed to the table in the room and said, "There are a total of 5 chairs and 5 pairs of chopsticks. So even if Shallow Fragrance has a chair and a pair of chopsticks with you, then whose are the other 3 chairs and 3 pairs of chopsticks?" As Lin Xinghuang uttered these words, Wu Shusheng's body trembled. Lin Xinghuang looked at Wu Shusheng coldly and said, "Who are the other 3? Scholar Wu lowered his head, looking terrified, but he didn't say a word. Seeing this, Lin Xinghuang looked at the old mother again and asked in a cold voice, "Has Shallow Fragrance received the rest of the people before this?" The old mom hurriedly said, "No. Shallow Fragrance sells her art but not her body. The person she has had the most contact with in the last month is Scholar Wu. Other than that, she usually doesn't receive guests in her room. She usually plays music outside the building." Lin Xinghuang didn't have the slightest ripple in her eyes as she looked at Wu Shusheng and said, "I'll ask you another question. When you and Shallow Fragrance were in the building, did you do anything else?" Wu Shusheng said grimly, "Drinking, listening to music, talking about redemption, arguing afterward, and I accidentally killed her. That's what happened in the room." Yes? Lin Qinghuang pointed at the ribbon around Asaka's waist. She indifferently said, when I entered Raccoon House just now, I observed the ribbons around the waists of many women, all of which were bow knots, but the ribbon around Shallow Fragrance's waist was a messy, dead knot, indicating that this ribbon of hers was tied by someone in a hurry. Wu Shusheng pursed his lips and clenched his fists. Lin Qinghuang said, let me speculate. When Shallow Fragrance was murdered, she was disheveled, and later the ribbon was tied in a hurry. She stared at Wu Shusheng and said, and you were there at that time, witnessing everything, or you happened to appear in the room. In addition to you and Shallow Fragrance, there were the remaining 3 people at that time. You and those 3 people, all could be the murderer. Just now I have observed, there is not any blood on your hands. Wu Shusheng immediately said, but that doesn't rule out that I killed Asaka. Just because I don't have blood on my hands doesn't mean that I didn't kill her. Lin Qinghuang indifferently said, the clothes you are wearing are the cheapest coarse cloth? 1,000 taels of silver is not a small amount. You just said, pouring out all your efforts to barely scrape up enough silver. Then what you scrape up should be the redemption of 500 taels. The other 500 taels? How did you get it? Wu Shusheng's expression was stagnant. Lin Qinghuang said, the murderer may not be you, but the other 3, and they gave you 500 taels as hush money, right? Wu Shusheng instantly collapsed to the ground when he saw Lin Qinghuang speak. He looked downcast and said, the one who killed her, indeed, was not me, but I was deceived by her. Oh, Lin Qinghuang stared at Wu Shusheng. Wu Shusheng smiled to himself, shallow incense so-called selling art is not for sale. Are false, she that is deliberately create a pure persona. Some powerful and influential gentleman into the raccoon building after she will quietly enter the person's room. And people play very flower. This time I brought silver to find shallow incense. Just happened to see her enter this room. He sneered. That's right, the person who killed her was not me. It was 3 powerful and influential eunuchs. Asaka was not killed by someone's own initiative. I saw with my own eyes that she died on the bed. One of the eunuchs strangled Asaka's neck with the strings of a zither, and then Asaka died. And I was at the door to witness everything. One of the trappers immediately went to where the door of the room was and found that there was a hole in the papier-mâché of the door. And then you were discovered by those 3? Lin Qinghuang looked at Wu Shusheng. Wu Shusheng shook his head. I saw the scene and rushed in, but as a result, powerful male children want to kill the whole family easily. They give me 500 taels, give me hush money, let me admit everything. If I do not agree, they will kill my whole family. Asaka's clothes were put on her in their haste, and the gold pin on her chest was inserted by them to make me better at confessing. One of the sheriffs frowned. They told you to confess, and you did? Scholar Wu muttered. In front of the powerful, ordinary people are like ants. My whole family can live if I confess. If I don't, this charge will eventually be added to me, and my whole family will be wiped out at that time. Then what do you guys say? Should I plead guilty or shouldn't I plead guilty? You are all officials. How terrible power really is. You must understand it better than I do. The crowd lapsed into silence. Lin Qinghuang faintly asked, who are those 3 people? Wu Shusheng's face instantly became incomparably cold. The son of the left minister of the Ministry of Justice, Manhwa, the son of the vice-commander of the Forbidden Guards, Guiyu, and a rich son of Tianqi City, the 4th youngest of the Cui family, Cui Zhao. The 2 arresting officers frowned slightly when they heard those 3 names. They seemed to understand why Scholar Wu had to confess his guilt, not to mention the 2 sons of officials in front of him, but the rich sons in the back alone. Wanting to run over an ordinary scholar was easy. At this moment, they felt a trace of sympathy for Wu Shusheng, who appeared to be innocent. Lin Qinghuang, on the other hand, was calm, unable to tell what she was thinking. Her gaze landed on Xie Guilu as she faintly asked, Xie Guilu, you've been watching from the sidelines for a while. What do you think of this matter? Xie Guilu shook his head and said, I don't know much about investigating cases, but I feel that the words of this scholar Wu are half true and full of loopholes. Oh, like what? Lin Qinghuang came to have a hint of interest. Wu Shusheng's words were indeed full of loopholes. Chapter 7 Miss Cui Hua. What do you think? Xie Guilu pointed at the table and said, first, 5 chairs, 5 pairs of bowls and chopsticks, assuming that the remaining 3 occupy 3 portions, and Shallow Fragrance occupies 1 portion, then what about the remaining portion? It can't be that the 4 are in a good mood and deliberately prepared it for Scholar Wu. Lin Qinghuang gently nodded her head and gave Xie Guilu a high look. There seems to be something about this guy. Right. This doesn't make sense. It can't be that the 4 of them expected Scholar Wu to come in advance, right? And the 5 pairs of bowls and chopsticks on the table all show signs of having been moved, so it's evident that the 5 had dined together. One of the sheriff's deputies immediately reacted and stared at Wu Shusheng dead in the face. A flash of color surfaced in the depths of Wu Shusheng's eyes. Xia Guilu continued. You carefully observed 2 of the 5 wine cups, able to find a subtle lipstick red marks. If you exclude that the 2 wine cups are shallow incense moved, then there is another possibility. In fact, here appeared another woman. The arresting officer immediately went up to inspect the glasses and found that 2 of the glasses had lipstick marks on them. Xie Guilu looked at the papier-mâché on the door again and said, if you were to peek outside and poke through the papier-mâché from the outside, then the papier-mâché edges should be from the outside to the inside. But if you guys take a good look, you'll realize that the papier-mâché edges are from the inside to the outside. And it's obvious that you're poking through from the inside. The 2 sheriffs came forward to check again, and the results were consistent with what Xie Guilu had said. Wu Shusheng silently looked at Xie Guilu without saying a word. Lin Qinghuang asked, everything you said is fine, so what do you think we should do next? Xie Guilu smiled and said, Wu scholar's words, half true, half false. On the scene, besides Shallow Fragrance, there is another girl. She can't be like Shallow Fragrance. Quietly flow into the room, right? The male son came to drink flower wine. We'll definitely find girls to accompany. What kind of girl did these 3 people find? Ask the old mama, won't you know? Lin Qinghuang gently nodded her head as she looked to the stupefied old mother at the side and asked, your turn next. The old mama trembled. It's Cui He. The girl those 3 gentlemen are looking for is Cui He. She's on good terms with Shallow Fragrance. But I don't even know about Shallow Fragrance's affairs. She doesn't usually take the initiative to receive guests. And I didn't expect her to sneak into someone else's room, which the rest of the girls in the building can testify to. Get Cui Ho over here. Lin Qinghuang blandly said. It didn't take long. A pale woman with a terrified expression entered the room. And when she saw Asaka's corpse, a hiding color emerged in her eyes. Lin Qinghuang stared at the woman in front of her. Tell me what you know. As it is, since I let you come over, you should understand that some things cannot be hidden. Cui He took a deep breath and suppressed the panic within her as she said in a trembling voice. It wasn't me who killed Sister Shallow Fragrance. It was those 3 people. Go on. Lin Qinghuang said. Cui He's eyes revealed a complex color. Sister Shallow Fragrance's persona of selling her art is false. This persona is to alienate some powerless men so that they can only watch. But when she meets a powerful male, Sister Shallow Fragrance takes the initiative to come to the door. And every time I receive a noble guest, she will quietly follow. She glanced at Wu Shusheng and shook her head. It really wasn't Wu Shusheng who killed this time. It was those 3 males who killed Sister Asaka. Cui, he added. Because of Sister Shallow Fragrance's relationship. I know Scholar Wu quite well, and I think he is a good person. And I don't want him to continue to be deceived by Sister Shallow Fragrance. This time he appeared at the raccoon house. It was actually me who invited him in the name of Sister Asaka. That is, I wanted him to see Sister Asaka's true colors. And after Sister Asaka's death, Scholar Wu was coerced into taking all the blame and disengaging me and those 3 people. One of the sheriff's deputies stared at Scholar Wu. You deliberately concealed the evidence of Cui He's presence. And why? It's always weird to talk about pure love when it's a girl in a greenhouse. However, as a talented artist who sells her art and not her body, it's fine to set up an innocent persona. But if she deliberately swindles money and constantly squeezes others on the basis of her persona, then she deserves it somewhat. Wu Shusheng said. She is better than Asaka. I don't want this matter to involve her. So the papier-mâché hole in the door? This arresting officer asked. Wu Shusheng said. It was poked and prodded by one of the males. And as for certain wording, it was also something they came up with for me. This arresting officer looked towards Lin Qinghuang and saluted. Commander Lin, I think there should be no more problems with this case. Just catch those 3. When Lin Qinghuang heard this, she shook her head as she looked at Xie Guilu. Do you also think that this is all there is to this case? Naturally not. A rich smile appeared on Xie Guilu's face. Tell me about it. Then, Lin Qinghuang blandly said, if you want me to work for you as a cow, you have to give it. Xie Guilu stroked his sleeve. Lin Qinghuang frowned. Xie Guilu lost his smile and said, so much has been said and analyzed, but the only thing that has not been analyzed is one of the most crucial things. He looked at Asaka's body. That is how exactly did this Asaka die. The strangulation marks on the neck are not fatal. The gold pin on the chest is not fatal. So what is really fatal? As he uttered this question, Wu Shusheng and Cui He's hearts tightened. Lin Qinghuang's clear and cold face, a rare flash of meaningful color surfaced. This question of Xie Guilu's was the real core. The 2 sheriff's deputies froze for a second, and they looked at Xie Guilu with somewhat unnatural expressions. It's embarrassing when they ignore such a critical issue. They're actually worse than a dude? Xie Guilu shook his head and said, don't look at me with such eyes. It's not true that this son of the world is a playboy. But playboy doesn't mean waste. It doesn't mean that he can't even see the basic problems. The 2 arresting officers smiled bitterly, having the feeling of being connoted. They couldn't even understand the basic questions. Were they the losers? Xia Guilu said. On Shallow Fragrance's corpse, there is a special fragrance. I don't know if you guys have found it? Lin Qinghuan looked at Xia Guilu. Continue. Xia Guilu said. This duke has been hanging out in greenhouses for a long time, and he still knows about certain things. This scent is the flavor of Fragrant Beauty's fragrant powder. Fragrant Beauty has the effect of aphrodisiac, produced in the western region. Extremely rare. Normal use is only aphrodisiac, but if you add the fragrance of vegetation sleeping snow, it can increase the effectiveness of the drug. Turning into a kind of silver needle is also difficult to try out the strange poison, so that a person's heart stops suddenly. As he said this, Xia Guilu's finger pointed at the top of a snow-white vegetation inside the house. This object is none other than sleeping snow. He was no stranger to scented beauty, as he had felt it once before. When Xia Guilu spoke of fragrant beauty and sleeping snow, Wu Shusheng and Cui He's bodies trembled. Xia Guilu looked at Wu Shusheng and said, "What a coincidence. You then have the flavor of fragrant beauty on you. What about this sleeping snow?" His gaze fell on Cui He. "Miss Cui He, what do you think?" Cui Hua lowered his head and said nothing. "This vegetation. Cui Hua bought it from outside." A girl at the door immediately said. Cui Hua's legs went limp and she almost collapsed on the floor. One of the catchers hesitated for a moment and asked, "We also smelled this odor, and it doesn't seem to have been affected much." Xia Guilu said, "There are many uses of fragrant beauty. There is a controlled amount of use, that is made into a rouge-scented powder, rubbed on the skin. In this case, normally it will not be fatal, only aphrodisiac, and the time limit is up to half an hour. Rubbing it on the skin is also the most dangerous, though, because once the scent of sleeping snow is smelled, the toxin will just seep along the skin and into the body. We were not affected because the statute of limitations had passed. According to what Xylan said, half an hour ago, Asaka was murdered, so at this moment, the fragrant beauty had already failed." When Xia Guilu said this, the people present had already understood that the real murderers were none other than the Wu scholar and Cui He in front of them. As for the three males, they were just lying down for no reason, but they weren't necessarily innocent. Lin Qinghuan looked at Wu Shusheng and Cui He and said, "I'll give you guys a chance to defend yourselves." Chapter 8, Attacking and Killing in the Darkness of the Night. Instantly killed by a sword. Wu Shusheng sighed. Things have come to this, there is nothing to defend. The people were indeed killed by Cui He and I in collusion. The fragrant beauty was given to Shallow Fragrance by me, and Sleeping Dream Snow was also brought by Cui He because I asked him to do so. The moment Xia Guilu spoke of fragrant beauty and sleeping snow, he knew that it would be difficult for him and Cui Hua to turn the tables. "And the real reason for your killings?" one of the arresting officers said with a sullen face. Just now, he had sympathized with Wu Shusheng, but he did not expect things to reverse in the blink of an eye, making him extremely upset and feeling like he had been cheated. Wu Shusheng said indifferently, "Reason? Very simple. Asaka set up a pure love persona to deceive me. The playwright is heartless. What sells her art is all fake, while she privately plays with a group of men to get flowers, which makes me furious. She should never, after cheating me of my feelings, she also cheated me of my money. She deserves to die." Those three thought that they were the ones who got Asaka killed, so they tried to find me to take the blame, but they really did find the right one. Asaka's death really had something to do with me. Why would Tue Ho conspire with you to kill someone? Xia Guilu looked at Wu Shusheng. "Because I hate her." Before Scholar Wu could answer, Cui He immediately spoke up. "Oh?" Xia Guilu stared at Cui Hua. Cui He smiled to himself. "I and Shallow Fragrance were originally from the same village. When there was a famine, I had no choice but to enter the greenhouse. Both are women in the greenhouse, which is not honorable, and even more so, I dare not let my family know what they are doing," she said with a pained expression. "As a result, I came home some time ago and realized that my matter had long been spread in the village. My aged mother, after knowing this matter, was even exasperated to death, and this is all the handiwork of Shallow Fragrance, who had long informed the people in the village of my matter. I naturally couldn't let her go. This thing seems to be true." Some of the sisters at the door immediately said, "Asaka and Tsueha did come from a place. Some time ago Tsueha even went back to her home, and after she came back she was heartbroken. And at that time Asaka also told them that Tsueha's work as a prostitute was known by her family. Thinking about it now, it was obvious that Asaka's comments at the time were filled with gloating. In that case, that's barely true." Xia Guilu gently nodded. "But a lot of things, from other people's mouths, not necessarily all true, maybe half true and half false." One of the arresting officers looked at Wu Shusheng. Back to the previous question. "Wu Shusheng, why did you agree to take the blame for those three people? You can't continue to say that you were afraid that they would kill your entire family." "Naturally not. Why do you think this one was reported to the Heavenly Powers Division? Wu Shusheng smiled wryly. If this case comes to the hands of those drunkards in Beijing Jiabu, they take money to do things. I will die. But if it comes to the hands of the Tianquan Division, it will be different. I first, according to their request, receive the hush money, and let Shallow Xiang quietly put the trustees to go to the Tianquan Division to report the case. He also said with a smug face, I know that once the Heavenly Power Division investigates this case, it will definitely be able to find the loopholes in my words. I will then push the boat along and guide you to investigate those 3 people. By then I can be cleared of suspicion, and those 3 people will die without a doubt. This is called placing a dead man in danger to save his life. Unfortunately, it was still discovered. Doing all that just to kill one Asaka? How trustworthy are your words? One of the arresting officers said with a sullen face. Wu Shusheng said with a look of incomparable seriousness, the more a person does things, the more he wants to be seamless. Naturally, the more complicated it is. And this is a plan of 4 birds with 1 stone. Shallow Xiang 1, she has to die. And those 3 are not good things. Relying on the right to have power, and Shallow Xiang to do nasty things, and want to make me confess to the crime. And they can't do any good either. It had been difficult to refute what he and Tu Wei Ho had done. But those 3 weren't innocent either. No matter what, Asaka died from flirting with them on the bed. And they couldn't be blamed for it. Fragrant beauty plus sleeping snow can indeed take a life. But how can you be sure who strangled Asaka when she was left with her last breath? Seeing this, Lin Qinghuang blandly said, detain Scholar Wu and Chui He. I'll personally escort them back. In addition to going to arrest the 3 Manhwa, there's still something wrong with this matter. It needs to be investigated in detail. This case is really not right. Basically, it is certain that Wu Scholar and Chui Hua are indeed the murderers of Asaka, but they are obviously just knives, and there is presumably a pair of hands behind this. But these things, obviously can't go deeper here. There are too many people. It's better to go back to the divisions of heavenly power. Yes, sir. The 2 arresting officers acted immediately. After the people from the Heavenly Power Division came out, the guests inside the raccoon house also sensed that something was wrong and left one after another. Xia Guilu walked out of the raccoon house, goosefeather snow still, the cold wind blowing piercing, and the hazy light blends, obscuring the line of sight. There are still vendors on the street, shacks set up, hauling in hot air. Life is not easy enough for them, and other things that don't concern them don't affect them yet. Lin Qinghuang looked at Xie Guilu. It's still the same question. Why do you want to destroy my Lin family? Or maybe you know something. Xie Guilu looked at Lin Qinghuang and smiled. Qinghuang, it's cold. It's not good to wear so thin. It's easy to catch a cold. How about going to my Marquis of Jinshi mansion? I'll buy you a fox fur coat. My bed is big, soft and warm. Lin Qinghuang swept a glance at Xie Guilu with an indifferent expression, then turned to leave. 3 years? This question, she asked countless times. Xie Guilu's answer, never once right after. Xie Guilu looked at Lin Qinghuang's back with a thoughtful expression on his face. This raccoon house case may appear to be just a love killing, but it is far from as simple as it seems. Because of the appearance of the fragrant beauty, how could a poor scholar get such a thing? And that poor scholar even managed to come up with 500 taels of silver. For the rich, 500 taels was just a small amount, but for the poor, it was estimated that they would not be able to earn this much silver in their lifetime. With Lin Qinghuang's intelligence, she wouldn't be able to not think of this. She's going to personally escort Scholar Wu and Chui Hua. Xia Guilu walked towards a vendor selling knickknacks, casually picked up a ghost face mask, dropped a broken silver ingot, and picked up a black robe next to it, then turned to leave. In the middle of an alleyway, snow was flying, and the lanterns hanging on some of the houses were constantly shaking. The lights were a little weak, making people feel inexplicably depressed. The 2 sheriff's deputies were escorting Scholar Wu and Chui He, and Lin Qinghuang was walking ahead with a long sword in her hand, a pensive look in her eyes. For humming or whimpering. A cold, wintry wind came up. Lin Qinghuang stopped in her tracks, her fingers instantly gripping the hilt of her sword. She looked around and realized that 4 black-clothed men had appeared in front and behind each of them, and on the rooftops on both sides, there were also 4 black-clothed men on each side of them, all holding cold blades, with a strong killing intent permeating their bodies. 16 Xian Huang realms. Lin Qinghuang said a dark sentence. The 2 sheriffs immediately drew their blades, their eyes staring warily at the people around them. Kill, without any unnecessary nonsense. One of the black-clothed men waved his hand, and 16 people killed Lin Qinghuang at the same time, their cold blades flashing with a murderous aura. A ghostly light flashed in Lin Qinghuang's eyes, his body erupted with an aura of the peak of the Yoke realm, and his 3-foot green peak instantly came out of its sheath, his sword aura sweeping across the surroundings. Boom! After a sword, 16 black-robed people. In an instant, turned into blood mist and snow melted. Indescribably bizarre. After crushing these 16 people, Lin Xinghuang didn't let up as she detected a powerful aura hiding in the shadows. Madaka! An ear-piercing sound of a sword being drawn rang out, and a mysterious person dressed in a gold-trimmed black robe and wielding a long, blood-colored sword suddenly appeared in front of them. With a movement of his figure, he rushed to Lin Xinghuang's body, and his long blade slashed down violently, the blood-colored blade chi raging, majestic and overbearing, splitting the snow curtain, causing a long crack to appear on the ground. Lin Xinghuang immediately swung his sword to fend it off. Boom! The swords clashed against each other. Explosions rang out, ice crystals splashed, and the snow melted. Lin Xinghuang only felt a huge force hit him, and his entire body was instantly sent flying 10 meters. Commander Lin! The faces of the two arresting superintendents suddenly changed when they saw Lin Xinghuang being knocked away. After Lin Xinghuang stabilized his body, a splash of blood spilled out from the corner of his mouth, and his expression became grave. Mid-topography realm? The mysterious man did not speak nonsense and once again swung his sword at Lin Xinghuang. Lin Xinghuang didn't fight it hard and stepped on the white snow, decisively avoiding it. The mystic seemed to expect this, and the blade was turned around and plunged into the ground. Buzz! Ice and snow splashed and the ground exploded as a powerful blood-colored blade chi erupted, rolling up a ground of white snow as if a herd of horses were galloping, carrying a terrifying pressure as it blasted towards Lin Xinghuang. Lin Xinghuang's complexion stared, knowing that she simply couldn't dodge. She gritted her teeth. Only her hand pinched her sword technique. Her long sword vibrated, and a 10-meter-long green-colored sword chi chopped out. Boom! The green sword chi and the blood-colored blade chi blasted together. The green sword chi was instantly dispersed, and the terrifying blade chi attacked and engulfed Lin Xinghuang. Lin Xinghuang instantly rushed out from inside, her green-colored long skirt stained with blood. She sprayed out a mouthful of blood, her face pale. Die! The mysterious man's tone was cold. He took a step out and suddenly appeared in front of Lin Xinghuang, not giving Lin Xinghuang the slightest chance to react at all, and directly slashed down with a knife. Commander Lin, be careful. The two sheriffs spoke up in a hurry. Lin Xinghuang looked at the long knife that chopped. Her pupils tightened. She simply couldn't dodge at this moment. This knife had already blocked off heaven and earth. Once it fell, she would definitely die. Phew! Seeing that the long sword was just about to slash at Lin Xinghuang's body, a black long sword instantly shot down from above. The long sword was not sheathed, but it carried a stern sword chi that went straight for the mysterious man's neck. The mysterious man reacted extremely quickly and immediately drew back. Boom! The long sword stabbed down and blasted into the ground. A powerful chi force swept through, like ripples on water, causing the surrounding ice and snow to ripple. 10 meters away, the mysterious man's torso was bent. He held a sword in his right hand, and his left hand was held in front of his body with his sleeve. Only to see him waving his sleeve, the powerful chi energy was dispersed, and he raised his head to look ahead. On that black long sword, a mysterious man clad in black robes and wearing a ghost face mask appeared, and the other party had his hands behind his back, silently looking at him. The visitor was none other than Xie Guilu. Lin Xinghuang looked at the ghost-faced man in front of her and was slightly stunned, feeling that there was something inexplicably familiar about the other party's figure. The mysterious man gripped the blood-colored long knife tightly. His eyes were stern, and he quickly rushed towards Xie Guilu. The long knife's blood light flashed, the knife chi erupted, and he ferociously slashed out. When Xie Guilu saw the mysterious man killing, he kicked his feet. His longsword remained unsheathed, and violently stabbed at the mysterious man with extreme speed. The mysterious man's blade chi was directly crushed. Seeing the long sword stabbing at him, he immediately swung his sword in front of him. The scabbard struck the blade, and the powerful force shook the mysterious man by a dozen meters. Xie Guilu instantly stepped forward. As he grabbed the long sword and violently drew it, his body was like a ghost, brushing past the mysterious man in an instant. Giggle! A harsh and ferocious sword chi slashed across the mysterious man's neck. Re-emergence. Xie Guilu had already come to a place 10 meters behind the mysterious man. The burial sword in his hand slowly returned to its scabbard, and there was a hidden flower on the other side of the river emerging. Click! The mysterious man's expression stagnated. The long blood-colored sword in his hand broke, while his head flew high. Blood and water suddenly gushed out, and a headless corpse fell to the ground. Xie Guilu didn't say another word to Lin Xinghuang and directly flew away. Lin Xinghuang looked at Xie Guilu's back and couldn't help but be a little lost in thought. Who is this man who struck, killing the middle stage of the frontier expansion realm in a second with a sword? This was definitely a strong person of the late stage of the frontier expansion realm and above. Chapter 9, Gift for You. What's that? Marquis of Jinshi Mansion. When Xie Guilu returned, he found the two guards at the door looking at him with unnatural faces. What? Xia Guilu indifferently looked at the two guards. One of the guards hesitated and said, "World son, do you want to wait before going in?" Xia Guilu raised an eyebrow and snatched the saber of one of the guards before heading inside. Done. The two guards' bodies trembled, and a look of panic appeared in their eyes. Inside the compound, Xia Wuzhu was drinking with a group of young men, with a woman in his arms. The table was set with many gourmet foods and wines, and a group of women were dancing and playing in the center, while at the side, there were some maids carefully pouring the wine. Are all the maids of the Marquis of Jinshi residence so ignorant of the rules? Can't even pour wine? Could it be that the slap just now wasn't enough? One of them, a young man in brocade robes, was staring at the maid pouring wine next to him with a displeased expression. The maid in question was none other than Pear Blossom, who at the moment looked horrified, with a slap mark on her face, red eyes, and a tear on her cheek. Seeing this, Xia Wuzhu smiled playfully as he said to the brocade-robed man, "Young Li, this maid doesn't know the rules. Just give her a few mouths. I will slowly educate her in the future." The brocade-robed man's eyebrows slatted as he said irritably, "That's not good. This young man was invited by you to come here to drink, but as a result, your family's maid spilled wine on me, and now she can't even pour wine. You're making me lose face." Xia Wuzhu smiled and asked, "Then what does Yun Li mean?" The brocade-robed man stared lewdly at Li Hua and said, "This maid is good-looking. I wonder if Xia Xiao can cut me loose." Xia Wuzhu pretended to sigh. "If it was my own maid, I could naturally give it to Young Li, but it's a pity that she's Xia Gilu's maid." Xia Guilu? Nothing more than a bereaved dog. I'm taking away his maid today, so what can he do? It is rumored that he has been released from prison. Why don't you see him come out to salute this young man? The brocade-robed man said with a sneering expression, not putting Xia Guilu in his eyes at all. If it was the Xia Guilu of the past, who wouldn't be afraid of the three parties of the second generation of this Tianqi city? Unfortunately, times are different now. The current Xia Guilu is just a bereaved dog, not enough to be feared. "Salute you? What are you?" An eerie voice suddenly rang out. Xia Guilu walked over with his long sword. His gaze fell on Pearly Blossom's face, and when he saw the slap mark, a dense killing intent instantly surfaced in his eyes. Xia dangerous building. The people present couldn't help but feel a jolt in their hearts when they saw Xia Guilu. The brocade-robed man's face also changed slightly, but when he thought about the situation of the Marquis of Jinshi's mansion nowadays, he gained a few more points of confidence. Xia Guilu walked towards Pear Blossom as he asked with a calm expression, "Who hit you, Seiji?" When Pear Blossom saw Xia Guilu, mist appeared in her eyes and a line of clear tears instantly flowed down. Xia Wuzhu, on the other hand, sipped his wine with a playful face. Xia Guilu gently wiped the tears from the corners of Pear Blossom's eyes as he looked at the brocade-robed man and said indifferently, "The man you beat?" The brocade-robed man sank his face, violently smashing his wine glass at Xia Guilu, sneering, "So what if I beat him? A lowly maid is nothing more than that, not to mention beating him, even if this young man gets him killed. What can you, Xia Guilu, do?" Boom! Xia Guilu slashed out. Pust! The brocade-robed man's head flew up high, and blood gushed out like a water column, staining the tables and chairs next to him. There was first a dead silence at the scene, followed by the singing girls and maids present letting out a screaming sound and backing away with terrified expressions. Xia Wuzhu and the others were frozen in place, their complexion stagnant. Xia Guilu had killed Dupli? This Mr. Li is not simple. He is from the Anping burial house, and is considered a young master of a third house. Soon, they reacted and hurriedly got up and backed away. The wineglass in Xia Wuzhu's hand fell to the ground, his eyes pointing at Xia Guilu in fear. He said sternly, Xia Guilu, you actually killed Mr. Li, do you know what he is?" He had invited quite a few second-generation ancestors to the Jinshi Marquis residence this time, just to teach Xia Guilu a lesson. He didn't expect Xia Guilu to have killed Dupli, which made him feel fearful, and he felt as if he had played a big game. People are invited by him. This time died in the Jinshi Marquis. When the time comes, and Pingbo looking for trouble, he cannot get away with it. Xia Guilu walked towards Xia Wuzhu with a bloodstained knife, his face full of coldness. When Xia Wuzhu saw Xia Guilu walking towards him, his body trembled and he was taken aback. He hastily stepped back and said in a trembling voice, "Xia Guilu, what are you going to do? This is the Marquis of Jinshi Mansion. If you move me, my father will definitely not let you go." A sinister, bloodthirsty smile surfaced on Xia Guilu's face. "What is your father? Even if that old thing comes, if he dares to act recklessly in front of me, I'll chop him up as usual." Giggle. As soon as the words fell, he slashed out. Xia Wuzhu let out a mournful scream as one of his arms was instantly chopped off, blood gushing out as he fell to the ground, rolling around continuously, screaming miserably. "Thank you, Xiao. The rest of the second-generation ancestors saw that Xia Wuzhu had also had one of his arms chopped off, and they looked horrified, having been scared out of their wits. All of you stand where you are. Anyone who dares to move, die. Xia Guilu swept a glance at the crowd, killing intent filling his eyes. The crowd was pale and full of fear as they stood still, not daring to move at all. Xia Guilu stomped on Xia Wuzhu's head and said in a cold tone, "A person who takes over the nest. How dare he flirt with outsiders to beat up my maidservant in my territory? Is it because I give too many smiles? My father will not spare you." Ah! Xia Wuzhu opened his mouth ruefully. "Stupid. Then I'll see what your father can do to me, and if he doesn't know how to die, I don't mind chopping him up with a knife." Xia Guilu kicked out, directly sending Xia Wuzhu flying a few meters. Xia Wuzhu screamed miserably and instantly fainted. Xia Guilu coldly looked at the second-generation ancestors present. Who else has beaten someone just now? Stand out and let this worldly son take a good look. These second-generation ancestors' bodies trembled and instantly knelt on the ground. They said in horror, "Your son, we are wrong, but we didn't hit anyone. Just now only Li Yuan hit that maid. The songstresses and maids present can all testify. Please don't kill us." Boom! Xia Guilu split the table in front of him in half with a single slash. He swept a glance at some of the maids and asked with a cold face, "Is what they say true?" These maids were also startled, and even the songstresses around them were filled with horror, and hurriedly kneeled on the ground and said, "It's true. Only that Mr. Li hit someone." Xia Guilu coldly looked at these second-generation ancestors. "You're glad that you didn't hit anyone. Otherwise this dog Li Yuan would be your downfall. Now get lost. Take Li Yuan's corpse away as well. Thank you Seiji for sparing us." After the crowd reacted, they hurriedly endured their fear and went to lift Li Yuan's body. Seiji, this. At that exact moment, that middle-aged general rushed over with a group of soldiers. When he saw Li Yuan's corpse and Xia Wuzhu, who had broken an arm, he couldn't help but have his body tremble, a look of fear in his eyes. Xia Guilu stared at the middle-aged general with a grim expression. "You know all about Xia Wuzhu inviting outsiders here to drink and enjoy themselves, don't you?" The middle-aged general looked unnatural and said, "My subordinate knows." This time, Xia Wuzhu had brought people to drink and enjoy themselves, and those of them didn't dare to stop them. Previously, Xia Wuzhu had explained that they should not come over to disturb them. This was for fear that when those second-generation ancestors taught Xia Guilu a lesson, they would make a move to stop them. In the end, it was Xia Wuzhu himself who suffered a great loss. Xia Guilu smiled coldly. "Since you know about it, but you don't know how to block it? What's the use of raising you guys? Now from you to the guards below. Each of you go and receive 100 army sticks to continue to grow a long memory. This military club, better give me a good reception. Whoever dares not claim it, tomorrow I will make all of you become corpses. It's good that this Shitsi is a bereaved dog, but wanting to get you all killed is simpler than pinching an ant." After saying that, he casually threw away the blood-stained long knife, and then took Pear Blossom's hand and walked towards his loft. The middle-aged general froze in place, his forehead covered in cold sweat. Originally he also only thought that Xia Guilu was a bereaved dog, even though he had the status of a son of the world. But what could he do? But at this moment, something changed in his mind. Don't forget that this guy was originally a playboy, and at the drop of a hat, he was going to destroy people's entire families. Killing Li Yuan and chopping off one of Xia Wuzhu's arms just now was just child's play. If he really pissed him off, he might really dare to kill everyone present. "Take a deep breath," the middle-aged general said in a deep voice. "Immediately take the second youngest to be treated, in addition to receiving 100 army sticks each when the time comes." In the middle of the attic, Xia Guilu looked at Liwa. "Does it still hurt?" Pear Blossom softly said, "Seiho, I'm not in pain anymore. Thank you Seiho for standing up for me." The way Xia Guilu struck out just now was really ferocious, but she didn't feel scared. Instead, she felt an inexplicable peace of mind. Xia Guilu laughed dumbly and asked, "Where's Uncle Fu?" If Uncle Fu were here, how could he allow Xia Wuzhu and the others to bully Liwa? Pear Blossom hurriedly took out a letter from inside her sleeve. "Uncle Fu seems to have something important to do and has left for the time being. This is what he asked me to give you." Xia Guilu took the letter and glanced at it, and Fu Bo didn't say that there was anything important, but only said that he was leaving for a day and would be back in the morning. He put the letter down and said to Pear Blossom, "Nowadays, Tanchi City is not very peaceful, so don't run around. You've been aggravated tonight. Go and have a good rest." Pear Blossom hurriedly said, "Okay Seiji, you also rest early." "Aha!" Xia Guilu nodded gently. Chapter 10, Continuing Cultivation, Late Topiary Stage. Inside the loft, Xia Guilu sat on the bed, his face showing a pensive expression. Today's Apocalypse City is indeed not very peaceful. 3 years ago, the old emperor was bedridden. while this crown prince position was not set, so all the royal sons and princesses were ganging up, wanting to prepare for the future. In today's dynasty, it is mainly the three people, the Grand Prince, the Second Prince, and the Third Prince, who are competing, and they have the most powerful underpinnings and hold the most enormous power. There was a high probability that this candidate for the crown prince would be contested from among the three of them. However, this matter had little to do with Xie Guilu for the time being. Xie Guilu recalled something from 3 years ago. The slaughter of the Lin family was naturally not the original owner's doing. The original lord did go to the Lin family under the urging of his guards, wanting to regain face from Lin Xinghuang, but he wasn't bold enough to dare to slaughter people's entire family. And by the time the original lord arrived at the Lin family had already suffered a massacre. Why did some of the Lin family's properties come into his name? This will have to mention one of the original owner's guards, but unfortunately that guard has quietly disappeared, as if evaporating on earth. As long as you find each other, you can know something. Why did that Lin maid identify him? Either that maid had been bribed, or she happened to see Xie Guilu showing up there with people and subconsciously assumed that it was all Xie Guilu's doing. The destruction of the Lin family. According to Xie Guilu's speculation, in all likelihood, it was related to the competition between those emperors. After all, before that, those several emperors were fighting for some families in Tianqi City that held a huge amount of financial power, and the Lin family happened to be one of the fat pieces of meat. Unfortunately, after 3 years in the prison, he was not informed, and for the time being, he did not know who the person who really struck was. This black pot, Xie Guilu naturally won't take it in vain. He will definitely dig out the person behind it and pinch him to death. The private release of a Western Chu felon, which is what the original owner did, for a woman, the flower girl of the raccoon house, the nightingale. The other party was from Western Chu, but unfortunately, the flower girl had promised to spend time in front of the moon and had yet to fulfill her promise. As for peeking at the Rapunzel's bath, a delicate and flawless body surfaced inside Xie Guilu's brain. The Rapunzel was a beauty and a ruthless and vicious woman. The original owner of this matter was similarly set up. He drank with a few of his fox friends and fell unconscious. And when he woke up, he was already lying on a bed with the Rapunzel. So he saw not Rapunzel bathing, but everything on the other side. Interestingly, at that time, the eldest princess had already been hypnotized by a large number of scented beauties. And even more interestingly, in the entire Apocalypse City, the eldest princess herself was the only one who held the scented beauties, so she deliberately gave her body away in order to frame herself? This matter is not that simple. When the eldest princess woke up, she was very frightened. According to Xie Nanshan's speculation, the eldest princess did want to frame him, but the one lying there at that time should have been the third princess, but for some reason, it ended up being the eldest princess herself. Perhaps the eldest princess had tried to set him and the third princess up, only to be set up instead and inexplicably lose herself in the process. Therefore, the case at Raccoon House tonight is not as simple as one might think because of the appearance of the fragrant beauty. The fragrant beauty is a possession of the eldest princess, so how could it be taken out so easily? That's all. Keep practicing. Xie Guilu casually waved his hand. A force blocked the attic. He closed his eyes and operated the Nirvana Sutra. Now that he was in the late stage of the topiary realm, he felt that he was not far from the peak of the topiary realm. Buzz! The surrounding heaven and earth aura madly surged towards Xie Guilu. The spiritual chi entered the body, running through the spiritual bones and sinews, and eventually entered the dantian, constantly running the circumference and expanding the dantian. Each realm of the martial Tao had its own peculiarities. Xianhuang realm, also known as the realm of bone forging. This realm is centered on the spiritual bone, plus the assistance of the Gong method, nano heaven and earth aura into the spiritual bone, week after week, forging the bones of the whole body. Once the bones of the entire body were transformed into spirit bones, the speed of the nana heaven and earth spiritual chi would increase, and the Xianhuang realm would become a reality. The original owner possessed a spirit bone, but unfortunately, the spirit bone was dull and belonged to the waist bone, the same as not having a spirit bone. Usually in this situation, one could not embark on the path of cultivation, but the Nirvana scripture had turned his waist bone into a true spirit bone. Shackle realm, then the 12 hidden veins of the human body are opened, and the hidden veins are blocked, so the hidden veins need to be opened. Once the hidden veins were opened, the spiritual chi of heaven and earth could pass through the tendons and veins and enter the dantian, allowing the dantian to store some of the spiritual chi. The more hidden veins were opened, the faster the speed of nano-spiritual chi of heaven and earth would naturally be. Territory expansion realm, on the other hand, it is a process of opening up the dantian, and in general, the larger the dantian that is opened up, the greater the amount of aura that is stored, and naturally, the stronger the battle power will be. Under normal circumstances, when a cultivator stepped into the peak of the frontier expansion realm, the Dantian could open up 100 squares, but now that Xie Guilu had entered the late stage of the frontier expansion realm, he had already opened up 400 squares. He felt that after he entered the peak of the frontier expansion realm, he could open another 100 squares to reach 500. By that time, his Dantian size was 5 times that of others, and his stored power was also 5 times that of others, and when he fought, his battle power was stronger, and he had a greater advantage. Next day, early morning, Xie Guilu opened his eyes, feeling refreshed, and his Dantian expanded some more. Seiji, may I come in? Pearlie's voice rang out from outside the temple. Come in, Xie Guilu said softly. Pear Blossom came in with the washing things. Shitzi, you should wash up first. Aha. Xie Guilu briefly washed up. Subsequently, Uncle Fu walked in. He bowed to Xie Guilu. Last night's matter, I already know. Thanks to the world sun for Pear Flower, this girl, Li Yuan was dead, and Xia Wuzhu had an arm chopped off. This was no small matter. The Anping burial house in Xiet Sanchuan would definitely not rest easy. Xie Guilu said with a calm expression. You don't need to worry about this matter. I have a number in mind. Next I have to go to the Heavenly Power Division. The Division of Heavenly Power? Fubuki was stunned for a second. Xie Guilu said, my third uncle has made me an errand, so I'm going to go gild the lily. Gilded. Uncle Fu sniffed and his heart fluttered. Is the world sun about to make a move? Gold plating. Extremely important. Xie Guilu is already the sun of the world. Now that Xiet Sanchuan is only temporarily substituting for the position of Marquis of Jinshi, the other party is completely able to use Xie Guilu's lack of strength as an excuse not to give this Marquis position to him. Xie Guilu. However, if Xie Guilu was gilded in the Heavenly Power Division, at that time, there would be a reason for Xiet Sanchuan to abdicate. After all, hereditary succession. This is the system of the Great Xia. Xie Guilu smiled lightly. You don't need to think too much. Just busy yourself. I have my own plans on my side. Understood. Uncle Fu made a bow. Last night the world's sun had already met the third master. Although the third master normally does not meddle in the affairs of the Marquis of Jinshi, but if Xiet Sanchuan goes too far, the third master does not see that he can stand idly by. In this way, Xie Guilu had a few guarantees. Xie Guilu didn't say much either, and with a wave of his hand, he headed out of the building. In the middle of the compound, last night's smell of blood has been covered. A group of generals and guards gathered together. At the moment they are all pale. This is truthfully received the military stick. Xie Guilu lightly glanced at the crowd. It's not bad. If my second uncle comes back, last night is just you guys just tell him truthfully. If he has any ideas, let him personally find me at that time. I will self-theorize with him. Theory? What's the theory? A Xiet Sanchuan. 3 years ago, he was only in the late stage of the Yoke realm, and now he was holding out for the frontier realm. If the other party didn't know how to live, he wouldn't mind sending him back to the heavens. With the old man and Xia Nantian gone, adding a Xiet Sanchuan wasn't much. We understand. The middle-aged general hurriedly saluted. At the moment, they were somewhat inexplicably jealous of Xie Guilu. Just late last night, the Heavenly Power Division came to a great man, quietly suppressed last night's events. Let them not spread the word. Cannot say the weird. Xie Guilu has been inside the Heavenly Power Division's prison for 3 years. Why did the people from the Heavenly Power Division come to help him? Is it possible that there is something special here? Rather puzzling. As for Xia Wuzhu's side, he needed to wait for Xiet Sanchuan's return to know the other party's attitude, and with his son losing an arm, he shouldn't rest. Xie Guilu ignored the crowd, so he left the Marquis of Jinshi mansion with his hands in the air. Chapter 11, Entering the Divisions of Heavenly Powers. Under the command of Qing Huang, the streets are covered with snow, but there are many vendors, and the baozi stores have long opened their doors, with steaming hot baozi, white and full of flavor, like a beauty's thighs. Xie Guilu bought 2 meat buns and nibbled on them as he headed to the Heavenly Power Division. It didn't take long. Xie Guilu came to the vicinity of the Imperial Palace, the location of the Heavenly Power Division, then close to the East City Gate of the Imperial Palace, is somewhat similar to the East Chamber. Having left from here only before, he was no stranger to it, and seeking a path, he strutted inside the divisions of Heavenly Power. Inside a large hall, Commander Lin, the Wu scholar and Chui He that we arrested last night were taken away by the Chancellor early in the morning. In addition, 500 taels of silver were recovered from Chui He's room. It seems that her involvement in the plot to murder Shallow Fragrance wasn't what Wu scholar said it was, and I suspect that he, like Wu scholar, was bought and paid for. One of the arresting officers whispered to Lin Qinghuang. Lin Qinghuang held a cup of fragrant tea and said blandly, an expected thing, let's call this matter a day. Continuing on will be detrimental to the Heavenly Power Division. She was not a pedant. There were some cases that had to be thoroughly investigated to the end. But there were some cases that could not be investigated to the end, or else something would go terribly wrong. The case of the raccoon house involves an uncomplicated hand behind the scenes that can only be investigated in secret. After recapturing a few people last night, she'd scoped out some information. Now that some people in the court are taking sides, the Grand Prince intends to draw on the left minister of the Ministry of Justice, the vice commander of the Forbidden Guards, and the Chui family of Tianqi City. The Chui family was somewhat special, belonging to a merchant family, holding a huge amount of money. The Lin family used to be a merchant family as well, but unfortunately it was overthrown. The Grand Imperial Prince had sent people to feast on these three forces, but unfortunately, the three forces had refused for various reasons. As a result, last night, the descendants of these three parties' forces suffered a reckoning. Where could there be such a coincidence? But was it really the great prince who was annoyed and was taking revenge on these three forces? Obviously not, because a special thing has appeared here. The Fragrant Beauty. The Fragrant Beauty is the property of the eldest princess, and the eldest princess is close to the Grand Prince. If she wants to retaliate against these three forces for the Grand Prince, there are all kinds of means that can be utilized, and there is absolutely no need to bring out the Fragrant Beauty. But the scene favors the Fragrant Beauty, which is peculiar. Obviously, some people do not want to let the Grand Prince to draw on those three forces, so they will use the Fragrant Beauty to frame the princess. In this way, the Grand Prince can't defend himself, and will be completely with those three forces have nothing to do with. It had become a sword when the Division of Heavenly Power went to investigate the case, and those three males were now within the Division of Heavenly Power. In any case, the people behind those three eunuchs would subconsciously think that this matter was the Grand Prince being annoyed and was deliberately taking revenge. And even more so, they would not get close to the Grand Prince. This favors the other royals. And who sent the men who came to intercept her last night? The first possibility is that it's actually about killing people to silence them, and that Wu Shusheng has the Fragrant Beauty, and he may have seen who took out the Fragrant Beauty. So someone is trying to shut Wu Shusheng up once and for all. If that was the case, there would be no need to attack and kill her, because only if she succeeded in bringing someone to the Celestial Power Division would she be able to bring out the value of the sword that was the Celestial Power Division. Since that person dared to take out the Fragrant Beauty, he must have already thought of everything, and Wu Shusheng didn't see that he had met that person. The second possibility was that those people came to intercept and kill because they didn't want the Heavenly Power Division to move those three people, because once they did, the Grand Prince would have no chance with those three forces. So the person from last night may have come from the Grand Prince, and the other side wants to isolate this rivalry of reckoning. The second possibility was the most likely. When those people attacked last night, they didn't bother to move Wu Shusheng and Chui He, but took the lead to make a move on her, which already said something. Coupled with the fact that today the Chancellor took away Wu Scholar and Chui He, she is more convinced that the heart of the speculation, Tianquan Division within the division is not embraced as a group. The Chancellor and the Grand Prince went a little close. It could be expected that the fact that Scholar Wu and Chui He were taken away must be because the Grand Prince and the eldest princess wanted to interrogate the source of the Fragrant Beauty. Enlightened Commander Lin, the Zhenfu envoy has asked you to bring in a newcomer. A sheriff's deputy came in quickly and saluted respectfully. A newcomer? Feel free to place him. Lin Qinghuang raised an eyebrow. Within the Celestial Powers Division, backdoor deals were made, from time to time, and she wasn't exactly treating it well, and was a bit tired of it. This arresting officer hesitated for a moment and said, "This newcomer is a bit special," and the Zhenfuzhuang ambassador said that you must be the one to bring him. Ha! A cold smile appeared on Lin Qinghuang's face. How is it special? Could it be that it's a royal relative? This arresting officer said bluntly, "It is the world son of the Marquis of Jinshi, Xia Guilu." Lin Qinghuang's expression stagnated. "Qinghuang, I'm here. Why don't you come out to greet me?" Xia Guilu's voice rang out from outside the hall as he swaggered into the great hall. Lin Qinghuang raised an eyebrow and looked coldly at Xia Guilu. "What are you doing entering the Heavenly Power Division?" Xia Guilu said carelessly, "My third uncle told me to come over here to gild the lily and mix up my merits, so that in the future, when I inherit the throne of the Marquis of Jinshi, I'll have some merits that I can take out." Lin Qinghuang was instantly speechless upon hearing this. "You're a playboy, and you want to succeed the Marquis of Jinshi? What do you think? Unless one can actually do something of merit, in which case there is a logical succession to the throne." The two sheriff's deputies present were also sweating for a while, but they didn't say much. This was Zhenfu Envoy's man. They didn't dare to say much yet. Xie Guilu glanced around and said mysteriously, "Actually, my third uncle has another meaning, and that is for me to cultivate more affection with you, so that in the future, when you enter my Marquis of Jinshi's mansion, Our relationship will be more cordial. Bang! Lin Qinghuang instantly crushed the teacup in her hand. She coldly looked at Xie Guilu and said, "The Heavenly Power Division doesn't raise trash, much less a dude. This place isn't suitable for you. You'd better go back to the Marquis of Jinshi." Xie Guilu raised an eyebrow. "Who said I'm wasted? Don't you know that I have a lot of money? As I join the Heavenly Power Division today, I plan to invite my brothers to a greenhouse for a drink, and I, Xie Guilu, will pay for tonight's spending." The two trapper secretaries present were surprisingly moved by the words. However, when they thought about the situation of the Marquis of Jinshi's residence today, they were speechless again. How much can Xie Dangerous Building have now? It is estimated that all those properties of his were divided by Xie Sanxuan's family. As for those properties of the Marquis of Jinshi's residence, they are definitely all in Xie Sanxuan's hands nowadays. Lin Qinghuang's face was a bit grim as she noticed the expressions of the two sheriffs. If she really wanted this fellow Xie Guilu to join the Heavenly Power Division, I don't know what these people under her command would be brought down to. There was a moment of silence. Lin Qinghuang said blandly, "Fine. Since you want to join the Heavenly Power Division so badly, then you'll be a trapper division under my command from now on. I told you, Clear Phoenix always hard mouth soft heart. Mutual 3 years, you really can't let go of me." Xie Guilu smiled warmly. Lin Qinghuang was speechless. She wanted to probe into the destruction of the Lin family, and since Xie Guilu was willing to be under her command, it would definitely be more convenient for her to probe. She couldn't believe this guy could keep his mouth shut all the time. Think about it. Lin Qinghuang indifferently said, "Zhang Long, Xiao Hu, you guys take Xie Guilu to familiarize himself with the Heavenly Power Division while taking him to receive the objects of the Trapping Division." "As you wish." Zhang Long and Xiao Hu respectfully saluted. They then left with Xie Guilu. Chapter 12, Frozen Miles. Bone-chilling winds. The divisions of heavenly power. It is a royal establishment. Imperial power is given, belonging to the sharp edge in the hands of the emperor, and its greatest controller is the one sitting in the palace. The significance of its existence is for the emperor to monitor the 100 officials, probing a variety of cases. The status is extremely special, with the right of first decapitation. The positions of the Tianquan division are divided from the largest to the smallest into the divisional commander, the Zhenfu envoy, the chancellor, the vice-chancellor, the tizen, and the capture division. The Minister of Justice generally rarely showed his face, so the various matters of the Heavenly Powers Division were usually managed by the Zhenfu envoy. Furthermore, there is the Chancellor. There is one Chancellor, and under his command there are 2 Vice-Chancellors, 1 temple and 2 temples, and each Vice-Chancellor can have jurisdiction over 10 tis and 100 arresting officers. Lin Qinghuang was the Vice-Commander of the Second Hall, with over 100 people under his command. Second Temple. Lin Qinghuang was holding a scroll and viewing it. So tired. Xie Guilu strolled around, walked in with a tired face, casually found a seat and poured a cup of fragrant tea. Zhang Longzhao took him to collect some things, the token of the division of heavenly power, a saber, and a piece of clothing. The token he accepted. As for the saber and clothing, he was too ugly and directly did not want it. Lin Qinghuang sneered coldly, "This won't work?" The guy had a sickly look on his face, as if he would fall to the ground when the wind blew, weak to the core. Xie Guilu said breathlessly, "After 3 years in prison and daily cabbage and tofu, isn't it normal to be a little weak?" Lin Qinghuang laughed coldly, "I think you're so good that you went to visit a greenhouse as soon as you got out of prison. Obviously weak body, after being released from prison, but directly ran to the greenhouse to get away with it, and not afraid to die in the belly of those girls, when it is really easy to change the nature of the rivers and mountains." Xie Guilu said righteously, "The ice is frozen for miles and the wind is bone-chilling. Those girls will definitely freeze to death if they don't have winter clothing. I'm going to send warmth for them." Ridiculous in the extreme. Lin Qinghuang said with a sullen face, putting strolling in a greenhouse in such a righteous manner. Xie Guilu's face skin is thicker than she imagined. Xie Guilu lazily reclined on the chair as he said to Lin Qinghuang, "Qinghuang, my hands are cold. Come over and warm them for me." "Humph." Lin Qinghuang snorted coldly and lazily ignored Xie Guilu. If anyone else dared to say such words to her, she would have already slashed her sword over. However, after 3 years, she was considered immune to Xie Guilu's verbal flamboyance and did not feel the slightest bit uncomfortable. She stared at Xie Guilu again and said, "Did you kill someone last night?" Xie Guilu's face flushed. "Nonsense. I don't even dare to kill a mouse. How could I kill someone?" Lin Qinghuang smiled coldly. "This matter was suppressed for you by the division of heavenly power, and you're not curious about who stepped in." Xie Guilu looked towards Lin Qinghuang and raised an eyebrow. Last night's incident, he was naturally not afraid and had a plan to deal with it. But it turned out that the matter was suppressed by the Heavenly Power Division? Lin Qinghuang pointed upwards. I'm also curious as to why that one is suppressing this matter for you. The order was given by that one. Tian Quan Si. Is the Emperor's sharp weapon? The above she refers to, naturally, is the one in the Imperial Palace. She was a little puzzled when the Emperor ordered the divisions of heavenly power to take the matter under custody. She already knew all about what happened in the Marquis of Jinshi mansion last night. The people of the Anthingfu house are in the Jinshi Marquis house, beating the people of the Jinshi Marquis house. This matter is completely provoking the Jinshi Marquis house, and no one dares to say anything if they are killed, even if they beat a maid. But after all, it was a person from the Anthingfu house, and if he was killed just like that, the Anthingfu house would definitely not agree and would definitely look for trouble. As a result of the Emperor's order, nowadays, the Anthingfu house do not dare to talk about this matter at all, and even this news has been completely blocked. Those second-generation ancestors, all of them were sealed. The one, Xia Guilu raised an eyebrow. Since he dared to kill, he was fearless of everything, but he didn't expect that one to step forward. What is the purpose of that person's appearance? Take it easy on yourself anyway, Lin Qinghuang said blandly. Xia Guilu smiled bashfully and didn't care too much about the matter. He put down his teacup and walked towards Lin Qinghuang. Glancing at the scroll in the other party's hand, he was surprised and said, "What are you looking at?" Lin Qinghuang casually tossed the scroll to Xia Guilu and blandly said, "Look for yourself." Xia Guilu took the scroll and casually lifted it. Lin Qinghuang, on the other hand, instantly stared at Xia Guilu when he received the scroll. This scroll was related to last night's case, and she wondered if Xia Guilu would look different when he saw the contents of the scroll. The other side, if they were smart, would surely be able to find out a lot of things. Too many words, too lazy to read. Xia Guilu glanced at it, raised an eyebrow, and directly threw the scroll at Lin Qinghuang. Lin Qinghuang looked at the scroll that Xia Guilu had dropped, and a flash of disappointment appeared in the depths of her eyes. Was she overestimating this guy? Xia Guilu stretched out his hand towards Lin Qinghuang. "Qinghuang, warm it up? Warm yourself." Lin Qinghuang put away the scroll and faintly replied back, "Okay, I'll lie down then. I got up too early and I'm sleepy." Xia Guilu stepped aside and found a plush tunic, casually draping it over his body, closing his eyes and dozing slightly. At the moment, he was rapidly replying to the contents of the scroll inside his brain. Someone had used the fragrant beauty to scheme against the Grand Prince, and now that the three princes were fighting each other, the second prince and the third prince could have been the instigators, though others could not be ruled out. We must know that the struggle for imperial power is treacherous and unpredictable, and it is normal for someone to hide in the dark, pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger, and wanting to reap the benefits. The case of Raccoon House appeared to be a fragrant beauty. Previously, he and the eldest princess were lying on the bed, and the other party was also hypnotized by a large number of fragrant beauties. Is it possible that the same person started both incidents? Of course, sometimes the more likely someone is to be ruled out, the more likely they are to surprise you. The three princesses. A person surfaced inside Xia Guilu's brain. According to what Xia Nantian said, it should have been the third princess lying on the bed at that time, but it was not her who was lying on the bed. And perhaps the fact that the eldest princess had lost her money and it also had something to do with the third princess. And this third princess, with the third prince close, is considered to be a camp of the third prince. So it was the third prince who started this? After last night's incident, the forces behind Manhwa, Guo Yu, and Cui Zhao are expected to be unattached to the Grand Prince, and it would be interesting if they fall to the rest of the emperors at this juncture. Xia Guilu said darkly, the three forces, since they have no relationship with the Grand Prince, will certainly fall to one of the parties, and the party that is falling to the side of the surface is treated as the initiator of the greatest possibility, and will even cause the Grand Prince of the counterattack retaliation. If that person was really smart, he wouldn't have done such a thing instead, whoever the three forces fell to at this moment could be the one being counted. It is not excluded that someone calculates everything and deliberately makes a desperate move, and the first thing that one wants to do in order to make such a move is that his opponent is smart enough. However, this is not worth the loss. Gained three parties of power, but encountered the backlash of the Grand Prince. Do not see that it is a cost-effective deal. The originator of this has a high likelihood of sitting on the sidelines at such moments. Commander Lin, the Jinfu envoy asked me to deliver 2 messages to you. Zhao Hu came in quickly and bowed to Lin Qinghuang. Lin Qinghuang looked at Zhao Hu. What news? Zhao Hu said. The first news. Last night, the left minister of the Ministry of Justice, the vice commander of the Forbidden Guards and the head of the Cui family, seemed to have met the second prince. Meet the second prince? Lin Qinghuang's eyes narrowed. It seems that last night's case at the Raccoon House made the three parties believe that this was the great prince's revenge under the infuriated. And now it's interesting to turn against the second prince. The three forces had just defected to the second prince after having nothing to do with the great prince. Was the second prince the originator of this matter? Or is someone else sitting on the fence? And the second message? Lin Qinghuang continued to ask. Zhao Hu said, the Grand Duke of the Chao family is going to organize a plum viewing conference in the Sigu Plum Garden today, wanting to meet friends with poems, and it is said that the Duke of the Chao family has taken out a sword as a reward for those who come out on top, and that sword is named Tianya. Tanya. Lin Qinghuang's pupils shrunk. Although the Lin family is a merchant family, but in the past, the founder of the Lin family was a martial arts master, and the Tianya sword is the Lin family's most precious treasure. That is a spiritual sword. 3 years ago, the Lin family was destroyed, the industry was devoured by a mysterious force, and the Tianya sword was nowhere to be found, leaving only some empty shell stores. She had been investigating this matter for 3 years, and had only found out that part of the estate had gone to Xie Gilu's name, and as for the rest of the estate, there was no information at all. If today's pinyin sword shows up, it's one more breakthrough, so we might be able to follow the trail and probe that mysterious force. Looks like a trip to the plum orchard is in order. Poetry for friends? Xie Guilu opened his eyes and came with a hint of interest as he said to Lin Qinghuang, Qinghuang, how about we go to the Poetry Society and take a stroll? Lin Qinghuang looked at Xie Guilu expressionlessly and said, what? Could it be that you still know poetry and song? Xie Guilu shook his head and said, I'm not good at any poetry or song, but for a poetry meeting like this, there must be a lot of beauties present. I want to go and see the legs of the beauties, and as long as I drop some money, they're surely willing to warm up their hands for me. Lin Qinghuang was speechless as she got up and headed out of the hall. Xie Guilu removed the long shirt on his body and followed with a light smile. Chapter 13, 4 Guards of the Plum Garden. Plum Appreciation Conference. Main Street. Xie Guilu stuck his hands inside his sleeves, his demeanor lazy and full of fatigue as he followed Lin Qinghuang forward. The case at Raccoon House just happened last night, and today the Tianya sword has appeared. It seems that someone is trying to use me as a sword. Lin Qinghuang showed a contemplative look on his face. The Chao family, which had long since defected to the Grand Imperial Prince, and now that the Grand Duke of the Chao family had taken out the Lin family's greatest treasure, the Tianya sword, it was eerie. Was someone deliberately counting on the Grand Prince? Or was the Grand Prince planning to fight back? But no matter what, the appearance of the Tianya sword could indeed make her a sword, because she would definitely look into the matter of the destruction of the Lin family based on the Tianya sword. Xie Guilu glanced at Lin Qinghuang and asked, seemingly unintentionally, Qinghuang, are you really a member of the Lin family? Lin Qinghuang froze for a second as she looked at Xie Guilu and said, what do you mean? Xie Guilu smiled and said, I think you look like someone from my Marquis of Jinshi. How about joining my Marquis of Jinshi earlier? Lin Qinghuang frowned slightly, and without replying, she quickly walked forward. Xie Guilu stared at Lin Qinghuang's back, his eyes deep, not knowing what he was thinking. For 3 years, Lin Qinghuang had been investigating the tragic case of the Lin family's extermination, but the time he spent in contact with Lin Qinghuang, he realized that Lin Qinghuang was frighteningly calm. It is reasonable to say that if a person has been exterminated, then anything that involves the case will cause some changes in her psyche and even affect her judgment. However, Lin Qinghuang appeared to be incredibly calm from start to finish, as if nothing could affect her at all. It was as if she was a person detached from the case, which made Xie Guilu feel peculiar. Sometimes he wondered if Lin Qinghuang was a member of the Lin family or not. South of the city, 4 Guards Plum Garden, which was the largest plum garden in the Apocalypse City. Every winter, the plum blossoms bloom, fragrance-filled, and snow competition. Extremely beautiful, so since it will make countless talented people come to hear, during the plum, poetry, listening to music, lively and extraordinary. However, the Sigu Plum Garden is the property of the Chao family, and if there is no invitation, one cannot enter the plum garden, and this Chao family is one of the 4 major merchant families in Qiqing City, such as today. The 4 major merchant families today are the Chen family, the Chao family, the Cui family, and the Gu family. Originally, the Lin family was also one of the 4 great merchant families, but unfortunately, after the Lin family was destroyed, the Gu family jumped to the top. The 4 great merchant families, with their numerous industries and wealth, made all parties red in the eyes. Nowadays, the battle between the several princes involves the battle between the industries of the 4 major merchant families. If they had the support of the 4 major merchant families, they would have a tremendous amount of backing. After all, money was a necessity for recruiting and expanding one's power. Therefore, the 4 major families are now the meat and potatoes. It wasn't a coincidence that the 4 youngest members of the Cui family were involved in the Raccoon House case last night, outside the plum garden. Lin Qinghuang? A grim voice rang out. Lin Qinghuang stopped and looked forward. only to see a woman in an orange dress staring at her with a cold face. Something? Lin Qinghuang faintly asked. This is the eldest lady of the Gu family, Gu Minjia. Between the Lin family and the Gu family, there were some fights, and when the Lin family hadn't yet been overthrown, the Gu family had been crushed to the point where they couldn't raise their heads, while this Gu Minjia had always been at odds with her. Now that the Gu family is among the 4 great merchant families, Gu Minjia's tail is also up, and the few times they meet, the other party will take the initiative to pick a fight. Gu Minjia said with a sneer on her face. This plum appreciation conference today. Not everyone can come. You're a bereaved dog. You shouldn't have received an invitation, right? So? Lin Qinghuang asked expressionlessly. Gu Minjia sneered. Can't you understand? I said you're not qualified to enter the plum garden. She really hated Lin Qinghuang. When the Lin family wasn't overthrown, Lin Qinghuang was this calm and self-contained look. And now that the Lin family was overthrown, Lin Qinghuang was still that calm and self-contained look, which made her very unhappy. Oh, Lin Qinghuang faintly replied back, not bothering to pay attention to Gu Minjia. Gu Minjia's face was very ugly, with the feeling of a punch hitting cotton. She immediately said to the guards at the door, if she doesn't have an invitation, you can't let her in. The guards sniffed, but didn't say much. The young master has explained that if you don't have an invitation, you may not enter the plum garden, unless there is someone special. Coincidentally, Lin Qinghuang counted as a special person because she was the vice commander of the Heavenly Power Division, and the Heavenly Power Division had a lot of power. So naturally, no one dared to go out of their way to easily stop them. Gu Minjia doesn't understand the way. He can understand, but he doesn't dare to really stop Lin Qinghuang. Otherwise, when the time comes, the Grand Duke will definitely take his life. Gu Minjia took out an invitation and strutted towards the plum garden. After stepping into the plum garden, she turned around and said with a sneer on her face, Morning dog, you won't be able to enter the plum garden today. You still need an invitation to enter this plum garden? A surprised voice rang out as Xie Guilu walked over with a lazy face. The guard at the doorway's face changed when he saw Xie Guilu, and he immediately went forward and said fawningly, Greetings to the son of the world, the son of the Marquis of Jinshi. This is a mongrel. In this Tanchi city, who doesn't know his great name of Xie Guilu, to privately release a felon from Western Shu, to exterminate a person's entire family, and to peek at the eldest princess's bath. If this were any other individual, he or she would have already been cut off several times. Yet he, Xie Guilu, was only imprisoned for 3 years, enough to illustrate the power of the Marquis of Jinshi. Now that the king of the mongrels is out, who dares to mess with him? Although the Marquis of Jinshi has fallen and does not have the majesty of the past, it is still not to be underestimated. Xie Guilu smiled and asked, Do I need an invitation to enter the plum garden with Commander Lin? The guard hurriedly said, Naturally, there is no need. Aha! Xie Guilu nodded gently, so he led Lin Qinghuang inside. Upon entering the plum garden, Gu Minjia stared at Lin Qinghuang with a face full of displeasure, not expecting Xie Guilu to bring Lin Qinghuang in. With a face full of mockery, she said, It's really interesting that a bereaved dog is so close to a murderer who exterminated his own family. Interesting? Xie Guilu stared at Gu Minjia and slapped out. Snap! A crisp sound rang out, and Gu Minjia had an additional slap mark on her face. This slap directly dumbfounded Gu Minjia. She covered her face and stared at Xie Guilu with an angry expression. Xie Guilu, you, how dare you hit me? So what if I beat you? Xie Guilu stared at Gu Minjia with a playful expression. You. Gu Minjia's expression stagnated. Suddenly it came to mind that this was a dude who was going to destroy people's entire families without saying a word. If you don't know how to talk, keep your mouth shut, or I won't mind if you never open it. A sinister smile appeared on Xie Guilu's face. Gu Minjia's heart stared. Surprisingly, she was really subdued and did not dare to say more. Go! Xie Guilu ignored Gu Minjia and led Lin Qinghuang forward. Xie Guilu, wait for me. Gu Minjia looked at the two men's backs, a look of resentment in her eyes. Growing up, it was the first time she had been slapped in the face like this, and it was simply a strange shame. Chapter 14, What else can be done? Plum garden. Bright plum blossoms in full bloom. Red and pink. The color of the pressure of the group. The fragrance filled out. Flawless snow. Seems to have become a companion. Lost its luster. In the middle of a huge pavilion, there were many tables and chairs, with delicious food, a beauty dancing, and musicians playing music on the side. Many talented people, gathered together, can watch the snow and enjoy the plum, but it is a perfect place. When Xie Guilu and Lin Qinghuang entered the pavilion, the gazes of the crowd looked over. Some sneered coldly, some were curious, and some had thoughtful faces. Obviously, the combination of the two, makes for an incredible experience. Didn't Xie Guilu exterminate Lin Qinghuang's entire family? Why would Lin Qinghuang come here with him? One of the young men in gray robes immediately stepped forward and saluted the two men with clasped fists. Greetings to the world's son. Greetings to Commander Lin. This gray-robed man was none other than the Chao family's youngest master, Chao Huayan, a smooth and intelligent man. Xie Guilu smiled and said, "Young Chao, is there anything interesting today?" Chao Huayan seemed to know Xie Guilu very well as he whispered, "For this plum appreciation poetry party, I specially invited the Mei Sheng flower leader of Raccoon House." Xie Guilu's eyes lit up and he couldn't help but give Chao Huayan a thumbs up. "Worthy of being Chao de Shao. You really understand me." Chao Huayan deeply cupped his fists and saluted. "This is natural. Shitzi, sit down for a moment. After all the people have arrived, this poetry meeting can begin. Then this gentleman will wait and see." Xie Guilu gently nodded his head and sat down on the side with Lin Qinghuang. It didn't take long. Quite a few more arrived. There were Sumu Shui and Xiao Sa. Sumu Shui, as usual, was wearing a white feather dress. Watery. Xie dangerous building. When Sumu Shui saw Xie Guilu, she raised her eyebrows. Plum appreciation conference. This is an elegant thing. What is this dude doing here? Some of the people present were staring at Su Mushui and Xie Guilu with a playful expression. One must know that Su Mushui had a marriage contract with Xie Guilu before, and as a result, when Xie Guilu was imprisoned, Su Mushui took the initiative to go to the Xie family to withdraw from the marriage contract, leaving the Xie family without the slightest bit of face. Now that Su Mushui was close to Xiao Sa, what was this guy Xie Guilu going to do when he saw it? The dude-wasted young man would probably be furious when he saw his former fiancée suddenly walking with another man, and a good show was expected to follow. After all, Xiao Su is not a vegetarian. In terms of status and position, in terms of strength, not the slightest bit weaker than Xie Guilu. Xie Guilu really want to provoke Xiao Su. It is estimated that he will be taught a hard lesson. When Xie Guilu saw Su Mu Shui, he smiled and waved his hand. "Mu Shui, even more beautiful today. Come to this Shitzi. I'll show you my big baby." "You." Su Mushue's face stagnated when she heard this, and a hint of disgust was carried in the depths of her eyes. The crowd present also froze for a second. Their expressions were a bit strange. Opening their mouths to show Su Mushui a big treasure? What big baby? This can't help but be reminiscent. Xiao Su looked at Xie Guilu coldly. "You do not seem to have taken my words to heart. What are you? And what kind of bullshit are your words?" Xie Guilu's smile was even more intense. The scene instantly became dead silent, and the crowd didn't dare to interrupt at all. After all, this one was the world son of the Marquis of Jinshi, and the other was the prince of the Marquis of Wuhan. Both of their statuses were not low, and they did not even have the qualifications to participate in the match between these two. Nowadays, Xie Guilu's identity as the son of the world might be a bit of a misnomer, but still no one dared to underestimate it. Before the name of his son was lifted, he was still the son of the Marquis of Jinshi, and the only way to lift the name of his son was for the emperor to open his mouth. Boom! A cold aura flickered in Xiao Su's eyes as a powerful aura erupted, directly crushing towards Xie Guilu. Lin Qinghuang swept Xiao Su with an indifferent expression, casually gripping his long sword. This aura of Xiao Su was instantly dispersed. Xiao Su looked at Lin Qinghuang and raised an eyebrow. Lin Qinghuang said blandly, "Xie Guilu is already a member of my Heavenly Power Division. Who dares to touch him?" "What? Xie Guilu is from the Heavenly Power Division? I have heard about this matter. And I heard that the Marquis of Jinshi's residence has entrusted him with connections to get him into the Heavenly Power Division, as if he is going to go gild the lily. After all, having just come out of the heavenly prison and having a bad reputation, it's understandable that he wants to go gild the lily and wash his hands. No wonder he appeared with Lin Qinghuang, so he's already joined the Heavenly Power Division." The crowd couldn't help but shrink their pupils after hearing about this. This guy, as a person from the Marquis of Jinshi, was already arrogant and domineering. And now that he had joined the division of heavenly powers, it was expected that he would be even more arrogant. After all, the power held by the people of the division of heavenly powers was somewhat special. So what if it's someone from the heavenly power division? Better not fall into my hands, or else. Xiao Su's tone was cold, and a terrifying killing intent filled the air. Otherwise, what can you do? Lin Qinghuang looked coldly at Xiao Su. A majestic sword aura filled the air, and the killing aura became even more intense. When Sumu Shui saw that Lin Qinghuang was so protective of Xie Guilu, she had some doubts in her heart, but she still said to Xiao Su, "Forget it." Lin Qinghuang's strength was not weak with Xiao Su. If they really wanted to fight, it was estimated that they would not be able to gain any benefits, and it was not necessary to have a seizure for a Xie Guilu. Xiao Su took a deep breath and suppressed the anger in his heart as he walked aside with Sumu Shui. Among the crowd, Gu Mingjia was walking with a young man. That man was the son of the secretary of the Ministry of War, Yan Zhixiao, and at the moment, the two of them were looking at Xie Guilu with cold eyes. Miss Meisheng is here. At that moment, a voice rang out. The crowd immediately looked over, only to see a woman in a long plum blossom dress appear, wearing a veil, with a marvelous figure, showing off her curves in the front and back. At the side, there was an attendant holding an umbrella. Chao Huayan immediately stepped forward to greet him. Miss Meisheng, you're finally here. Meisheng said softly. If young Chao invites me, Meisheng naturally wouldn't dare to refuse. Chao Huayan smiled and said, it's a blessing for my plum garden that you're here. Please take your seat. Aha! Meisheng nodded gently and entered the pavilion platform, finding a seat to sit down. Lin Qinghuang and Xie Guilu stared at Meisheng. This woman is not simple. Lin Qinghuang said a dark sentence. Nice ass. Xie Guilu, on the other hand, lamented. The words were heard by all present. Hidden in plain sight, Mason frowned slightly. Some of the women present on the other hand were showing their disdain towards Xie Guilu. Worthy of being a dude. Vulgar to the extreme. Simply disgracing the face of the Marquis of Jinshi. Ahem. Chao Huayan coughed gently and cupped his fists to the crowd. Thank you all for the honor of coming here. Today, Mr. Chao is organizing the Plum Appreciation Conference, mainly because he wants to meet friends with poems. And this time, I've searched for a supreme divine weapon, and whoever can come out on top will get that divine weapon. He applauded softly as he said this. One of the guards immediately came up holding a box, which opened and contained a long sword with a green-colored scabbard. Tenya. When Lin Qinghuang saw the long sword in the box, she instantly determined that the sword was Tenya. Many people were also staring at this sword. Before they came here, they had heard some rumors that this Tenya sword seemed to be the property of the Lin family. Chao Huayan looked at the crowd and smiled. I guess many of you will be curious about the origin of this sword, so I can tell you that I obtained this sword from the black market. These words, which seemed to be spoken to Lin Qinghuang, meant clearly that your Lin family's Tenya sword was not something I took away, but something I bought. It was also informing that if you wanted to look up information on this sword, go to the black market. Lin Qinghuang didn't say a word. Naturally she could hear the meaning in Chao Huayan's words. Since it's a poetry meeting, let's get started. Xie Guilu toyed with his wine glass, in such a hurry, making it sound like you know poetry in general. Su Muxue sneered. Xie Guilu smiled and said, I don't know poetry, but I know beauty. This reciting poetry is frankly the same as complimenting a woman's good looks. The difference is that at this moment, it's some flowers and grasses to be complimented. And with this Shixi's talent, it's more than enough. Ha! Su Muxue smiled mockingly. Lightly, how dare you say that? Chao Huayan said with a serious look on his face. Since this is the Plum Appreciation Conference, then today we will use the plum blossom as the topic. You all can compose poems to your heart's content within half an incense burner. And in the end, Miss Meisheng will comment on the poems you all made, and whoever has the best poem will be able to take away this heavenly eagle sword. A guard immediately came forward and brought up an incense burner, while some maids handed out pens and ink to the people present. Do you all have any questions? Chao Huayan looked at the crowd. The crowd shook their heads. Good. Let's get started then. Looking forward to your masterpieces. Chao Huayan smiled. The guard immediately inserted half a burning stick of incense. The crowd stared at the plum blossoms around them with thoughtful faces. Some people seemed to be prepared. Directly under the pen, the plum appreciation poetry will. As soon as I heard, I know with the plum related. Prepare a little in advance. It is normal. Chapter 15, the poem of plum and snow strikes a chord. Time passes. The smell of burning incense, and the smell of plum blossoms, the taste is strange. The courtyard plum blossoms move with the wind. On the snow slides down, as if the beauty stretches the lazy blue lotus root. The redness of all, clear and beautiful. Half an incense stick later, a fresh breeze rolled up the scent of plum blossoms, and many people had already made their poems. Chao Huayan looked at the crowd and whispered, everyone, time's up. The crowd put down their pen and ink, and looked confidently at the verses in front of them, with a feeling that they were going to overwhelm the crowd. Chao Huayan smiled and said, I wonder which of you would like to be the first to share your masterpiece. I'll do it. A young man holding a folding fan got up. Being able to be invited here was naturally of some caliber, and this person was also considered a talented man. Mr. Li, please. Chao Huayan nodded at the young man. Mr. Li gently waved his folding fan, cleared his throat, and then said, this poem of mine is titled Winged Plum. Heaven and earth are white. Everything is buried. The red plum in front of the garden appears, and the dark fragrance comes from 8 directions. Snap. When Mr. Li said this, the crowd immediately applauded. Chao Huayan nodded with a smile and said to Meisheng, Miss Meisheng, what do you think of this poem by Mr. Li? Mei Sheng got up and said softly, paying an oblique and not to mention, the red plum in front of the court is now present, and the dark fragrance of the 8 directions comes, it is indeed good. When Duke Li heard this, he immediately cupped his fists and said, many thanks to Miss Mei Sheng for her comment. In fact, he was a little upset in his heart because he felt that Mei Sheng's comments were too little. I have a poem as well, and I would like to ask Miss Mei Sheng to comment on it. Yan Zhixiao, who was beside Gu Mingjia, got up. He spoke, 1,000 miles of rivers and mountains are snowy, 10,000 feet of pale plains are cold, and the plum in the garden that enters the eye welcomes the frost and rejoices alone. Mei Sheng whispered, written with the pride of plum. Still, Yan Zhixiao froze for a second. Was it just okay? Is there no sense of atmosphere? I have a song too. This was followed by a steady stream of people getting up and saying the verses they had written. However, the 2 words that Mason's reviews are, at best, are fair. Obviously, none of the verses from the crowd at the moment made her feel extremely odd. Ms. Su, I wonder if I could share your masterpiece. Chao Huayan looked at Su Mu Shui. Su Mu Shui, as the daughter of the Minister of the Ministry of Justice, since poetry and song will be able to. Martial arts is also extraordinary. In this Tanchi city, there are many suitors. Su Mu Shui got up and said softly, I have an occasional song. Please ask Miss Mei Sheng to comment on it. The north wind blows the pear blossom white. The moon fragrance reflects into the building. The color of the bronze mirror. The color of the plum blossom. The color of the plums. 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 After listening, Mei Sheng gently nodded her head and said, good poem. Flying snow falls, indeed like pear blossoms. The color of the bronze mirror remains unchanged. The ink plum remains the same, blooming every year, while the woman's face, which ages with time, is lamentable. Snap! A round of applause from the crowd. Su Mu Shui smiled lightly and sat down. Xia Guilu, on the other hand, lost his smile and said, Mu Shui, at such a young age, you are lamenting the imminent passing of your vermilion face. Why do you still have a bit of the feeling of a deep-rooted woman? Is it because you regretted withdrawing from the marriage with this son? Do you feel that your youth has been delayed? Why don't we find an opportunity to have an in-depth exchange about the Meishui dispute? You, Su Mu Shui clenched her fists. The verses he was so proud of, his great mood, were thus ruined by a single sentence from Xie Guilu. Humph, Xie Guilu, if you're good at it, why don't you compose a song? Yan Zhixiao said in a cold voice. Right, since Prince Xia has the pointers, let's compose a song. The rest of the people immediately followed suit, eager to see Xie Guilu make a fool of himself. Xie Guilu smiled blandly and said, writing poetry? What a simple thing. I've already written one. Please trouble Miss Mei Sheng to read it to me. He handed out the paper. Mei Sheng stepped forward, took the paper, glanced at the words on it, and said darkly, what ugly words. Xie Guilu's character, indeed, is ridiculously ugly, crooked and extremely abstract, not even as good as a 3-year-old child. However, she still read out the above poem. Plum blossoms bloom alone in front of the court. Heavenly fragrance cardamom beauty comes. The broken branch stirs up the red-faced smile. Plum snow is inferior to the sky losing its color. As Mei Sheng finished reading, the entire room fell silent, not marveling at how good Xie Guilu's poems were. But could this guy really compose poetry? That's what shocked them. Isn't this guy a dude? He can write poetry? Lin Qinghuang also froze for a second, looking at Xie Guilu with some strange eyes. She knew that this guy was a little smart, but she didn't expect the other party to actually compose poems. And this written plum snow, surprisingly just to set off the beauty of a smile, so that all things in heaven and earth lose their luster. As Xie Guilu said, this writing poetry is the same thing as complimenting the beauty of a reason. Nice guy. I thought he was just being clever, but it turns out he's really good at it. This guy. Su Mu Shui frowned. In her mind, Xie Guilu was not good at literature, nor was he good at martial arts. But now, the other side seems to have that little something when it comes to literary prowess. Mei Sheng looked at Xie Guilu, a flash of color in her eyes. It seems that this Shi is a bit different from the rumors. Ha, guess it was made in advance. Make it in advance? Wouldn't that make it possible to hire someone? Vulgar verses, obscene words. Someone commented in a low voice. Xie Guilu smiled and said, this one is indeed a vulgar verse, and it was made in advance. But you all can't say that you didn't prepare some in advance. Some of them looked embarrassed. Before coming here, they had naturally prepared a bit. Really want to compose a poem on the spot. Where is it so easy? Yan Zhixiao retorted. It's only one song. It's no big deal. Coincidentally, I have prepared more than one song this time. Xie Guilu said with a playful expression. Mei Sheng was a bit curious and said softly, I wonder what other poems the world prince has prepared. Can you share them with everyone? Feel free to read it out, and I'll pen and ink it for you. Good. Xia Guilu casually picked up a wine cup and drank the wine in one gulp. He looked at the plum blossoms outside the pavilion and spoke. The ink plum blooms in front of the white jade pavilion. For whom it blooms and for whom it declines. The east wind is as old as yesterday, and once a year one returns. Good poem. Mei Sheng's eyes lit up as she quickly put pen to paper, and it was clear that this poem was much better than the previous ones. Those present stared at Xie Guilu. This guy had really prepared a second song? Xie Guilu looked at Yan Jixia and said blandly, how about this poem by this son of the world? Yan Jixia's face was cloudy. It's just average. Really? Then there are a few more songs, so feel free to critique them if you think you're talented. Xia Guilu shook his head. He spoke directly. The third song, Plum Snow Fighting for Spring, is not willing to descend. The slut put aside the pen fee comment chapter. The plum must be inferior to the snow 3 times white, but the snow loses a section of the plum's fragrance. The fourth song, My family washes the trees at the head of the ink stone. Each blossom light ink marks. I don't want to be praised for its color, but only for its freshness. The fifth song is about this body in the snow and ice forest, different from the peach and plum mixed with the fragrant dust. Suddenly, the fragrance of the night is clear and fragrant, spreading into 1,000 miles of spring in Shankuan. A few songs in a row, the scene was silent, and the eyes of the crowd looked at Xie Guilu with more than a hint of unnaturalness. They were able to come here. Naturally they also had some eyesight. These few verses of Xie Guilu were obviously very extraordinary, all natural and poetic. They all say Xie Guilu is a dude. But at this moment, this dude is casually uttering numerous verses. Any one of them can crush them, which makes them, what else can they say? Originally they were planning to watch a good show, but now it seems that they have become clowns. Xie Guilu stared at Yan Jixiao. You continue to review it. Yan Jixiao looked dumbfounded. Her face reddened, and she had the feeling of being slapped in the face. I can't believe he. Sumu Shue covered her mouth, disbelief filling her eyes. The dude in his own mind actually seemed to be a different person at the moment. At this moment, she suddenly felt that the Xie Guilu in front of her was somewhat unfamiliar, making her somewhat unrecognizable. Was this still the dude in her eyes? Some of the men present, too, had their heads bowed. What talent! What literary excellence! At this moment Xie Guilu a few poems down. They are dragons also have to coil. Mocking? Who dares to continue mocking? Then make a few poems out of it, not to mention doing it in advance. You even go to a high-ranking person now. They may not be able to make this kind of finale verses. Evaluation? How can they be evaluated at this level? Lin Qinghuang silently looked at Xie Guilu. These few poems, indeed, could skillfully overwhelm the crowd, and as these poems of Xie Guilu came down, the rest of them had been eclipsed. She also composed a poem, but she silently put it away, not wanting to embarrass herself by taking it out. Xie Guilu looked at Mei Sheng and said with a bashful smile, Miss Mei Sheng, evaluate these few poems of mine. Mei Sheng quickly recorded, and when she heard Xie Guilu's words, she smiled bitterly and said, Shitzi has discounted Mei Sheng. Mei Sheng is not learned and talented. She is not qualified to evaluate these poems. This time, these few poems of Xie Guilu had given her a great surprise, especially the latter ones, which were known to be the work of everyone and were extremely extraordinary. Xie Guilu sniffed and looked at the rest of the people present. All of you are talented and talented people. Why don't you evaluate these few poems of mine? The crowd looked evasive. Evaluating my ass. These poems today will surely get out. At the moment, if you evaluate it properly, people say you are flattering. Evaluation is bad. If this is Xie Guilu from Where to Get Everyone's Work, then it will also hit the evaluator's face. Who dares to judge? They only dared to quietly assume that the verses were not composed by Xie Guilu, but if they really wanted to talk about how the quality of these poems was, then there was certainly not the slightest problem. No one had expected that Xie Guilu would actually bring a masterpiece to this plum appreciation conference. Humph, you certainly didn't compose this poem. Gu Minjia grunted coldly. This statement spoke to the thoughts of the rest of the people in the room. Xie Guilu looked playful. Since you're so certain, why don't you tell us who made this? Gu Minjia's expression stagnated. Although I don't know who composed this poem, it is certain that it was not you. If you want to refute it, you can also put aside the plum blossom and compose another verse. Yan Jixio said stiffly. Xie Guilu sneered. A mountain pig can't taste fine chaff. What I mean is that you are a pig, not qualified to eat fine chaff, and naturally not qualified to listen to the rest of the poem. It's true that I didn't write the poem, but if you can't find its source, you can't prove that I copied it. I only need to make a slight move, and you are not even qualified to look up. What kind of thing is worthy of continuing to savor my Chinese masterpieces? You. Yan Zhixiao's face was beyond ugly. The crowd was silent, but they were even more convinced that this poem was copied from somewhere by Xie Guilu. Otherwise, why didn't he continue to compose a poem to refute Yan Zhixiao? Unfortunately, they seemed to have overlooked one thing, and that was that what qualifications did a Yan Zhixiao have to make Xie Guilu retort? Xie Guilu stretched a lazy waist and said, those who have the ability, continue to compose poetry. If you don't have the ability, don't waste my son's time. What is this Tianya sword? I'll take it. The crowd was silent. Xie Guilu looked at Chao Huayan and said, young Master Chao, what do you say? Chao Huayan pondered for a second and looked at the crowd again. Seeing that the crowd didn't say a word, he nodded his head and said, these poems of the world's sons, skillfully overpowering the crowd. This Tianya sword is now yours. The guard stepped forward clutching his sword case. Xie Guilu casually took the Tianya sword out from inside the sword box, took a look at it, and threw it to Lin Qinghuang. Qinghuang, it's for you. Lin Qinghuang received the long sword and froze for a second. The Tianya sword just returned to his hands? Xie Guilu looked at Mei Shang. Miss Mei Shang, this next plum appreciation conference, I feel tasteless. I wonder if you have time. Let's make an appointment to talk about the splendor of plums and snow, and talk about the beauty of the icy muscles and jade bones. Vulgar, foppish, horny, and shameless. Su Muxue gave Xie Guilu 4 comments. You have to ask for a date when you see a woman. Have you never seen a woman before? She was really glad that she had withdrawn from this marriage. Otherwise, with such a person, she would definitely live as if she were dead. Mei Sheng softly said, today, by the invitation of young Master Chao, Mei Sheng naturally can't leave early. I hope that Shitzi will understand. Chao Huayan also immediately said, World's Son, today's poetry meeting has not yet ended, so I hope you'll pardon me. That's all. This pavilion is windy, and I've just been released from prison, so this body can't take it. Since there's no beauty to warm my hands and feet, I'll go back to bed myself. Xia Guilu yawned and walked out of the pavilion. For humming or whimpering. In due course, a cold wind blew. Xia Guilu subconsciously shivered and stuck his hands inside his sleeves. Lin Qinghuang said, I still have some things to do, so make yourselves at home. After saying that, she got up and left the pavilion. Chao Huayan said to the crowd, today's plum appreciation conference, it's not over yet. Next, Miss Mei Shang will play the zither for all of you. Everyone welcome. Yes. The crowd laughed and applauded. Without Xia Guilu, they felt much more at home. Otherwise that guy really continues to stay here and they must be having a hard time. A dude who got a couple of poems from somewhere and pressured them into lifting their heads. That's a bummer. Do you really think he's a poet? A playboy? Only know how to spend the day drinking. Literature cannot. Martial arts is not good. Suddenly the literary talent to press the crowd. Who will believe that he has real talent? Chapter 16. Winter is getting cold. The quilt is cold. Main Street. Ice and snow still did not melt. The old snow and ice melt. There is a new snow and ice backlog. Before and after. The cycle goes on and on. Only the wind of spring, the light of the rising sun, can melt the white, so that the sky and earth glow belongs to its green color. Cold wind on the face, cold and piercing. The street pedestrians in a hurry. Thick cotton jacket, frozen red face, and out of the hot air, forming a unique landscape. Xie Guilu stuck his hands inside his sleeves and lowered his head, his figure slightly thin. Lin Qinghuang followed along. Hesitating for a moment, she softly said, this time. Thank you very much. This time in the plum garden. She also made a poem, but that poem out. Nazi can let her pull out of the top. Is Xie Guilu out of the way? Only let her get this Tianya sword. Xie Guilu stopped and stretched his hands out from inside his sleeves, looking at Lin Qinghuang's long and straight legs. Then touch my legs? You. Lin Qinghuang's complexion stagnated as she glared at Xie Guilu, then quickly walked forward. Xie Guilu looked at Lin Qinghuang's delicate body and lamented. Winter is getting cold. The quilt is cold. Qinghuang's shapely body. It's a pity that it's not used to warm my bed. In the meantime, Rapunzel residence, huge mansion, grandeur incomparable, plum blossoms bloom in the courtyard, ice and snow cover, fragrance but not buried, through the fragrant wind, into the attic. In the middle of the attic, the fireplace rose with a pot of hot wine on it. A woman wearing a long white dress and a veil was holding a wineglass, with curved eyebrows, dancing eyes, and deep eyes that seemed to carry a special gravitational pull. She had a very good figure, fluttering and swimming like a dragon, with a ribbon tied around her waist, dragging long on the ground, perfectly outlining her figure. Slim legs, hidden, seductive, skin like fat, delicate and smooth, with a faint haze, as if the fairy in the scrolls. The world is independent, untainted by dust and dirt. Long black hair, wearing gold and jade jewelry, decorated with azure beads, casually draped around the waist, noble and holy, but also show the lazy posture. The royal family name was Yen, so the eldest princess had a very elegant name. Yen Ruyu. As the saying goes, the book has its own golden house, and the book has its own Yen Ruyu, and she has achieved a very extraordinary name. Next to her, an attendant dressed in black robes was reciting some verses. After Yen Ruyu finished listening, she slowly opened her mouth. A dude who copied a few of everyone's works and took them out to show them off as interesting. Her voice was like an aureole, crisp and pleasant, and like a pot of fine wine, so refreshing that one could not help but want to be intoxicated. The black-robed maid wanted to speak. Say, Yen Ruyu toyed with her wineglass. The black-robed maid said, I heard the eunuchs in the palace say that His Majesty intends to bestow a marriage between His Highness and Xie Guilu. Xie Guilu's sudden release from prison this time was not just because his sentence had expired, but the emperor had other ideas. The heart of an emperor is complicated beyond measure, and there is nothing impossible about suddenly allowing a noble princess to marry a fallen son who has just been released from prison. It was estimated that this matter had not yet reached the Marquis of Jinchi's residence, but rather a eunuch had heard about it by chance. Otherwise, it would have caused the entire Tianqi city to boil. Yen Ruyu's 10 fingers were slender as she pinched her wineglass, a hint of coldness flashing in the depths of her eyes. She hated Xie Guilu so much that she couldn't wait to kill him by 1,000 cuts and break his body into pieces because the other party had seen all of her. Whenever she thought about it, she wanted to rip all the skin off her body. Find an opportunity to remove him. Yen Ruyu said faintly. Xie Guilu was in prison for 3 years. Seemingly imprisoned, but in reality it was a form of protection for the Marquis of Jinchi. Otherwise, in 3 years' time, Xie Guilu would have long been a corpse. Now that the one in the palace still wants to bestow a marriage to her and Xie Guilu, don't even think about it. As long as Xie Guilu is dead, everything will be fine, and she will also be able to solve her own heart demons. But I see that on the Grand Prince's side, it seems that he doesn't have this idea. The black-robed maid whispered. If Xie Guilu and the eldest princess came together, then this would definitely be the thing that the Grand Imperial Prince would be most willing to see. Because the eldest princess had always supported the Grand Prince. If the Marquis of Jinchi married the eldest princess, it would mean that the Marquis of Jinchi might lean towards the Grand Prince. Yen Ruyu blandly said. The battle for imperial power. Where is it so simple? If he doesn't even understand this, he is not qualified to have my continued support. Xie Guilu must be eradicated. This matter you quietly have someone do it. Remember not to reveal any cracks. Understood. The black-robed maid saluted and then turned to leave. Boo! After the maid left, Yen Ruyu instantly crushed the wine cup in her hand. Her eyes became incomparably cold. Xie Guilu. Damned dude. You should be thankful that this palace didn't personally take a shot at you. Otherwise, I'll make sure that your life is worse than death. In that incident 3 years ago, she was indeed trying to count on the third princess and Xie Guilu. In this way, it could mess up that sister of hers reputation and make the Marquis of Jinchi pay a certain price. I didn't realize that she ended up planting herself on her own scented beauty, so it was a steal. According to her subsequent probing, this matter was related to the third prince. This account, she had always kept it in mind. Sooner or later, she would make the third princess and the third prince pay a heavy price. But right now, we have to eradicate Xie Guilu first. Otherwise, if this was to allow her to marry Xie Guilu, that would definitely be the last thing she would want to see. On the contrary, the fragrant beauty that appeared in that raccoon house, is it also related to the third prince? Yen Ruyu said a dark sentence. Fragrant beauty appeared in raccoon house, and now the Grand Prince thought that this matter was related to the second prince. After all, the forces behind those 3 male children were close to the second prince. However, she thought that the matter might have something to do with the third prince. 3 years ago he planted himself on the fragrant beauty and seemed to have a connection with the third prince. And now the fragrant beauty has appeared in Raccoon House. Where is there such a coincidence? It also doesn't rule out the fact that there are the rest of the people who are secretly hibernating and pushing the envelope. Chapter 17, a supporting role? Not far from death. Night. All the lights are lit up together, and the silver-wrapped apocalypse city is mesmerized by the beautiful haze of the lights. Too tired for duty. Go home and sleep. Xie Guilu walked out of the Heavenly Power Division and stretched his back. Lin Qinghuang held Tianya's sword, wearing a long green dress. Her body was delicate, her hair danced with the wind. She said in a clear and cold tone, most of the time today, you've been sleeping, and you're still tired? Except for the time of the Plum Appreciation Conference. Xie Guilu moved a little bit. The rest of the time, she didn't let Xie Guilu do anything else. This guy was just lying down inside the main hall and sleeping. You're tired? Xie Guilu smiled and said, Xinghuang, such a dainty beauty, is by my side. The fragrance is so strong that it's even more fragrant than that plum blossom. and I can only look on but can't take a bite of it. And with such patience, can I not be tired? Go back on your own, Lin Qinghuang faintly said, then left. Tonight she had to go to the black market. Chao Huayan had deliberately mentioned the black market earlier. She should be able to find some clues there. The matter of the Lin family, she must investigate thoroughly to the end. As for whether it will become a knife in the hands of others, she will not care too much. Not into the tiger's den. How to get a tiger? Go home. With a wave of his hand, Xie Guilu headed off in another direction. At this moment, someone was staring at him. He had to go and settle the trouble, and then he would make a trip to the black market. He also wanted to see why the Tianya sword had appeared in the black market before. In the middle of the deep, dimly lit alley, Xie Guilu stuck his hands inside his sleeves and walked forward with his head lowered. The snow fell one after another and the cold wind blew, cold and piercing the bones. Jingle bells! A sound of chains came out from the front. Xie Guilu stopped and looked up to the front. 10 meters ahead, a 2-meter tall, pudgy, burly man appeared. The man was full of scruff, with hideous scars on his face. His arms were wrapped with thick chains. A large hammer was placed in front of him, and a pair of big copper bell eyes, flashing with a stern, ghostly light. The aura on his body was extremely terrifying. A powerful person in the middle stage of the frontier expansion realm. Xie Guilu stared at the burly man and said with a bland smile, "You remind me of someone." "What man?" The burly man opened his mouth, his voice a little rough and a little grim. Xie Guilu smiled and said, "Western Shu Fierce Tiger Guan Captain. Iron Tiger, Mighty Tiger Pass, is a big pass in Western Shu." When Xie Jingguo led the Jinshi army, broke open the Mighty Tiger Pass, captured many Mighty Tiger Pass generals, Iron Tiger is one of them. However, when escorting the Iron Tiger back to the apocalypse, this Iron Tiger fled in the midst of a chaos and was nowhere to be found. And some people speculated that this person might have been hidden by the princess, but there was not the slightest evidence. Rather unexpectedly, the other party appeared again. The Rapunzel can't wait to see herself out of jail? Interesting. Iron Tiger gazed at Xie Guilu and said, "Worthy of being the grandson of Xie Jingguo. He has some eyesight. So do you know that you will die next?" Xie Guilu lost his smile and said, "Have you ever heard of a saying?" Tiehu stared at Xie Guilu. "What words?" Xie Guilu said with a serious expression. "When an insignificant supporting character suddenly has a role, then it means that he is not far from death. Looking for death." After Iron Tiger heard this, a dense killing intent appeared in his eyes. His arms shook, and an iron chain on his arm was like a poisonous snake, blasting towards Xie Guilu. Xie Guilu smiled bashfully and did not dodge. When the chain was just half a meter in front of him, it was blocked by a powerful force, making it difficult for it to move forward in the slightest. Tai whose pupils shrunk. The news was wrong. Didn't he say that this Xie Guilu didn't know how to cultivate? Xie Guilu reached out his hand and casually grabbed the chain. Buzz! The chain was instantly frozen by a force of morose cold. Xie Guilu made a pinch, and the chain exploded. The fragments blasting toward Iron Tiger as if they were flying blades. Extremely fast. Iron Tiger reacted extremely fast, grabbed out the hammer and violently smashed it against the ground. A violent wave of air swept through. The ground cracked. Ice and snow splattered. Fragments of the iron chain were dispersed, and the mighty shadow of the hammer was like a huge stone, blasting towards Xie Guilu. With a wave of Xie Guilu's sleeve, this hammer shadow was dispersed, and the incoming ice and snow were lifted away. Die! Iron Tiger and Arrow stepped to kill, directly rushed to the top, holding a big iron hammer, violently smashed down. The mighty pressure erupted, the power across the 4 directions. This hammer fell, can be 100 meters in a circle level to the ground. Xie Guilu casually stretched out his hand and the burial sword appeared in his hand. He glanced at the Iron Tiger above him. A cold aura flashed in his eyes and his body was like a ghost, suddenly disappearing. Appearing again, Xie Guilu had already arrived beside Tai Hu, and he only held the scabbard in his hand, not bothering to draw his sword either. Phew! The long sword but automatically flew out. Cold light erupted, instantly defeated the Iron Tiger's hammer power. The sword like the wind, quickly approaching the Iron Tiger's neck, stabbing. The sharp longsword spun in a circle around Iron Tiger's neck, and cold sword chi overflowed. Pred! Xie Guilu flew to a place 10 meters behind Iron Tiger, and the burial sword automatically returned to its scabbard, emitting a crisp sound. Iron Tiger's expression stagnated, his body trembled, and the hammer in his hand fell to the ground. A hideous blood scar appeared on his neck, and a head flew up high, blood gushing out as his headless body fell to the ground, having turned into a dead body. It's been said that you're not far from death. Xie Guilu flew down and casually put away the burial sword. He glanced at Tai Hu's corpse, smiled, and left with his arms folded. To the west of the city, 5 miles away, there is a double dragon mountain. And this is the entrance to the black market, covered with snow and ice. The two large mountains are opposite each other, forming an archway, presenting the shape of two dragons playing with pearls, and thus known as Double Dragon Mountain. In front of the arch, there stood two black-robed men. They were holding their blades in their arms. Their eyes were closed. Their bodies were covered with thick ice crystals, and they didn't move at all. And those who didn't know thought that they were already dead. They were the town guards of the entrance of the black market. At this moment, some people wearing masks were entering the archway at a fast pace, and the town guards at the entrance did not stop them. Xiaoguilu changed into a black robe and a piece of fox mask and stood not far away. He glanced at the location of the archway and happened to see Lin Xinghuang. The other party's clothes had not changed, only that her face was covered with a piece of white jade mask. A little contemplation. Xiaoguilu then followed. After entering the archway, the surroundings changed instantly. Into the eye is an endless ice and snow street. On both sides there are many buildings. 5 steps a building, 10 steps a pavilion. Heavy building, flying pavilion. Neatly arranged, ancient and incomparable. Above the attic, all of them hung blood-red lantern shades, with a blinding light in scarlet color, which appeared extremely bizarre and made people feel inexplicably depressed. Pedestrians rushed through the streets, most wearing masks and unwilling to show their true faces. On both sides, there were many vendors. These vendors either had ugly faces, or carved special patterns and totems on their faces, or had sinister smiles and shrill voices, as if there was not a single normal person to be found among these vendors. Commander Lin. When Lin Xinghuang entered the black market, Zhao Hu immediately approached him. Today, when Lin Xinghuang knew that the Tianya sword came from the black market, he took a step ahead and let Zhao Hu come over to explore. How? Lin Xinghuang looked at Zhao Hu. Zhao Hu whispered, "It has been probed that the Tianya sword came from the Black Dragon Pavilion." Black Dragon Court. Lin Xinghuang's eyes narrowed. The forces in the black market were all extremely mysterious, and this Black Dragon Pavilion was even more extraordinary, unfathomable, and from time to time, there would be some unseen things inside. Zhao Hu said, "The Black Dragon Pavilion isn't simple. I don't dare to check it out easily. Your mission is complete. Go back first." Lin Xinghuang mused. The Black Dragon Pavilion was weird and unpredictable, so she could just go herself and wouldn't let Zhao Hu go into danger. Good. Commander Lin must be careful. Zhao Hu made a bow and turned to leave. Lin Xinghuang immediately walked towards the front. Black Dragon Court? Xiaoguilu mixed in the crowd, quietly followed Lin Xinghuang. Chapter 18 Black Dragon Pavilion Master. Black Market Assault and Kill. Black Dragon Court. Located at the end of the street. The attic is dark, with 4 black dragon statues in front of it, and the door is open, with 2 red lanterns hanging, but inside it is pitch black, as if it is a giant beast with its mouth open, waiting for its prey to enter. Lin Xinghuang stood at the entrance of the Black Dragon Pavilion. She glanced around. It was very strange. Other than her, there was no one else near this Black Dragon Pavilion at all. This is clearly not right. After a moment's thought, Lin Xinghuang gripped the Tianya sword tightly and entered the Black Dragon Pavilion. Bang! Lin Xinghuang had just entered the Black Dragon Pavilion when the door to the Black Dragon Pavilion automatically closed, and then a burst of lights came on, instantly illuminating the entire Black Dragon Pavilion. In the Black Dragon Pavilion, there were 7 masked black-robed men seated, and the one in the forefront wore a dragon mask, with a pair of eyes that were revealed to be somewhat eerie. Tianya sword. The black-robed man wearing a dragon mask opened his mouth, his voice a little hoarse. He was none other than the Black Dragon Pavilion Master, a powerhouse at the late stage of the Frontier Expansion Realm. As for the remaining 6, their strength wasn't weak either, with 4 at the peak of the Yoke Realm and 2 at the early stage of the Frontier Expansion Realm. Lin Xinghuang slightly arched his hand and said, "I believe that your excellency is the lord of the Black Dragon Pavilion, and I would like to do some business with the Black Dragon Pavilion." The Black Dragon Pavilion Master shook his head and said, "I know what you're here for, but unfortunately you're too late. The Black Dragon Pavilion has already made another deal with someone else." "Oh?" Lin Xinghuang raised an eyebrow. "Someone offered a good price for your life." The Black Dragon Pavilion Master gently waved his hand. The 4 peak Yoke Realm black-robed men immediately rushed forward, directly surrounding Lin Xinghuang. Madaka! Lin Xinghuang instantly drew out the Tianya sword, its body glittering with green light and a majestic killing aura. "Kill her!" The Black Dragon Pavilion Master opened his mouth. The 4 black-robed men didn't hesitate and decisively attacked Lin Xinghuang. Madaka! A ghostly light flickered in Lin Xinghuang's eyes as he quickly struck out his sword. The great battle opened instantly. Outside the Black Dragon Pavilion, 4 peaks of the Yoke Realm, 2 early stages of the Frontier Expansion Realm, and 1 late stage of the Frontier Expansion Realm. Xiaoguilu carried his hands behind his back and did not immediately enter. Lin Xinghuang was already at the peak of the Yoke Realm. and there were signs of a breakthrough early on. After this battle, it was estimated that he would be able to enter the topiary realm directly. Xie Guilu looked behind him. The entire black market, in an instant, turned blood red. The people on the street had disappeared. It looks extremely bizarre. Inside the Black Dragon Pavilion, the sounds of fighting continued to ring out. Rolling eyes. An incense stick passes. Bang! A violent sound rang out as the door of the Black Dragon Pavilion burst open, and 4 silhouettes were blasted out. It was those 4 black-robed men at the peak of the Shackle Realm, and at this moment, they fell heavily in front of Xie Guilu, their bodies drenched in blood, their breaths weak, and they had already lost half of their lives. Phew! Lin Qinghuang flew out, holding the Tianya sword, blood flowing from his arm. At this moment, the mask on her face had fallen off. Her face was pale, and the corner of her mouth was overflowing with a splash of blood red, but the aura on her body was extremely terrifying, and she had already entered the early stage of the frontier expansion realm. However, even after entering the topiary realm, facing 2 early topiary realm stage and 1 late topiary realm stage, she still fell short, breaking through so quickly, worthy of being the commander of the Heavenly Power Division. It really isn't simple, but it's a pity that you're bound to die today. The Black Dragon Pavilion Master flew out with 2 black-robed men at the early stage of the frontier expansion realm, and with a single movement, the 3 of them surrounded Lin Qinghuang and Xie Guilu. You can try. Lin Qinghuang gripped his long sword tightly, his tone cold. Xie Guilu glanced at the Black Dragon Pavilion Master, and after a second of silence, he said, "I'm just passing through." "Sorry," the Black Dragon Pavilion Master indifferently said. One of the black-robed men at the early stage of the frontier expansion realm silhouette moved and immediately killed Xie Guilu, wanting to resolve this person first. Xie Guilu stood still, as the black-robed man killed over. His figure moved, instantly coming to appear beside the other party, casually extending his hand and pinching the other party's neck. The black-robed man's body trembled, and a horrified look appeared in his eyes. The Black Dragon Pavilion Master and the other black-robed man also had their gazes fixed. Xie Guilu said blandly, "I didn't want to cause trouble, but since you guys made a move, then all of you can go to hell." Boom! After saying that, he made a strong pinch, and the black-robed man in his hand was pinched into flying dust in a moment. Lin Qinghuang looked at Xie Guilu and was stunned for a second. The black-robed man in front of her reminded her of the one who had stepped in to save her last time. When the Black Dragon Pavilion Master saw this, a cold aura flickered in his eyes, and the power in his body exploded as he blasted a fist at Xie Guilu. Xie Guilu also not the slightest fear. A fist to meet up. The same realm against each other. He has no fear of anyone. Even if the opponent was 1 realm higher than him, he could still be in an undefeated position because he still had a forbidden art that could raise his cultivation. The heaven-mending art. Boom! The fists of the 2 instantly clashed together, and a terrifying pressure erupted as their fist seals bombarded. The ground exploded. Dust splattered. Ice and snow flew. Airwaves swept in all directions, and the Black Dragon Pavilion was affected by the aftermath, with densely packed cracks appearing. Boo! In the next second, a roaring sound rang out, and one of the Black Dragon Pavilion Master's arms was blasted, his body flying out like a cannonball, blood flying. Ah! The Black Dragon Pavilion Master let out a mournful and miserable scream, a look of fear in his eyes. Obviously he didn't expect that he would lose an arm with a fist-to-fist clash. Xie Guilu took 1 step and instantly appeared in front of the Black Dragon Pavilion Master. The Black Dragon Pavilion Master immediately rolled over and endured the pain as he rushed out with a punch at Xie Guilu, and a huge dragon-patterned fist mark erupted. Xie Guilu didn't clash with the Black Dragon Pavilion Master this time. He probed his hand and grabbed the other party's arm, dislodging the other party's strength. Then his knee stretched out and slammed into the other party's abdomen. Boo! A voice rang out. Ah! The pupils of the Black Dragon Pavilion shrunk, and the Lord's mouth and nose sprayed blood, letting out a miserable scream, and his body was hunched over, as if he were a limp shrimp. Xie Guilu made a pinch, breaking the Black Dragon Pavilion Master's arm, and grabbed the other party's neck, instantly smashing it into the ground. Boom! The Black Dragon Pavilion Master's body slammed into the ground. The ground cracked. The Black Dragon Pavilion Master's bones broke an unknown number of times, and blood continued to flow out along his mask. Ah! The Black Dragon Pavilion Master let out a heart-rending scream. Noisy! Xie Guilu stomped on the Black Dragon Pavilion Master's head with a shock of power. Boom! The Black Dragon Pavilion Master's head was like a watermelon, directly bursting, brain matter and blood splattered all around, and had already turned into a headless corpse. At the late stage of the frontier expansion realm, he was directly abused by Xie Guilu's ferocity without any resistance. Loft Master. Seeing the Black Dragon Pavilion Master being abused, The body of the remaining black-robed man trembled as he looked terrified and immediately fled into the distance. Die! Xie Guilu stretched out his hand. The ice and snow instantly transformed into a large handprint. Grabbing the black-robed man, he gently pinched, and the black-robed man was instantly pinched into a blood mist. His corpse and bones were nowhere to be found. Lin Qinghuang froze in place. 2 early stage of the frontier realm and 1 late stage of the frontier realm were abused like this, which made her feel a chill all over her body. Xie Guilu didn't pay any attention to what Lin Qinghuang was thinking as he bent down and fumbled around with the Black Dragon Pavilion Master, obtaining an account book. After briefly flipping it open and looking at it, Xie Guilu knew that there was something he needed on it. He collected the account book and didn't give Lin Qinghuang a second glance before flying away. Lin Qinghuang's heart froze after she reacted. Just now that ledger. There must be very important information. May even have the information of the Tianya sword. But unfortunately that mysterious person is too scary. She naturally did not dare to go after it. She glanced at the 4 black-robed men on the ground, who were still alive, and hoped that she could get something useful out of them. Chapter 19, Life is like a dream. I've come for a drink. After leaving the black market, Xie Guilu did not immediately return to the Marquis of Jinqi's residence, but instead headed to Xie Bian's residence. On the plaque of the mansion, the words floating life is like a dream were extremely conspicuous. In the middle of the compound, as usual, Xie Bian was reclining on a chair and drinking, with many wine jars placed messily on the ground, and a strong smell of wine permeating out. Uncle San, I've come to dilly-dally with the wine. Xie Guilu walked towards the front. Xie Bian opened his eyes and said with a lazy expression, Iron Tiger and Black Dragon Pavilion Master were killed by your kid, right? Xie Guilu stuck out his thumb. Third uncle is really well informed. The third uncle is very powerful. The other party knows his actions. Xie Guilu also think it is very normal. Even Xie Bian estimated that he already knows what he wants to do. Xie Bian said, You got the information about the Tianya sword from the ledger? Xie Guilu smiled and said, According to the account book, the Tianya sword originated from a mysterious person holding a strange golden snake sword. The other party took the Tianya sword to the Black Dragon Pavilion for auction, and ultimately this sword was bought by Chao Huayan. Golden snake sword? You only need to follow this sword to check it out, and you'll soon have news. So why are you still coming to me? Shibian asked. Xie Guilu shook his head and said, I don't think things are that simple. If we are just going to check a golden snake sword, it doesn't mean much. You're a smart kid, Zibian complimented, and said, That person holding the golden snake sword is the great prince's person, but that Dai sword, is that person stole from the endless pavilion? I say this, do you understand? Thanks for the mention, Uncle Sam. Xie Guilu nodded gently. Endless Pavilion is a mysterious pavilion in Tianqi City. It is rumored that this pavilion is related to the second prince, who has raised a lot of strange people in it. He roughly rationalized things. In the raccoon house case, the first prince is being counted on, and the 3 forces are falling back on the second prince, who is naturally upset, believing that the matter is the work of the second prince, and will surely take some revenge. Having someone go to the second prince's endless pavilion to steal the Tianya sword, thus taking it to the black market for auction, then having Chao Huayan go to auction this sword, and carrying out the Plum Appreciation Conference. The purpose was simple, to draw Lin Qinghuang's attention. Lin Qinghuang wanted to investigate the matter of the destruction of the Lin family. The appearance of the Tianya sword, she would definitely track it down to the end, only needing to expend a little more effort. She would eventually discover that the Tianya sword originated from the endless pavilion. Lin family treasure Tianya sword appeared in the second prince's endless pavilion, so the destruction of the Lin family, whether it is related to the second prince? Once Lin Qinghuang set her sights on the second prince and thoroughly investigated the matter of the destruction of the Lin family, she would definitely be able to make the second prince shed a layer of skin. And this was the retaliation of the Grand Prince, using Lin Qinghuang as a sword to achieve his own backlash. Since the Grand Prince was so certain that Lin Qinghuang could make the second prince shed a layer of skin, it meant that the second prince was most likely involved in this matter. Xie Bian shook his head and said, A lot of things may not be as simple as on the surface. You kid must take it easy. Instead of checking what this endless pavilion is, why don't you go directly to that guard of yours? As long as you find him, you may be able to know a lot of things. Xie Guilu smiled blandly and said, I have something in mind. The Lin family tragedy, in all likelihood, was related to the power struggles of those few. After all, the Lin family, as a merchant family, was financially strong. It was normal for someone to hit the Lin family. As for who the person behind this is, we still have to probe to find out. Xie Bian said, You've been carrying this pot of overthrowing the Lin family for 3 years, and now that it's out, let go of the investigation. Aha! Xie Guilu nodded gently. This matter is not only Lin Xinghuang to be investigated, he also has to investigate thoroughly to the end. Anyone who is involved, he has to pick out all of them and make them pay a heavy price. Xiaobian pondered a little and threw a scroll to Xie Guilu. I was idly bored earlier and created a power called 7 Nights Snow. This is information about 7 Nights Snow. You hold that storage ring I gave you and make a trip to the 7 Nights Snow. From now on you are the master of the 7 Nights Snow. You can let them check the news you want for you. This is considered another gift from me to you. 7 Nights of Snow. Xie Guilu received the scroll and his heart stirred. 7 Nights Snow is a special attic in Tianqi City, the so-called idol, hooked to listen to music. Many people want to listen to music, will choose to go to 7 Nights Snow. The 7 Nights of Snow has beautiful women, skillful musicians, and excellent quality wines, and the women in it sell their skills without selling their bodies. So many elegant guests will go there to listen to the music and drink the wine. The original owner had been to 7 Nights of Snow once before, and had molested a beautiful musician, not realizing that she had almost been beaten up by someone else. Rather, I didn't expect that this 7 Nights of Snow was actually created by third uncle. He flipped the scroll over and looked at it carefully. On it was some general information about 7 Nights of Snow. After reading it, Xie Guilu was a little surprised in his heart. Worthy of being the third uncle, the other party created the 7 Nights of Snow is extremely uncomplicated, and the power involves the entire Daxia imperial dynasty. Choose a day. Tonight you'll go to 7 Nights Snow. The moment you become the 7 Nights Snow floor master, you'll have to shoulder the development of 7 Nights Snow as well. Zebian waved his hand. Understood. Xie Guilu made a bow. He pondered a little, then added, if I get that brother of yours killed. Xiaobian lost his smile and said, same father, half-brother just, back then. It does not fit, now the old man is gone. This so-called brotherly love, naturally, does not exist. If he threatens you, you look at it is. Got it. Xie Guilu smiled indifferently, then left with his hands in the air. The Rapunzel's residence. Failed? Yen Ruyu looked towards the black-robed attendant, her brows slightly knitted. Iron Tiger was already in the middle stage of the topiary realm, but she didn't expect the other party's strike to fail. The black-robed attendant said in a deep voice. Iron Tiger was instantly killed by someone with a single sword. The strength of the person who struck was at the very least in the late stage of the frontier expansion realm. Yen Ruyu was silent for a second and shook her head. That's all. Since we've already frightened the snakes, let's find another opportunity. The black-robed maid nodded her head gently and added. The Black Dragon Pavilion has been overthrown. And there is something wrong with this matter I feel. Naturally it's not right. How can a Lin Xinghuang, a mere peak of the Yoke realm, destroy the Black Dragon Pavilion? Yen Ruyu looked sarcastic. Could it be the Grand Prince's men who struck? The black-robed maid asked tentatively. It's possible. Yen Ruyu said with calm words. She naturally knew very well what the Grand Prince wanted to do. It was assumed that the other party thought that the second prince was the main messenger of last night's Raccoon House case, which was intended to use Lin Xinghuang's hand to deal with the second prince. Lin Xinghuang was now a sharp knife, and it was understandable that the Grand Prince didn't want to let it break, and sent people to remove some obstacles for it. Her thoughts were rather different from the Grand Prince's, as she thought that the real instigator of last night's Raccoon House case might be the third prince. In this way, letting the first and second emperors fight each other, the other side could also reap the benefits. But there was nothing wrong with the first prince fighting the second prince for a bit. After all, the second prince was ultimately a stumbling block, and it would naturally be best if he could use Lin Xinghuang to suppress the other party a bit. What's the news from the second prince's side? Yen Ruyu continued to ask. The black-robed maid said, for the time being, there isn't much movement, and according to the scout's return, after the second prince knew about the destruction of the Black Dragon Pavilion, he didn't show the slightest color, as if he didn't care about it at all. Yen Ruyu shook her head. It's not that he doesn't care about this matter. Otherwise, why would the Black Dragon Pavilion take action against Lin Xinghuang? Right now Lin Xinghuang has already broken a game. He will surely follow up with various other actions. Some things, once done, will leave various traces. The next step is to see if Lin Xinghuang can become a qualified sword. The black-robed maid wore a contemplative expression. Yen Ruyu waved her hand and said, I'm tired. You go down. The subordinate retires. The black-robed maid saluted and then turned to leave. Chapter 27 Nights in the Snow Building. Weak Body Bones. 7 Nights of Snow. Located in the bustling eastern part of Apocalypse City. The 7-story attic, covered with ice and snow, had fire-red lanterns hanging above it with dazzling light, and there were wind chimes hanging above the eaves. And when the cold wind came, the frozen wind chimes made a low sound. The building is brightly lit. Hidden silhouettes emerge, elegant and graceful, singing and singing, just like the red dust wonderland. Xie Guilu swaggered into the attic. Into the eye is a hall. On a knot with red silk on the platform. The platform beauty dance. Musicians play, pleasing to the eye. Let a person's mind and heart. The onlookers of the many guests. Most of the end of the wine glass. Slightly lost in thought. Seems to be the dance of the beauty. The musicians of the music pulled into the illusion. Above the third floor, two women in blue and purple dresses were staring at the guests in the middle of the hall. Both of them beautiful and extraordinary in their own way. Siaguelu, that dude. When the two women's gazes landed on Siaguelu, they froze for a second. As for Siaguelu, they naturally recognized him. The other party came to 7 Nights of Snow, or 3 years ago, when that guy even molested one of them, and as a result, he was almost taught a lesson by the other party. July, your son is here. Why don't you go down to greet him? The woman wearing a blue long dress, holding a peach blossom fan, pursed her lips and stared playfully at the woman wearing a purple long dress next to her with a cool temperament. 7 Nights of Snow. There are 10 peculiar women. Their names are lined up from January to October, and every one of them has a martial art that is not ordinary. July coldly said, I didn't beat him up last time. That was for the sake of the owner of the building. Now go and invite him up here. I'm going to beat him up hard. LOL. I'm going to go hire someone then. Oh. The blue-skirted woman, named June, smiled daintily and headed downstairs. When he came to Siagilu's body, June chirped, World's son, my sister July invites you on. Her words instantly caught inside her throat before she could finish them. This was because she saw the ring on Siagilu's finger, which caused her to look stunned, and a hint of surprise appeared in her eyes. The owner's ring? Why is it on this dude? Did he steal it? No way. Who is the owner? Even though Siaguelu was no longer as powerful as he was, he would never be able to steal this ring. Siaguelu smiled indifferently. Then let's go to the 3rd floor. After that, he headed straight upstairs. 3rd floor. The rest of July was also disoriented when she saw the ring on Siagilu's hand. She originally wanted to punch Siaguelu, but at this moment, she couldn't say a word. Get an elegant room. Siaguelu looked at the two women. Okay, Seiji, please follow me. After June reacted, she hurriedly led Siaguelu towards a nearby elegant room. In the middle of the elegant room, Siaguelu gently stroked the ring on his hand and whispered, knowing that there are many doubts in your hearts, this ring was given to me by my third uncle, and from now on, I will take over 7 Nights Snow. The two women were stunned for a second. They glanced at each other and immediately saluted at Siaguelu. Greetings, master. This ring, very special. This is the 7 Nights Snow token. See this thing? As if to see the owner of the building. This is the previous Xiabian's account. Siaguelu came holding the ring and also mentioned Xiabian. It was obvious that the matter was just as the other party had said. Xiabian had really handed over the 7 Nights of Snow to him. At this moment, the two women had some mixed feelings. Siaguelu took control of 7 Nights of Snow, and from now on, they didn't know how their days would be. This dude won't bully them based on his status as the owner of the building, right? A chill ran through the girls at the thought. It was really hard to understand why Xiabian wanted Siaguelu to take over 7 Nights of Snow. Siaguelu gently waved his hand. There is no need to be polite. Although I took over 7 Nights Snow, I won't go too far in interfering with your affairs. Whatever you did before, you will do in the future. But next you need to help me do 3 things. June asked apprehensively. What is it? Siaguelu said. First, find out the whereabouts of dear Yuan for me. This person used to be my guard. Second, find out which people in the palace the Lin family had dealings with before they were overthrown. Third, find out if anyone from Endless Pavilion had been out when the Lin family was overthrown. The two women were relieved to hear this. They hurriedly saluted and said, Don't worry, building master, we will definitely take care of this matter, and we will be able to give you an answer tomorrow. Good, that's all for now then. Siaguelu nodded gently, then turned around and walked out of the elegant room. The two women hurriedly followed them until Siaguelu left 7 Nights of Snow, and they were both still a bit confused. This time when they saw this dude, they suddenly realized that they seemed to be somewhat unable to see through each other. They thought that this dude was going to move his hands and make a fuss about 7 Nights Snow, but they didn't expect the other party to make a trip, become the owner of 7 Nights Snow, explain one thing, and then leave. July, what do you think? June asked. After July slowed down, she shook her head and said, I can't understand it either, but the owner of the building must have his reasons for arranging it this way, so we can just listen to the arrangement. And this time when we see Siaguelu, it feels completely different from 3 years ago. It's very strange. June said, in the future, you can't call Siaguelu by his first name. You have to call him master. Aha! July nodded gently. No matter how much she looked at Siaguelu in a bad light, the moment the other party became the owner of the 7 Nights of Snow building, There was no way for her to be unbridled. Now let's go find out what the owner of the building has told us. June headed upstairs. 7 Nights of Snow. It's not as simple as it seems. Its forces covered an extremely wide range of affairs involving assassination, intelligence, and many other information that 7 Nights of Snow could quickly check out. Main Street. The snow flies. Lin Qinghuang held an oil paper umbrella and walked in the snow and ice, her face showing a pensive expression. This time in the mouths of the 4 people of the Black Dragon Pavilion, she did find useful information, a special golden snake sword. Next, she had to go and follow that golden snake sword to check it out and then find out where that person was. The tripartite forces have already fallen to the second prince. At this juncture, the Grand Prince will definitely make a counterattack on the second prince. Chao Huayan is the Grand Prince's man. He took out the Tianya sword. Presumably it's also the Grand Prince's arrangement. The purpose is to lure me into the situation. This is to get me to check on the second prince? Lin Qinghuang's eyes flickered with light as she continuously pondered over today's events. If the inference was good, this second prince was estimated to have a huge relationship with the destruction of the Lin family. However, the human heart is complex. Many things need to personally investigate, find the exact evidence, so as to make accurate judgments. Otherwise simple speculation. Sometimes instead of falling into a dead end, she was already in the game during the Plum Appreciation Conference, and she would have to be more cautious and careful in the follow-up. Clear Phoenix. A voice interrupted Lin Qinghuang's thoughts. Lin Qinghuang looked up just in time to see Xie Guilu standing in front of him. The other party was thinly clad. His hands were placed to his mouth and he was puffing hot air. His thin body was shaking, and the snow and ice were falling and soaking the other party's long black hair. She frowned slightly. Xie Guilu, why haven't you returned to the Marquis of Jinshi? This guy is so weak that he dares to come out at night to blow the cold wind and drench himself in ice and snow. Is he not willing to die? But when she saw 7 Nights of Snow in front of her, her face instantly sank. What else could this guy be doing if he didn't come home so late? Naturally, it's a wine shop and a greenhouse. A getaway. Xie Guilu looked towards Lin Qinghuang, a glum look appearing in his eyes. I just went to 7 Nights of Snow to listen to the music, but it turned out that the girl inside disliked me for my weak body and threw me out. You, Lin Qinghuang's tone stuttered, staring at Xie Guilu with a face full of disgust. You know you're weak, and you go to a place like that? Xie Guilu came to Lin Qinghuang's side, and the other party stood under an oil paper umbrella. Said, it's a bit far to go to Marquis Jinshi's mansion from here. My whole body is freezing cold at the moment. If I walk over like this, I guess my little life will be lost. I remember that your mansion isn't far away from here. How about I go to your place? No. Lin Qinghuang immediately refused. Xie Guilu lowered his head and said with a saddened expression, the Marquis of Jinshi Palace. It's not my home now. I'm just a bereaved dog. Lin Qinghuang frowned slightly, but was unmoved. 9 out of 10 of this guy's words were false. Xie Guilu saw that he couldn't swindle Lin Qinghuang. He added, I've probed some information about Tianya's sword from the Marquis of Jinshi's residence. Do you want to know? Lin Qinghuang instantly stared at Xie Guilu. Speak. Cold. Xie Guilu rubbed his hands together. Meh. Lin Qinghuang revealed a cold smile as she coldly said, then follow me back. Lead the way. Xie Guilu stood up straight, his smile thick. You're such a grandpa. Lin Qinghuang was speechless and walked forward with her umbrella. Chapter 21, Once you're in the spirit, you won't be tired. Lin House. This Lin mansion was not the previous Lin mansion, but Lin Qinghuang's own mansion. The mansion was imposing, with large fire dragon-colored lanterns hanging above it, brightly lit, and inside, there were multiple attics that were beautifully decorated and elegantly rustic. The front yard is spacious, and there is a lotus pond with frozen ice and hidden petals suspended, surrounded by many ancient trees and potted plants, and the backyard is not small, with numerous plum trees and a clear fragrance. Although the mansion was spacious, there were not many people to be seen inside, making it slightly cold. Miss, you're back. Seeing Lin Qinghuang return, a maid immediately ran over. When she saw Xie Guilu, a hint of doubt appeared in her eyes. Since she came to the Lin mansion, she had never seen Miss bring a man back, and today was an exception. Lin Qinghuang handed the oil paper umbrella to the maid and said softly, go about your business. Oh who? The maid nodded gently. Follow me. Lin Qinghuang led Xie Guilu towards an ancient attic. In the middle of the attic, Lin Qinghuang boiled a pot of fragrant tea and poured a cup for Xie Guilu. Xie Guilu took the fragrant tea and shook his head. I drink tea at night. I guess I won't be able to sleep. Aren't you afraid that I'll take advantage of you being asleep and climb into your bed and couch? Do you have that power? Lin Qinghuang glanced at Xie Guilu. That's really something. Xie Guilu smiled. Ha! Lin Qinghuang didn't care. Xie Guilu took a sip of fragrant tea to warm up his body and asked, where is that made from the Lin family before? He was talking about the maid who had identified him as the one who had destroyed the Lin family. Lin Qinghuang was silent for a second. She was injured at the time and left not long after. She stared at Xie Guilu again and said with a serious expression, "The Lin family's matter needs an explanation. You've been carrying the pot for so long. Aren't you tired?" Xie Guilu's gaze landed on Lin Qinghuang's delicate body and said softly, "If you let me touch my legs, I won't be tired once I get refreshed." You. When Lin Qinghuang saw Xie Guilu change the topic, she couldn't help but be a little angry. For 3 years now, as usual, this guy has been changing the subject at the drop of a hat. She glared at Xie Guilu and said, "Tell me about the Tianya sword." Xie Guilu smiled and said, "According to the information I scouted from the Marquis of Jinqi's residence, the Tianya sword came from the Endless Pavilion." Endless Pavilion. Second Prince. Lin Qinghuang pondered in his mind. It seemed that the mysterious person holding the golden snake sword was not important. The key lay in the Endless Pavilion. This information from Xie Guilu would save her a lot of time. Xie Guilu looked at Lin Qinghuang and said, "There are some things that you can't look at the surface. Even though the evidence is all in front of your eyes, it's not necessarily true. You have to have all sorts of assumptions, and every seemingly impossible target could be your enemy." These words were not only a reminder to Lin Qinghuang, they were also Xie Guilu's admonition to himself. Once a person into the game, then it is very likely to be led by the nose, and even many times, you think you find out something, but also maybe the layout of the person deliberately arranged. Want to break the game? Then you have to be calm enough. I know. Lin Qinghuang returned with a calm expression. "Okay. I'm sleepy then." Xie Guilu put down his teacup and walked toward the bed beside him. Seeing this, Lin Qinghuang immediately got up and said, "No trips here. That's not good." Xie Guilu didn't care. Lying on top of the large bed, which was soft and carried a faint fragrance, Lin Qinghuang clenched her fists, her head full of black lines, her complexion annoyed beyond measure. This guy is really not polite at all. It's his own bed, and he just laid on it? Change the quilt. We must change the quilt tomorrow. No. Change the building to live in the future. Xie Guilu yawned with a teasing smile and said to Lin Qinghuang, "Qinghuang, I've climbed onto your bed and couch. Is there any ability? Count on it." Lin Qinghuang said with a cold face. Xie Guilu smiled and said, "It's late at night. A lone man and a widow in the same room. The comforter is cold. Does Qinghuang want to warm up together? Don't worry. I'm honest and won't mess around." Lin Qinghuang took a deep breath to suppress the anger within her, poured a cup of tea and took a sip. Xie Guilu continued, "May I read you a poem?" "Oh." Lin Qinghuang looked at Xie Guilu and came to have a hint of interest. During the Plum Appreciation Conference, Xie Guilu took out poems that crushed the entire field. Whether those poems were copied by the other party or composed by the other party, that's unknown. Now that she heard that Xie Guilu was going to read a poem, she was a bit curious, not knowing if this guy could give another masterpiece. Xie Guilu pulled up the quilt and covered himself, saying with a grim expression, "I'm just a dude. Where can I compose poems? Those are all copied by me." "Then copy another song." Lin Qinghuang said indifferently. "Yes." The bleak color on Xie Guilu's face instantly disappeared, and there was more than a touch of a bad smile. Lin Qinghuang felt bad when she saw how quickly Xie Guilu changed his face, and she immediately said, "Forget it. You'd better not read it." Xie Guilu said with a serious look, "That won't do. Poetry rises with the wind and doesn't stop until it's chanted." Lin Qinghuang said breathlessly, "Fine. You read. I'll listen." Xie Guilu cleared his throat and said with a smile, "The north wind blows the fragrance all over the building, and the beauty in front of the red dressing table is sad. Husband lying on the couch loves to solve. Green skirt slips down to show tenderness. Plum and snow compete for colorful immortal muscle victory. Flowing water and falling flowers together white head." Lin Qinghuang instantly exploded when she heard this. She glared at Xie Guilu and said, "It's a good reading. It's worthy of being a dude who hangs out in liquor stores and greenhouses from time to time. Next time don't read it. Ha ha. Finish reading and go to bed." Xie Guilu closed his eyes in satisfaction. After a while, subtle snoring sounded. "What a big heart. Falling asleep here? Not afraid I'll do something deadly to you?" Lin Qinghuang looked at the sleeping Xie Guilu and couldn't help but shake her head. She sat on the ground with her knees crossed and a pensive look on her face. After the trip to the black market and fighting with the 4 peaks of the Yoke realm, her cultivation entered the early stage of the topiary realm. With her age today, entering the topiary realm, she naturally wouldn't be weak, but this couldn't be slacked off, and she still needed to continue to work hard before she could do so. Cultivate. Lin Qinghuang pinched her seal and the surrounding heaven and earth aura surged towards her as a burst of green light enveloped her. There was no talk all night. The next day, early morning, Xie Guilu opened his eyes and looked at Lin Qinghuang, who was still meditating and cultivating, and sighed in his heart. This woman was really hardworking. He quietly left the bed and walked towards Lin Qinghuang, reaching out to touch the other party's legs. Touch up and I'll break your hand. Lin Qinghuang ghostly opened her eyes and coldly swept a glance at Xie Guilu. Xie Guilu retracted his hand and smiled. Tired after practicing all night? The comforter I've already warmed up for the night. It's just getting hot. Do you want to go up and lie down? No lie. Lin Qinghuang got up and glanced out the window. It was time to go to the Heavenly Power Division. There were quite a few things to do today. Chapter 22, A Report of Two Dead. Apocalypse City. Snow flurries. The cold wind hissed as if a giant beast roaring. Frost lingering dust. The ground knotted with a thick layer of ice. The eaves of the house a pillar of ice hanging, sharp and incomparable. Many plum trees. Yesterday's flowers bloom brightly. Today, in the face of the cold wind and ice and snow, also had to lower their heads, choose to hibernate. There are also some of the pride of the plum, facing the cold wind, want to fight some, but ultimately ended up with a fragrance of the end of the world. Mischievous children get up early in the morning, wearing a thick coat, holding a bamboo pole, knocking the icicles on the eaves of the house, the winter flowers of the decline of the bleak, and then replaced by the laughter of the children. The divisions of heavenly power. Lin Qinghuang was beautiful in a long green dress. She brewed a pot of fragrant tea and savored it alone. Xie Guilu, on the other hand, was lying on a chair, his long shirt covering his torso. His eyes squinted and he was dozing off, with a weak look, as if he hadn't rested well last night. Zhang Long stared at Xie Guilu with a hint of envy in his eyes. The same as to serve as an errand boy. People Xie Guilu can sleep at any time, can completely treat this place as their own home, want to do what and how, while they can only sell hard labor. It is true that having a background is different. Someone reported a crime today? Lin Qinghuang looked at Zhang Long. Zhang Long hurriedly handed a scroll to Lin Qinghuang. Last night, Zhang Ziwei, a member of the Ministry of Public Works, died from drowning, and at the same time, Su Pan, a book order envoy of the Ministry of Public Works, also died, and today, Zhang Yun, Zhang Zi's daughter, came to report the case, and these two cases are under the responsibility of the second hall. Two dead men from the Ministry of Labor? Lin Qinghuang raised an eyebrow and took the scroll and glanced at it. This report is the same person. Are Zhang Yun, coincidentally, this Zhang Yun's husband is Su Pan. Is this father-in-law and son-in-law dying together? The Ministry of Public Works, counting the Ministry of Public Works, is only the 6th grade. As for this book order messenger, is only a minor official of the Ministry of Public Works. The two died together. It seems that this matter is not simple, Zhang Long said. Zhao Hu has already brought people to blockade the two places. Lin Qinghuang nodded her head gently. Since the case has reached the second hall, let's go and take a look. When she finished, she put down her teacup. Xie Guilu opened his eyes and said sleepily, Qinghuang, I'll go with you. Lin Qinghuang blandly said, I don't dare to bother Shitzi. Xie Guilu stood up and stretched, saying, after all, it's over here to gild the lily. The form still needs to be walked, or people will gossip. And you're afraid of gossip? Lin Qinghuang sneered and stared at Xie Guilu. You have such a thick skin. Within this Tanchi city, your reputation has long been stigmatized. What are you afraid of? Xie Guilu said with a serious look. I am afraid that people will gossip about you. You are my superior. If I spend the whole day mucking about, your reputation won't be good either. Ha! In that case, I have you to thank? Lin Qinghuang smiled coldly. Xie Guilu's eyes were gentle as he said, after all, you're going to enter my Jinshi Marquis residence in the future. And at this moment, you have a good reputation, so that you won't let people gossip. You, Lin Qinghuang's face sank. Zhang Long lowered his head, indicating that he hadn't heard anything. At this moment, he already admired Xie Guilu to the core. In this Tianqi city, how many people would dare to tease Commander Lin like this? He was the only one. Xie Guilu, if it were anyone else, they would probably have been killed by a sword. Lin Qinghuang took a deep breath, grabbed the nearby Tianya sword, suppressed the flames within her, and said in a cold voice, let's go. For the sake of the Tianya sword, for the time being, I won't bother with this fellow. Zhang Zi's residence. Zhao Hu and a group of other constables blocked off a pond with the body of a middle-aged man next to it. Greetings to Commander Lin. Seeing Lin Qinghuang arrive, Zhao Hu and the others hurriedly saluted. Aha! Lin Qinghuang nodded gently as she glanced around. This pond is not big, the water is a bit deep, and people who don't know how to use the water fall in and have the possibility of drowning. As for the extra traces, they had been covered by last night's snow, and it was difficult to find any special traces on the ground. She checked around the pond and stared at the body in front of her again. The corpse had a grim face with an eerie smile, an impact mark on the forehead, and was disheveled and extremely scary looking. Xiaoguilu looked at the corpse in front of him, his face showing a contemplative look. The dead man's situation. It was somewhat like drowning, but there were also signs of freezing to death. Lin Qinghuang bent down, carefully examined it, and murmured, "There are drowned fluids and debris in the mouth and nose. The lungs are swollen, and the corpse spots are bright red. The time of death should be Ohio time." As she said this, she looked at Zhao Hu. "Where's Zhang Yun?" A woman in her early 30s rushed over, wearing a pink cotton dress with a gray scarf around her neck, a dress that gave an inexplicable sense of contradiction. At the moment, her face was pale and she looked incredibly sad as she said to Lin Qinghuang, "Your Excellency, my slave is none other than Zhang Yun. Were you here when your father died?" Lin Qinghuang asked. Zhang Yun shook her head with a grim expression and said, "It's not there. My husband died last night. I was grieving in my heart, and I came to find my father today, only to learn that he drowned in the pond." Lin Qinghuang's eyes narrowed as she blandly said, "Go call the housekeeper here. I'll get on with it." Subordinate. Zhao Hu immediately left. After a while, Zhao Hu came with a group of people, and among the crowd was an old man. The old man saluted Lin Qinghuang. "Greetings, my lord. I am none other than the housekeeper here." Lin Qinghuang asked, "Who first found out about Zhang's eyes drowning?" The butler looked bitter and said, "It's the little man. When did you find out?" Lin Qinghuang asked. The housekeeper said, "Early this morning. According to the usual practice, every morning, the little man will bring food to the grandmaster. But when I passed by the courtyard, I found the old master lying inside, and it so happened that the eldest young lady came back, so I immediately went to report the case." Lin Qinghuang looked at the housekeeper. There were quite a few guards in the courtyard, and when the person died, no one noticed, or didn't hear the slightest sound of distress? Normally, if a person is drowning, they will definitely make a cry for help. The housekeeper shook his head and said, "The wind and snow were heavy last night. We did not hear any sounds, and this is outside of Grandmaster's attic. He does not allow the guards to approach. The guards can only stand guard outside." Lin Qinghuang looked at Zhang Yun. "Your father doesn't allow outsiders to come near here?" Zhang Yun nodded and said, "Yes, all along, my father has not liked guards to come close to this place, and the maids come here to clean. They all have to be careful, especially my father's room. It is even more so that he will not let any maid come close to it, and he usually cleans it himself." Lin Qinghuang face of thought. The wind and snow do not allow the guards to approach. People drowning issued a distress sound. There will also be movement. It is impossible to hear nothing, unless there are special circumstances. Thinking of this, Lin Qinghuang looked at Zhang Long and Zhao Hu and said, "You guys analyze this case." Zhao Hu said with a serious look, "Reporting to Commander Lin, my subordinate feels that Zhang's eye just drowned." Lin Qinghuang asked, "Why do you think so?" Zhao Hu pointed to Zhang Cheng's body and said, "Face struggling, mouth with drowning fluid, chest swelling, indicating that when he fell into the water, he inhaled a lot of pool water, and ultimately drowned. Now it is winter. The night is even colder. If a person falls into the water, the icy water soaks the body. It may make the body instantly cramp. It is difficult to struggle, and the person as a whole is drowned in the water. So it is difficult to send out the voice of distress." Lin Qinghuang shook her head as she looked at Zhang Long again. "What do you think?" Zhang Long said, "I think Zhao Hu is right." Lin Qinghuang's gaze landed on Xiaoguilu. "Xiaoguilu, you say something." Chapter 23, Frozen to Death Disease. Creepy smile. Say what? Shade dangerous building road. Lin Qinghuang said. "First, why is there a bruise on the forehead?" Xiaoguilu looked at the body. "Now that the weather is cold and this pool is frozen, isn't it normal for a person to suddenly fall and have injuries when their face collides with the ice?" Lin Qinghuang nodded secretly and asked again, "Why is he not fully clothed?" "Judging from the corpse, what he's wearing at the moment is not a sleeping robe," Xiaoguilu said. "Perhaps he felt too hot, so he went to strip himself of his clothes. So the question is, why does he feel hot on such a cold day?" Lin Qinghuang asked the crucial question. Xiaoguilu said carelessly, "I've heard people say that when a person is frozen to death, they will notice that their whole body is hot. Then they will subconsciously pick off their clothes, and there will be a smile on their face, as if it's the god of death giving the deceased the ultimate tenderness." "No." Zhao Hu shook his head as he retorted. "If a person is frozen and hates to add clothing, how could they possibly want to reverse the clothing?" Xiaoguilu shrugged his shoulders. "Who knows? It could be a blurred consciousness and hallucinations." Lin Qinghuang said. In fact, there is no problem with what Xiaoguilu said. Every year when the cold winter comes, there will be quite a few people frozen to death, and according to some of the canonical records of the states and counties, most of the people who froze to death would strip off their clothes and show a weird smile on their faces. This phenomenon is extremely peculiar, and there is no definite explanation for it yet. but many frozen corpses have these two signs, which count as a trait for judging those who have frozen to death. This, Zhao Hu looked stunned. It seems that the canon he read is still too little. It is strange that a person who freezes to death has such signs. Lin Qinghuang looked at Xie Guilu. So you think this person froze to death? Xie Guilu said with a lazy expression. Frozen to death or drowned to death. It's all an afterthought. The most crucial issue at the moment, shouldn't it be to explore the factors that led him to make all these actions? He stared at Zhang Zai's corpse on the ground and said, a normal living person can't be idle and bored, leaving a warm room untouched, deliberately coming out to blow on the cold wind, and blowing himself until his consciousness is blurred, eventually falling into the pond, right? Also said that he came out to blow the cold wind. Then is not right? This case, surely, is not simple, and perhaps it needs to be combined with another case. After all, the deceased was the father-in-law and son-in-law, and the two were already connected. So could there be any connection between the causes of their deaths? The corners of Lin Qinghuang's mouth rose slightly as she gave Xie Guilu a deep look. This guy, there really was something. The last case of the raccoon house revealed something extraordinary, and this time it is the same. Seeing the most crucial problem, in a death case, either homicide, suicide, or accidental death, there has to be a central contributing factor. Lin Qinghuang waved his hand and said, bring the body to the Heavenly Power Division. When she finished, she headed for the attic. What Xie Guilu thought of, she also thought of. Two cases occurring at the same time must not be a coincidence. Have to explore the other case as well, then there may be any special discovery. Xie Guilu looked at Lin Qinghuang's back and smiled blandly. The appearance of these two cases shouldn't be a coincidence. Perhaps someone was leading Lin Qinghuang by the nose, deliberately guiding her to investigate something. It's always someone else's hand, not after all. Xie Guilu thinks he has to move his hand too. Plotting and scheming? Who would not? In the middle of the attic, Lin Qinghuang examined it carefully. She had made some discoveries and was bending down to stare at the floor of a left bearing. Most of this attic was relatively tidy, except for a portion of the left bookcase, which was partially dusty. Lin Qinghuang immediately stepped forward, surveying the bookcase, which contained numerous scrolls, each of which had a thread on it, which she tried one after another. Boom! When he pulled on one of the wires, a subtle sound came from the back of the bookcase and it automatically moved aside. A secret compartment appeared in front of Lin Qinghuang's eyes. Lin Qinghuang didn't immediately go to observe the dark compartment, but instead stared at the ground. The appearance of this part of the dust was extremely crucial, as there were 3 footprints on it, as well as a nail-sized dot. Xie Guilu glanced at it. All the other places have been cleaned. Only here, deliberately leaving a pile of dust. This should not be Zhang Zai's carelessness, but a deliberate act. The dust on the floor was blocked by the bookcase, so if the bookcase moved away and someone tried to move the dark compartment in front of it, they would certainly leave footprints underneath, and it would be hard to see the dust, assuming that someone came at night. And Zhang Zai knew that the dust he had deliberately left behind. If an outsider approached the place, he would definitely be able to know it quickly. It should be, presumably for defense. Lin Qinghuang had observed the shoes on Zhang Zai's feet before, and 2 of the footprints were Zhang Zai's. As for the last one, it was unknown. She took the pen from inside her sleeve and drew that individual footprint on it, putting the paper inside her sleeve again. She then looked into the dark compartment, which was covered in a fine dust, and in the center, there are parts that are not dusty, so you can see that originally there was something in here, but at the moment it's gone. Zhang Zai didn't let anyone get close to this place when he was alive. It should be because he was afraid of being discovered inside the secret compartment, but it's a pity that the things have already been taken away. Lin Qinghuang muttered to himself. Now that the contents of this have disappeared into thin air and Zhang Zai is dead, it's possible that he killed someone to take it. She took a step back and the bookshelf automatically returned to its original position. With this design, the dust on the floor was even less likely to be noticed. This wine pot is exquisite. Do you think that Zhang Zai ate something special before he died, and that's why his body had problems? Or perhaps he was drunk? Xie Guilu picked up a wine pot on the table. Lin Qinghuang walked over and took the wine pot from Xie Guilu's hands. There was still some wine inside. She took out her silver needle and tried it. Xie Guilu smiled and said, the silver needle test for poison can test out many poisons, but some poisons, too, can't be tested out, such as the previous heavenly beauty. Lin Qinghuang put away the silver needles and mused. This is Tanchi City's osmanthus brew. It doesn't seem to have too many problems. Putting down the wine pot, she again observed in all directions. The tables and chairs in the house were neatly arranged and there was no sign of any mess. There was no sign of a fight in here. Xie Guilu, on the other hand, stared at the tablecloth on the table and gently sniffed it. There was a special fragrance on the tablecloth. which was by no means a wine fragrance. After checking for a while and not finding much, Lin Qinghuang said, "It looks like we have to go to Su Pan's place to take a look. Hopefully we'll find something special. This side does not have too many traces. It is certainly difficult to detect too many things. The follow-up will have to Zhang's eye autopsy. But before that, need to first go to Su Pan there." Su Pan's residence. In the middle of a large hall, the body of a man with a hideous face was lying on the ground, and the people of the Heavenly Power Division were guarding the surroundings. At the moment they look strange, because Su Pan's death and Zhang's eyes similar, both face grim, and have touch wounds, and according to the Su family people said, Su Pan's body is also from the pond inside the salvage. The difference is that Su Pan does not have a weird smile on his face, and his clothes are not too disheveled. Zhang Zai has a bruise on his forehead, and Su Pan has a bruise on the back of his head. As for the time of Su Pan's death, it was Z hour. Lin Qinghuang looked at Zhang Yun and blandly said, "You weren't present when your father died, so were you present when your husband died?" "Madam was present." A middle-aged man in black robes beside him spoke in a hurry. Lin Qinghuang frowned. "Who are you?" The middle-aged man saluted. "I'm the housekeeper of the Zhang mansion. Ma Shan." Lin Qinghuang said blandly, "Since you're so sure that Mrs. Zhang was present, then I guess you were there as well. Tell us about the case." Housekeeper Ma returned. The family head was killed by a water ghost. Water ghosts? Lin Qinghuang stared at housekeeper Ma. It was normal for demons to commit murder, but in this case, she only needed to take one look to know that it was not the work of a demon. And sometimes, people were more vicious than demons. Housekeeper Ma explained. "Last night the family head's screams rang out. Then we saw a water ghost pulling him into the pond. Many of the guards and maids in the mansion saw this matter, and some of the guards went up to stop him and were even seriously injured." "That's right. We all saw it. The family head was killed by a water ghost." Some of the Su clan guards and maids present said with palpitating hearts. Last night they did see the water ghost. The water ghost's appearance was too ugly and scary. The other party pulled the head of the family and leaped into the pool. A scene that they would never forget for the rest of their lives. Xie Guilu. If you were asked to investigate this case, how do you think you should start? Lin Qinghuang looked towards Xie Guilu. Chapter 24. I don't raise trash under my command. Xie Guilu looked at Lin Qinghuang breathlessly. "Qinghuang, I'm just here to go through the motions. There's no need to sell out, right?" Lin Qinghuang said indifferently. "I don't raise trash under my command." Xie Guilu sighed. "Want the horse to run? Do not give the horse grass. If you give me, I will sell. I will let you know that I am not a waste." Lin Qinghuang frowned, vaguely feeling that there was something wrong with Xie Guilu's words, but there was no evidence. Xie Guilu bent down and examined Su Pan's body as he gently pressed on Su Pan's chest. Su Pan's condition was somewhat different from Zhang's eyes, with no obvious drowning debris in his mouth or nose, and no obvious signs of swelling in his chest. He looked at housekeeper Ma and said, "Did Su Pan struggle when he was pulled into the pond by the water ghost last night?" "Yes," butler Ma subconsciously said. When Xie Guilu and Lin Qinghuang heard this, they instantly looked at housekeeper Ma, and the two of them looked at each other again, revealing a meaningful smile. Xie Guilu examined Su Pan's mouth and nose and shook his head. There is no drowning fluid in the mouth or nose, indicating that the person had already lost consciousness when he fell into the pond. He stared at housekeeper Ma. "Since the person has lost consciousness, where is the struggle coming from?" Butler Ma looked puzzled and immediately said, "It may be that the wind and snow were heavy last night and the sky was dark, so I misread it." "Oh, it's possible." Xie Guilu nodded and looked at Zhang Yun again. "I'm curious. You were at the scene when your husband died last night. Why didn't you report the case last night?" Zhang Yun was instantly stumped by the question. The people from the Heavenly Power Division also stared at Zhang Yun. Zhang Zai's death was not discovered by outsiders, and it is normal to report it today, but Su Pan's death was seen by all with their own eyes. So why wasn't it reported last night? It's understandable that the others didn't report it, but it's not right that Zhang Yun, as Su Pan's wife, didn't report it in time. Housekeeper Ma hurriedly said, "Last night, the water ghosts committed murder. People were terrified. Everyone was scared, and it was very late at that time. I think all parties of the government offices were already unoccupied. Today we reacted to the situation before we rushed to report the case." So, Xie Guilu reached out his hand and gently touched the back of Su Pan's head. The wound was flat, and asked, "Housekeeper Ma, how do you think this wound on the back of your family head came about?" Housekeeper Ma showed a thoughtful look. "It was bumping into a stone. Last night the water ghost pulled the family head down from inside the attic and encountered the guards blocking it, so it left the family head by the pool. It just so happened that there was a stone by the pool, and the head of the family head bumped into the stone. The guards said, that water spirit did leave the householder next to the pool when he fought us." Xie Guilu said with a playful expression. You said just now that last night was windy and snowy, and the sky was dark, so how could you see clearly that Su Pan's head hit a rock? This eye power of yours? One moment good, one moment bad? Housekeeper Ma's body trembled, knowing that Xie Guilu had dug a hole for himself, and he had unconsciously jumped into it. The crowd stared meaningfully at Housekeeper Ma. This person had big problems. Xie Guilu asked. From which room was Su Pan pulled out by the water ghost? It's Butler Ma's room, a guard immediately said. Xie Guilu looked at Housekeeper Ma and asked in surprise. What was Su Pan doing in your room? Housekeeper Ma hurriedly explained. The family head is there to ask me about some bookkeeping matters. Xie Guilu said. Go check out that pool. It didn't take long. The crowd came to a pool in the courtyard. The pool is not big. The water is very deep, drowning a person. There is no problem. Xie Guilu bent down and looked at a sharp stone at the edge of the pool with frozen blood on it. Housekeeper Ma pointed at the stone and said, Last night the family head hit this stone. Xie Guilu glanced around and said with a faint smile, Last night was covered with ice and snow, but this stone was not covered by the snow, which is interesting. How do I feel that the snow around this stone has been plowed by someone, and it is obviously shallower than the surrounding snow. It seems to be true. The people of the Heavenly Power Division nodded their heads gently. There were also some stones around, all covered in ice and snow, but this one was not, and the snow around this stone was significantly shallower compared to the rest. It looked like someone had deliberately plowed the snow to make this stone visible. There were quite a few footprints around the pool, and you couldn't tell one way or the other simply by looking at them. A cold sweat surfaced on Butler Ma's forehead. Xie Guilu stared at Housekeeper Ma's face and smiled. Housekeeper Ma, even sweating on such a cold day. The crowd was also staring at Butler Ma with a sneer on their faces. This case had been investigated to this point and they had already made their guesses. Housekeeper Ma wiped his sweat and shook his head. It's just some snow on his hair that is melting and dripping at the moment. Not sweat. Xie Guilu looked at the surrounding attics, his eyes landing on one of them, which had broken windows on the second floor. This is Housekeeper Ma's house? Exactly. Butler Ma nodded. Xie Guilu asked, Where is Su Pan's house? There. Butler Ma pointed to one of the attics. Xie Guilu looked at Zhang Yun. Dare I ask Mrs. Su, is your room here? Zhang Yun subconsciously pointed at another attic. Xie Guilu laughed and asked, It surprises me that Mrs. Su and Su Pan don't live in the same house. Zhang Yun's body trembled and whispered, My body is not very good, and I have not resided with my husband since half a month ago. Mrs. Su's body is not well? I just examined your husband and realized that he's the one who's not in good health. Xie Guilu glanced at Zhang Yun if he had any deep meaning. Zhang Yun's eyes dodged, not daring to meet Xie Guilu's gaze. Xie Guilu added, Mrs. Su, has anyone told you that the gray scarf around your neck doesn't go well with your pink cotton dress, but goes somewhat with Butler Ma's black robe? The crowd immediately looked at the scarf around Zhang Yun's neck. When they saw Zhang Yun's dress before, they felt some inexplicable contradiction, but they couldn't tell where it was wrong. It was only at this moment when Xie Guilu pointed it out that they reacted. The scarf around Zhang Yun's neck is really not right. Not only was the color mismatched with the garment, the material of this scarf, not silk, but a kind of coarse cloth, without the slightest floral decoration on it, was duller in color. Generally speaking, the woman's scarf, the color is more bright, and there will be some exquisite decorations, patterns and so on. But Zhang Yun, this scarf, there is none of these, more like a man's scarf. Zhang Yun looked disoriented and completely flustered. Xie Guilu turned to Lin Qinghuang. Qinghuang, please take a look at Mrs. Su's scarf. I'm guessing that she has a strangulation mark on her neck. Lin Qinghuang said to Zhang Yun. Mrs. Su, please show me your scarf. Housekeeper Ma hurriedly said. This is Madame's personal belongings. Show me. Lin Qinghuang ignored Housekeeper Ma and expressionlessly extended his hand to Zhang Yun. Chapter 25, Lying Again. Your Honor. Zhang Yun was silent for a moment and removed the scarf and handed it to Lin Qinghuang. And the moment she removed the scarf, the crowd did see a strangulation mark. At this moment, they couldn't help but give a thumbs up to Xie Guilu. It was really too godly. Xie Guilu actually guessed that Zhang Yun had a strangulation mark on her neck. Xie Guilu looked at Zhang Yun. This mark on Mrs. Su's neck belongs to a strangulation mark. Can you tell me who left this behind? My husband. Zhang Yun lowered her head and said. Xie Guilu didn't feel the slightest bit surprised when he heard this as he said, I'll go to Su Pan's room to take a look. Su Pan's room. Xie Guilu glanced around and saw a table with a wine pot on it. The arrangement was somewhat similar to Zhang Zai's room, which was neat and uncluttered. He didn't bother with the table, but headed for a cabinet, and after some searching, he found half a tiny tea cake. Picking up the tea cake and sniffing it, his eyes narrowed. A familiar smell. This smell was present on that tablecloth of Zhang Zai's earlier. Put away the tea cakes. Xia Guilu walked out of the room. Any luck? Lin Qinghuang looked towards Xia Guilu. Xia Guilu shook his head. No. When he finished speaking, he headed back toward housekeeper Ma's house, the snow outside of which had been cleared so that the footprints on it were not obvious. Not only was this the case outside housekeeper Ma's house, the same was true outside Zhang Yun's house, and the footprints had already been cleaned up. Xia Guilu smiled indifferently and said to Ma Butler, "Last night, the water ghosts committed murder, and people were on edge, and even such an important thing as reporting a crime was delayed until today, but the snow on this ground was cleared. This was done by the houseboy, who was always in charge." Butler Ma spoke up. "Is that so? He just cleaned the outside of your and Mrs. Su's house, but not Su Pan's? Is it because you think Su Pan is dead and there's no need to clean up? Or did someone just tell him to clean up the outside of your and Mrs. Su's house?" Xia Guilu looked straight at housekeeper Ma. This is the idea of the underling, and I can't figure it out, and I will certainly chastise him when the time comes. Steward Ma said. Xia Guilu said, "Chastisement is not necessary. After all, he has cleaned up some things. Naturally he has seen some things. Instead ask him about it. Naturally he can ask." Housekeeper Ma's pupils shrank. Xia Guilu said to Lin Qinghuang, "Commander Lin, please go and search Mrs. Su's room to see if there are any pretty vases or anything like that." Lin Qinghuang gave Xia Guilu a speechless look. "Who's the commander? I asked you to look into this matter, but you're ordering me on?" However, she didn't say much and quickly headed towards Zhang Yun's room. Housekeeper Ma and Zhang Yun's bodies trembled as they knew it was over. "Come on, let's go to housekeeper Ma's room." Xia Guilu smiled and led the way into housekeeper Ma's room. Inside the room, items were neatly organized and cleaned. Xia Guilu said, "With the water ghosts breaking in, there must be traces of vandalism. This place is cleaned up." Housekeeper Ma said, "I've always loved cleanliness, and I've cleaned it on purpose." Xia Guilu said, "That would be destroying incriminating evidence." Butler Ma froze for a second. Xia Guilu poked his head out and looked out the window, just in time to see a subtle footprint on one of the eaves, and there were several claw marks on the wooden eaves next to the window. He looked at Butler Ma and said, "Describe the images of the water spirits breaking in as well as grabbing Su Pan." Butler Ma pointed to the table and said, "At that time, I was sitting here with the family head discussing about the accounts, when that water ghost instantly broke through the window. It was too fast, and rushed out as soon as it grabbed the family head. When I chased him down, the guards were fighting with him." Steward Ma, lying again. Xia Guilu stared at housekeeper Ma. Butler Ma's expression was stagnant as he inquired, "I still ask for your excellency's clarification." He understood that he was finished today because he had too many breaks, and the Heavenly Power Division could have taken him to the bottom of the prison to torture him and make him give an honest explanation, but he just wanted to know what other places he had revealed his breaks. "I'll tell you where you lied." Zhang Long pointed to the broken windowsill and said, "The winter apocalypse is cold. The paper is frozen and stiff. If the window is broken from the outside, this splintered window should be inward, but this window is outward, which means that the water ghost is rushing from the inside to the outside. Obviously, the last case at the raccoon house, the matter of that broken hole in the portal, had given him some experience, and so had this one. So it is." Housekeeper Ma revealed a sigh, ultimately not cautious enough. Not long after, Lin Qinghuang brought back a broken vase with some blood on the shards. Isn't this Butler Ma's Celadon vase?" Some members of the Su family recognized that it was Butler Ma's belongings through the mutilated vase. The fact that this Celadon vase was stained with blood and ran to Mrs. Su's room gave rise to instant conjecture. Xia Guilu said, "Butler Ma's broken vase, which grew legs on its own, ran to Mrs. Su's room. I've heard it said that after a criminal commits an act of murder, he will be the first to do three things: faking the scene, hiding the body, and hiding the murder weapon. Hiding the murder weapon usually won't be hidden in the place where you live. When I examined the wound on the back of Su Pan's head earlier, I found that the wound was flat. If it was a sharp stone knock, the wound should have shown a concave shape. Only something with a smooth appearance would cause a flat wound. Next, it's Butler Ma's turn to continue his sophistry." Butler Ma said with a complicated expression, "There's no need to be sophomoric. This lord is just playing cat and mouse. If I continue to be sophomoric, it would be a laughing stock." As the housekeeper of the Su mansion, he is also considered to know that according to the set of the official handling of the case, in fact, only need to suspect him. You can arrest him to torture a bit. He does not think that he can resist the torture. And there are so many holes in his words that it's pointless to continue to weasel out of them. "Then say it." Xia Guilu looked at housekeeper Ma. Housekeeper looked at the side of the dead face of Zhang Yun, silent for a second. "The master of the house is not physically able to Half a month ago and Madam sleep in separate rooms. Last night happened to see me and Madam. He suddenly went crazy and wanted to strangle Madam. In my haste, I picked up the vase and killed him. The scarf on Madam's neck. I gave it to her in a hurry to cover the strangulation marks on her neck. Where's the water ghost? Xiao Guilu continued to ask. Ma Butler shook his head and said, there is no such thing as a water ghost. That is, I let the guard Lu Jiao pretending, in order to create a water ghost murder scene. I thought that at best it is considered 100 secrets and one slip up. I did not expect to be full of loopholes. Butler Ma, I can't believe it's you guys. Some of the people in the Su mansion stared angrily at Butler Ma and Mrs. Su. This pair of dogs cheated on each other and murdered the head of the family. They really deserve to die. Housekeeper Ma and Mrs. Su lowered their heads, their faces ashen. Go and call that Lu Zhao over. Xia Guilu glanced around. The little man has come. A man dressed in gray robes, wearing a mask and a walking stick with only one leg walked in. Don't look at him as a cripple, but he had the force of arms. He was the Su family's most powerful guard. Chapter 26, Your Honor, you're a master of the art of case solving. Tell me about it. Xia Guilu looked at Lu Zhao. Lu Zhao looked at Butler Ma. Housekeeper Ma said, it's done, so tell me the truth. Lu Zhao nodded and said, last night, Butler Ma found me and gave me 100 taels of silver to help him put on a show. The water ghost was me pretending to be a water ghost. I dragged the family head's body and rushed out of the attic, in order to cover up the wound on the back of the head of the family head, specially according to the request of housekeeper Ma. The family head was thrown at the edge of the pool to create the illusion of a stone bump, and didn't go to the police at that time because the person had just died, and the traces were too obvious, so he deliberately waited until this morning. Lu Zhao, you follow the family head from time to time. You are his most trusted guard. I didn't expect that you would be involved in this matter. I was curious that I didn't see you last night when we dealt with the water ghosts, so it turns out that you're the one who was the water ghost. The Su family's guards looked coldly at Lu Zhao. You know, when they dealt with Lu Zhao last night, some of them were injured. Lu Zhao shook his head and said, I'm just a cripple, and Mrs. Su's father is a member of the Ministry of Public Works, so if he steps in, this case can naturally be resolved quickly, and added, if I am insensitive, the end cannot be better. Just did not think that the member of the staff is dead. Xia Guilu looked at Lu Zhao. When I questioned the Zhang family's housekeeper earlier, he said that he saw a guard from the Su family go to the Zhang family at the hour. So it should be you. He mused. It seems that the moment Su Pan died last night, you didn't follow him. Otherwise, as his most trusted guard, he wouldn't have seen death if he had you following him. Lu Zhao said with a complex expression. I was ordered by the family head to send newly arrived wine to Lord Zhang, and when I came back, he had already been killed by housekeeper Ma. If I was present, he naturally would not have died, but unfortunately, people can't come back from the dead. I can only listen to Butler Ma and Mrs. Su for 100 taels and my own little life. Xia Guilu said indistinctly, delivering wine? It turns out that the pot of osmanthus wine in Zhang Zai's room was sent by you. Exactly. Lu Zhao nodded gently. Lin Qinghuan looked at Xia Guilu. A smile surfaced on his face. Cunning fellow. Xia Guilu stared at Lu Zhao, the corner of his mouth rising slightly. Protector Lu. You're lying. Lu Zhao froze and looked at Xia Guilu doubtfully. The villain did not lie. Xia Guilu smiled faintly. You should be familiar with the order in which Zhang Zai and Su Pan died. Lu Zhao's heart condensed and he shook his head. I only know that the family head died at the hour. I don't know the rest. Xia Guilu said. Zhang Zai died before Su Pan. He died at the time of Ohio while Su Pan died at the time of the hour. If the housekeeper saw you at the time of the hour, doesn't it mean that you went to Zhang Zai's mansion and saw the dead Zhang Zai? Lu Zhao's face changed slightly, and he hurriedly said, it was a late night last night, so I guess I remembered it wrong. You did misremember. After all, Zhang Zai's housekeeper didn't see you go to the Zhang mansion. Xia Guilu said with a playful expression. Lu Zhao's body trembled, and said, there is no need for your honor to swindle villain. Villain did go to look for Lord Zhang. As for the time, I guess I remembered it wrong. May I see your hand? Xia Guilu looked at Lu Zhao. Unsure, Lu Zhao put his hand out. Xia Guilu stared at Lu Zhao's hands and realized that the other party's hands, with broken nails, had already seen some blood and flesh. Lu Zhao explained. I'm a martial arts practitioner, and I was soaked in ice water last night, so this shouldn't be a problem, right? It's caused by scratching the wooden eaves of the windows from time to time, I guess. Xia Guilu said indifferently. Lu Zhao's pupils tightened, instantly staring at Xia Guilu. Xia Guilu pointed to the location of the broken window and said, the scratches on the outside are too obvious, and that single footprint is a bit conspicuous. Lu Zhao frowned. What does that tell us? It really doesn't mean anything, but you need to be shown the key item. Xia Guilu stretched his back. Clear Phoenix. Pick up that thing you drew earlier. Xia Guilu looked at Lin Qinghuang. Lin Qinghuang took out a piece of paper from inside his sleeve and handed it to Xia Guilu. Xia Guilu took the paper and said to Lu Zhao, "Take off your shoes." Lu Zhao silently took off his shoes. Xia Guilu lifted the paper. There was a footprint on it. He gestured at the side of Lu Zhao's shoe and said, "This footprint. It is the same size as this shoe of yours, and even the lines are similar." Lu Zhao was silent for a second and asked, "So what exactly is your honor going to say?" Xia Guilu said, "Under that bookcase of Zhang Zai's, there is dust, and in the middle of the night, when you were close to the bookcase and took away the things inside the secret compartment, you definitely didn't find that dust, and it just so happened that your footprints left behind, and there was also a spot at the scene, which was left by your walking stick." Lu Zhao slightly gripped his walking stick. His face became pale. When he heard this, he understood that he had been completely exposed. Dust? There was actually dust under that cabinet. Careless. That old thing, Zhang Zai, is as cunning as ever. Xie Guilu looked at Lu Zhao and Zhang Yun. "Let me roughly deduce. You first went to Zhang Zai's mansion in the name of Su Pan. Then you killed him and took the things in the secret compartment. After that you returned to the Su mansion. You happened to be at housekeeper Ma's window. You saw housekeeper Ma cheating on his wife with Mrs. Su, and you were furious beyond words. You then told Su Pan about this. Su Pan was furious, and came up to catch the adulterer, and eventually was butler Ma knocked down with a vase. Lu Zhao, you." As soon as housekeeper Ma and Zhang Yun heard this, their gazes condensed and they stared at Lu Zhao dead in the face. They were being set up by Lu Zhao? Lu Zhao said ruefully, "This lord, when he really breaks the case into a god, the details are just like what you said." Xia Guilu shook his head. "This is not a detail. Relatively speaking, I am more curious as why you want to kill Zhang Zai and Su Pan? Why seeing butler Ma and Mrs. Su cheating on each other could make you so angry that you scratched the wooden eaves of the window. There are quite a few scratches on that wooden eaves. They are by no means left in a single day. The matter of butler Ma and Mrs. Su cheating on each other was something that you knew about long ago, and you were very angry about it." Lu Zhao said in a deep voice, "Zhang Zai was killed by me, but Su Pan was not." Xia Guilu lost his smile and said, "To kill one person is to kill two people is also to kill. Since you have done it, there is no need to deny it." Zhang Zai's wounds in the back of his head leveled out. "In fact, it is not fatal. The real key to his death is the heart strangulation." "What? That one stroke of mine wasn't the key to killing the head of the family?" Butler Ma looked at Xia Guilu in shock. "If the person was not killed directly by him, then could his punishment be reduced?" "Don't worry, the Heavenly Power Division's prison can make you sit through it," Xia Guilu said indifferently. Butler Ma's face died again after hearing this. Xia Guilu looked at Lu Zhao and said, "The matter has come to this, so tell us the full details. There's no need for you and I to continue wasting each other's time." "Hey!" Lu Zhao sighed softly and said, "Indeed there is no need for sophistry, for it is pointless." Chapter 27, The Adultery is Exposed. 1,000 points of view. Lu Zhao silently removed the mask from his face, revealing a face that was burned and grim from the fire. Lu Qi, it's you." When Zhang Yun saw this face, she looked horrified and let out a screaming sound as her entire body instantly collapsed to the ground. Lu Zhao smiled grimly and stared at Zhang Yun. *******, didn't he think it was me? When your father and you harmed me, did you ever think there would be today?" Xia Guilu looked at Lu Zhao with a calm expression, waiting for his next words. Lu Zhao face white bleak color. "When Zhang Zai is still just a magistrate of Baihe County, and I am a magistrate. Zhang Yun and I are to the point of talking about marriage, but unfortunately, then there is a thing. Zhang Yun this borrowed to cook for me, will be confused, but also a fire burned my house. Want to live to burn me to death." He laughed to himself. "After I woke up, I have been face to face. I spent most of the year to slow down, and then I realized that Zhang Zai was even promoted, and jumped to become the Ministry of Public Works of the Tianqi city, and Zhang Yun this also married Su Pan. I hate to kill all of them by 1,000 cuts, and I quietly mixed into Su's house, did things for Su Pan, and got his trust, and half a month ago, happened to find Ma Butler and Zhang Yun this cheating. I naturally more angry. This really deserved to die. Killing isn't enough to vent your anger, is it? Shade dangerous building road. Naturally. So I laid out everything, killed Zhang Zai that dog, and borrowed the hands of Ma Butler and Zhang Yun, killed Su Pan, so that they were in prison, waiting for the beheading. The adultery was exposed, but also be accused by 1,000 people, 10,000 people spit on. Is not it more comfortable for me?" A hideous smile appeared on Lu Zhao's face. You crazy bastard." Zhang Yun angrily pointed at Lu Zhao. "Where is a man who has died once and not gone mad?" Lu Zhao sneered. Xia Guilu said, you just said that a subsequent thing appeared, and it seems to be related to the things in the dark compartment. Lu Zhao took out an account book from inside his clothes. What is it? You will know by looking at the account book yourselves. Lin Qinghuang reached out her hand and took the ledger, but instead of viewing it, she simply put it away. You killed Zhang Zai and Su Pan, using a strange poison, right? Xia Guilu opened his mouth. This sentence, in fact, is a deliberate guide. Lu Zhao murder thing should be inseparable from him. From Su Pan's room searched that half a tea cake. However, this matter, he did not intend to let Lu Zhao say it out in public, and the follow-up might be of wonderful use. Lu Zhao did not refute, just said, indeed, it is a strange poison. After poisoning, the whole body will be feverish, the heartbeat accelerated, thus the temperament is violent. This kind of moment, if you can't cool down the temperature, then you can only wait for the heart strangulation death. Cooling down suppresses the toxins? The crowd of the Heavenly Power Division stared at Lu Zhao. Lu Zhao laughed coldly. Where is it that simple? After being poisoned, the whole body will be hot and will long for a cold place. But if you are in a cold place for a long time, it will cause the body to lose temperature. But the brain can't feel it at all, and you will gradually become blurred in consciousness and produce a hallucination. When the crowd heard this, they instantly understood the key to Zhang Zai's death. After Zhang Zai was poisoned, his whole body was feverish, and he walked out of the attic to blow the cold wind. As a result of blowing, but the brain does not notice, the body gradually lose temperature. Blurred consciousness, hallucinations, fell headlong inside the pond, so the forehead will appear bumps and bruises. Xia Guilu nodded his head gently. After investigating here, both cases could be closed. He looked at Lin Qinghuang. The case has been identified. I'm sleepy. Go back to sleep. Go on. Lin Qinghuang waved his hand. This guy, Xia Guilu, really isn't simple. This analytical ability and the ability to dig holes and lay traps for people alone is better than many people in the Heavenly Power Division. In this case, there are still some doubts, worthy of scrutiny, but the problem is not big. The flaws do not cover up. Xia Guilu can find out here. Will be very good. Xia Guilu yawned, stuck his hands inside his sleeves, and turned to leave the attic. Zhang Long Zhaohu and the others stared at Xia Guilu. A touch of admiration appeared in their eyes. Who said that people Xia Guilu was a playboy waste? This ability to solve cases made them feel inferior to themselves. However, when they were at the raccoon house earlier, Xia Guilu had said a sentence that just because he was a dude, it didn't mean he was a waste, and at the moment, they were extremely agreeable to Xia Guilu's words. Dude, that's just having the capital to eat, drink, whore and gamble, and being able to play every day. But it doesn't mean people aren't smart. After leaving Su Pan's residence, Xia Guilu rushed to 7 Nights Snow. Inside the elegant room, greetings to the owner of the building. June and July bowed to Xia Guilu. Xia Guilu gently waved his hand. There is no need to be polite. How is the matter that I asked you to look into? June took out the 3 letters and handed them to Xia Guilu. It's been checked out. A quick errand, but a quick one. Xia Guilu said darkly as he took the letters and opened the first one to take a look. Qingyuan Taoist Temple. Xia Guilu's eyes narrowed. According to the content of the letter, Dear Yuan had changed his face into a Taoist priest after the destruction of the Lin family, and was now a lamp-serving Taoist priest of the Qingyuan Taoist Temple. And this Qingyuan Taoist Temple was located in Qingyuan Mountain, 20 miles north of Tianqi City. June respectfully asked, Master of the building, the Qingyuan Taoist Temple is a bit weird. It seems to be hiding some secrets. Do you want us to go and capture that Dear Yuan? Xia Guilu shook his head. I have my own plans in this matter. He continued to open the second and third letters. Before the Lin family was destroyed, they had dealings with the second prince. When the Lin family was destroyed, a group of people from the Endless Pavilion had indeed gone out. When Xia Guilu saw this, he raised his eyebrows slightly. All of this seemed to be pointing to the second prince. Could it be that the second prince was really the person behind the destruction of the Lin family? The matter is not expected to be that simple. Some things, the more obvious they are, the more wrong they are. But right now, since he knew about Dear Yuan, as long as he found the other party, he would be able to get some key things, and then he might be able to know the real answer. Put down the letter. Xia Guilu took half of the tea cakes out and handed them to June. Recognize this item? June took the tea cake and gently sniffed it. Her pupils shrunk. This is the Apocalypse Gold Tea. It was popular in Apocalypse City 10 years ago, because it was too rare and needed to be exchanged for gold. It was deeply favored by some powerful people. She paused for a moment and said, however, later on, when someone drank this tea and died of cardiac arrest, this tea gradually faded out of the public's view, but nowadays there are still people secretly selling it, and it seems that something else has been added to this tea cake. so it is estimated to be very difficult to live after drinking it. Xia Guilu asked, who is selling it? It was this tea that really killed Zhang Zai and Su Pan. If Lu Zhao went to Zhang Zai with ordinary things, would Zhang Zai be willing to see him? Not even if he was Su Pan's guard. There was only one possibility, that he had brought this gold-like tea with him, plus with the help of Su Pan's name. He said that it was Su Pan's gift to his old husband. When Zhang Zai heard about the golden tea of the apocalypse, he must have been very excited and wanted to taste the flavor right away, which led to the subsequent death. But Lu Zhao is a small person. What qualification to get this golden tea? As he had predicted before, someone was pushing everything, making Lin Xinghuang look into certain things, and that ledger was crucial. It must have extremely important information on it. June nodded and said, according to the information controlled by 7 Night Snow, Xilan Xian is selling this tea. Behind this Xilan Xian is the third prince, but he is very deeply hidden. Every time he hides behind the curtain, and won't take the initiative to show up. Xilan Xian? The third prince? Interesting. Xia Gilu's eyes narrowed. It seemed that the ledger was a bureau. This inning could be aimed at the second prince. After all, before the appearance of the Tianya sword, has already pointed the Lin family destruction of the matter to the second prince. Now coincidentally, this case fell to the head of the second hall. As a layout maker, it is definitely necessary to ride the wave of victory and lay down the innings one after the other, so as to make things more coherent and to get the desired effect. As for this golden tea is another bureau. Lin Qinghuang checked the account book. Surely can find many information. If you check the golden tea again, it is estimated that it will be checked to the head of the third prince. Or is it that this golden tea is originally from the hands of the third prince? The purpose is to mess with the second prince. As for the golden tea left out of the scene, it is because Lu Zhao has not yet had time to destroy? If so, this tea cake left at the scene is too broken. Xia Guilu was more inclined to. Someone wants to move the second prince, also want to move the third prince. If this is the case, the person behind this, still have so little ability. Wait and do something for me. Xia Guilu commanded something to June. Since someone was going to lay it out, he'd muddy the waters and let some of these layout fish run amok. Understood. June curtsied. Xia Guilu drank a cup of wine and left 7 Nights of Snow. Chapter 28 White River Floods. Disaster Relief Silver. The Divisions of Heavenly Power. In the middle of the Great Hall, Lin Qinghuang took out the account book and carefully looked through it. She noticed that one of the pages was folded, and she immediately lifted it to check. In the 49th year of the Tianqi era, on the winter solstice, Baihe County was flooded, and the second prince carried 300,000 taels of silver to provide relief. Tianqi 49, winter solstice, second prince, 300,000 taels of silver. Lin Xinghuang's gaze froze when she saw this. In the 49th year of the Tianqi, exactly 3 years ago, when it was also the winter solstice, the Lin family happened to be overthrown. She immediately got up and headed for a bookshelf, taking a scroll from it and flipping it open to look at it. In the 49th year of the Tianqi, the White River dike collapsed, and the second prince was ordered to transfer to the Ministry of Public Works to take charge of the construction of the dike, carrying 300,000 taels of disaster relief silver to White River County. Lin Xinghuang continued to look down. During the period 300,000 taels of silver disappeared for no apparent reason. 3 days later, the second prince recovered the silver. The relief effort ended perfectly, and Zhang Zai, the magistrate of Baihe County, assisted the second prince in completing the relief effort, and was promoted to be a member of the Ministry of Public Works. She put down the scroll and once again removed an ancient ledger from inside her sleeve. This is the account book on the eve of the destruction of the Lin family. She has been carrying it with her all the time, in the hope that she can find some clues from it. Flip through the books and find the accounts for the 49th year of the apocalypse. One of the account. Very peculiar. The Lin family expenditure of 300,000 taels of silver. Above does not have the reason for the expenditure of this silver, and even the handwriting is different from the other handwriting, as if it is another person to add up. Put the ledger away. Lin Qinghuang mused. Another setup. This is to make me continue to investigate the second prince. If it was just an unusual expense, Zhang Zai, as a member of the Ministry of Public Works, would not have taken an account book so seriously. Apparently, there was a big problem with the account, as 300,000 taels of silver for disaster relief disappeared, and 3 days later, the silver was recovered. As it happens, the Lin family also spent 300,000 taels of silver at that time. Where is there such a coincidence? What was the connection between the 300,000 taels of silver spent by the Lin family and the 300,000 taels of silver subsequently recovered by the second prince? The same silver? The appearance of this account once again used her as a knife. which was to make her continue to investigate the second prince. Lu Zhao. Lin Qinghuang understood that this person must know more. Zhang Yun wanted to burn Lu Zhao, presumably Zhang Zai's arrangement, in order to silence him. Reporting to Commander Lin, Lu Zhao bit his tongue and killed himself. Zhang Long hurriedly entered the Great Hall. That's decisive. When Lin Qinghuang heard this, she only frowned slightly. Where's Zhang Yun? Can you say anything? Lin Qinghuang asked. Zhang Long shook his head and said, Zhang Yun said that killing Lu Zhao was Zhang Zai's arrangement. The real reason for it, she didn't know. Zhang Zai just gave her the word that he was going to take her to Tianqi City, and that he couldn't keep Lu Zhao, a small guard, as a drag. Ha! Lin Qinghuang smiled coldly, reporting to Commander Lin. Just now my subordinate met a person outside who claimed to be from the palace. She said that Xilan Xian's tea was very tasty, so she specially gave you some. Zhao Hu came in quickly and handed a piece of rice paper to Lin Qinghuang. Oh, Lin Qinghuang took the rice paper and lifted it to see that there was a small piece of tea cake inside, and the aroma of the tea cake was very strong. This smell. Lin Qinghuang sniffed gently, feeling like she had smelled this flavor somewhere. She closed her eyes and quickly recalled inside her brain. A few moments later, she opened her eyes and said in a deep voice, Apocalypse Gold Tea. Before, in Zhang Zai's room, there seemed to be this kind of flavor. Just that I didn't think about it carefully at that time. Apocalypse Gold Tea? Wasn't the sale of this tea banned 10 years ago? Zhao Hu was surprised. Apocalypse Gold Tea. Popular for a while, with a strong fragrance, loved by countless dignitaries. Although the sale is explicitly banned, but there will definitely be people who are desperate. You guys immediately go to Purple Orchid Xian to check it out. And if you are really selling this tea, then it's all over in one pot. Lin Qinghuang said in a cold voice. Yes, sir. Zhang Long and Zhao Hu immediately left. Lin Qinghuang looked at the tea cake in her hand and murmured. Before I was curious about what kind of poison Lu Zhao used that even a silver needle couldn't test to kill Zhang Zai and Su Pan. But now it seems like it's this golden tea without a doubt. Would Zhang Zai take a second look at an ordinary drink that Lu Zhao took to Zhang Zai? The only thing that made Zhang Zai impatient to brew and savor was this precious golden tea. How expensive is gold tea? Especially after being banned from selling. The private price was definitely higher. Lu Zhao, a small guard, naturally did not qualify for this kind of golden tea. Zhang Zai and Su Pan's case is just the surface, behind the involvement of many people. Phew, what is Clear Phoenix thinking about? Did you miss me? Xie Guilu smiled and entered the Great Hall. Lin Qinghuang glanced at Xie Guilu and said, Want to know what's in that ledger? Don't want to know. Xie Guilu looked lazy as he sat down on the side. Lin Qinghuang said blandly, 3 years ago, the second prince went to White River to provide disaster relief, carrying 300,000 taels of relief silver. As a result, the silver inexplicably disappeared, and after 3 days, he retrieved it, and coincidentally, at that time, the Lin family also had 300,000 taels of silver expended. Can't understand it. I have the biggest headache with this kind of thing involving numbers. Xie Guilu shook his head. As he expected, Zhang Zai and Su Pan's case is someone's game. In order to push Lin Qinghuang to continue to investigate the second prince, this person could be the Grand Prince, or the third prince, and at the same time, it could be any other prince. If the eldest prince, the tea cake to Lu Zhao murder 2 people, that is 2 birds with 1 stone. Both can let Lin Qinghuang to check the second prince, but also can follow the tea cake to check the third prince. If it is the third prince, the tea cakes were originally sold by him, and he took out the tea cakes to Lu Zhao, but the purpose is to add a fire, so that Lin Qinghuang more deeply to check the second prince. If it were the other princes, this calculation was to make the 3 princes fight internally so that they could reap the benefits. Either way, the second prince was the one being investigated. In the immediate situation, Xie Guilu tended to be more inclined that the Grand Prince was driving everything. After all, that piece of tea cake was placed in Su Pan's house, which in itself was a kind of breakthrough. If the third prince were to go and do all this, he certainly wouldn't leave his handle behind. In this regard, Xie Guilu also stirred a hand, deliberately let the people of the 7 Knights of Snow pretend to be people from the palace, and gave the tea cakes to Lin Qinghuang. Just one step, so that a few emperors can be suspicious. Standing in the third prince's perspective, Xilan Xian was investigated and suffered heavy losses. He would wonder if this was the eldest prince, or any other prince counting on him. Standing in the perspective of the Grand Prince, the case of Zhang Zai and Su Pan's deaths, coupled with the matter of Xilan Xian's sale of gold tea, he could have gone ahead and impeached the third prince. However, Xilan Xian sold gold tea, and the people in the palace gave the news to Lin Qinghuang, which would make the Grand Prince a little suspicious. Assuming that the Grand Prince was the one who laid the groundwork, He deliberately asked Lu Zhao to leave tiny tea cakes in Su Pan's room with the purpose of calculating the third prince. However, at this moment this news from the palace. The third prince is expected to take the lead in suspecting his head. This is considered to be positively cross with the third prince. Certainly not cost-effective. To know this matter of golden tea, Lin Qinghuang himself found out and the palace people give information. The result will be completely different. At a moment like this, would the Grand Prince also suspect that there was someone else behind the scenes who was counting on him, in order to get the three of them to fight internally? So, is there another hidden prince sitting behind this? Once a few emperors became suspicious, then the water would be muddy. Chapter 29, Suspicions from all sides. Sitting on the mountain and watching the tiger? Don't understand even if you don't. Lin Qinghuang also stopped talking about this matter. Xia Guilu stretched out his feet and said to Lin Qinghuang, "Qinghuang, my feet are cold." Lin Qinghuang said blandly, "When your body is deficient, your essence is damaged, your kidneys are weak, and your yin and yang are insufficient, you will naturally be cold. Go to fewer greenhouses or else you might not survive this winter." Xia Guilu said softly, "If you warm the bed for me, let me take a bite and replenish it. I'll be able to get through it. Any more nonsense and I'll make sure you don't even make it through the day." Lin Qinghuang's face slumped as she glared viciously at Xia Guilu. "It's already so cold. Why do you have to say such icy words with your warm mouth?" Xia Guilu said in despair. Lin Qinghuang closed her eyes, not wanting to care about this guy. 1 hour later, reporting to Commander Lin, a lot of gold tea was searched in Purple Orchid Xian, and now the place has been seized. But the one behind this Purple Orchid Xian seems to be the third prince. Zhang Long saluted Lin Qinghuang. "Got it. You go down." Lin Qinghuang waved her hand. Then she picked up a pen and paper and quickly wrote a folded document. Things were getting interesting, and since those people wanted to fight, let them fight themselves. She just had to present the information she had found out truthfully. As for this knife of hers, where will she eventually point it? It depends on what she can find out. Want to use her as a knife? Where is it so easy? 2 hours later, Lin Qinghuang's folding, through the hands of the chancellor, was presented. The imperial palace, Qiankuan Temple. A middle-aged man with a pale face and a majestic countenance sat on the bed. He looked at the folds in his hands and said in a cold voice, "Immediately let the third prince roll over to see me at once." This middle-aged man was the Xia Emperor. One of the eunuchs rushed off to deliver the decree. After a while, a young man entered the great hall. He was dressed in a white robe, immaculate and handsome. "Child, see father. This is none other than the third prince, Yan Wuduan." Emperor Xia looked at Yan Wuduan indifferently. "Do you know what you were called for?" Yan Wuchen was stunned for a second. "Child does not know. See for yourself." Emperor Xia threw the folders to Yan Wuduan. Yan Wuchen took the folded document, glanced at it, his pupils shrank, and he hurriedly kowtowed. "Father, someone is wronging my child. Wrongfully accusing you? Zhang Zai's and Su Pan's deaths were linked to golden tea, and your Xylan Xian, too, sells golden tea. So you think this is unjust?" The Xia Emperor said with a sullen face. Yan Wuchen lowered his head, his forehead covered in cold sweat. He realized at this moment that it was difficult to weasel out of this matter, because the Purple Orchid Xian was indeed his, and he was also selling golden tea. But Zhang Zai Su Pan's death had nothing to do with him. Just who would believe him when he said that? The Xia Emperor indifferently said, "Punish you to face the wall for half a month to calm down properly. And in addition, the winter hunting matters you are responsible for will be handed over to your elder brother. The child understands." Yan Wuchen didn't dare to retort. "Stand down." Emperor Xia waved his hand. Yan Wuchen retreated with his head lowered. "Unworthy." Emperor Xia coldly spoke. After leaving the Qiankuan temple, Yan Wuchen's face instantly became gloomy as he quickly returned to his mansion. It was good to be put on the spot today. Meet the third prince. When the guards saw Yan Wuchen return, they immediately came forward to salute. Yan Wuchen said in a cold voice, "Immediately go and look into the matter of Zhang Zai and Su Pan's deaths, and the matter of the Violet Orchid Xian. Also give this prince a good look into it." Xylan Xian happened to sell gold tea for him, allowing him to make a lot of money. This time, Xylan Xian was seized, and many of the gold teas were searched, so he could be said to have suffered a huge loss. Now that the Xia Emperor knew about him selling the golden tea, if he continued to sell this tea in the future, he would definitely have to pay a huge price. The path of golden tea enrichment will not work for the time being. How can he not be angry when someone has cut off his wealth and framed him? The guards rushed off to do so. 1 incense stick later, the guard returned and handed a letter to Yan Wuchen. "The information has been found. The deaths of Zhang Zai and Su Pan were linked to Jin Sha, and the information about Jin Sha was given to Lin Qinghuang by someone in the palace." Yan Wuchen received the letter, took a serious look at it, and said with a sullen face, "News from someone in the palace? Good Yan Junlin. Taking revenge on Yan Wuya is just enough, but he even dared to come and mess with me, using the matter of the golden tea to scheme against me, and also telling Lin Qinghuang about the news of Violet Orchid Xian's sale of the golden tea as well. This is taking things to the extreme. Since you're unkind, then don't blame me for being unkind. If Lin Qinghuang himself went to find out about the golden tea, and wanted to find out from the golden tea to Xilan Xian, it would definitely take quite a bit of time, and he would be able to completely react and erase the traces of Xilan Xian's golden tea during that time. But this time, someone in the palace had passed on a message that bluntly stated that Xilan Xian was selling gold tea, which didn't give him much of a chance to react at all. In this palace, who is most likely to pass the news of the golden tea to Lin Qinghuang? That would naturally be the originator behind the Zhang Zai and Su Pan cases, the Grand Prince. Yan Wuchen crushed the letter as he said in a cold voice, "The winter hunting is about to open. This matter father asked me to give it to Yan Junlin. Go and prepare it. I have to give Yan Junlin a big gift." Subordinate obeyed. The guards saluted and quickly left. The second prince's residence. A young man wearing a blue robe with a shadowy face was spreading some bait inside the pond. He was none other than the second prince, Yan Wuya. "Your Highness." His Majesty summoned the third prince and punished him for facing the wall for a month. And the winter hunt has been put under the responsibility of the great prince. A guard reported to Yan Wuya. Yan Wuya indifferently said, "Boss has played a good game, killing 2 birds with 1 stone." The guard hesitated and said, "It is possible that this matter is the work of the third prince. After all, he is the one selling that golden tea. The deaths of Zhang Zai and Su Pan also have nothing to do with the golden tea." Yan Wuya said, "It's understandable that Lao San wants to add fuel to the fire, but he won't leave the Xilan Xian as a breakthrough. After all, he also lost a lot this time. This is clearly what the boss is doing, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Good calculation." The guard looked at Yan Wuya. "Now that the Grand Prince is in charge of the winter hunting, can you?" Yan Wuya looked at the pond. "Wait and see what happens." "Understood." The guards saluted. In the meantime, the Grand Prince's residence. Yan Junlin, dressed in a long black robe, was sipping on a fine wine with a rich smile on his face. "I guess old 2 and old 3 are looking very ugly at the moment. Don't get too happy. You don't have to be the real winner in this matter." An indifferent voice sounded as Yan Ruyu walked over. Yan Junlin looked at Yan Ruyu in surprise. "Why do you say that?" Yan Ruyu indifferently said, "The matter of Xilan Xian selling gold tea was not found out by Lin Qinghuang, but someone in the palace gave the information to Lin Qinghuang." Yan Junlin raised an eyebrow. The deaths of Zhang Zai and Su Pan were indeed his handiwork, and the golden tea was also taken out by him, in order to naturally make a layout that kills 2 birds with 1 stone. Not only did he want Lin Qinghuang to check on Yan Wuya, he also had to make Yan Wuduan lose a piece of flesh. After all, the previous matter of the 3 forces approaching Yan Wuya, he felt that there was something wrong. There might be someone who was deliberately calculating in order to sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight. And this person might be the oldest 3, Yan Wuchen. That was why he had set a trap for Yan Wuduan this time. However, he did not tell Lin Qinghuang about the golden tea being sold at Xilan Xian. After all, doing things to leave a thread, taking out the golden tea to frame Yan Wuchen was almost enough, which would also allow Yan Wuchen to have a chance to react and not take things too far. But it didn't seem like it was a good thing for the palace to send a message directly to Lin Qinghuang, leaving Yan Wuduan with no chance to react, and for Violet Orchid Xian to be directly overthrown, completely putting things to bed. Yan Ruyu said faintly, "It seems that there is someone else behind this. The 4th prince, the 5th prince, or the 6th prince? You've done the 2 birds with 1 stone scenario, but someone else is doing the 3 birds with 1 stone. Sitting on the mountain and watching the tiger scenario." Yan Junlin said with a sullen face, "The battle for imperial power. There must be someone who is hibernating and sitting on the mountain. This can't be good. We have to drag all of them out. Otherwise he's been hiding in the shadows. And that's not a good thing." Chapter 30 Qing Yuan Taoist Temple. Taoist Lamp Servant. Evening. Evening sunsets emerged in the sky, and a snow-covered mountain turned golden yellow, which was extremely beautiful. Xia Guilu opened his eyes and took down the long shirt on his body. He looked not far away. Lin Qinghuang was holding a scroll and watching it. This woman was desperate. "Qinghuang, the Heavenly Authority Division can be dismissed at Shenzhen. Now it should be the 11th hour. It's time to go home." Xia Guilu smiled. "Go back by yourself," Lin Qinghuang said indifferently. "All right, you're a cultivator. Your body and bones can carry it. But I'm different. I'm too skinny. I have to go back and make up for it." Xia Guilu got up and headed out of the temple. "Dear Yuan's news has been found out. Next we have to go to Qing Yuan Mountain and act at night so that we won't be noticed. You're not trying to make up for it. You're just trying to continue to shortchange your body." Lin Qinghuan looked at Xie Gilu's back and spoke expressionlessly. With this guy's character, he would probably run to the greenhouse right away and not stop for a moment. 1 hour later, the sky had dulled, and the snow was piling up on the ground, but a few glimmers of light could be seen. On Qingyuan Mountain, snow was flying, and a cold wind blew, emitting an eerie whistling sound, and at the top of the mountain, there was a Taoist temple named Qingyuan Taoist Temple. Taoist temple is not small. Outside the stone walls piled up, inside a number of large halls arranged, visible light of the lamp. Weekdays incense is also considered to be strong. Inside a large hall, a middle-aged Taoist priest wearing a gray Taoist robe was sitting on a futon and meditating, while around him, there was a green lamp. This was none other than the serving lamp Taoist of Mount Qingyuan. Woo! Suddenly, a cold wind came. The door of the great hall was pushed open. The cold wind blew into the great hall. The green lamps shook and the lights kept flickering. The lamp servant Taoist slowly opened his eyes as he stood up and went to close the door. Instead, he ended up seeing a handsome man in a white robe standing outside the main hall. The other party was looking at him with a smile on his face. This was naturally Xie Guilu. When Taoist lamp servant saw Xie Guilu, his pupils shrank, but he still opened his mouth and asked, "This monk, the night is already late. Why is he still at the Qingyuan Taoist temple?" Xie Guilu smiled and said, "Naturally, I'm here for you, dear Yuan." When the lamp attendant heard the word dear Yuan, he couldn't help but change his face abruptly. His eyes were stern, killing intent filled the air, and he immediately struck out, actually having the cultivation of the peak of the shackle realm. Xie Guilu reacted even faster. He took a step out and instantly appeared in front of the serving light Taoist, kicking the other party in the abdomen. Boo! The body of the lantern servant Taoist was instantly kicked away, hitting the wall hard, a mouthful of blood spurting out as the wall cracked. A look of panic appeared in his eyes. Wasn't Xie Guilu a ruined bone? Why is it so powerful? Surprisingly, even he, the peak of the shackle realm, could not block it. Boom! Xie Guilu casually waved his hand, and the door of the great hall instantly closed, a mysterious power blocking the place. He arrived in front of the lantern-serving Taoist, pinched the other party's neck, and asked with a smile, "Dear Yuan, do you know what this worldly son has come to see you for?" The light-serving Taoist's eyes were hard and he immediately gritted his teeth. Boo! Xie Guilu blasted his fist into his opponent's mouth. His opponent's teeth fell out and blood flowed. He casually waved his hand and a tooth harboring poison fell to the ground. "Want to die? Can. Answer my question first, or I'll make your life worse than death," Xie Guilu said with a big smile. "I won't tell you anything." The lantern servant Taoist stared at Xie Guilu with fierce eyes. He is indeed dear Yuan, who helped a certain prince framed Xie Guilu 3 years ago. But Xie Guilu was clearly overthinking it when he wanted to know any answers from him. Xie Guilu smiled lightly as he heard, "Just now I watched in this road and found that there seemed to be demons in here. You even mixed with demons. This surprised me even more. It seems that the person behind you is extremely extraordinary. If you want to kill or die, do as you please. You want to know about the destruction of the Lin family from me. Your calculations are obviously wrong." Dear Yuan laughed sardonically. "Tough talking, naturally, is best." Xie Guilu grabbed Dear Yuan's arm and squeezed it hard. Click! One of Dear Yuan's arms was instantly crushed. Ah! Dear Yuan let out a miserable scream. Xie Guilu stretched out his hand once again. His fingers were like hunting blades, directly piercing into Dear Yuan's chest. Giggle! Xie Guilu yanked hard, and one of Dear Yuan's sternum was ripped out alive. Blood spurting out. The scene was unusually oozing. Ah! Dear Yuan screamed miserably, his body trembling continuously as endless pain struck him, making his life worse than death. Bones were ripped out alive. This kind of sourness, at this moment, only he knew. Breaking an arm, compared to it, is simply a small thing. Don't worry, this is just an appetizer. Next I'll crack all your bones and skin you. I also want to see how long you can keep your mouth shut. Xie Guilu's smile was incomparably thick as he grabbed Dear Yuan's neck and violently slammed it against the ground. Boo! Dear Yuan's body slammed into the ground, smashing the floor with a crack, many bones breaking, and blood spurting from his mouth and nose. Xie Guilu stepped on Dear Yuan's other arm as he laughed softly. "Is the person behind you the Grand Prince or the Second Prince?" Dear Yuan looked pained, clenched his teeth and stared at Xie Guilu in death. His already broken teeth were even more burst at this moment. It's more fun to be so mouthy." Xie Guilu smiled playfully and stomped hard, breaking Dear Yuan's second arm. His foot stepped on one of Kagon's thighs again. "Is it the third prince? Ah, only. Is that all? Even if you kill me, I won't say anything." Dear Yuan let out a pig-killing squeal. If not for the fact that he was a cultivator, and this feeling of pain hit him, it was estimated that he had already fallen into a fainting spell. Boom! Xiaoguilu's foot exerted force, instantly breaking Dear Yuan's leg as he smiled. Fourth prince? Kagome clenched her teeth and didn't say a word. That would be the fifth prince. Xiaoguilu slammed his foot on Dear Yuan's other leg. Click. Kagome's limbs are completely wasted. Ah. Dear Yuan couldn't hold back completely and once again let out a miserable scream. Xiaoguilu was as if he didn't hear it. His foot stepped on Dear Yuan's chest. The limbs are wasted. Next waste your torso bones and skull bones in turn. Don't worry. You won't die easily. I still have to let you feel the pain of being peeled off your skin. Dear Yuan at this moment, completely afraid, out of prison Xiaoguilu, obviously more ferocious. He trembled. Xiaoguilu, if I die, the answer you want is gone. Xiaoguilu was full of concern and said, is that so? I still want to see whether it's your mouth or your bones that are hard. He pushed slightly harder on his feet. Ah! Dear Yuan screamed miserably. His sternum was shattered. His internal organs were severely damaged, and blood continued to gush out of his mouth as he twisted his body in pain and struggled frantically. Xiaoguilu stared into Dear Yuan's eyes and asked with a bloodthirsty smile, the first and second emperors, the third, fourth, and fifth emperors, who exactly are they? Dear Yuan seemed like he couldn't stand it anymore. He spoke in horror. It's the second prince. It's him. Oh, tell me more about it. Xiaoguilu said blandly. Dear Yuan body trembling said, I was ordered by the second prince to sneak around you. The matter of overthrowing the Lin family. I actually didn't know at first. I just received his order to urge you to go to the Lin family. And after the overthrow of the Lin family, and in accordance with his instructions, quietly transferred some Lin family properties to your name. Xiaoguilu said seemingly unintentionally. Oh, I forgot. There seems to be a sixth prince. Dear Yuan's gaze subconsciously averted when he heard the word sixth prince. It's time for you to be on your way. Xiaoguilu stamped his foot with force. Boom! Dear Yuan's body exploded, blood splattering and staining the great hall. Roar! At the same time, an eerie hissing sound came from outside the great hall. Xiaoguilu smiled coldly and casually waved his hand as the door to the hall opened. Roar! A humanoid monster rushes in instantly. Chapter 31, Slaying Demons. Attacking outside the city. Demons! Xiaoguilu looked towards the monster that rushed in. This was a Taoist priest. His eyes were blood red. His face was hideous. He had sharp fangs. His neck was covered with blood-colored scales, and a bizarre demonic aura permeated out from him, appearing somewhat tyrannical and bloodthirsty. This is not considered a true demon, but a demon man. This side of heaven and earth is immense. Daxia is just one part of it. North of Daxia is the demon kingdom. In the demon kingdom, demon races were rampant, and from time to time, there would be demon races that would come south to invade the Great Xia territory, and every time the demon races invaded, they would cause great destruction. Great Xia had been fending off the demon race for a long time. There is a ban in Daxia. Within Daxia, the demon race is forbidden, and any demon race found will be beheaded. And to the west of Daxia, there was the Shichu imperial dynasty, which had collusion with the demon race, and through demonic chi, had developed many demonic people. Although the demon people were not as terrifying as the pure demon race, they were not to be underestimated. Knowing that even an ordinary person would possess a certain amount of power once they turned into a demon person. And that was definitely not something that an ordinary soldier could resist. This was also the reason why Western Shu was keen on developing demonic people. As long as there were people, they would have a constant army of demonic people. The Marquis of Jinshi had fought with the Western Shu demons many times and paid a heavy price. Nowadays, the appearance of a demon in this Qing Yuan Daoist temple was naturally not a coincidence. Roar! The demonic man in front of him let out a roar as he held a Dao sword, his face fierce and bloodthirsty as he violently swung his sword at Xiaoguilu. Xiaoguilu lightly glanced at this demonic person. His figure flashed and instantly appeared beside the other party. He grabbed the other party's neck and then squeezed it vigorously. The demon's neck was instantly pinched off, and his head flew high into the air, his headless body spurting out a gush of blood. Xiaoguilu flew out. Hundreds of demonic people appeared outside the temple. Some of them were Taoist priests and some were ordinary people. All of them had hideous faces and bloodshot eyes, and their bodies were permeated with demonic aura. Roar! Hundreds of demons pounced on Xiaoguilu at the same time, as if they were still hungry beasts that suddenly found delicious prey and couldn't wait to eat it alive. These demons weren't very strong. There wasn't even a single topiary realm. Die! Xiaoguilu stretched out his hand and casually pinched it as a terrifying force erupted. Boom! Hundreds of demon people were turned into blood mist in an instant, and the ground was dyed red with blood. A bit of strength. In the attic in front of them, two old Taoist priests instantly appeared. Their eyes were cold, and the demonic aura on their bodies was even more intense. Far from being comparable to demonic people, these are two pure demons. Xiaoguilu looked at the four old Taoist priests with an expressionless face and blandly said, "Two late-stage Tuajang realm demons are quite enough." The two old Taoists laughed hideously as a burst of mist filled their bodies and their bodies rapidly changed. A huge blood-colored pale wolf appeared and it let out a wolf howl. The sky dome instantly turned blood red and blood light covered the entire Taoist temple. At the same time, a pitch-black python appeared, 20 meters long. Its body coiled above the attic, its bloody mouth open, its sharp fangs flowing with corrosive liquid. "Kill him." The snake demon's eyes were blood red, his mouth spat out human words, and the demonic aura on his body was even more intense. And as his body moved, dense cracks appeared in the attic. "Roar!" The wolf demon growled, and with a flash of his body, he instantly appeared above Xiaoguilu. Its huge wolf paw slapped down with a terrifying pressure. This slapdown could blow up the entire compound. With a wave of Xiaoguilu's sleeve, the burying flower sword appeared in front of him, and he gripped the long sword in one hand. Madaka! The moment the wolf demon's claws slapped down, a cold aura flashed in Xiaoguilu's eyes as he sheathed his burying flower sword, and a cold sword chi erupted, splitting the blood-colored sky. Phew! His body appeared behind the wolf demon in a flash. Tick! Xiaoguilu stood above, and on the burial sword, blood dripped down. The wolf demon's body trembled and his pupils tightened. Proof chutzpah. In the next second, its head flew up high, blood gushing out as if it were a water column. The headless body crashed into the ground, causing the ground to shake, blood gushing out in all directions, the ice and snow continuously melting, followed by an explosion, blood and flesh flying. Roar! The snake demon saw the wolf demon being subdued and killed. It surprisingly had no fear. Instead it was even more furious. Its eyes were incomparably bloodthirsty. Its huge body shook, and its thick tail violently slammed into Xiaoguilu. Xiaoguilu gripped his longsword tightly as his body disappeared into place. Appearing again, he had already arrived at the top of the wolf demon's head, and he stomped on the snake demon's head with a powerful force, directly blasting the snake demon into the bottom. The snake demon let out a roar as its mouth opened wide and tore towards Xiaoguilu. Chop! Xiaoguilu did not dodge, but instead chopped out with a sword. A pitch-black 100-meter sword chi erupted, instantly chopping towards the snake demon's large mouth. Boom! The sword energy chopped down horizontally, and the snake demon's large mouth was split open. Sharp teeth snapped, blood gushed out, and its head was directly cut in half. Xiaoguilu only pinched his sword technique with his hand, and the burying flower sword shot out, spinning in a circle around the snake demon's neck. Jab! Sword chi erupted. The snake demon's neck was severed, its body split in two, blood gushing out, its headless body twisting on the ground, cracking one of the surrounding halls. Pred! The burial sword flew into the scabbard, emitting a clear sound, and a ferocious sword chi erupted from the snake demon's body, which exploded, splattering broken flesh and completely dying. Xiaoguilu casually waved his hand and 2 demon pills appeared in his hand as he muttered to himself, "It's time to go back to sleep." After saying that, he flew away. Outside the city, 3-mile land, Xiaoguilu was walking alone on the icy ground. He slowly stopped his pace and raised an eyebrow as a group of black-clothed people appeared in front of him, roughly 3 dozen of them. "It's you!" Xiaoguilu looked towards one of them, although the other party was masked, but those eyes he recognized. It was the middle-aged general of the Marquis of Jinshi. These black-clothed men, from the Marquis of Jinshi's residence, to be exact, they were all Xiat Sanchuan's people. Counting the time, Xiat Sanchuan should have returned. His own son had an arm chopped off. There was no way that old man would be indifferent. "Seiji, I'm sorry." The middle-aged general's eyes were cold, and a dense killing intent permeated his body. In the Marquis of Jinshi's residence, they naturally didn't dare to touch Xiaoguilu, but out here, they wouldn't be afraid of anything. Xiat Sanchuan had already returned, and after learning of what happened in the Marquis of Jinshi's residence, he was extremely angry, even blaming them for not stepping in to save Xiao Wuzhu. This time, Xiat Sanchuan had asked them to solve Xiaoguilu as a way to make up for their sins, so they naturally didn't dare to disobey. Xiaoguilu looked indifferent. "Kill him." The middle-aged general immediately waved his hand, and more than 30 people instantly pounced on Xiaoguilu. Swords and swords. Killing. Die. A blood aura flashed in Xiaoguilu's eyes, and he waved his sleeve. Boom! Ice and snow splashed up as if it was a cold aura, suddenly blasting towards these black-clothed men. Ah! A mournful scream rang out, and the 3 dozen or so black-robed men were instantly turned into blood mist. What? When the middle-aged general saw this scene, he couldn't help but have his pupils shrink, and a horrified look appeared in his eyes. Xiaoguilu was born with wasted bones and had no connection to the path of martial arts. But what did he see at this moment? "Your turn." Xiaoguilu instantly appeared in front of the middle-aged general. The middle-aged general didn't dare to think too much and immediately drew his sword. but he realized that the sword in his hand was imprisoned by a powerful force and couldn't be pulled out at all, which made his whole body go cold. Xie Guilou stretched out his hand and pinched the middle-aged general's neck, lifting him straight up as he indifferently said, "Can't even pull out your sword?" The middle-aged general felt suffocated. His whole body's power was completely suppressed. He looked terrified and said in a trembling voice, "Shitsi, I'm wrong. Please, don't kill me." Boom! Xie Guilou made a pinch, and the middle-aged general's body instantly exploded into a puff of blood mist, completely dead. "What's the use of begging for forgiveness when you're wrong and you have to die?" Xie Guilou said faintly and walked forward. Chapter 32, Getting Old. Getting into the ground. Marquis of Jinshi Mansion. Scarlet-colored lanterns hung, swaying as the cold wind blew. In the middle of the compound, a middle-aged man in a black robe was sitting on a chair with a gloomy face, a cup of tea in his hand, and a blood-stained knife on the table next to him. This middle-aged man was none other than Xie Gilu's second uncle, Xiat Songchuan. He had only just gone out for a trip, and he didn't expect that just after he came back, his own son had lost an arm. How could he bear it? "Yo! Second uncle is back. It's so late and you're still not sleeping?" An indifferent voice rang out as Xie Guilou walked in with an expressionless face. Xiat Songchuan's gaze instantly landed on Xie Guilou, his pupils shrinking. Seeing that Xie Guilou was unharmed, he understood that those he had sent out had failed. A bunch of losers, but they couldn't even deal with a dude. It seems that this kid still has some kind of leverage that he doesn't know about. Otherwise it's impossible for him to still be alive. He slowly put down his teacup and said with cold eyes, "Wushu is at least your cousin. You're being too hard on him." Xie Guilou smiled blandly at his words and came to Xiat Songchuan with his hands in front of him. Boo! He kicked the table next to him and the smile on his face disappeared as he said in a grim tone, "For all the stupid things he did, Uncle too should be thankful that I didn't split him into 5 horses." Click! Xiat Songchuan's face turned blue, his fists tightened and his bones clicked. He said with a sullen face, "But that's not enough for you to chop off one of his arms." Xie Guilou laughed and said, "Second uncle, I think it's better for you to stop being the temporary Marquis of Jinshi and get out earlier. Goods like you and my Marquis of Jinshi will only disgrace my Marquis of Jinshi." Xiat Songchuan had sent someone to deal with him, so he naturally wouldn't give the slightest bit of face. "You!" Xiat Songchuan's expression was furious as he waved his large hand, and the blood-stained long sword vibrated crazily. "Second uncle, you're getting old, so it's better to go into the ground earlier. Don't disgrace yourself here, or I'm afraid I can't help but slap you into flying dust." Xie Guilou looked disdainful and walked directly towards his own attic. In 3 years' time, Xiat Songchuan had indeed entered the frontier expansion realm, but it was only at the early stage of the frontier expansion realm. And that was it. This old thing this time to send people to attack and kill their own failure. The follow-up will certainly have other calculations, but it does not matter, when the time to directly pinch its death is. Boom! Xiat Songchuan made a pinch and the long blade burst. He stared at Xie Gilu's back with a chilling expression on his face, the killing intent in his heart even more intense. However, he couldn't get Xie Guilou killed here. After all, Xie Guilou was still a member of the Heavenly Power Division in addition to being the son of the Marquis of Jinshi. If the other party died in this Marquis of Jinshi residence, he could not absolve himself of the blame. "Little wait for it. There will always be a day to let you die," Xiat Songchuan said darkly, his face gloomy. This Marquis of Jinshi position, he had longed for it, and now that it was in his hands, how could he put it down? The only way to die is to get Xie Guilou, this little man, and he can sit firmly in this seat. Since he can't get Xie Guilou killed in the Jinshi Marquis house, he will get the other party killed outside. This time although he failed, but he has countless means to make this little dusty. In the middle of the attic, Seiji, Uncle Fu looked at Xie Guilou with a complicated expression, not expecting that this time Xie Guilou would call out Xiat Songchuan head-on. Although Xiat Songchuan was temporarily acting as the Marquis of Jinshi, the power in his hands was not small. The other party might not move Xie Guilou in the Marquis of Jinshi's residence, but outside, it would not be merciful. Xiat Songchuan was already a ruthless person. When he competed with Xie Nantian for the position of Marquis, he used many underhanded means. Now that he had become the Marquis, he definitely wouldn't easily give up this position. Xie Gilu's appearance had threatened Xiat Songchuan's position, and the other party would definitely not let him off easily. There are some things that can't be avoided, so why be afraid of them? Xie Guilou said with full concern, and rightly so. Fubuki sighed softly. However, he also knew that this matter, as Xie Guilou said, could not have been avoided, even if Xie Gilu's side didn't call for it. Xiat Songchuan wouldn't be able to Xie Gilu's well-being. It was just that Xie Gilu's behavior had coincidentally given Xiat Songchuan the opportunity to strike, and it was unknown whether this matter was good or bad. Xie Guilou said, "Uncle Fu, let me ask you something. After the destruction of the Lin family, What happened to those Lin family properties under my name now? After the destruction of the Lin family, some industries appeared under his name. At the time of his imprisonment, these industries were not touched by anyone, nor did they return to the command of the survivors of the Lin family. Still operating normally, I do not know what the situation is today. If those properties were unharmed, they would have to be returned to Lin Qinghuang. Uncle Fu was silent for a moment and said, after your second uncle took charge of the Jinshi Marquis, all of the Jinshi Marquis' properties, all of them were controlled by you. As for those properties under your name, they have already been silently transferred by you to Xia Wushan's name. You, being Xia Songshuan's wife, was a woman with extremely nasty tactics. As for Xia Wushan, he was Xia Songshuan's eldest son. This person's cultivation talent is still available. 3 years ago was the peak of the Xianhuang realm. Now the cultivation is unknown, but the spell should be on the Yoke realm. Not worth mentioning. Xia Guilu said indifferently. You're so tactful. I'll go and meet her tomorrow. If she doesn't grow eyes, then I'll blow out her eyes. Eating the Marquis of Jinshi's estate was just a matter of course. But how dare you eat the estate under his name and even transfer it to Xia Wushan's name? It's almost as if they don't know what they're doing. Is this thinking that with the old man and Xia Nantian dead, he, Xia Guilu, is easy to bully? Fubuki smiled bitterly. It didn't take long. Ferber leaves the loft. Cultivate. Xia Guilu sat on the bed. He casually waved his hand and a force blocked off the attic. He pinched his seal and operated the Nirvana Sutra. Buzz. The surrounding heaven and earth aura madly surged toward him, constantly converging within the Dantian, which expanded at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the meantime, Apocalypse City, a mysterious mansion. Master, Dear Yuan, Wolf Demon and Snake Demon were killed. A masked black-robed man saluted a gray screen, behind which a man was playing the zither. Who did it? The man slowly opened his mouth, his voice extremely calm, without the slightest ripple. I don't know yet, but I have a feeling it can't be unconnected to those remaining princes, the black-robed man said in a deep voice. The man stopped stroking his zither as he spoke softly. Today's Tianqi city is getting more and more lively. My elder brothers are not good people. They can't afford to have someone sitting on their backsides and reaping the benefits. This man was none other than the 6th prince of Great Xia, Yan Wushu. The black-robed man said, Dear Yuan is dead. Will he say something he shouldn't before he dies? Yan Wushu said with a calm demeanor. No, he won't. He has been poisoned by the demonic soul, and if he were to reveal the slightest bit of information about me, his soul would be destroyed in an instant. The black-robed man sniffed, nodded gently, and added, What does Master plan to do next? Give something back. Yan Wui waved his hand. The black-robed man understood and quickly left. Yan Wushu pressed on the ancient zither with a contemplative look on his face. A burst of mist came, and a beauty in a long white dress appeared next to her. She was extremely charming and attractive looking, and laughed delicately. I lost the wolf demon and the snake demon. What do you think should be done about this account? Yan Wushu continued to stroke the zither. I'll find a good place again, and you continue to develop the demon. Capture some powerful cultivators for me, so that the demon people developed will be even more powerful. The woman chirped. Winter hunting assembly. The location is chosen in the Snow Wolf Valley. When the time comes, you will go and catch someone yourself. Yan Wui closed her eyes as the zither sounded melodious. Chapter 33, If you dare to come near, shoot on sight. The next day, early morning, boom! A roaring sound emanated from Xie Gilu's body, and the aura on his body became even more terrifying. At this moment, his dantian became even more massive, containing majestic spiritual energy. His cultivation, on the other hand, was further advanced, entering the peak of the frontier expansion realm. As he expected, after stepping into the frontier expansion realm, his dantian had opened up to 500 squares, peak of the topiary realm. It's done. Xia Guilu opened his eyes and a brilliant light flashed in his eyes. Having entered the peak of the frontier expansion realm, even if an ordinary Daozang realm cultivator came, he would not be afraid in the slightest. He also had a heaven mending art, and once he performed it, he could instantly step into the Daozang realm. The frontier expansion realm has been realized, so we'll have to consider the Dao hidden realm next. Xia Guilu made a dark remark. The Daozang realm is the forging of the 5 major divine collections of the human body, the divine collection of the heart, the divine collection of the liver, the divine collection of the spleen, the divine collection of the lungs, and the divine collection of the kidneys. With the completion of the forging of the 5 divine collections, the Dao collection would become self-contained, and the power that could be grasped at that time would be even more terrifying. But the matter of the Dao collection cannot be rushed for the time being. He had the Nirvana Sutra, and cultivating the Daozang method already existed, and he still needed certain resources. and the Daozong realm was more difficult to cultivate compared to the first 3 realms. The resources required are therefore much more substantial. Knock knock. There was a knock on the door. Come in. Xia Guilu opened his mouth. Fubuki and Pearly walked in, carrying food and pots of gold. Seiji, wash up and eat something, Fubuki said softly. Aha! Xia Guilu nodded gently. A brief wash followed. Xia Guilu asked, those properties under my name, Pear Blossom knows where they are, right? Yes, but all those industries are being. Li Hua looked hesitant. After Xia Zongxuan took control of the Marquis of Jinshi, the entire property of the Marquis of Jinshi was all handed over to you to take care of. In the past 3 years, the Yu clan has transferred many industries, including those under the name of Xia Guilu, and now those industries are all under the name of Xia Wushan. In a way, the Marquis Jinshi mansion at this moment was actually an empty shelf. Xia Guilu smiled bashfully. Later on, you take me to see those properties. The other properties of the Marquis of Jinshi's mansion, he didn't have much interest in bothering with, but the ones under his name, he wanted to see who dared to continue to hijack them. Okay, Seiji. Pearly nodded her head obediently. After eating something, Xia Guilu followed Pear Blossom to leave the Marquis of Jinshi's residence. As for Xia Zongxuan, went to the court early in the morning. That old man is now sitting on the position of Jinshi Marquis, naturally not willing to easily abdicate. He had spent the last 3 years plying his trade in the imperial court in the hope of securing that seat. Ice-covered streets. Xia Guilu and Pear Blossom walked side by side. Your son, you have quite a few properties under your name. 5 mansions, 3 restaurants, 3 jewelry houses, 2 cloth stores, and a gambling house. Pear Blossom kept introducing Xia Guilu. After hearing this, Xia Guilu exclaimed, I'm so rich. Pear Blossom smiled bitterly and said, your son, those properties of yours? Except for that gambling house which is yours. The rest of them all come from the Lin family. What mansion, restaurant, jewelry house, etc. are the Lin family's industry? And Xia Guilu does not have much to do with. As for that gambling house, but is Xia Guilu won't open. The original owner was originally a playboy. Eating, drinking, whoring, gambling, all proficient. Open a gambling house, but also normal. But unfortunately those industries, now all by the Yus transferred to Xia Wushan head. Xia Guilu smiled and said, that's right. Where does you spend your weekdays? If you want to take back these properties, naturally you don't have to go to these properties and smash them up a bit, but you have to go directly to you. Reason with the other side. If reason doesn't work, let's talk about fists. Pear Blossom softly said, she has always been in Qingye Yuan. This Qingye Yuan was originally a property under the Shitsi's name, but then it was overrun by her, and she resides there from time to time. You are good at face, and from time to time, she invites quite a number of noble women to Qingye Yuan to play cards, then go to say a court. Xia Guilu smiled faintly. It didn't take long. Xia Guilu and Pear Blossom arrived outside of Qingye Yuan. Qingye Yuan is a huge mansion, built around the lake, by the mountains and the water. Looks very grand. Inside the elegant decoration, many vegetation, beautiful environment, is the perfect place. Alone such a mansion, it is worth 10,000 gold. Stop. Who are you people? This is Qingye Yuan, a place where the Marquis wife resides, and idle people are not allowed to approach. There were 2 guards at the entrance, and when they saw Xia Guilu and Pearly Blossom, their complexion was furious and they immediately drew the swords at their waist. The words were tinged with reprimand and repulsion. Li Hua immediately said, this is the world son of the Marquis of Jinshi house. What son of the world? Never heard of it. Say it again. Get out quickly, and if you dare to come near, shoot on sight. One of the guards immediately interrupted Pear Blossom with a look of impatience. Xia Guilu raised an eyebrow as he stepped forward. Snap! Raising his hand, he gave the guard a big mouth. A crisp sound rang out. The guard's mouth and nose bled, and a few of his teeth fell out. You're unbridled. After this guard reacted, a look of resentment appeared in his eyes. Boo! Xia Guilu kicked out, directly sending the guard flying a few meters. After the other guard reacted, his expression was furious and he immediately chopped at Xia Guilu with his sword. Boom! Xia Guilu grabbed the guard's neck and violently slammed the other party onto the ground. Ah! The guard let out a mournful scream. Xia Guilu casually picked up the long knife on the ground and headed towards the courtyard. Pear Blossom hurriedly followed. At this point, a pavilion in the courtyard. You were playing cards with a group of noble women. This was one of the things she had to do every day, and by constantly playing cards with this group of noble women, she was gradually integrating into the circle, which made her heart proud. Sorry for the hoo-ha again. You touched up a card and straight away won. A rich smile on her face. When the rest of the noble women saw this, they just casually complimented them and took out the silver money. Sister Yu, I heard that Xie Guilu has been released from prison. He is the son of the Marquis of Jinshi. It is estimated that it won't be long before he becomes the Marquis of Jinshi. You have to be careful. Oh, a slightly younger noblewoman said with a smile. Ha! The rest of the noblewomen also showed playful smiles. If it were the past, you would naturally not be qualified to touch their circle. However, since Xiat Sangchuan temporarily took over the position of Marquis of Jinshi, you were considered to have the qualifications to communicate with them, but in their hearts, they still despised you. Now that Xie Guilu had been released from prison and returned to the Marquis of Jinshi, with hereditary succession, it was possible that one day Xie Guilu would take away Xiat Sangchuan's position as Marquis of Jinshi. When the time comes, you won't be in a position to continue playing cards with them. This noblewoman's words appeared to be a reminder, but they were not yet a sideways sneer. The implication is that you are able to play cards with us because your husband is temporarily acting as the Marquis of Jinshi, not because you have any skills. P.S. The new book will soon be on the shelves. Everyone's urging. 5-star praise point up. Thank you. Chapter 34, More Wrinkles, More Ugliness. You naturally heard the meaning in the noblewoman's words, and a hint of shade appeared in the depths of her eyes. She is smiling. Xia Guilu is only a mother born without mother raised little just. When the old master and Xia Nantian are still alive, he still has arrogant capital. Now this Jinshi Marquis house cannot have a place for him. It was just that when she said this, her heart harbored endless anger. Because of Xia Wuzhu, he was chopped off an arm by Xie Guilu, who had just returned, and was still lying in the medical center. This account she naturally will not forget. Sooner or later she will find a chance to get rid of that little man. Ma'am, it's a big deal. Suddenly, a maid ran over in a hurry, her face pale. You raised an eyebrow and said in a cold voice, yelling and screaming, "What kind of behavior is this? What's the matter? Speak slowly." The maid trembled. Xia Guilu is carrying a sword to kill over. What? When you heard it, her voice was a little sharp, and her eyes showed panic. And that little man carried a knife to kill over? Only before, the other party had killed the son of Anping Bo and chopped off one of Xia Wuzhu's arms, and now he was carrying a sword to kill over. What was the matter for? It's not trying to kill her, is it? That little fop is full of sex. At the drop of a hat, he wants to exterminate people's entire family. Maybe he really dares to kill himself. Thinking about this, you were apprehensive. The noble women present smiled even more intensely as they heard this. There should be a good show to watch next. Quickly, go and summon all the guards. If that little dares to be reckless, kill him on the spot. You clenched her teeth, and her face showed a gloomy color. Since that little man was looking for death, she would fulfill the other party. Killing on the spot? Second aunt, you've grown more wrinkles, you're uglier, and your breath is even bigger. An indifferent voice rang out as Xie Guilu walked over with a long sword, a cold aura filling his eyes. Xie Guilu, what do you want to do? When you saw the long knife in Xie Guilu's hand, her heart froze and she actually developed a trace of fear. The rest of the noble women saw this and stepped back. Naturally they would not participate in such a matter. Xie Guilu looked indifferently at you and said, taking advantage of my imprisonment to transfer all the properties under my name to Xia Wushan's head. You are not only bold, but also ambitious. This son is too lazy to talk nonsense with you. Immediately return all the properties under my name, or else, this son will definitely make your head fall to the ground today. What? She also transferred the industries under Xie Guilu's name? Ha! It's not just the industries under the name of Xie Guilu. Nowadays, the entire Marquis of Jinshi's estate is all under the control of Sister Yu. Xie Guilu, no matter how you say it, is also the Marquis of Jinshi's world son, the future Marquis of Jinshi. She took advantage of the other party's imprisonment to transfer the other party's industry to her own son's head. This is a bit inappropriate, isn't it? Some noble women spoke slowly, a hint of sarcasm in their words. He is at least the son of the world. You ate the Marquis of Jinshi's estate is just. Even people's name of the industry are not spared. With such a big appetite, you're not afraid of being stretched to death? To put it bluntly, Xiat Sangchuan was only temporarily substituting for the position of Marquis of Jinshi, not the true Marquis of Jinshi. When you heard the words of the crowd, her face was extremely ugly. She looked at Xie Guilu angrily and said, Xie Guilu, you, what are you babbling about? Boom! Xie Guilu slashed out with a knife, and the entire card table was split. The wooden cards splattered, directly scaring you. Xie Guilu looked coldly at you and said, hand it over or not? You gritted your teeth and said, you a sightless elder. 2. Xie Guilu didn't even give you a chance to finish. He instantly stretched out his hand and pinched the other party's neck, lifting him straight up and said in a cold tone, very well, since you won't hand it over, then go to hell. When he finished speaking, he exerted a slight force in his hand. You're wide-eyed. The body continues to struggle. Has been suffocated. She this moment, completely afraid, look horrified, said, I, hand over. The threat of death came to her face. She felt that Xie really dared to kill her. This little lawlessness, anything can be done. Xie smiled coldly and loosened his hand. Then hurry up. Ahem. You covered her neck and burst into a coughing fit as she hurriedly said to her maid, go fetch that box from my cabinet. The maid also looked alarmed at this moment and left in a hurry. It didn't take long. The maid hurriedly carried the box back. You opened the box. There are stacks and stacks of deeds inside. She handed the deed to Xie. Write your name. I'll put my seal on it. And just submit it to the Department of Commerce at that time. Xie took the deed and looked at it carefully. And after confirming that there were no problems, he wrote a name. You also hastened to write your own name and took out your own seal to put it on. Xie put the deed away. He glanced at the noble women present and lightly smiled. Sorry to disturb the pleasure of all the ladies. You continue to play, but you can only play for today, because this Qinya Yuan was originally mine, and I will take it away tomorrow. Boo! After saying that, he threw his long sword on the ground and turned to leave. Little, you wait. You stared at the back of Xie dead. The eyes showed the color of resentment. Today this little let her have no face. She will certainly not let the other party go. Not interested in continuing to play. We'll take our leave. With a soft sigh, the noblewoman present turned to leave, a gloating smile on her face before she left. Street, Pear Blossom said softly, your son, although you have obtained these deeds, after submitting them to the Department of Commerce, those estates may not immediately return to your name, and the Yu clan will surely intervene. Shifting industries can be fast or slow. The punches are in place and can be processed for you instantly, but if it's not in place, I guess it keeps dragging on and makes you wait for news. Xie smiled indifferently. No harm done. If the traveling merchants division really isn't long for the world, this son wouldn't mind using the identity of the Heavenly Powers division to check up on the traveling merchants division. The division of Heavenly Power, which monitors all the officials, has the right to make a first decision. If the people of the Department of Commerce are not long-sighted, how many officials are really penniless? Check it out and you're sure to find out a lot of useful stuff. And the names on this deed, except for that gambling house, all the rest had Lin Qinghuang's name written on them. The world's son is mighty. A smile appeared on Pearlie's face. Xie laughed softly. You go back to the Marquis of Jinshi first. Stay well by Uncle Fu's side. I have to go to the Heavenly Power Division next. I know. Seiji, I'll go back first. With a good-natured nod, Pear Blossom turned to leave. Xie smiled and walked toward the direction of the Heavenly Power Division. Chapter 35, Flowering in Cave? The Divisions of Heavenly Power. In the middle of the second hall, Lin Qinghuang was holding some scrolls and watching them. When she saw Xie come in, she glanced at them lightly and stopped paying attention. Xie smiled and handed the box to Lin Qinghuang. Qinghuang, take a look. What gifts this Shitzi has prepared for you? Not interested, Lin Qinghuang said with an expressionless face. Xie opened the box and said, inside this are some of the Lin family's industrial deeds. Lin Qinghuang sniffed and put the scroll down as she picked up the deed and looked at it, and suspiciously looked at Xie. These industries, all of which were transferred to Xia Wushan's name by your second aunt, this is all taken back by you? Xie smiled lightly and said, this is your Lin family's property, and now it's time to return it to its rightful owner. It's written on it with your name, so when the time comes, you can just let the people from the Department of Merchants and Commerce do it. Lin Qinghuang put down the ticket as she looked at Xie. It's all sent to you. Xie the sky back to the Jinshi Marquis, seemingly scenery, but the days are certainly not good. Now the other side to return to these industries. Then send him. Xie frowned. Who is this son? Does he lack your property? Lin Qinghuang said indifferently. What? You still don't accept it? Xie sat down on one side, crossed his legs and said, the Lin family's property. Naturally it should be returned to its original owner. If I really eat it, the pot of this Lin family's destruction will always be covered on me. When I am spurned by 10,000 people, how can I spend my time in front of the moon and the candles in the cave with you? What's more, sooner or later, you will be my person, and these properties will be mine in the future. You. The more Lin Qinghuang heard, the more wrong it became. She glared at Xie and said, this pot, you took it a long time ago. Don't forget your prison sentence. Xie lost his smile and said, I was imprisoned for 3 years. The key is to peep at Yan Ruyu bathing. I asked you for 3 years in prison about the destruction of the Lin family. If you had explained clearly from the beginning, you wouldn't have seen it for 3 years inside. Lin Qinghuang blandly said. Really? Xie glanced at Lin Qinghuang. Lin Qinghuang fell into silence. Even if Xie Guilu explains everything clearly, it is impossible to get out of prison. Destroying the Lin family, releasing the Western Shu felons, peeking at the eldest princess's bath, and dishonoring the royal dignity, the last one alone was enough to kill his head. 3 years off is already considered extremely good. Moreover, when Xie Guilu was imprisoned, Xia Nantian had explained that Xie Guilu would not be allowed to leave prison until he had spent 3 years in prison. In these 3 years, Xie Guilu did suffer a lot, but if he had gotten out of prison early, he would probably have died a long time ago. 3 years of imprisonment is actually not a kind of protection for Xie Guilu. Peeking at the Rapunzel's bath. That woman, how ferocious is she? Anyone who dared to offend her would be dead. Not to mention that Xie Guilu, a big man, had seen her body. Xie Guilu would be considered lucky to be alive today. Just settle the matter of the deed, or else you will still have to make a demon. Xie Guilu mused. Lin Qinghuang appeared. This deed will no one dare to tamper with. Think the Department of Commerce also do not dare to mess around. Otherwise, when the Division of Heavenly Power to check up, those people are estimated to have to eat jail. Lin Qinghuang was silent for a second and nodded. Alright. Xie Guilu stretched his back and asked, how's the investigation going on your matter? Lin Qinghuang glanced around as she slowly spoke. When I looked into the matter of Endless Pavilion and Zhang Zai's account book, I discovered 2 things. Oh, Xie Guilu looked at Lin Qinghuang. Lin Qinghuang said, before the destruction of the Lin family, the second prince had been to the Lin family, and the 300,000 taels of silver expended on the Lin family's account book and the subsequent 300,000 taels of silver found by the second prince were most likely the same batch. In addition, when the Lin family was destroyed, someone from the Endless Pavilion had gone out to the area. In the midst of this matter, she discovered another important clue. When the Lin family was overthrown, the people from the Endless Pavilion seemed to have made an operation, and the information of one of them had already been probed by her, and she planned to find a time to pry that person's mouth open. Xie Guilu's eyes narrowed. In that case, it seems that the suspicion of the second prince is indeed not small. So you think that the one who exterminated the Lin family was the second prince? The corner of Lin Qinghuang's mouth revealed a sneer. There are some things that you can't just look at the surface or a little bit of information before the matter is settled. Anyone is suspected, including those outside of the several emperors. Obviously, she wasn't stupid enough to be carried away by a little bit of the information she had found out, and the news had come too well for that. Clever clear phoenix. Xie Guilu sniffed and a smile appeared on his face. Lin Qinghuang, this woman, as always, smart. The second prince naturally want to investigate, even if the other party is not the murderer, but also can find out many useful things. But if he only took the second prince as his target, then he would really go astray and would also become a sword in the hands of others. Xie Guilu smiled and asked, what do you think of the sixth prince? The sixth prince? Yan Wushu? This prince is usually very low profile and unassuming, and I haven't seen him a few times, so naturally I don't know what he's really like. Lin Qinghuang shook his head. Beware, it's probably a guy pretending to be a pig. Thank you for the reminder of the dangerous building. As he said this, a cold killing intent flashed from the depths of his eyes. Lin Qinghuang sized up Xie Guilu. Do you know something? Xie Guilu stared at Lin Qinghuang's delicate figure. That full breast, that seductive waist, those eye-catching legs. It was mouth-watering. He whispered, let me have a bite and I'll tell you. Humph. Lin Qinghuang snorted coldly, but Xie Guilu's reminder. She made a note of it. Originally her targets were mainly the Grand Prince, the second prince, and the third prince, but now, a target had to be added. A little thought. She added, a few things happened last night. Oh, what's the funny thing? Xie Guilu came to be interested. Lin Qinghuang said, the first thing, 20 miles outside of the city, a private cannon room blew up. According to the information I have, that private cannon room is the property of the Grand Prince. The second thing, the Qingyuan Taoist temple suffered a massacre. All the Taoist priests, all wiped out. It seems to be a demonic creature. The third thing, last night, the Endless Pavilion suffered a bloodbath. A lot of people died. Xie Guilu smiled faintly. The artillery room of the first prince, the second prince's Endless Pavilion. Can any of the third prince's properties be damaged? The explosion of the artillery room and the bloodbath of the Endless Pavilion were all presumably related to his destruction of the Qingyuan Taoist temple last night, and it would be interesting to see those several imperial princes fight it out. Lin Qinghuang shook her head and said, the third prince's loss is the Xylan Xian that was previously seized by the Heavenly Power Division, and right now the damage to the Grand Prince and the second prince may seem like retaliation from the third prince, but I have a feeling that things aren't that simple. Who knows? Xie Guilu laughed dumbly. This second and third prince, like the one who carried the pot of blackness in the first place, reporting to Commander Lin, My subordinate has something important to report. Zhang Long quickly entered the Great Hall and respectfully bowed to Lin Qinghuang. What is it? Lin Qinghuang asked with a calm demeanor. Zhang Long said, 3 days from now will be the Tianqi's Triennial Winter Hunting Conference. And this time the location was chosen to be in the Snow Wolf Valley, and the higher-ups have asked the Heavenly Power Division to participate in the defense. After hearing this, Lin Qinghuang asked, this task, the Chancellor gave it to the second hall? Chapter 36, the invitation arrives. The prince invites you. Zhang Long shook his head and said, the Grand Commander told the first and second halls to fight for this mission on their own, but Commanderine of the first hall seems to be very interested in this mission. Lin Qinghuang pondered for a second and said, then give it to her. This mission, the second hall is not involved. She got some news. Originally winter hunting matters. Is the third prince as responsible for? And then Zelangshuan gold tea exposure. The matter fell on the head of the big prince. Now that the Grand Prince is in charge of the winter hunting assembly matter, it is thought that there will definitely be certain people who will act as demons and will not allow him to organize the winter hunting assembly smoothly. At a moment like this, it was the best choice for the second hall to stay out of it, or else the second hall would be in trouble if a major problem arose at that time. Since the first temple wants this task, it will be given to the first temple. She had also learned a lot over the years in the Celestial Power Division, and how to do things intelligently was extremely important. When Zhang Long heard this, he immediately said, my subordinate understands, I will go to the first hall. Lin Qinghuang gently waved her hand. Winter Hunting Conference. Xia Guilu had a thoughtful look on his face. Winter Hunting Conference, once every 3 years, when the time comes, many powerful and noble sons and daughters of Tianqi City have to go to participate. If they can come out on top, naturally, they can stun the 8 parties, and even get summoned by the emperor, and be focused on. It was precisely for this reason that many of the sons and daughters of the powerful and noble would show off to their heart's content during the winter hunting assembly. Spring collection, summer contempt, autumn hunting, winter hunting, the first 3, just hunting ordinary beasts, but the once every 3 years winter hunting conference is different. This conference, the hunt is some of the fierce beasts stained with demonic qi. Naturally it is also more dangerous. Lin Qinghuang glanced at Xie Guilu and reminded, as the son of the Marquis of Jinshi, you definitely have to go and participate in the winter hunting assembly this time around. The Snow Wolf Valley is extremely dangerous, so be careful yourself. Xie Guilu smiled faintly. Compared to the beasts, the most dangerous should be the people. Just so you know, Lin Qinghuang faintly spoke. Xie Guilu returning to the Jinshi Marquis residence was not something that some people would like to see. Just like that second uncle of his, now sitting in that position. Naturally he is not willing to come down easily. If he could get rid of Xie Guilu, he would be able to sit in that position by then. And this position of Xie Guilu as the son of the world would fall to someone else. Xie Guilu smiled, picked up the teapot, poured a cup of fragrant tea, and savored it alone. Lin Qinghuang looked at the deed on the table and mused. I'll go and settle this matter first. When she finished, she took the deed and left. Not long after Lin Qinghuang left, a middle-aged man in a black robe with a sturdy figure walked in. Xia Guilu looked towards this middle-aged man. This person was not weak. Late stage of the topiary realm. The middle-aged man murmured, I am the Grand Commander of the Heavenly Power Division. Shun Zhan. Xia Guilu got up and cupped his fists. So it's Commander Shen. Nice to meet you. Shen Zhan handed an invitation to Xia Guilu. The Grand Prince would like to invite Shitzi to have a drink. I wonder if Shitzi has the time. Within the division of Heavenly Power, it was not an ironclad block, and the person he fell to was none other than the Grand Prince. It wasn't a secret. Many people knew about it. After all, the fact that he was able to sit in the position of Chancellor had a lot to do with the Grand Prince, so there was no need for him to hide it. Xie Guilu took the invitation and said with a smile, time is naturally squeezed out, and besides, if Commander Shen personally sent the invitation, how would I dare not to accept it? Shinjan saw Xie Guilu accepting the invitation. His face mildewed quite a bit. He softly said, within the Heavenly Power Division, it seems to be calm, but in reality, there are dark currents, harboring terrifying killing opportunities. If Shitzi meets any trouble, he can find me at any time. Of course, he actually understood that Xie Guilu wouldn't meet any trouble in this Heavenly Power Division, because Xie Guilu has Lin Qinghuang's protection, and the other party is still the person sent in by the Zhenfu envoy. The Zhenfu envoy is the second in command of the Tianquan Division. Xie Guilu has such a backer in. Who dares to touch him in the slightest? That's natural. I wonder when the Grand Prince has asked me to go over. Xie Guilu smiled lightly. Human feelings, naturally, were to be spoken of, and as to how one would ultimately act, that would have to be asked of Qingfeng. Xinjiang glanced out the window. If Shitzi has the time, He can go over there now. The Grand Prince is at his mansion. Okay, then go over and ask for a drink. But if I'm delayed on my errand today, and if I'm fined silver, the Chancellor will have to pat it for me. Xia Guilu placed the invitation inside his sleeve and stood up with a smile. Good. Xinjiang nodded gently. Xia Guilu didn't say much either. Walking out of the Great Hall with his hands in the air, the Grand Prince's residence, located in the east of the palace, not far from the Heavenly Power Division. But unfortunately, for the time being, the position of the Crown Prince has not yet been established. Otherwise, he should live in the East Palace. It didn't take long. Xie Guilu arrived outside the Grand Prince's residence. The mansion was grand. The snow outside the door was swept clean. The door was open, and at the entrance stood two guards with their heads held high. Xie Guilu stepped forward and took out the invitation. Greetings, Seiji. The two guards did not bother to look at the invitation, but instead saluted in a hurry. It was obvious that the Grand Prince had already explained in advance. Xie Guilu smiled bashfully and headed inside the mansion. Oops, brother Xie, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Just as he stepped into the mansion with his front foot, a surprised voice rang out, only to see a handsome-looking man dressed in black robes rushing over. The visitor was none other than Yan Junlin. Xie Guilu smiled and cupped his fists. Greetings to the Grand Imperial Prince. Yan Junlin quickly said, Brother Xie, there are no outsiders here. You and I are brothers. There's no need to be so polite. Quick. I've already prepared a fine wine. Follow me to have a drink. Xie Guilu glanced around and said in surprise, The Grand Prince invited only me? Yan Junlin said with a serious expression. Only Brother Xie can make me take it so seriously. The Grand Prince really flatters me. Xie Guilu said in mock shock. The other party had done a good job of saving face, and at the very least, with this gesture, it wouldn't make people feel offended. Last night Yan Junlin's artillery room blew up, but today the other party did not show the slightest color. This should have the city. Naturally will not lack. Without further ado, let's go ahead and have a couple drinks. Yan Junlin said with a serious look. Okay, let's get a couple drinks then. Xie Guilu smiled bashfully. Yan Junlin, in the eyes of outsiders, belonged to the generation that was overambitious and ambitious, and it was heard that he had a big chest, was not talented, and was not as wise as the rest of the emperors, which was why Yan Ruyu was invited to be his military advisor. Some people even said that the delay in establishing the position of the Eastern Palace was because Yan Junlin had made the emperor extremely dissatisfied. Otherwise, with his status as the Grand Prince, he would have already been the lord of the Eastern Palace. Xie Guilu, however, understood that none of the people of this royal family were simple, and one must not be confused by their appearance or rumors. With just a glance, Xie Guilu knew that Yan Junlin was not simple. The other party only revealed his cultivation at the peak of the Yoke realm, but Xie Guilu sensed a hint of an extraordinary aura. The other party's true cultivation level should be the frontier expansion realm, but it was just hidden with some sort of treasure. Please. Yan Junlin extended his hand, signaling Xie Guilu to go first. Xie Guilu did not walk in front, but smiled and extended his hand as the two of them walked forward side by side. Chapter 37, Life is like a play. It's all about the acting. In the middle of a luxurious attic, the music was fading. Beautiful dancing girls were dancing, dressed in colorful clothes that dazzled the eyes. And on the fireplace, warming wine. The aroma of wine filled the mouth. Xie Guilu and Yan Junlin were holding their wine cups and were staring at these dancing girls with smiles on their faces. And the beauty's graceful and swaying body seemed to be extremely eye-catching. Brother Xie, how was it? Yan Junlin asked with a smile on his face. Xie Guilu raised his glass at Yan Junlin. I didn't realize that the Grand Prince is also a veteran in this field. Mr. Xie is impressed. Men, that's all the fun there is. Yan Junlin also hastily raised his glass. The two men clinked glasses at each other and drank. They then continued to drink, continued to watch the beauty dance, and did not talk about anything else. Xie Guilu wasn't in a hurry either, sipping his wine with a rich smile. Drink for a while. Yan Junlin couldn't hold back after all. He signaled with his eyes and the musicians and dancers retreated. He picked up the wine pot and filled it up for Xie Guilu, saying with a serious expression, This invitation for Brother Xie to come here is actually something to tell Brother Xie. Please speak, Grand Imperial Prince. Xie Guilu's gaze was still falling on those women, and when he saw Yan Junlin speak, he seemed to react. Life is like a play. It all depends on the acting skills. Yan Junlin is still a few points short of the fire in front of him. Yan Junlin revealed a complex color deep within his eyes. This time to see Xie Guilu, he was a little disappointed in his heart. This guy seems to be a little supportive. A group of women just, what is there to see? It's not all about long legs, shapely waists, shapely legs, voluptuous breasts and blooming faces. Okay, It's actually really good looking. Yan Junlin suppressed the emotions in his heart as he said with a serious expression, "What do you think of the eldest princess?" Ahem. When Xie Guilu heard this, a mouthful of wine instantly sprayed out. Yan Junlin also seemed to feel that this statement was a bit abrupt, but he still whispered, "According to the news I heard from the trail, my father seems to be interested in making you the emperor's son-in-law." Boo! Xie Guilu threw his wine glass on the table and immediately said, "Impossible. Never be able to." At this moment, within his heart, he was indeed a bit surprised that these words came out of the mouth of the Grand Prince, and they were certainly not empty words. The emperor's mind is capable of many things, and he had a vague guess in his mind as to the other party's purpose. No wonder he was attacked and killed by that iron tiger before. 9 times out of 10 it was because of this matter. Yan Junlin smiled and said, "It's just gossip, but I have a feeling it's true, and if you marry her, it would be a good thing." Xie Guilu frowned. "I have too many conflicts with her. She will kill me, and I still want to live a few more years. Everything is possible. Don't worry too much." Yan Junlin gently played with his wine glass. He naturally wanted Xie Guilu and the eldest princess to go together the most. After all, this would be most beneficial to him in the future. Xie Guilu naturally can't tame the princess. If the two come together, they will eventually be controlled by the princess. If he can preempt Xie Guilu, this will be more conducive to his future competition. Xie Guilu waved his hand and said, "Let's not talk about this matter anymore. I feel chills all over my body." Yan Junlin said, "Then let's talk about other things. About your Marquis of Jinshi. As far as I know, your second uncle is very close to the third prince, and the third prince seems to have made some promises to him. For example, to keep him in that seat. And the matter of your family's old man's failed seclusion seems to have some relationship with that second uncle of yours. The third prince would be able to do this if he became emperor." Xie Guilu lifted his glass again and took the initiative to filter the second half of his words. The matter of the old man's failed seclusion was definitely not that simple, and it required him to explore it himself. Yan Junlin shook his head. "If I get rid of you, I can also get this done. And what does the Grand Prince mean?" Xie Guilu looked at Yan Junlin. A brilliant light flashed in Yan Junlin's eyes and he immediately said, "How about you and I join forces and I help you become the Marquis of Jinshi?" Xie Guilu fell into hesitation. Seeing this, Yan Junlin knew that there was something in store for him, and he quickly asked, "Does Brother Xia still have any concerns?" Although the Marquis of Jinshi's residence was now in decline, if it could be pulled into his camp, it would also be of great use. Xie Guilu gently pinched the wine cup and said, "I've had a hard time recently. My second uncle is now dominating everything in the Marquis of Jinshi, and uses eating all of the Marquis of Jinshi's industries, including those under my command." Yan Junlin instantly understood what Xie Guilu meant. He smiled dumbly, "So it's lack of money. This is a small problem. The last thing I need is money. I'll give you some to deal with the emergency first. What do you think?" "Cool." A smile appeared on Xie Guilu's face. "Ha ha ha. Little things." Yan Junlin didn't say anything, and immediately walked to the side. He opened a box. Inside there were stacks of silver bills, and countless gold and silver jewelry. He said to Xie Guilu, "Brother Xie, feel free to take whatever you see. I don't lack these things." "Then I'm welcome." Xie Guilu walked over and took out a bag from inside his sleeve. Yan Junlin couldn't help but look stagnant when he saw the bag Xie Guilu pull out. Was this prepared in advance? Xie Guilu noticed Yan Junlin's face. "The Grand Prince thinks there's a problem?" Yan Junlin immediately waved his hand and said, "No shortage of money. Just take it." "Yes." Xie Guilu was still really nonchalant, constantly loading some of the gold, silver, jewelry and other things inside the box into the bag. After filling the bag, he then tucked the stacks of silver tickets inside his sleeves. Yan Junlin's eyes held some grudges. This guy really isn't polite at all. However, he didn't lack this much, and the more Xie Guilu took, the more assured he was, because it meant that the matter with Xie Guilu was basically a done deal. Xie Guilu stuffed his sleeves full of silver tickets before stopping. He asked, "How does the Grand Prince plan to follow up on this matter?" A fierce light appeared in Yan Junlin's eyes. "Simple. Your second uncle has taken over the magpie's nest. If he is no more, this Marquis of Jinshi position, wouldn't it be yours?" "Understood. Then I'll be obliged to the Grand Imperial Prince." Xie Guilu clasped his fists. He already had a calculation in his mind. If Xiat Sunchuan didn't know how to die, he wouldn't let the other party off the hook. Now that a backstabber happened to appear, it was not bad. Yan Junlin's smile was even more intense as he added, "This matter can be progressed gradually. This invitation for you to come here is just a casual chat between you and I. Tonight I plan to host a banquet in the mansion, and will invite quite a number of friends at that time, so Brother Xia can be rewarded for coming over. It's natural." Xie Guilu tucked the silver ticket into his sleeve as he got up and said, "It's been a while since I came out. I need to go to the Heavenly Power Division to lie down for a bit. I'm a bit tired." Good. I'll see you off," Yan Junlin hurriedly said. Yan Junlin then escorted Xie Guilu out of his mansion. Chapter 38, The Emperor's Art of Disconnecting Ministers. The entrance to the mansion. Yan Junlin looked at Xie Guilu's back and his smile became even more intense. Foolishness has the advantage of foolishness, at least a lot of things, will not go too much to consider, so that it is easy for him to control. "Your Highness, do you really want a rope in this dude Xie Guilu?" A dancing girl walked over and looked at Yan Junlin with a puzzled expression. From the current situation of the Marquis of Jinqi's residence, the possibility of Xie Guilu being wiped out by Xie Tsangxuan was the most likely, and pulling in a drunkard seemed to be of little significance. Yan Junlin glanced at the maid and said blandly, "What do you know? If he is too smart, but not good to control, as long as he sits on the position of Marquis of Jinqi, and can be used for me, this can only bring me the greatest benefit. And, if Xie Guilu truly married Yan Ruyu, and his side was able to control Xie Guilu, when the time came, it would definitely bring him more benefits than if the princess took control of Xie Guilu. Although the Rapunzel was close to him, as a royal person, every one of them could be a rival, and he naturally had to defend himself against the other." The dancing girl sniffed and revealed a look of sudden realization as she added, "Then can we send someone to protect him? I have a feeling that Xie Tsangxuan won't let him go." Yan Junlin shook his head. "There's no need. Someone won't let him die easily." Before he said that his father intended to let Xie Guilu become the emperor's son-in-law, is not nonsense, but it is true. Their own father, although bedridden, but still unfathomable. The emperor's heart, unpredictable. The other side, if they intend to let Xie Guilu become the emperor's son-in-law, surely will not easily let it die. Unfortunately, Yan Junlin still fought too much. This is also a common problem that many people who are too deep in the city tend to commit. A lot of things, always think deeply. Yan Junlin pondered for a moment and said, "You quietly follow him up and see what he's going to do next." Good. This dancer immediately flew away. Main Street. Xie Guilu carried the bag with a very strong smile, but with a contemplative look in his eyes. This time, two extremely important pieces of information were obtained from the Grand Prince. The first piece of information, the one in the palace intends to let him marry Yan Ruyu? This matter was definitely not an empty rumor, and the fact that he had killed the people of the Anping burial mansion before, and that person had asked the Heavenly Power Division to suppress the matter, indicated something. As for the other party's purpose for such an intention, Xie Guilu also guessed a few points. The emperor's heart is bizarre and unpredictable, so naturally, it would not be the intention to let the Marquis of Jinqi move towards the Grand Prince. On the surface, he was married to Yan Ruyu, and Yan Ruyu was the one who supported the Grand Prince, so it was only logical that the Marquis of Jinqi supported the Grand Prince. But is it really that simple? Naturally, it's not that simple. Can he marry Yan Ruyu? Naturally, he couldn't, and there was one person who wouldn't agree, and that was Yan Ruyu. The fact that this news was not announced directly, but spread out from the trail, was that it required all parties to speculate and thus take action. Yan Ruyu was unhappy about this and would definitely try to get him killed. But the Grand Prince is on the Marquis of Jinqi, on him Xie Guilu, wanting to draw him in, more expect him to marry Yan Ruyu. In that case, there would definitely be a conflict between the Grand Prince and Yan Ruyu. Whenever there is a conflict, these two are no longer ironclad. This is the technique of the emperor, to divide the ministers by catching news, wanting to stray. Is it because you think that Yan Ruyu and Yan Junlin are too powerful to control when they join forces? In that case, I can add fire to it, Xie Guilu said darkly. That emperor was only bedridden, but not dead, and the imperial sons and princesses below, if they did anything too conspicuous, would naturally be targeted a bit. And this time when he saw Yan Junlin, an idea suddenly arose in his mind. 3 years ago he looked all over the princess's body. Who was the real instigator of this incident? If it was before, he felt that the third prince was the most likely. After all, the third prince was close to the third princess. Yan Ruyu counted on the third princess and him, but ended up being counted on. Instead, the third princess was unharmed, and the third prince backhandedly counted on her, which seemed to be fine. But right now, Xie Guilu felt that Yan Junlin as the initiator was the most likely. The Marquis of Jinqi 3 years ago was more worthy of pulling in, and if Yan Junlin wants to pull in the Marquis of Jinqi, it seems more direct to let me make some trouble with Yan Ruyu. Xie Guilu showed a pensive expression. He didn't see Yan Ruyu taking a bath, but he was lying with the other party, and according to the royal means, there were two ways to solve this matter. The first solution was to cut the Gordian knot and let him marry Yan Ruyu directly, so that the face of the royal family could be preserved. The second way was to put him to death. but the Marquis of Jinshi would definitely not agree to that, hence the matter of his imprisonment. Yen Junlin was close to Yen Ruyu, and Yen Ruyu, coincidentally, had been poisoned by the fragrant beauty. So may I ask who had the best chance of counting on Yen Ruyu? Naturally, it was Yen Junlin, the one who was close to Yen Ruyu. Who knew Yen Ruyu and the fragrant beauty? Who struck to make Yen Ruyu defenseless? If it really is Yen Junlin's doing, that would be interesting. This person is definitely not as simple as he appears. Let's see what he can do subsequently. Xia Guilu smiled bashfully. Beyond that, this time he also got another piece of news. The matter of the old man's failed seclusion seemed to be related to Xiat Sangshuan. However, Xia Guilu felt that this matter was not simple, revealing that something was not right. Xiat Sangshuan might have the chance to make a move, but he didn't have that kind of strength because the old man was a Daozong realm powerhouse. Furthermore, there was a mysterious third uncle. Even if the other party wasn't in the Marquis of Jinshi, with an intelligence agency like listening to the snow building, if Xiat Sangshuan wanted to make a move, how could he not know about it? Xiat Sangshuan had the possibility of making a move, but it was definitely difficult to get the old man killed. What is going on in this matter? This needs to be followed up with some probing to find out. As for the position of the Marquis of Jinshi, Xia Guilu has little interest at the moment. Xiat Sangshuan is close to the third prince, and wants to use this to secure the position of Marquis of Jinshi, but it is somewhat possible. However, this was the other party's business and had little to do with him. If that old thing was not long for the world, then he would send it to heaven. Did the Grand Prince think that killing Xiat Sangshuan would allow the position of Marquis of Jinshi to fall to him? That was completely overthinking. This matter did not lie with Xiat Sangshuan, nor with him, Xia Guilu, but with the one in the palace. A single word from the other party would allow Xiat Sangshuan to abdicate and also allow him, Xia Guilu, to sit in that position. And if the other party did not open their mouths, then even if Xiat Sangshuan died, he would still be the son of the world, not the Marquis of Jinshi. Therefore, the Grand Prince's idea was good, but unfortunately it was not as sophisticated as his old son. As he walked, a gambling house appeared in front of Xia Guilu. He gently weighed the bag in his hand and strutted inside the gambling house. Not far, that dancing girl appeared, and when she saw Xia Guilu enter the gambling house, her expression froze and a touch of sarcasm appeared in her eyes. Loser, the dancing girl shook her head. Worthy of being a dude loser. This has just gotten some money. This is pressing into the gambling house? Chapter 39, The Wall Has Ears. Whisper it to me. Half an hour later, the dancer returned to the Grand Prince's residence. How? Yen Junlin looked at the dancing girl. The dancing girl said bluntly. After leaving here, he went straight to the gambling house and lost all the money he took from here in half an hour. Yen Junlin's mouth twitched and he covered his forehead. A loser. A complete loser. I suddenly have some regrets about inviting him here. I have a feeling that he, Xia Guilu, can hardly achieve great things. Such a loser, without any restraint, not enough to plan with. The dancing girl smiled bitterly and did not dare to say much. You picked it. It didn't take long. The news of Xia Guilu's trip to the Grand Prince's residence spread amongst the major princes. Xia Guilu went to the Grand Prince's residence? That's not good news. Although Xia Guilu was wasted, but at least he is also the son of the Marquis of Jinshi. Nowadays Xiat Sangshuan is only temporarily substituting for the position of the Marquis of Jinshi. This position, sooner or later, will fall to Xia Guilu. The Grand Prince has grabbed the first move this time, which is unfavorable to us. It doesn't necessarily matter. Since the Grand Prince can pull in Xia Guilu, why can't we go and pull in? Pulling in? If we settle him, won't the Grand Prince's calculations become a waste? All the emperors? Some calculations were born in their hearts. The divisions of heavenly power. Xia Guilu was slumped in his chair, dozing. Lin Qinghuang entered the great hall with an expressionless face. Qinghuang, my shoulders are a bit sore. Can you give me a squeeze? Xia Guilu opened his eyes and his gaze fell on Lin Qinghuang's pair of beautiful legs. Lin Qinghuang frowned. You went to the Grand Prince's residence? What? Xia Guilu asked rhetorically. Lin Qinghuang said in a cold voice. There are some things that it's best not to get involved in, or you might not even know how you'll die. Xia Guilu looked nervous and said. You're making me scared. My heart is racing. Come over and rub me. You. Lin Qinghuang was somewhat speechless. She threw a deed to Xia Guilu and said indifferently. The gambling house that you occupied is already yours. Xia Guilu took the deed and put it into his sleeve. A smile appeared on his face. I lost quite a bit of silver today. With this gambling house, I will definitely win it all back in the future. Is that so? Lin Qinghuang smiled coldly. Cunning guy. The silver money you lost, it all went to your own gambling house. Xia Guilu said to Lin Qinghuang. Qinghuang, I learned a big secret today. Do you want to know? Oh, Lin Qinghuang's eyes narrowed. This guy had gone to the Grand Prince's residence, so maybe he really had gotten some news. Xia Guilu glanced around and whispered, "The walls have ears. Come over and I'll tell you quietly." Lin Xinghuang didn't think much about it and immediately lowered her head. "Speak." Xia Guilu looked at Lin Xinghuang's ears that came over, crystallized, and he opened his mouth and gently bit it. "You." Lin Xinghuang's body trembled and immediately burst back. She stared angrily at Xia Guilu. "Xia Guilu, you're getting bolder and bolder. Do you not want to live?" Xia Guilu licked his lips and yawned, looking at Lin Xinghuang with a confused expression. "Xinghuang, what's wrong with you? Why is your face as red as a candy cane? Don't tell me. I just had a dream as if I ate a sugar gourd. It's so sweet." Click. Lin Xinghuang clenched her fists, her complexion irritated beyond measure, and she was playing dumb again. "Sleepy, I'll go ahead and lay down." Xia Guilu closed his eyes. Lin Xinghuang looked at Xia Guilu the scoundrel. Her heart was also a little helpless. The other side of this sickly phase. She was really worried that she could not control herself and punched the other side to death. Evening. Xia Guilu opened his eyes and realized that Lin Xinghuang was sitting cross-legged on the ground, a powerful aura permeating his body. It feels like it won't be long before she breaks through. Xia Guilu was a little surprised in his heart. Lin Xinghuang had just entered the frontier expansion realm not long ago, and now there were signs of a breakthrough. On this woman, she was definitely hiding some big secrets. Just like the last time he asked Lin Xinghuang if the other party was really a member of the Lin family, Lin Xinghuang opened her eyes, swept a glance at Xia Guilu and said indifferently, "What? Want to learn?" Xia Guilu became interested. "Can I learn?" "Can't learn." Lin Xinghuang shook his head. The foundation of cultivation lies in the spirit bone. When Xia Guilu entered the heavenly prison, she had probed that this guy was just a waste bone. The waste bone had no spiritual rhythm, and it was difficult to fit in with the heaven and earth aura, as if there was no spiritual bone. As far as she knew, Xia Guilu's father, it seemed that he had even asked a sword immortal from Great Xia to intervene, but unfortunately, after that sword immortal examined Xia Guilu's ruined bones, he also said that there was nothing he could do. "So you're still talking?" Xia Guilu looked at Lin Xinghuang speechlessly. "You're a wasted bone, and there's nothing I can do about it unless..." Lin Xinghuang stared straight at Xia Guilu. "Unless what?" Xia Guilu clasped his hands to his chest. Lin Xinghuang sneered. "Unless someone grafts you a spirit bone that fits your flesh. That won't work. It's against the way of heaven." Xia Guilu shook his head. "Ha! The heavenly Tao? There aren't many people who do such things in this heaven and earth, and sometimes having excellent spirit bones without the ability to guard them isn't a disaster," Lin Xinghuang said meaningfully. Xia Guilu stared at Lin Xinghuang and frowned. "Xinghuang, just for a moment. I suddenly feel that you're a bit mysterious. Honestly, what grade of spirit bone are you? Top grade or extreme grade?" "Neither," Lin Xinghuang said indifferently. "I don't believe it." Xia Guilu had a believe you can do it look on his face. In his heart, he was muttering, if it wasn't the top grade or the very top grade, naturally it couldn't be the middle grade or the lower grade. Could it be that after the very top grade, there were other spirit bones of a higher grade? That's something he's closed off to. Forget it if you don't believe me. Lin Xinghuang didn't bother explaining too much. "I'm a little hungry. It's getting late. Go home." Xia Guilu got up and stretched, then headed out of the temple. Lin Xinghuang looked at Xia Guilu and didn't say much. Tonight the wind and snow is very great. The ground ice and snow deep. Many trees have already withered. There are still some green leaf vegetation, still in the difficult to support, praying to be able to carry through this winter. In the Apocalypse City, the lights were covered by the wind and snow, and appeared to be a little bit dim. The brighter the lights, the heavier the shadows, but the place where the lights were dim could hide even more horrible killing opportunities. In the middle of a silent and cold alleyway, Xia Guilu held an umbrella and walked forward alone, leaving a footprint on the icy ground. In due course, he stopped. A dozen black-robed men appeared in front, all holding blades and with cold eyes. However, the strength of these black-clothed men was very low. The strongest one of them was only in the middle stage of the Xin Huang realm. As for the rest, they were even worse. "Kill him." That black-robed man in the middle Xin Huang realm waved his hand. Boom! The rest of the black-clothed men had fierce eyes and immediately killed Xia Guilu. Xia Guilu looked calm. The oil paper umbrella in his hand shook. A powerful pressure erupted, and the white snow on it flew. Boom! These dozen or so black-clothed men were blasted into a bloody mist before they could even get close. Chapter 40, Ashes to Ashes. There's a mouse. That black-robed man in the middle stage of the Xin Huang realm's face looked a bit ugly when he saw this. Didn't that employer say that Xia Guilu was just an ordinary person? You call this an ordinary person? However, he didn't hesitate, but instantly drew the long sword at his waist and violently rushed towards Xia Guilu. Die! Siagilu's finger reached out and gently pinched, and a ferocious pressure erupted. Ah! A mournful scream rang out, and this man in black flew away in an instant. Your Excellency has been watching for so long. It's time to come out. Siagilu looked to a direction where there was a middle-aged man wearing a gray robe and holding a long sword. Many people in this Tianqi city have looked away. I didn't expect you to be a cultivator, but it doesn't matter. I'll send you on your way. The middle-aged man looked indifferent. His body erupted with an aura of the early stage of the frontier expansion realm. His figure flickered, and his long sword was sheathed, instantly stabbing at Siagilu's neck. A smile appeared on Siagilu's face as he casually clamped his fingers around the stabbing longsword, which seemed to be clamped in an iron vise, making it difficult to move forward. What? The middle-aged man looked startled. Ashes to ashes. Siagilu smiled grimly as he flicked his finger on the longsword. Boom! In the next second, the longsword exploded, and the middle-aged man's body was directly shattered into pieces, and he flew away. Nobody. Siagilu smiled bashfully and walked towards the front with his oil paper umbrella. Those who came to attack and kill today belonged to two groups of people. The first wave was very weak and should have come from one person. Yo! It's understandable to want to get some revenge after punching the other side in the face before. As for this appearance of the topiary realm, it should be from the handiwork of a certain prince. After all, it wasn't a secret that he had been to the Grand Prince's residence today, and certain people probably didn't want him to join forces with the Grand Prince, so they wanted to send him on his way. It didn't take long. The Rapunzel's residence. Ice and snow covered the compound. The lights inside the hall were bright, and in the middle of an attic, Yen Ruyu was holding a scroll and watching it. Her eyes were quiet and gentle to the extreme. But she was a woman with harsh means and ferocious viciousness. Phew! Right at this moment, an ice crystal arrow pierced through the attic and rushed out, shooting explosively towards Yen Ruyu. Yen Ruyu did not have the slightest ripple in her eyes as she gently gripped the scroll, and this ice crystal arrow instantly burst. There's a mouse. Yen Ruyu faintly said, put down the scroll and headed out of the building, only to see her silhouette move and appear at the top of another attic. Top of the attic. Standing there was a mysterious man wearing a black robe and a mask. And this person was none other than Siagilu. Siagilu stared at Yen Ruyu, and had to say that this woman was really beautiful and menacing. Boom! Yen Ruyu didn't speak nonsense and slapped at Siagilu as a terrifying palm print erupted. Siagilu's figure flickered and flew backwards 100 meters. Boom! The pavilion was blown up by Yen Ruyu's palm imprints in a matter of moments, and with a slight frown, she was about to continue striking. Siagilu stood 100 meters away and said indifferently, a royal prince asked me to tell you a piece of news. That incident 3 years ago. You were counted by the Grand Imperial Prince. After saying that, he flew away. This is the fire he added to muddy the water. Naturally he can't let Yen Ruyu this woman alone. After Yen Ruyu heard this, her pupils shrank, and a terrifying pressure erupted from her, and cracks appeared in the surrounding palaces and attics. 3 years ago, she was naturally skeptical. Now that she had heard the news, she suddenly thought a lot. According to the situation at that time, the possibility of Yen Junlin counting on her was indeed high, and the other party did have this opportunity. Yen Junlin's residence. The party had been going on for a while. Yen Junlin invited a number of friends and appeared to be full of smiles, but his heart was a bit unhappy. That guy Siagilu, he let him off the hook. Damn it! You took so much money from him in the daytime, and after losing it all, you're not going to honor your debt? How can you be so untrustworthy? Reporting to the Grand Imperial Prince. My subordinate has something important to report. A guard immediately walked in. Yen Junlin glanced at the other party and asked, what is it? The guards hurriedly said, just now, Prince Xia entrusted someone to send word that he had suffered an attack and thanked you for sending out people to save his life. But he was in shock and couldn't come to the banquet tonight. Assault? Yen Junlin's face showed a contemplative look. He waved his hand and said, I see. You go down. He didn't suspect this matter. It was extremely normal for Siagilu to come to his mansion during the day and suffer an attack at night. After all, the remaining few contenders were unwilling to see him succeed in pulling in Siagilu, and settling Siagilu was naturally the perfect method. Someone saved Siagilu's life? Yen Junlin thought it was the work of that father of his. According to his speculations, his father would not be willing to let Siagilu go to his death easily, so it seemed that all the speculations had come true. Thinking of this, a faint smile appeared on Yen Junlin's face. It's not that Siagilu doesn't want to come, but the other party doesn't dare to come for the time being. Having been assassinated and frightened, if you run straight over for a drink, whether or not you can enjoy yourself is not to mention that it is not in line with the normal psychology of human nature. Since he took the people father sent as mine, I'll admit it. Yen Junlin's smile was even more intense. He looked at the people in the building and said, everyone, Everyone drink openly, but when it's time for the winter hunting assembly, you can't slack off. Don't worry, Grand Imperial Prince. We will definitely not let you down. The people around them immediately raised their glasses. On the eve of the winter hunting assembly, all the princes would feast some young people in advance, which belonged to the betting. After all, in the midst of the winter hunting assembly, those who performed well would be valued by the emperor. They made their bets in advance, and as long as the person who made the bet stunned the 8 parties when the time came, it would be a great help to their future competition. Aha! Yan Junlin smiled and nodded, in an extremely good mood. At the moment he didn't know that he had been sold. In the meantime, the residence of the third prince, in the middle of the attic, Yan Wuchen was holding a fine wine and tasting it. He had also feasted some friends today, but the banquet was in the daytime and was now over. Your Highness, the people we sent out have missed, and there are no bones left. A guard saluted Yan Wuchen with a grave expression. Failed? Yan Wuchen raised an eyebrow at his words. This time he had sent out a powerful person from the frontier expansion realm, and he had failed? He wanted to get Xie Guilu killed for a simple reason. Now that Xiat Sangchuan was close to him, he planned to eradicate Xie Guilu, so that Xiat Sangchuan would allow the other party to sit on the seat of the Marquis of Jinshi, and at the same time, he would be able to make Yan Junlin's calculations fall through. In this way, he would be able to secure the support of the Marquis of Jinshi. Don't look at this as a declining marquis, the usefulness is still very huge, but keep sending people. The guard asked. Yan Wudian said blandly. It seems that Yan Junlin has sent someone to protect Xie Guilu. I told you that guy had just gone to pull Xie Guilu together. How could he let him go to his death? This is so in line with Yan Junlin's character. Since it failed once, let's wait for the winter hunting conference and look for another opportunity. The guard saluted. Subordinate understands. Chapter 41, The Guard. He's the key. It's late at night. Lin House. When Lin Qinghuang returned, she happened to see Xie Guilu standing outside the mansion, one hand still holding a ball of white snow. Xie Guilu, what are you doing so? Lin Qinghuang raised an eyebrow. The wind and snow are so heavy and the weather is so cold. Why don't you go to a greenhouse or go home and come to your place? Clear Phoenix. When Xie Guilu saw Lin Qinghuang, a look of disappointment appeared in his eyes. Lin Qinghuang froze for a second and immediately asked, What's wrong with you? Xie Guilu's eyes emerged a trace of mist. A line of clear tears flowed down. He looked downcast and said, The people of the Marquis of Jinshi do not allow me to go back. As he said this, he gently covered his stomach and nibbled the snow in his hand again. Looking pitiful, weak and helpless, Lin Qinghuang sniffed and fell into silence as she looked at Xie Guilu and said, Stay at my place tonight. Have something to eat with me later. Yes. Xie Guilu took another nibble of white snow. Just wait a little longer and you can eat soon. With a wave of Lin Qinghuang's sleeve, the white snow in Xie Guilu's hands flew apart, and as she pulled Xie Guilu's wrist, she headed inside the mansion. It didn't take long. In the middle of the attic, hot, flavorful food was ready. Lin Qinghuang chucked numerous dishes into Xie Guilu's bowl. Don't freeze, eat quickly. Xie Guilu looked towards Lin Qinghuang and said with soft eyes, Qinghuang is so good to me. It would be even better if you warmed up the blanket for me again tonight. Itchy skin, isn't it? Lin Qinghuang glared at Xie Guilu. What kind of pathetic has this guy become? Surprisingly, he still has a cheap mouth. Xie Guilu grubbed his rice while saying to Lin Qinghuang, At home rely on your parents. Go out and rely on your friends. But in these 3 years, it's Qinghuang who can lift me up a hand. And it's Qinghuang who can lift me up a few handfuls of 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 handfuls. Lin Qinghuang frowned. For some reason, she always felt that there was something wrong with Xie Guilu's words, but she couldn't find any evidence. She gazed at Xie Guilu and said, If you are moved in your heart, tell me something you know. There are still a lot of details you haven't told me about the destruction of the Lin family. Xie Guilu looked at Lin Qinghuang. That guard of mine, he's the key. I naturally knew that he was the key, but after the Lin family was destroyed, he disappeared. Lin Qinghuang showed a pensive expression. When the Lin family was destroyed, Xie Guilu and his guards had evidence of presence. Xie Guilu was imprisoned, but the guards disappeared. Naturally abnormal. During these 3 years, she was also quietly tracking down the whereabouts of that guard, but there had been no news of the other party, and it was as if that person had evaporated from the earth, which was extremely bizarre. I know where he is. Xie Guilu spoke up. Lin Qinghuang instantly stared at Xie Guilu. Where is it? Xie Guilu said with ghostly eyes. Killed by me. Lin Qinghuang was somewhat speechless. The ghostly light in Xie Guilu's eyes disappeared and a smile appeared on his face. Just kidding. But if you let me take a bite, maybe I can actually remember something. Eat. Lin Qinghuang picked up a piece of meat and placed it directly in Xie Guilu's bowl. As soon as the other woman said that, She knew she couldn't ask anything. After the meal, Xie Guilu reclined on a chair like a grandpa, and the maid cleared the table. Lin Qinghuang, on the other hand, was holding a scroll and viewing it, and naturally, what she was looking at was not an unusual scroll, but a cultivation technique. After the maid left, Xie Guilu walked towards the bed and couch, took off his shoes and socks, and directly laid on it. Qinghuang, you didn't change this quilt. It's still the same one from last time. Lin Qinghuang said blandly. It's changed, just the same color. Qinghuang, tonight the sun is in a good mood, so I'll warm your bed. You wait and quietly get under the covers, but don't disturb my message. Xie Guilu pulled up the quilt and covered his body. The soft queen-sized bed was naturally comfortable to sleep in. Lin Qinghuang no longer paid any attention to Xie Guilu. She casually waved her hand and a force blocked the attic door. She took the scroll and walked to the side. One could only see her sitting down on her knees, pinching her seal, and a powerful pressure permeated her body. Xie Guilu didn't continue to bother Lin Qinghuang as he closed his eyes. There was no talk all night. The next day, early morning, Lin Qinghuang opened her eyes and realized that she was lying on a soft bed and couch, her body covered with a quilt and warm. She blushed and immediately looked to the side, only to see Xie Guilu shrinking into a ball. His head was rubbing against her arm. Lin Qinghuang checked her body and after realizing that there was nothing wrong, she coldly spoke to Xie Guilu. Xie Guilu. Xie Guilu's eyes opened in a daze, and when he saw Lin Qinghuang, he revealed a flash of surprise. Qinghuang, you really did sneak into the comforter last night. No wonder I feel this comforter is so warm. Is that so? Lin Qinghuang looked at Xie Guilu coldly. Was it not the bed and couch she had climbed up to? Could she not know? Last night she was cultivating and didn't have the slightest impression that she had climbed onto the bed and couch. Xie Guilu said strangely, you're so powerful. If I got you on the comforter, wouldn't you be able to not notice? Lin Qinghuang froze for a second. It seemed to make some sense. Could it really be that he had practiced too much and his brain had drifted off and climbed up on his own? Xie Guilu smiled and said, what kind of gongfu are you practicing? It's better not to practice it, or you'll easily break your brain. The bed and couch was naturally not something Lin Qinghuang climbed up on her own accord, but rather she carried herself up. Last night, Lin Qinghuang cultivated and had some problems, and it was only after Xie Guilu noticed it that he carried her to the bed. The scroll that Lin Qinghuang was looking at was extremely subtle and had an extremely strong effect on opening up the dantian. Last night, the other party had a problem. Just when opening up the dantian, the energy consumption was too great, so it fell into a deep sleep. But it was not a big problem, and it would be fine after a sleep. Spare your life. After Lin Qinghuang heard this, she immediately drew her arm back and decisively left the bed. On the ground, the scroll was still sitting. She picked up the scroll and looked at it carefully. Naturally there would not be any problems with the gongfu. She closed her eyes and probed her body. The dantian had expanded some more. The effect of last night's cultivation was okay. It seems that last night's opening of the dantian was too much of a power drain. Lin Qinghuang said a dark sentence. Opening a dantian naturally required full concentration and was extremely taxing on mental energy. Qinghuang, I didn't even feel it last night when you snuck in. How about you come back up and let me feel it while the comforter is still warm? Xie Guilu's smile became even more intense as he surveyed Lin Qinghuang's delicate figure. Say another word on this matter and believe me when I throw you out? Lin Qinghuang looked at Xie Guilu with displeasure. She felt like she lost a lot of money last night. She shouldn't have brought this guy in. Xie Guilu said with a gloomy look, if he is in the same bed in the morning, this life is also considered to be a common white head. Can you bear to throw me out? The corner of Lin Qinghuang's mouth twitched as she gently rubbed her brow. I can see. That aggrieved and pitiful look of yours last night was also an act. You drama queen. I actually fell for it. The grim look on Xie Guilu's face disappeared and a smile reappeared as he wrapped the quilt around his body so that it was even warmer. Get up. Lin Qinghuang glared at Xie Guilu, and with a wave of her finger, the window sills opened up one after another, and a cold wind blew in. Xie Guilu shivered and immediately buried his head inside the comforter. Chapter 42, no need to make up for it. It's not very useful. It didn't take long. Xie Guilu and Lin Qinghuang traveled to the Heavenly Power Division. The snow is immortal and cold to the bone. Main Street. Xie Guilu had his hands stuck inside his sleeves, his face full of fatigue, while Lin Qinghuang was holding an umbrella next to him with an extremely calm expression. That sleepy? Lin Qinghuang glanced at Xie Guilu. Xie Guilu said breathlessly, I'm physically weak, so I definitely need to sleep and lie down more. And when I get up this early, can I not be sleepy? Lin Qinghuang surveyed Xie Guilu's body and nodded. It is indeed very weak. Go find a doctor to take a look. And by the way, prescribe some great tonic medicine. Xie Guilu yawned and said, there's no need to make up for it. It's not very useful. Lin Xinghuang smiled coldly and said, "Going to a greenhouse from time to time. It's not much use to make up for it, but it's best to take it easy. This winter has only begun, so don't fail to carry it through even the winter." When she finished, she quickened her pace. Snow fell on Xie Guilu. "I know you care about me, so when we get to the Celestial Powers Division later, you're allowed to climb into my arms." Xie Guilu immediately stepped forward and came under the umbrella. Lin Qinghuang. It didn't take long. The two came to the Heavenly Power Division and happened to see Xinjian. "Greetings, Chancellor." Lin Qinghuang saluted Xinjian. "Aha!" Xinjian nodded his head gently, his gaze falling on Xie Guilu as if he was about to say something. Seeing this, Lin Qinghuang headed inside the Great Hall. Xinjian said to Xie Guilu, "Shitzi didn't rest well last night?" Xie Guilu said with a despondent face, "I was frightened last night and have been having nightmares. Can I rest well?" Xinjian heard, but did not have much doubt. After all, he already knew about the assassination of Xie Guilu last night. He whispered, "The Grand Prince asked me to tell you that the person who attacked and killed you last night came from the Third Prince. In fact, the assassination is two groups of people, one of them from Xie Guilu's second aunt, but the big prince let him pick the key point to say, directly together as the Third Prince did." After Xie Guilu heard this, his heart did not feel the slightest surprise, but his face was a color of anger and shock. Good guts! How dare the Third Prince make a move on this son? Please trouble the Great Commander to convey to the Great Prince. Let him do away with Xiet Sunchuan and the Third Prince immediately. I, the Marquis of Jinshi, will fully support him as the Emperor. The surrounding sheriffs' bodies trembled and looked unnatural. Was this something they could listen to? Xinjian's face changed and he hurriedly said, "World son, be careful what you say." At this moment, he was a bit speechless in his heart. Was this something that could be vocalized? Understood. I'll wait for news from the Grand Prince. Xie Guilu nodded gently. "Don't worry. Seiji is safe and will not be in any danger." Xinjian whispered softly. I'll go inside and catch up on some sleep first then." Xie Guilu waved his hand and headed inside the second hall. Xinjian looked at Xie Guilu's back and couldn't help but sigh a little in his heart. The Great Prince pulling this one together seems to have gone astray. In the middle of the second hall, "You were attacked and killed last night?" Lin Qinghuang stared at Xie Guilu. "No." Xie Guilu shook his head. "You just said that out loud. Do you think I'm deaf?" Lin Qinghuang frowned. "I don't think it's loud anyway." Xie Guilu casually sat down on the side. Lin Qinghuang said indifferently, "You were just released from prison, and now you're involved in the whirlpool of competition for imperial power. Trouble. If Xie Guilu had not gone to see the Grand Prince yesterday, perhaps there would not have been these troubles, but unfortunately, it is too late to say anything now. As long as he, Xie Guilu, was close to the Grand Prince, the rest of the princes would not let him go." "Can't understand." Xie Guilu snorted. Lin Qinghuang was speechless. "Commander Lin, there's a case." Zhang Long entered the Great Hall with a scroll. Lin Qinghuang took the scroll and glanced at it. Zhang Long said, "The son of the young secretary of the Imperial Servant Temple, Dong Trace crashed his horse and killed the horseman of the Imperial Servant Temple, Luan, and then drunkenly led people to kill the father of Luan who went to the theory of Luan. Luan's wife died early, and now there is only a 15-year-old daughter named Lu Ping, and it is Lu Ping who reported the case." Lin Qinghuang mused. "This case seems to have happened 10 days ago, right? Taisu Temple. This is an organization that manages horses. Sounds like an average, but don't underestimate this organization. War horses are the responsibility of Taisu Temple. Marching and fighting, recruiting and purchasing, are all closely related to the Taishu Temple, and it is for this reason that the people of the Taishu Temple are also drawn in by all parties." Zhang Long explained, "This case has been handed over to the Beijing Zhaofu, the Dalizi, and the Ministry of Justice, and both sides are shrugging it off. But early this morning this case was handed over to the Department of Heavenly Power because this young secretary of the Imperial Servant Temple has the Third Prince's back. The case is well documented. The Beijing Zhaofu, the Dalizi and the Ministry of Justice, but did not close the case, precisely because behind it is the Third Prince, so that all parties do not dare to easily close the case." Xie Guilu smiled lightly. "How about letting me handle this case?" Lin Qinghuang heard this, but she fell into silence. Last night Xie Guilu, this guy encountered the Third Prince's people, attacked and killed. This case into his hands will certainly be ruthless, so that can respond to the Third Prince, but this would also completely offend the Third Prince. Why was this case submitted to the divisional court today? Why did you come to the second hall? No need to guess. This was the handiwork of the Grand Prince and a chance for Xie Guilu to vent his anger. This case was prepared for Xie Guilu. Xie Guilu looked at Lin Qinghuang. "Since this case was handed over, it must be investigated. I'll run this case better than you." The trouble Lin Qinghuang was in was not small. and coming to this case on his own could be interpreted as this being in response to the third prince's assassination last night. But if Lin Qinghuang were to handle this case, it would be offending another prince. This case, since it was prepared by the Grand Prince, he went along with it. Are you sure? You need to know that me coming on this case is not as much trouble as I thought it would be. Lin Qinghuang stared at Xie Guilu. Xie Guilu said, don't worry, I have the numbers. Since you're so confident, I'll leave it to you. Lin Qinghuang handed the scroll to Xie Guilu. Since Xie Guilu came here to gild the lily, let's gild the lily a bit, mix some merits, and maybe he can really inherit the position of Marquis of Jinshi in the future. She looked at Zhang Long again and said, Zhang Long, you and Zhao Hu assist Xie Guilu. Zhang Long immediately said, yes, sir. The second temple of the secretary, a total of 10. He and Zhao Hu is one of the two. The status is higher than the ordinary secretary, can be under the jurisdiction of each of the 10 secretary, but surely they wouldn't dare to work on such a case themselves. After all, this is Tianqi City, under the feet of the emperor. The forces are intertwined. Maybe you casually offend one person, have a huge background. If Xie Guilu to do this case, naturally there will not be any problem. After all, in terms of background, Xie Guilu was no worse than anyone else. Xie Guilu glanced at the scroll and said to Zhang Long, summon the daughters of Dong Trace and Luan to come to the Heavenly Power Division. Good. Zhang Long didn't say anything and left immediately. Chapter 43, Willful Killing, then Beheading. 2 moments later, in the public hall of the Second Temple, Zhang Long and Zhao Wu stood on either side with a group of sheriff's deputies. There were 3 people kneeling in front of the hall, a 15-year-old girl and 2 young men. The young girl was dressed in rags. Her feet were in torn cloth shoes. Her hands had frostbite. Her face was pale as hell, and there was a hint of panic in her eyes. The 2 men were yawning, with lazy smiles on their faces, and didn't give a damn where they were. One of the men glanced at the young girl and laughed fiercely. Little girl, just wait, let you bounce around for a while. After this matter, I will definitely sell you to a greenhouse. The young girl clenched her body. Her body trembled. Her expression was terrified beyond measure. 2 of the group of people who had beaten her grandfather at that time were here. Seeing this, the faces of the catching division present sank, and the eyes that looked at the 2 men carried a cold killing intent. Having come to the Heavenly Power Division, how dare they still be so arrogant, when it was really good guts. Xie Guilu sat at the forefront as he slowly spoke. Who is Dong Scar? Reporting to this lord, my young master is not feeling well and is not able to go out. The 2 of us are his guards and came here in his place. One of the men smiled and clasped his fists. Didn't Mr. Dong just get 2 lowly civilians killed? What a big deal. This case has been submitted to the Jingzhou Prefecture, the Dalizi, and the Ministry of Justice, all of which have failed to close the case, which is enough to illustrate the power of the Dong family. Even though he has come to the division of heavenly powers at this moment, I think he is just going through the motions. You have to know, their family master is the young secretary of the Imperial Servant Temple. That is, even the third prince has to take the initiative to draw in the figure. With such a background, who dares to touch their Dong family? That's interesting. The person accused doesn't come, but instead has 2 guards come. Xie Guilu smiled coldly. That man lost his smile and said, just now, I said that my young master was not feeling well and could not come here. It's the same for us to come here, so if your excellency has any explanations, we will certainly convey them to my young master. Another man smiled faintly and said, my master is the young secretary of the Imperial Servant Temple. What should be taken care of has been taken care of a long time ago, so all of you adults can just go through the motions. Take a walk? Xie Guilu looked playful. He looked at Zhang Long. The evidence is solid? Zhang Long said in a deep voice. All sorts of evidence are ready. In addition to Luan's father being killed, these 2 were also involved. Xie Guilu added, intentionally killing someone. According to the great Xia laws, what is the right thing to do? Capital offense. Beheading. Zhang Long said bluntly. Very well. Let's behead them then. Since they came in place of that Dong Scar and committed a crime, they will be beheaded together. Xie Guilu's face sank as a fierce light filled his eyes. Yes, sir. Zhang Long immediately drew the saber at his waist, and the cold saber chi erupted, blocking off the 2 men. The 2 men looked startled. One of them immediately said, this lord, we're only here in place of young Dong. We haven't committed any crimes. The other man was quick to pull out a bag of silver and hand it over. This is a little token of filial piety from Dong Xiao to all of the adults. If this matter ends like this, they will be greedy for this silver. But I didn't expect that the people of this Heavenly Power Division would have to move their knives as soon as they came. When Xie Guilu saw the silver handed out by this person, he glanced at Zhang Long and Zhao Hu. Within the Heavenly Power Division, there should be no such thing as taking bribes, right? Zhang Long said with a serious expression. I don't know about the rest, but the second hall doesn't exist. Very well. Bribery in the presence of the court. The offense is aggravated. Beheading. Siagilu's tone was cold. Jabla. Zhang Long didn't talk nonsense at all and slashed down. No. The man's eyes showed a look of horror when he saw the brightly shining long knife slashing at his neck. Pust. In the next second, this person's blood flew and his head fell to the ground, directly dying. Don't. The other man was taken aback, his face pale and panicked. He obviously did not expect that he, a dog's leg, would face killing in the public hall. Boom. Zhang Long immediately swung his sword, and before this person could react, his neck was split by a knife, and blood splashed out. The crowd of trappers saw this. The depression in their hearts subsided a few points. 2 dog legs? How dare they also dare to act recklessly in the Heavenly Power Division? Simply do not know how to die. Aha! Not bad. Siaguilu smiled and nodded. His gaze fell on the young girl and he whispered, Little girl, you go home first and wait for news. This arresting officer will go to arrest the person and will definitely give you a statement. A mist appeared in the young girl's eyes, and tears flowed down her face as she hurriedly kowtowed and saluted. Thank you, Your Excellency. Thank you, Your Excellency. During this period of time, she had run through all the major government offices, and as a result, no one had done anything for her at all. And now that she had arrived at the Tianquan division, 2 of the men who had beaten her grandfather had died, which gave her a sense of hope. Perhaps the divisions of heavenly power could really give her justice. Siaguilu spoke. Leave a few people behind to clean up the place, and the rest of you follow me to the Dong mansion to arrest them. Straight up arrest? Zhao Hu subconsciously asked. Siaguilu glanced at Zhao Hu. The evidence is overwhelming. Naturally, we'll arrest him directly. Can't we still keep him for the new year? Understood. Zhao Hu nodded with a serious expression. In their place, they naturally didn't dare to go directly to arrest someone. Otherwise, this summons wouldn't have come from just 2 guards. However, Siaguilu is the son of the Marquis of Jinshi, a young secretary of the Imperial Household Servants Temple. Cannot suppress him. With Siaguilu leading the team, they do things without fear of anyone. Keep up. Siaguilu walked towards the outside of the hall. Lin Qinghuang happened to be standing outside the hall. She looked at Siaguilu with a calm expression. Well done. The Heavenly Authority Division has the right to decapitate before decapitation. Those who do evil, decapitate them. There is no need to have any scruples. Okay. Siaguilu waved his hand and picked up an oil paper umbrella from the side, then walked towards the front. It didn't take long. Outside the Dong mansion, Siaguilu held an oil paper umbrella. The snow drifted down, and all the arresting officers followed on both sides. Who are you people? This is Lord Dong's residence. Idle people are not allowed to approach. Leave quickly or don't blame us for being impolite. The 2 guards of the Dong mansion stood at the gate, staring at Siaguilu and the others with displeasure, their words carrying a reprimand. How dare you? Zhang Long and the others raised their eyebrows. As people of the Heavenly Power Division, when was it the turn of 2 guards to reprimand? Or is it that the people of this Dong mansion are all this arrogant? Surprisingly, they don't even put the Heavenly Power Division in their eyes? Long mouth. Siaguilu spoke faintly. Snap. Zhang Long rushed up and directly gave each of the 2 guards a big mouthful. The 2 guards were blown away, their mouths and noses spewing blood. They looked pained as they covered their faces and roared. You dare to cause trouble in the Dong mansion. Siaguilu walked forward expressionlessly, his foot stepping on the finger of one of the guards as he indifferently said, Playing dumb? Surprisingly, you don't even know about the Heavenly Power Division. Chapter 44, Where is the law when you openly beat someone? Ah! The guard let out a miserable scream, but he said angrily, so what if the Heavenly Power Division? Where is the law when you openly beat people? In this Tianqi city, who doesn't know about the Heavenly Power Division? He naturally also knows, but the young master has explained. No matter what comes, all whisked away. These years backed by the 3rd prince, the Dong family is flourishing. Who dares to easily offend? Boo! Siaguilu kicked this guard off as he said expressionlessly, since you know about the Heavenly Power Division, how dare you act recklessly? Things that don't know how to die. Who's causing trouble in the Dong mansion? A displeased voice rang out from within the mansion, only to see a middle-aged man with a sword at his waist was walking out with a dozen or so guards. The Heavenly Power Division is on the case. Go and call Dong Scar out, Siaguilu said indifferently. The middle-aged man glanced at Siaguilu and blandly said, My young master is not feeling well. He can't be exposed to the cold wind, so all of you can come back another day. Siagilu's eyes narrowed. Say that again. The Heavenly Power Division is on the case. Go call Dong Scar out. The middle-aged man sneered. What? Is the division of Heavenly Power terrific? Is it possible that you still dare to forcefully break into the residence of the young secretary of the Imperial Servant Temple? That's right. This is the residence of the young secretary of the Imperial Servant Temple. It's not for you to be reckless. Don't blame us for being impolite if you dare to mess around. The rest of the guards also spoke immediately. Xie Guilu stretched out his hand and said with an indifferent expression, "Go directly to the arrest." Zhang Long and the others immediately stepped forward. "I'll see who dares." The middle-aged man immediately drew the saber at his waist, and the guards at his side also drew their sabers, immediately blocking the gate. "How dare you?" Zhang Long and the others looked cold and stern, killing intent filling their eyes. It was just as well for the royal relatives and important court officials. If these people drew their swords against the divisions of heavenly power, there might still be room for détente. But a group of guards, who also dared to draw their swords against the heavenly power division, were looking for death. If these people don't die, how can the heavenly power division talk about its majesty? Xie Gilu's smile was eerie as he said in a cold tone, "When the heavenly power division is working on a case, anyone who obstructs will be killed without pardon. Since they refuse to cooperate, then kill them for me." Madaka! Zhang Long and the others' sabers were instantly sheathed, and a ferocious killing aura erupted. Kill! Without the slightest hesitation, they immediately killed these guards with their swords. Who dares to obstruct the heavenly power division when it is handling a case? A bunch of guards who don't even know the rules. So go to hell. Ah! A mournful scream rang out. Who among the men of the heavenly power division has not drank blood with their swords? How were these guards a match for the people of the heavenly power division? A moment later, all the guards fell to the ground, their blood staining the ground. That middle-aged man collapsed on the ground, with a hideous wound on his body. He was still alive, and at this moment was looking at Xie Guilu and the others with horror in his eyes. You abuse your power, wantonly killing people." Xie Guilu picked up a long knife from the ground, gently stroked it, and blandly said, "What did you do just now? Now you know you're scared? Unfortunately, it's too late." Boom! As he slashed out, this middle-aged man's neck was instantly split, and blood gushed out. Ah! A maid in the mansion happened to walk over and let out a scream when she saw the bloody scene in front of her. Xie Guilu walked in with his blood-stained long knife in hand. He glanced at the maid and said indifferently, "Where is Dong Scar?" The maid had been scared out of her wits and subconsciously pointed towards an attic. Xie Guilu walked towards that attic with an expressionless face, and Zhang Long and the others immediately followed. In the middle of the attic, Dongshin was dressed in a purple robe, and he was lying on the bed couch, his eyes squinting as he cozily savored the nuts handed over by the maid. Boo! Just then, the attic door was kicked open. Xie Guilu walked in with Zhang Long and the others, unbridled. "Which one of these sightless things is it?" Dong Qian instantly opened his eyes, his face full of gloom, but when he saw Xie Guilu and the others, his face instantly changed. Xie Guilu swept a glance at Dong Scar and said indifferently, "Take it down." The two constables immediately stepped forward and quickly took Dong Scar down. Dong Tre said with a panicked look, What are you going to do?" "I am the son of the young secretary of the Imperial Servant Temple, with the backing of the third prince." Snap! Xie Guilu walked towards Dong Scar, and with a raised hand, he gave the other party a big mouthful as he sneered. "The third prince? So capable. You call him here." After the beating, he said in a cold voice, "Bring it back to the Heavenly Power Division to be sentenced." "No, I don't want to go to the Division of Heavenly Power. I'm not going to the Division of Heavenly Power," Dong Trace said in horror. "Into the capital, the Dalizi, the Ministry of Justice. There is still room for reprieve, but to go to the Tianquan Division, even if it does not die, but also have to take off layers of skin, it's up to you." Xie Guilu smiled coldly, dropped the blood-stained long knife, and looked at the maid. "Tell your master to remember to bring 1,000 taels of silver when he comes to collect Dong Scar's corpse. Go!" Zhang Long waved his hand, and all the arresting officers immediately followed. I don't want to go to the Heavenly Power Division. Bamboo Peach, quickly go to my father," Dong Trace yelled. It didn't take long. The residence of the third prince. "Your Highness, Xiaoqing Dong seeks an audience." A guard saluted Yen Wuchen. Yen Wuchen was sipping on a cup of fine wine as he blandly said, "What is it about?" The guard said, "It's related to what happened before Dong Scar." Yen Wuchen frowned. "This prince has not already explained?" "Beijing Zhaofu, Dalizi, the Ministry of Justice will not put him so. Just go through the motions. This is still not satisfied?" The guard murmured, "My subordinate has also just gotten the news. This case has been taken over by the Heavenly Power Division. In addition, Dong Scar has already been captured by the Heavenly Power Division by Xie Guilu with his men." Yen Wuchen's gaze was fixed. He said with a sullen face, "This must be Yen Junlin's handiwork. I just sent someone to assassinate Xie Guilu last night, and today he brought this case over. presumably to give Xie Guilu a chance to vent his anger. What next? Dong Xiaoqing is still out there? The guard asked in a low voice. Yan Wuchen pondered for a while and said in a deep voice, since the person was lifted by Xie Guilu, that guy definitely won't give me the slightest bit of face. Tell Dong Xiaoqing that this prince will do his best, but tell him to be prepared for the worst, and in addition to that, tell him to be a bit more rigorous in his actions, and not to be caught in the act, or else no one will be able to save him when the time comes. Since he had pulled in the young secretary of the Imperial Servants' Temple, he naturally had some unseen cooperation with the other party, and if the other party messed up and exposed certain things, it would be troublesome. Understood. The guards left immediately. Yan Junlin. Yan Wuchen crushed the wineglass as he did so, his eyes incomparably cold. If Dong Trace did die, it wouldn't be too much of a problem for him. After all, the person he was working with was the young secretary of the Imperial Servant Temple, but there would always be some repercussions. Chapter 45, Being Arrogant Before, Pay Back a Little Bit. Yan Junlin's residence. Your Highness, Xie Guilu has already captured Dong Scar back to the Heavenly Power Division, the dancing girl reported to Yan Junlin. After Yan Junlin heard this, a smile appeared on his face. After all, Xie Guilu was frightened last night, and today, this emperor gave him a chance to vent his anger, and he will definitely be more satisfied. This imperial prince has brought out his sincerity, so that he can truly enlist him. Dancing Ji smiled and said, the young secretary of the Imperial Servant Temple has already defected to the third prince. This matter will surely ask the third prince to intervene. Xie Guilu encountered an attack from the third prince's people last night. He will surely not give the slightest face. In this way, there is basically no possibility of cooperation between Xie Guilu and the third prince. Nice. Yan Junlin's smile was thick. The person the third prince wanted to pull in was Xiet Sangxuan. So naturally, he wouldn't go back to pulling in Xie Guilu. But fear not 10,000 for fear of the unexpected. Right now letting Xie Guilu draw a clear line with the third prince is the most crucial. The dancing girl pondered for a moment and asked, can this matter be brewed? Let's see if we can grab a hold of the third prince. Yan Junlin said, let's wait and see first. Understood. The dancer nodded gently. Half an hour later. Division of Heavenly Power. Second Hall. Xie Guilu was cozily savoring the fragrant tea. Lin Qinghuang held a scroll and watched as she slowly spoke. The person has been captured. What are you going to do next? It's natural to kill it. You can't waste rice. Xie Guilu said carelessly. Lin Qinghuang closed the scroll and said with a calm expression. Then kill it. Killing just one felon was no big deal. And there was no telling how many felons died every day within this Heavenly Powers division. The evidence in this case is so overwhelming that Dong Scar is already a capital offense. And there is no need to even reopen the case. Just execute it directly. Those who entered the Heavenly Power division had to shed their skin even if they didn't die. Relatively speaking, these 3 years of Xie Guilu's days in Heavenly Power had been considered very good. Reporting to Commander Lin. Someone has visited Dong Scar just now. Zhao Hu came in quickly to report. Lin Qinghuang asked, oh, what person? Zhao Hu said, one of the Tizhis of the first temple. Got it. Lin Qinghuang didn't care too much. Zhao Hu looked at Xie Guilu again. Lu Ping is also in the Heavenly Power division at this moment. Xie Guilu put down his teacup. Then let's settle this matter. After saying that, he walked towards the outside of the temple. Inside the brig, Dong Trace sat on a grass mat. He stretched his legs, a piece of grass in his mouth. His eyes squinted, a cozy smile on his face. He looked very calm at the moment compared to his previous panic, because just now, a trapper of the Heavenly Power division had come, and the other party had told him that there was no need to hurry in this matter, and that the bigwigs above were already working on a solution. The Dong Mansion has the third prince at its back. And even if this young man enters the Heavenly Power division, he can leave in peace. Dong Trace smiled smugly. Dong Trace, get up. Just at that moment, Zhang Long walked over with a few arresting officers. Dong Shen opened his eyes and stood up. He stretched his back and gave Zhang Long a smug smile. Is this your intention to let this young man out? It seems like you went to my Dong Mansion earlier as well. This young man has remembered you, and will definitely repay you properly in the future. Ha! When Zhang Long heard this, his smile was a bit grim. Dong Qian's words, were they considered a threat? For a dying man to come and threaten him is laughable to say the least. Xie Guilu walked over with his arms folded, and he looked at Dong Scar with an expressionless face. Dong Scar was also staring at Xie Guilu as he laughed fiercely. You were very arrogant before. Tell me what your name is. This young man will also repay you properly when the time comes. Zhang Long and the others looked a bit strange. Dong Qian didn't know Xie Guilu, but think about it also feel normal. Although Xie Guilu is a playboy, but at least he is also the son of the world. How can ordinary people touch his circle? Dong Shang, the son of a young secretary of the Imperial Servant Temple, was naturally not qualified to touch Xie Gilu's circle. Repay me? Interesting. Xie Guilu smiled coldly as he stretched out his hand. Zhang Long immediately stepped forward and opened the cell door. Dong Trace walked out from inside with a smug face, and he pointed at Xie Guilu and said, "Since you're the one who grabbed this young man to come in, let's have you personally send this young man out." Boo! Xie Guilu stepped forward and kicked Dong Hong in the abdomen, directly sending Dong Trace flying 3 meters. Ah! Dong Trace covered his stomach and let out a miserable scream. He angrily looked at Xie Guilu and said, You're dead. How dare you make a move on this young man? Xie Guilu indifferently said, "Take them directly to the square." After saying that, he turned around and left. The 2 sheriff's deputies immediately stepped forward and escorted Dong Scar to his feet. "You're dead. I, Dong Scar, have the third prince's back. If you dare to touch me, you're making an enemy of the third prince." Dong Scar screamed angrily. Snap! Zhang Long blasted out with a slap, directly knocking out a few of Dong Trace's teeth. "Stupid one, that's the Marquis of Jinxi's world son. Xie Guilu, what are you in front of him?" Zhang Long sneered. Xie dangerous building. Dong Qian's body trembled when he heard this name, clearly subdued. He was a playboy, no doubt, and his hands were stained with human lives, but in front of the world son of the Marquis of Jinxi, he really counted for nothing. "Take away," Zhang Long sneered, then turned to leave. A square. Dong Trace knelt on the ground, his expression terrified. Wasn't this to send him out? How did it send him to the guillotine? At the moment, Zhang Long was holding a long sword, standing expressionlessly. Under the stage, the second temple of the crowd of arresting officers gathered. They looked cold and stern, without the slightest ripple in their eyes. This square, I do not know how many people have died. They have long seen the strange. Lu Ping was also among the crowd, and when she saw Dong Scar being arrested, tears appeared in her eyes and she murmured, "Father, Grandpa, the bad guys were arrested. Did you see them?" Xie Guilu sat on a chair and said blandly. Dong Trace set his horse on fire in Tianqi City, ran over Luan, and then afterward, together with his guards, killed Luan's father, who had gone to the theory. The evidence is conclusive, and according to the laws of the Grand Xia, his crime should be put to death. "No, Xie Guilu, you can't kill me. My Dong mansion is related to the third prince." Dong Trace opened his mouth with a horrified expression. "Chop," Xie Guilu said with an expressionless face. "Don't." Dong Trace's body trembled, and he was instantly scared shitless. Giggle. Zhang Long's knife was quick, and with a handful of knives, he instantly turned Dong Trace into a headless corpse. "Son!" Just then, a shrill, sorrowful voice rang out. A man in official uniform and in his 50s walked over quickly, and the moment he saw Dong Qian's decapitated head, his feet went limp and his entire body collapsed to the ground, his expression of grief incomparable. The person who came was none other than the young secretary of the Imperial Servants Temple. "Dong Yao, why don't you help up Lord Dong?" Xie Guilu opened his mouth. A sheriff's deputy stepped forward to help Dong Yao up. Xie Guilu walked towards Dong Yao and sighed. "Lord Dong, you're late." Dong Yao looked at Xie Guilu with a saddened expression. "Prince Xie, why do you want to execute him so quickly? Why don't you wait any longer?" Xie Guilu gently patted Dong Yao's shoulder and said with regret, "Lord Dong, it's not that I want to execute him so quickly, but it's the arrangement from above." Chapter 46, Thank you for today. Above. Dong Yao looked stunned. Xie Guilu said in a low voice, "This case can be sent to the Heavenly Power Division. This is the handiwork of the Grand Prince. The Chancellor of this Heavenly Power Division is also the Grand Prince's person. Xia Mao is just a famous and unprofitable son. Do you think I can decide on this matter? I'm just here to go through the motions. Didn't I have the maid of the Dong Mansion tell you before to bring 1,000 taels of silver?" Dong Yao was clutching 1,000 taels of silver ticket in his hand. Xie Guilu pulled the silver ticket out of Dong Yao's hand as he shook his head. Originally, this silver ticket would have allowed the brothers of the Heavenly Power Division to have a drink, and the matter of Dong Scar could naturally have been pushed to the back burner. But the Chancellor directly ordered the execution. So what could I do? I've already given you time, but why are you delaying for half an hour? Dong Yao looked pale as hell. Why was he half an hour late? Because he's looking for connections to save Dong Scar. Xie Guilu said softly, "Lord Dong, I'm sorry for your loss. You've obviously offended someone. This vortex of power, the moment you set foot in it, you're doomed to all sorts of doom. You should have thought of all this long ago. That's just it. It's time for the Seiho to go and resume his duties. A Seiho without real power has no power of speech after all." After saying that, he walked towards Lu Ping. Xie Guilu glanced at Lu Ping and led the other party out of the square. An avenue. Xie Guilu shoved the silver ticket into Lu Ping's hand. "Dong Trace is dead. This is the compensation from the Dong mansion. It's not much, but it's enough for you to live on. Lu Ping looked touched and was about to kneel down. Thank you, my lord. Xia Guilu supported Lu Ping and said softly, live well. The road ahead is still long. Tears flowed from Lu Ping's eyes. She hurriedly took out a rolled-up book from inside her sleeve and handed it to Xia Guilu. My lord, this is something my father organized. He quietly hid it as if it involved something. I have a feeling that his death from being run over by Dong Trace on his horse might be related to this item. I'm giving it to you now. Xia Guilu took the book and gently nodded. I know. You go back. In the future, if there are any matters, you can directly look for Commander Lin of the Second Hall of the Heavenly Power Division. Aha! Lu Ping made a bow and turned to leave. Xia Guilu turned over the book in his hand and looked at it. A flash of color appeared in his eyes. It was an account book, recorded by Luan, with some blurb on it. Luan was a horseman of the Taipei Temple, and naturally knew the war horses of the temple very well, and he found that some of the war horses he had participated in breeding would always disappear inexplicably. But there was not the slightest record of them in the account books, and they were instead recorded at the full amount. This is clearly not right. Someone is falsely cooking the books and someone is quietly moving the warhorses. He had secretly observed and realized that all those disappearing warhorses had been taken away by Dongyao for various reasons, but after taking them away, they had not been brought back. Sometimes the secretary of the Imperial Servant Temple would bring some officials over to conduct inspections, and Dongyao would have some inferior horses brought in to fill up. The secretary of the Imperial Servants Temple, who is responsible for war horses, can he not know what is inferior? And how could he not know that there are problems with the books? However, he chose to turn a blind eye to it because he was also involved in the matter and profited from it together with Tengyu. It seems that Rowan's death is also related to this matter. Xia Guilu put the account book away with a soft sigh. How should this ledger be used to maximum effect? If the divisions of heavenly power were to investigate on their own, sometimes their hands would be tied instead. Because the third prince was involved, and the matter might be investigated to the middle of the way and then stopped. After all, the royal family needed face. There! A sinister light flashed in Xia Guilu's eyes. This book of accounts, at the moment to Yan Junlin, the most appropriate, when the time to operate some of their own, can make several princes of the fight more intense. Think about it. Xia Guilu then left the Heavenly Power Division with his hands in the air and headed straight for the Grand Prince's residence. The Grand Prince's residence. Yan Junlin was drinking tea. Greetings, Great Prince. Xia Guilu seeks an audience. A guard reported respectfully. Yan Junlin sniffed and immediately put down his teacup and walked towards the front door. The moment he saw Xia Guilu, a look of enthusiasm appeared on his face as he hurriedly said, Brother Xie, please, please. Xia Guilu laughed out loud and said, Today, while solving the case of Dong Scar was afraid of death and quietly gave me an account book. This item involves the third prince. I thought you would be interested, so I quickly rushed over. Yan Junlin's pupil shrank when he heard this, and he hurriedly said, Brother Xie, keep your voice down. There are ears through the walls. Let's go inside the building and chat. Hey, how big a deal is it? Xia Guilu directly pulled out the account book and handed it to Yan Junlin. This account book is for you. Last night the third prince sent someone to assassinate me. It is really hateful. You will take this account book with you at that time, and deal with him ruthlessly. Yan Junlin took the ledger and immediately flipped it open to look at it. After briefly looking at it, he looked grave. Brother Xie, I really have to thank you for what happened today. Xia Guilu smiled and said, The account book has been given to you. I should also go back. This person is like this. Others treat how I heart penetrating it. Yan Junlin's face was filled with a touched look as he hurriedly said, This imperial prince will certainly not fail Brother Xie's trust. Then I'll take my leave. I have other things to do. Xia Guilu waved his hand and left with a smile. The moment he turned around, his smile was a little playful. Yan Junlin's comment about the walls having ears, there really wasn't any problem, and it was estimated that the news that he had given Yan Junlin the account book would soon reach the ears of the third prince. If Yan Junlin was smart, he would definitely not hand over this account book immediately, but would have to exchange some benefits with the third prince. After all, as princes, how many of them had clean hands? If he keeps this ledger, then tonight Xie Guilu will give him a small gift. It didn't take long. Yan Wudian's mansion. Your Highness, the big deal is not good. Dong Trace, that dog, seems to have given Xie Guilu an account book. Xie Guilu has already given the account book to Yan Junlin, and that thing is estimated to involve something from the Imperial Servant Temple. One of the guards hurriedly reported to Yan Wuchen. What? Yan Wuchen's face suddenly changed after hearing this. He was naturally very sensitive to the matter of any account book. What next? The guard asked in a hurry. Yan Wuchen looked at the guard and inquired. The person who passed on the message, how is he now? There was no problem. The guard returned. Yen Wuchen sent a sigh of relief in his heart after hearing this. If Yen Junlin had wanted to block the news, that person wouldn't have had the chance to pass the news over. But now that the news has been passed over, it means one thing: Yen Junlin wanted me to know about this, thinking that I would throw in the towel, and that this is a negotiation with me. So what should be done? The guard asked in disbelief. Yen Wuchen sneered. Since Yen Junlin wants to negotiate with me, I guess he also wants to divide some of the benefits, and will definitely not hand over the account books easily. So, instead, it gives me a chance. After a little contemplation, he said, next do a two-handed plan. First have someone seize that account book. If we can seize it, it will save a lot of things. If it fails, I will negotiate with him for a while. So it is, Your Highness' high opinion. The guards hastened to pat a horse's ass. Ha! Yen Wuduan smiled playfully. As a prince, who hasn't got some handle on the other side? How to use these handles to trade the maximum benefit is the most important thing to consider. He had already guessed Yen Junlin's calculations, which gave him a chance. Chapter 47. The wind and snow are strong enough for murder. Night. The wind and snow are just right for a murder. A masked man in black was walking down a deep, ice-covered alley, wearing a pair of metal gloves with sharp spikes on both hands. This black-robed man, the very person Yen Wuchen sent out, was at the late stage of the frontier expansion realm. It was naturally not easy to steal the account book from Yen Junlin's hands, and it might only be somewhat hopeful if a strong person in the late stage of the topiary realm was deployed. This black-robed man seemed to be aware of this and immediately stopped his pace and looked ahead. In the deep alley ahead, another black-clothed man appeared, the other party also wearing a mask and holding a sword in his hand, seemingly waiting for him. This person was none other than Xie Guilu. Xie Guilu looked at the black-robed man across from him and said blandly, I've been waiting for you for a long time. The man in black didn't speak nonsense. His fist clenched, his body's aura completely erupted, and he instantly rushed towards Xie Guilu, blasting out with a punch. A cold aura flashed in Xie Guilu's eyes, the moment the black-robed man's fist had just landed. Giggle! The burial sword in Xie Guilu's hand suddenly came out of its sheath, and a cold sword chi erupted, cutting through the black-clothed man's neck in an instant. The black-robed man's expression stagnated, and his head suddenly flew up, blood spurting out and staining the ground. One sword. Kill! Xie Guilu put away the burial sword as he removed the black-robed man's gloves and put them on his own hand as he blasted a punch at the ground. Boo! The black-clothed man's corpse turned into blood mist in an instant. After doing this, Xie Guilu flew away. It didn't take long. Yen Junlin's residence. A man in black quietly entered the attic and was searching for something. The visitor was naturally Xie Guilu. Boo! Just then, Yen Junlin rushed in with a group of guards. He looked at Xie Guilu who appeared in front of him and said in a cold tone, Good guts! Stealing things even stole to this prince's residence. I don't know what to do. Originally, he was waiting for Yen Wuduan to come to him of his own accord, but he didn't expect that Yen Wuduan didn't wait for him, but instead waited for a thief. At this moment, Yen Junlin understood that Yen Wuchen did not want to negotiate obediently, but wanted to seize the leverage in his hands. Take him! Yen Junlin's smile was cold and stern, and with a wave of his hand, the guards immediately rushed towards Xie Guilu. Xie Guilu blasted out with a fist, the gloves emitting a bloody light, the sharp spikes incomparably sharp, and the fist mark came out horizontally. Ah! The crowd of guards let out a miserable scream as they were all blown away. Late topiary realm. Yen Junlin's face was grim as he immediately killed Xie Guilu as he struck out with his fist. Xie Guilu was not afraid and struck out again. The fists of the two instantly clashed together. A powerful pressure erupted, and the attic was instantly blown up. Pust! Yen Junlin spewed out a mouthful of blood as his body was blasted out of the pavilion. Xie Guilu's eyes were ferocious as he immediately rushed towards Yen Junlin and once again threw a punch at Yen Junlin's chest. Boo! With a single punch, Yen Junlin's body was blasted out of the ground and another mouthful of blood sprayed out. Xie Guilu was covered in killing intent, so he was about to strike again. Yen Junlin climbed up from the ground as he pulled out a heart protector mirror from his chest, which at the moment had been blasted to pieces. His eyes were cold as he stared at Xie Guilu and said angrily, Someone, kill him. Although the power of the punch just now was blocked by the heart protector, he still suffered a few heavy injuries, with chi and blood churning in his body and damage to his internal organs. Boom! A powerful aura blocked the courtyard. An old man appeared on top of an attic. The aura on his body was extremely terrifying. A powerful person at the early stage of the Daozang realm. Xie Guilu saw the situation, turned around and left. This is planted. Naturally there is no need to stay too much. The old man slapped out, and an attic building in the distance was blown into pieces. But the slap did not hit Xie. "Can you escape?" The old man's tone was cold and stern, and he was about to go after them. "Wait." Yan Junlin immediately spoke. The old man stopped. Yan Junlin said with a sullen face, "The gloves on this person's hand. I am somewhat familiar. He is someone sent by Yan Wuchen. Just now if I didn't have a heart protector mirror, I would have died. I will find him later to settle the score. You go to Yan Wuchen's mansion at once to give Yan Wuchen some color. I am going to go into the palace to face the saint now." Originally, with the account book in his hands, he had planned to find Yan Wuduan for some benefits, but now it seemed that he had overthought it. Yan Wuchen had sent someone to steal the account book, and had even put a hit out on him, so it was clear that he didn't intend to talk to him. Since this was the case, there was no need for him to give Yan Wuduan a chance, so he could just hand over the account book directly. This account book might not be able to make Yan Wuduan shed his skin, but it could also make Yan Wuduan spit out all those things he had eaten in the Imperial Servants' Temple. The old man didn't hesitate when he heard this and immediately flew away. Midtown, the top of a hidden attic. Xia Guilu took off his black robe, put away his boxing gloves, and said with a playful expression, "Yan Junlin has already sent out Daozan realm powerhouses to deal with Yan Wuduan, and Yan Wuduan's mansion is estimated to have a Daozan realm as well, and with the two confronting each other, it's just right for me to make a move on Yan Wuduan." Tonight's matter was enough to maximize the conflict between Yan Junlin and Yan Wuduan, and it even managed to pull out all the rest of the spectators, allowing the emperors to continue their suspicions. Where's the good thing about wanting to be the man behind the curtain? This kind of planting, there will certainly be a break. But there is a break. There is room for imagination. Several princes are too suspicious. The idea is certainly more. And they have always had a grudge against each other. Even if they find out that something is wrong, there will certainly bite the rest of the people a bite. And sometimes to do things, do not necessarily need definitive evidence. Just need a reason that happens to be able to do it. Why should Yan Junlin and Yan Wuchen be the only ones hurt, and the rest of them are fine? Definitely not. We're all brothers. We're all in this together. Xia Guilu changed into a gray robe, took out a bronze mask and put it back on, and a terrifying aura erupted from his body, straight into the early stage of the Dao hidden realm. He took out 2 demon pills and gently played with them, pulling some of the power out. It didn't take long. Yan Wuduan's residence. A great battle occurred. An old man and a middle-aged man, 2 early-stage Daozan realm powerhouses exchanged blows, causing many pavilions to shatter, and the 2 men killed their way into the void, with great power. A group of guards protected Yan Wuduan in the middle of the compound. Yan Wuchen's face was incredibly gloomy, not expecting that someone would suddenly attack him. Right at this moment, a gray-robed man appeared, and without the slightest hesitation, he blasted his palm at Yan Wuchen. "Protect your highness." When the guards saw this, their faces sank, and a few of them protected Yan Wuchen while the rest immediately killed the gray-robed man. Boom! Xie Gilu's fist blasted down. Fist prints erupted, and these guards were blown into flying dust before they could even get close. This is Daozang realm? Damn it! Yan Wuchen's face was unsightly. Xie Guilu struck again. With a wave of his sleeve, the rest of the guards around Yan Wuduan, all of them turned into blood mist. He clenched his fist and blasted Yan Wuduan with a punch. Yan Wudian didn't hesitate either. His body's aura completely erupted and he immediately swung his fist against it. It was actually the middle stage of the frontier expansion realm. Boo! The fists of the 2 men clashed. Click! A crisp sound then rang out as Yan Wuchen's hand bones shattered and his body was sent flying by the powerful force. Xie Guilu took a step and suddenly appeared in front of Yan Wuchen as he slapped out. Snap! A crisp sound rang out. Yan Wuduan's face was full of swelling. His teeth fell out, and his body flew out backwards as if he were a cannonball. Chapter 48, Framed and Framed, Sitting on the Ground. Click! Xie Guilu rushed forward and grabbed Yan Wuchen's arm, making a strong fold. Ah! Yan Wuduan let out a miserable scream. However, his reaction was extremely fast. His other hand clenched his fist and blasted at Xie Gilu's head. Xie Guilu reacted even faster, his knee lifting up and slamming into Yan Wuchen's chest. Boo! Yan Wuchen's chest sunk in and a mouthful of blood spurted out. Xie Guilu lets go of the hold and lands a leg kick. Boom! Yan Wuchen was blown away, his body crashing into a fake mountain, shattering it and breaking an unknown number of bones. Xie Gilu's eyes were fierce, so he was about to continue striking, unbridled. Right at this moment, a flying sword descended from the sky and fiercely chopped at Xie Guilu, and the middle-aged man in the void who had fought with the old man took the time to strike. Boom! The long sword chopped down, instantly splitting a 100-meter crack in the ground. Seeing this, Xie Guilu slapped at this long sword. Boo! The long sword was slapped away. The middle-aged man pinched his sword technique, and the long sword chopped at Xie Guilu once again. the powerful sword chi engulfing Xie Guilu. Xie Guilu's figure flickered and fell back 100 meters. He coldly glanced at the middle-aged man in the void, and without lingering too long, immediately flew away. Your Highness! Another group of guards rushed out, and when they saw Yan Wuchen collapsed in a pile of rubble, they looked shocked and immediately went forward to help Yan Wuchen. Yan Wuchen was helped up. One of his arms was already hanging down, his chest was sunken, his hair was cloaked, his face was swollen, and blood was hanging from the corners of his mouth. He looked very wretched. In the void, the two Daozong realms exchanged blows for a while. That old man's eyes were ferocious, and with a movement of his fingers, a flying knife chopped down. Boom! The guards around Yen Wuduan were blown away in an instant, and Yen Wuduan was the only one standing on the ground. The old man pinched his seal and the flying dagger appeared in front of him as he said in a cold voice, "There are some things that cannot be done. The old man came here to give the third prince some reminders." After saying that, he disappeared into the void. Your Highness! The middle-aged man flew down, and when he saw the injuries on Yan Wuchen's body, he couldn't help but change his face drastically. Yan Wuchen immediately took out a bottle of elixir and took it. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said with an angry expression, "Can you see the routine of those two people who struck just now?" The middle-aged man he stretched out his hand and drew out a demonic power from Yan Wuduan's body. He said in a condensed voice, "That old man of the Daozong realm seems to be the person beside the great prince. As for the person who appeared afterward, I can't see through it, but there is a strong demonic aura on his body. It should be a demon." Well. Yan Wudian's complexion was incomparably angry, and he had some rough guesses as to the origins of the person who had followed up with a strike. That's how it's done, isn't it? That's good. Since they all wanted to get him killed, he wouldn't be polite from now on. 7 Nights of Snow. Xie Guilu was sitting by the window on the second floor, sipping a fine wine while listening to a tune. His smile very strong. Tonight's planted attack will definitely make those emperors sit up and take notice. Originally, the competition between the several princes was gradual, and they wouldn't kill anyone else until they had to. But with tonight's events, it was different. At that time, certain people who are deliberately hiding their clumsiness and pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger will find it difficult to continue to act. After all, how can they act when the attack is coming? 6th Prince, Yan Wushu. Sooner or later, I'll pinch you to death. Xie Guilu gently pinched his wineglass as a fierce light flashed in his eyes. Tonight's incident will definitely bring Yan Wushu out. Sit on the mountain and watch the tiger? Playing the role of a pig to eat a tiger? If I don't get you killed, I'll count Xie Guilu as a loser. Let a few emperors fight it out first, and see if these people can mess with each other. If they can't, then they will personally take action themselves at that time. It didn't take long. Xie Guilu put down his wine cup and left 7 Nights of Snow. But at this moment, Tianqi City has been boiling. 2 imperial sons suffered an attack. This is not a small matter. The Heavenly Power Division, the Forbidden Guards are all in action, just to find out the murderer. Of course, they're not likely to find the killer. Xie Guilu smelled of alcohol and walked down the street with his head down. He had his hands tucked inside his sleeves and was moving forward with a weak pace. A group of sheriff's deputies walked over at a fast pace, and the one leading the group was none other than Lin Qinghuang. When Xie Guilu saw Lin Qinghuang, a rich smile appeared on his face. "Qinghuang, come home with me. Go back to your home." Lin Qinghuang glanced at Xie Guilu and said in an icy tone, "As soon as you leave the Heavenly Power Division, you go to drink flowery wine. Aren't you afraid of dying on a woman's stomach?" Hey! The people of the Heavenly Power Division all burst into heated laughter at his words. What's wrong with the fact that Seiji likes to drink flower wine? What's going on? Isn't that what men are good for? Xie Guilu's face flushed. Nonsense! Is this Shitsi that bad? He asked again. Seeing that you guys are in such a hurry, do you have any errands? This world's sun happens to be fine and can participate in it. You've had too much to drink. Go home and sleep by yourself. The winter hunting assembly will be held the day after tomorrow, so you'll have to rush to Snow Wolf Valley early tomorrow, so you shouldn't go too late. Lin Qinghuang faintly spoke. After saying that, she waved her hand and left with the crowd of arresting officers. Xie Guilu looked at Lin Qinghuang's back and blurted out, "Qinghuang, is it okay if I go to your house tonight?" "Get out!" Lin Qinghuang's icy voice came out. "Got it." Rolling in the sheets, Xie Guilu said aloud. Lin Qinghuang quickened her pace, not bothering to pay attention to this guy. Xie Guilu looked at Lin Qinghuang's back and smiled dumbly, so he lowered his head and left. Half an hour later, Xie Guilu arrived outside the Marquis of Jinqi's residence. At this moment, there were many guards patrolling the Marquis of Jinqi's mansion, while some generals were staring around with a guarded expression. Xiat Sanchuan is afraid of death? Xie Guilu smiled playfully. The matter of him getting close to Yin Junlin had already spread. How could Xiat Sanchuan not be jealous? With his hands behind his back, He swaggered towards entering the mansion. The guards at the entrance did not salute after seeing him, but did not stop him either. Inside the courtyard, there was a young man in black robes who was wielding a long sword. His sword was ferocious and eyes flew. Xia Guilu looked towards this black-robed man. The other party was none other than Xia Tsunchuan's eldest son, Xia Wushan. Xia Wushan's talent was extraordinary, studying under a sword cultivator from Tianqi City. 3 years ago he was at the peak of the Xianhuang realm, and as for now, he had entered the middle stage of the Yoke realm. But that's about it. You can crush it with your hand. Phew! Xia Wushan sensed Xia Guilu's arrival. A cold killing intent flashed under his eyes as he slashed his sword at Xia Guilu. Xia Guilu seemed as if he had not reacted, and the long sword stopped instantly when it was a millimeter away from him. Xia Wushan retrieved his long sword and looked at Xia Guilu with a cold tone. Injuring my younger brother and insulting my parents. Sooner or later, I will make you pay back these scores. Xia Guilu's smile was thick as he immediately applauded. Well said. It's just like a jumper who sings a big show. Click. Xia Wushan clenched his fists, his bones rattling, and the killing intent on his body was extremely dense. But he didn't dare to make a move against Xia Guilu here. After all, Xia Guilu was the son of the Marquis of Jinshi. If he killed Xia Guilu here, it was expected that he would have to be buried with him tomorrow, and even Xia Tsunchuan would have to pay a heavy price. Xia Guilu looked sarcastic, so he walked towards his own attic. The winter hunting assembly was chosen in the Snow Wolf Valley, and if Xia Wushan, this stupid bastard, didn't know how to die, then he would be finished off there. Damned thing, this seat of the Son of the World will be mine sooner or later. Xia Wushan's killing intent skyrocketed in his heart. He wanted to kill Xia Guilu, naturally not just to avenge his parents and Xia Wuzhu, but he wanted to be the son of the world, the son of the Marquis of Jinshi. That's the future Marquis of Jinshi. Who wouldn't covet this position? A family that is this greedy, so greedy that even if you don't get propped up, you will be killed. Chapter 49, Sitting on the Mountain, Watching the Tiger, Pushing the Waves, Yan Junlin's residence. Your Highness, how is it? That old man of the Daozong realm looked towards Yan Junlin who had returned from the palace. Yan Junlin took a deep breath and a smile appeared on his face. Although he was attacked and killed tonight, it's good that this prince wasn't seriously injured, and I've already submitted that ledger to father. He was extremely angry after he realized that something strange was going on. Then the Imperial Servant Temple was thoroughly investigated, and the secretary of the Imperial Servant Temple, the junior secretary, were all removed from their posts, and I recommended one person to retrieve the lost warhorse. And now that person is about to take the seat of the secretary of the Imperial Servant Temple. And as for Yan Wuchen, there are other chastisements, and it will certainly not be good. Tonight's attack had upset him, but after a trip to the palace, the depression in his heart had subsided a few points, because now the secretary of the Imperial Servant Temple is his people. In the future will certainly be able to bring him a steady stream of benefits. In short, earn a lot. The old man added. The matter of Yan Wuduan. Yan Junlin smiled faintly. I already know about this matter. You've done a good job. Yan Wuchen dared to let someone make a move on me, so he should know how it will end. The old man shook his head. This matter is not right, because the person who truly injured Yan Wuduan wasn't me, but another Daozong realm powerhouse. Another Dao hidden realm powerhouse? Yan Junlin raised an eyebrow after hearing this. When he was in the palace, he had only heard that Yan Wuchen had been attacked and seriously injured, and had thought that his own people had done it. The old man mused. That Daozong realm is very mysterious, and I can't see through the bottom of it, but I can feel that there is a demonic aura on him. Demonic aura? Could it be? A ghostly light flashed in Yan Junlin's eyes. According to some information he had, Old Six seemed to be interested in demons. The old man said in a condensed voice. That person made a move. Extremely vicious, completely wanting to put Yan Wuduan to death. If not for the fact that Yan Wuduan also has a Daozong realm powerhouse guarding him, he will definitely die tonight. Even if that person isn't a demon, he could be an evil cultivator. Yan Junlin's eyes narrowed. After I asked you to make a move, it just so happens that a Daozong realm also made a move to take Yan Wuduan's life. If Yan Wuduan really dies, what do you think will happen? Sitting on a mountain and pushing the envelope is a good tactic, and someone is not afraid of drowning himself. The pot, naturally, will be placed on your highness' head, the old man said bluntly. When he went to attack and kill, he didn't do anything to cover it up. In order to give Yan Wuduan some deterrence, that Daozong realm in Yan Wuduan's mansion would definitely have recognized him as someone beside Yan Junlin. Tonight's matter, outsiders would probably think that it had something to do with Yan Junlin. If Yan Wuduan was really subdued and killed, then Yan Junlin would definitely carry a reputation of killing his brother. Yan Junlin said with a calm demeanor. It was this prince who suffered the attack first. No matter what outsiders say, I am in possession of the reasoning. And as for certain people who pushed the envelope, naturally, I can't let them live too comfortably. The old man said. The winter hunting conference. It's an opportunity. Yan Junlin nodded his head gently. Indeed, it is a good opportunity. When the time comes, there will definitely be some people causing trouble. Since this is the case, this prince will step in amidst the muddy waters to teach someone a little lesson. Yan Wuchen isn't a fool. Since he isn't dead, he will definitely be able to tell something about tonight's events. Understood. The old man clasped his fists. Has the Rapunzel ever been here? Yan Junlin seemed to have thought of something. Tonight he was attacked and killed. Yan Ruyu should come over to take a look. The old man shook his head. Did not come. Yan Junlin said. It seems she is dissatisfied with me pulling in Xie Guilu. Maybe. That's all. Don't pay any attention to this matter for the time being. Yan Junlin headed towards an attic. After all, he had suffered some injuries and had to recuperate. The sixth prince's residence. In the middle of the attic, Yan Wushu was stroking his zither, and as the sound of the zither faded, he opened his mouth and asked, Tonight, a Daozan realm demon attacked and killed Yan Wuchen. Are you aware of this matter? The mists in the building emerged, and a beauty in a long white dress sat on a chair. She crossed her legs, gently stroked her hair, and laughed delicately. Wouldn't it be more favorable for you if he died? Yan Wushu stopped stroking the zither as he looked at the white-skirted beauty. So, do you recognize that demon? The white-skirted beauty smiled charmingly and shook her head. You should understand that this Tianqi city hides crouching tigers and dragons, and some of the demon races are even extremely deep. Even I have difficulty in detecting their traces, and since you are able to cooperate with me, the rest of them can naturally ally themselves with the rest of the demons as well. After Yan Wushu finished listening, he raised his eyebrows. After listening to you, why do I feel that this matter has become even more complicated? It does get a little complicated, but that's your business, not mine. After the white-skirted beauty finished speaking, she yawned and disappeared into the attic. Yan Wushu gently stroked his brow and muttered to himself, Who on earth set me up? Although the matter of his cooperation with the demon race was hidden very deeply, his several siblings were not vegetarians and could definitely discover many clues. The previous destruction of the Qing Yuan Daoist temple had illustrated many things. It could be guessed that among those few siblings, someone already knew about his cooperation with the demon race. Going to attack and kill Yan Wuduan tonight was clearly an attempt to drag him into the water, and it was highly likely that this person had cooperated with the rest of the demon race. The other party had cooperated with the rest of the demon race, and it seemed normal to know about his cooperation with the demon race. Trouble. Yan Wushu stood up and looked out the window, a ghostly light flashing in his eyes. Day 2. Xia Guilu slept until noon. Today's weather is good. Did not continue to snow. The sun shines down. The golden light, bright and dazzling. Get up, wash up briefly, and step out of the loft. It was discovered that a group of people from the Marquis residence had gathered, and that the winter hunting conference was held in the Snow Wolf Valley, which was far away and needed to be set off a day in advance. This time, the Marquis of Jinshi led the team with Xia Wushan. When Xia Wushan saw Xie Guilu, a cold, murderous intent appeared in the depths of his eyes. According to the rules of the winter hunting conference in previous years, the powerful and noble sons and daughters of Tianqi City had to go to participate, in order to refine the younger generation. Xia Guilu, as the son of the Marquis of Jinshi, could not refuse this matter even if he was a waste of space. As long as the other party went to the Snow Wolf Valley, he would have many chances to get the other party killed. Xia Guilu detected Xia Wushan's eyes. His complexion was slightly sarcastic. The Snow Wolf Valley was indeed a good place to kill people. Someone who did not know how to die. It was only right that he should be made whole. Departure. Xia Wuzhen waved his hand and led the team away. Uncle Fu walked out and said to Xia Guilu, Shitzi, for the trip to the Snow Wolf Valley, would you like me to accompany you? Xia Guilu smiled indifferently. No need. I know this matter in my heart. You just guard the Marquis residence. Having said that, then he headed out. Chapter 50, You and I are brothers. There's no need to be like this. It didn't take long to leave the Marquis. Xia Guilu meets Lin Qinghuang. Lin Qinghuang looked at Xia Guilu and said with an indifferent expression, You're not going to head to the Snow Wolf Valley with the Marquis of Jinshi's group? Xia Guilu shrugged his shoulders. Do I dare to follow? What if I get killed halfway? Lin Qinghuang said indifferently. That's right. This trip to the Snow Wolf Valley is treacherous. If you're alone, you're bound to die. Surely you wouldn't be so stupid. I guess you're planning to follow the Great Prince's group. Brilliant. Xia Guilu smiled and nodded. It was natural to follow Yan Junlin's team. Last night the other party was attacked and killed by people with bad intentions. Today they had to go and send warmth. Lin Qinghuang murmured. I'm not going to Snow Wolf Valley, so take it easy on yourself. Xia Guilu looked at Lin Qinghuang. I think he'll definitely go to Snow Wolf Valley. Lin Qinghuang's eyes narrowed. Why is that so? I can't be considered a powerful son or daughter of Tianqi City. And the second hall doesn't have a guarding mission. Xia Guilu said with a serious expression. You definitely can't afford to let your future husband go to his death. Lin Qinghuang was speechless, having never seen such a narcissist before. Beware of the first temple. Lin Qinghuang said, then turned to leave. She did have to go to the Snow Wolf Valley on this trip, because according to the information she had, there was a key person from the Endless Pavilion who would also be traveling to the Snow Wolf Valley, and she needed to find a chance to pry open the other party's mouth. On this trip, though, she would wander into the shadows. Xia Guilu smiled bashfully and walked forward. It didn't take long. Xia Guilu came to an avenue at the main entrance of the palace. There are several exquisite carriages parked here, all pulled by winged snow-treading spirit horses, which are extremely fast and strong, and can travel 100,000 miles a day. On both sides were many iron horsemen in battle armor and holding spears. Inside a carriage, Yan Junlin walked out from it, and when he saw Xia Guilu, a smile appeared on his face. Brother Xie. Xia Guilu cupped his fists and said, Greetings to the Grand Imperial Prince. Yan Junlin hurriedly supported Xia Guilu and said with a serious expression, You and I are brothers. There is no need to be like this. Xia Guilu smiled and said, With so many people watching, basic rules are still necessary. Yan Junlin's face slumped. What rules are not? In you and me, none of them exist. Yesterday's matter. I haven't thanked you properly yet. Xia Guilu asked. Early this morning, I heard that the Grand Prince did something big last night. I knew that the Grand Prince does things with bravado. Yan Junlin whispered. Brother Xie, truth be told, I did do something big last night, but I was also seriously injured. Xia Guilu said with a serious expression. Don't worry. From now on, the Marquis of Jinshi will fully support you. The big pie is definitely being painted. The heart is in the right place. The heart is in the right place. Yan Junlin's smile was even more intense. The little beating he received last night, how did he feel that it made him more comfortable instead? He smiled and said, Brother Xie, take my carriage. I don't feel comfortable with you following someone else to the Snow Wolf Valley. Then I'm welcome. Xia Guilu nodded gently. Afterwards, Xia Guilu sat in Yan Junlin's carriage, which was very spacious, with many forbidden runes, and inside, there was a tea set, with a maid pouring tea. Departure. Yan Junlin opened his mouth. The spirit horse accelerated forward, its wings waving, pulling the carriage upwards. The carriage didn't shake and was extremely smooth. The aspect of the carriage has followed. In the meantime, at different locations within the city, there were many chariots that rose up into the sky, quickly following Yan Junlin's group. Inside the carriage, Brother Xie, we are not traveling directly to the Snow Wolf Valley, but we are heading to the Northern Realm, where we will converge with the great general of Jinbei. Yan Junlin smiled faintly. Xia Guilu held a cup of fragrant tea and savored a mouthful. Then just go for a stroll. It's just a formality. Just go and have some fun and don't worry about the rest. Yan Junlin said with a smile. Having said that, he understood that Xia Guilu would definitely meet many attacks on this trip, and once he left the Apocalypse City, many people would have room to play. However, Yan Junlin knew that there were strong people behind Xia Guilu, so he did not worry too much about Xia Guilu's safety. Half a day later, the large force arrived outside the city of the north. The northern realm was frozen for miles and miles, and it was extremely cold as the ice and snow never melted all year round. 30 meters high city wall, knotted with thick ice crystals, the original gray color, more than a few points of silver white, the ancient big formation, the city blockade, foreign tribes want to enter, extremely difficult. On top of the city wall, there stood many soldiers in battle armor, and they were like ice sculptures, standing motionless on the city wall. Northland is an extremely important city in Dakian. It is the second barrier in the north of Dakian, standing in the north, resisting the northern demon race invasion. Over the years, the demon race had breached the first barrier a few times, but it was difficult to breach the second barrier because there was the great general of Jinbei and the 300,000 strong Jinbei army here. The city walls. At this moment, there stood a middle-aged man dressed in black battle armor. He was majestic and his body was filled with a terrifying aura. This middle-aged man was none other than the great general of Jinbei, the city lord of the northern realm, Mu Bei, a peak Daozan realm powerhouse. He had once slaughtered many demon clans with a demon slayer sword, shocking the four directions and being extremely terrifying. When Mu Bei saw the carriage approaching, he said in a deep voice, "Open the city gates." Boom! The thick gates were opened, and the city of the north was blocked off by a large formation, and in order to enter from above, one would need to remove the formation. but Mubei obviously wouldn't do such a foolish thing. The Emperor's carriage enters the city in turn. Inside the city. See you, Grand Prince. Mubei saluted with a group of soldiers. General Mu doesn't need to be polite. Yan Junlin rushed forward to assist. Mubei said, I've already hosted a banquet at the City Lord's mansion. Everyone please follow me to the City Lord's mansion, and then we'll talk about the situation in Snow Wolf Valley. Thank you, General Mu. Yan Junlin nodded gently. City Lord's mansion. Inside a large hall, various kinds of wine and food were placed. The crowd sat in order. Men sat on one side. Women sat on one side. The entire hall. There are probably hundreds of people. It can be said that the young people who are present today all have extraordinary status. Xie Guilu sat next to Yan Junlin as he played with a wine glass, his gaze falling on Su Muxue on the ground. When Su Muxue noticed Xie Guilu's gaze, she couldn't help but show a touch of disgust on her face. She immediately glared at Xie Guilu, only to find that Xie Guilu had already left his gaze and was staring at another woman in a goose-yellow feather dress. That woman wasn't simple either. It was the third princess, Yan Rui. When Su Muxue saw this, she couldn't help but show disgust in her eyes. Had this guy never seen a woman before? Yan Rui was very pretty, with big eyes, a googly-eyed face, and a small tiger tooth at the corner of her mouth, and she was lying on the table in boredom, drawing circles with her hands. Aha! Seeing Xie Guilu looking over, she clenched her tiger teeth and glared viciously at Xie Guilu. Xie Guilu smiled and drank the liquor inside the cup, but his mind was pondering. This Yan Rui gave the impression of being lively and lovely, heartless and extremely naive, but the other party was definitely not as simple as it appeared. Being a royal person, how could it be simple? At this moment, there were some people who were staring at Xie Guilu, such as a few of the emperors, Xiao So and Xia Wuzhen, and there was not the slightest hint of color in their eyes. Even if they had any thoughts, they would not reveal them in front of the crowd. The Rapunzel has arrived. A voice rang out from outside the temple. Chapter 51, Winter Hunting Assembly, now begins. The crowd immediately looked at the location of the temple door. Yan Ruyu entered the hall wearing a long white dress and a veil. Her pace was light, her clothes fluttered, her figure was exquisite, her long black hair moved with the wind, just like a pure green lotus, her body carried a faint fragrance. Beside her, there was also a handsome man dressed in a white robe with an elegant demeanor. Mubei rose and saluted. Greetings, Your Highness. General Mu doesn't need to be polite. Yan Ruyu opened her mouth, her voice clear and pleasant, extremely melodious. Xie Guilu stared at Yan Ruyu, slightly tightening his grip on his wineglass. Yan Ruyu instantly looked at Xie Guilu, and a ghostly light surfaced in her ancient, unperturbed eyes, and the temperature in the great hall suddenly lowered, causing people to feel inexplicable palpitations. It should be a good show next. Xia Wushan laughed coldly in his heart. Xie Guilu had done that kind of thing to Yan Ruyu, and now that Yan Ruyu had shown up, he wanted to see what Xie Guilu should do. Certain people present also revealed strange colors. It would definitely be extremely interesting when these two collided. But the imagined scenario did not happen. The ghostly light in Yan Ruyu's eyes disappeared, and her beautiful eyes once again became ancient and unperturbed as she walked forward and found a seat. The white-robed man also sat down on the other side. The crowd froze for a second, but then they were relieved. Even if there is a big conflict, they will not have a public attack, otherwise they will only reveal their own scars. As to what they will do in secret, it is unknown. It could be predicted that Xie Guilu's trip was full of crises. There was definitely more than one person present who wanted to get him killed. Xie Guilu didn't pay any attention to what the crowd was thinking as his gaze fell on the white-robed man and said with a faint smile, "This one looks like he has an extraordinary temperament, but I haven't seen him before." The crowd also looked at the white-robed man, a hint of color in their eyes. This person was not simple. His background was equally large. The white-robed man cupped his fists at Xie Guilu and said, "Li Haoran of the Qin Tian Supervisor. Meet the World Prince, Li Haoran, the disciple of the State Master. As rumored, he really does have an extraordinary temperament." Xie Guilu marveled. There were only a few divine court realm powerhouses in the Great Xia dynasty, and it just so happened that State Master Yuan Tianxiang was one of them. Li Haoran, as the disciple of the State Master, was naturally not simple. This person's cultivation had already entered the middle stage of the frontier expansion realm. Li Haoran spoke softly. "Thank you for your compliments, Shitzi." Brief pleasantries were exchanged. Yan Junlin looked at Mubei and inquired, "General Mu, how is the situation in Snow Wolf Valley today?" Snow Wolf Valley, a large canyon that was 30 miles north of North Realm City, contained many demonic beasts and was extremely dangerous. Mubei walked towards a piece of map. He picked up his brush and mused. Today's Snow Wolf Valley is more menacing than before. 3 years ago, a demon race broke through the first northern barrier to the south, and was ultimately executed by the Jinbei army in Snow Wolf Valley. Under the erosion of demonic chi, it has made the changes in the demonic beasts in Snow Wolf Valley even more terrifying. He quickly will draw 3 circles on the map and write down the words A, B, and C. This winter hunting conference. The Snow Wolf Valley is divided into 3 regions. The C-word region, for the peripheral region, where there are basically no demonic beasts, and only some unusual beasts, which can be used for people without cultivation to hunt. The B-word area is used for people with cultivation to practice, and is also the main hunting ground for all of you. There are many demonic beasts and fierce beasts that have been eroded by demonic chi in here. As for the A character area, you must not set foot in it. There are some extremely powerful demonic beasts inside. The crowd nodded secretly. Mu Bei continued. As for how the details of this winter hunting assembly will be, this needs to be told by the Grand Prince tomorrow. After this feast, everyone can stay at the City Lord's mansion and have a good rest before heading to the Snow Wolf Valley tomorrow morning. The crowd showed a pensive look. Tomorrow's winter hunting assembly was sure to be treacherous and unpredictable. Half an hour later, this banquet is over. Xie Guilu and Yan Junlin walked along a long corridor. Brother Xie, I will send out experts to secretly protect you tomorrow, but you still have to be careful. Yan Junlin said with a serious expression. Sending out strong men? It doesn't exist. Xie Guilu had strong people behind him. There was no need for him to send anyone. A smile appeared on Xie Guilu's face. In that case, I am relieved. Yan Junlin glanced around. I still have many things to take care of right now, so I won't exchange pleasantries with Brother Xie. Go about your business. Xie Guilu smiled and nodded, then headed for an attic. Yan Junlin looked at Xie Guilu's back and left with him. As Xie Guilu walked towards the attic, he happened to meet Xie Wushan. Make the most of today. Xie Wushan revealed a morose smile at Xie Guilu. Dumbass. Xie Guilu faintly gave 2 words. Click. Xie Wushan clenched his fists and left with a chilling expression on his face. Prince Xie, My Highness the Princess has an invitation. A dainty maid approached. Xie Guilu glanced at this maid and asked with a smile. I wonder which princess? The maid said bluntly. 3rd princess. Xie Guilu waved his hand and said. Not interested, this Shitsi is sleepy. After that, he headed inside the attic. The maid froze for a second. How dare this guy refuse the 3rd princess? She frowned slightly and returned the way she came. Inside an attic, Yan Rui was roasting a fire. Although she was a cultivator, it was cold in the northern realm. Roasting a fire would be warmer. The maid entered the pavilion. Master, Xie Guilu didn't come. Oh, what's the big deal if we don't see each other? Yan Rui said carelessly. The maid asked in a low voice. Master, tomorrow's winter hunting assembly, the rest of the royal princes and princesses are each harboring their own agenda, so it's sure to be treacherous. What are you going to do? Save your life. For the rest, pay no attention. Yan Rui stretched her back. The water is already muddy, so let's watch the others perform. And as for himself, it's better to protect his own little life. Good blah. The maid nodded gently. Day 2. At the entrance of the Snow Wolf Valley, a large force gathered. To the eye was a large snow mountain. The snow mountain was arranged like a treasure bottle. The inner space was huge, and there was a hidden demonic aura permeating out. Yan Junlin looked at the crowd and murmured. For this winter hunting assembly, the time is until tomorrow at noon. Everyone needs to survive for 1 day within the Snow Wolf Valley. And for 1 day, all you have to do is hunt demonic beasts to your heart's content. His gaze fell on Li Haoran. Li Haoran casually waved his hand and a white jade token flew towards the people present. This is a token refined by the Qin Tian supervisor. You only need to drop a drop of blood inside, and at that time, the number of demonic beasts you have hunted and the strength of the demonic beasts will all be presented inside. Seemingly thinking of something, he added meaningfully, this token is only a count, and will not capture your whereabouts and traces. The crowd took the token. Xie Guilu played with the token. It's not bad, it should fetch a good price. When Li Haoran heard this, his expression stagnated, and he hurriedly said, this thing is not worth much, to take it back when the time comes. Ahem. Yan Junlin gently coughed and added, this time in the winter hunting assembly, the top 5 ranked people have special rewards. The higher the ranking, the richer the rewards. Among the rewards, there is even the topping border dan that opens up the dantian. So I still hope that you all will pour out your best efforts to hunt and kill the demonic beasts. Mu Bei said in a deep voice. The rewards for this winter hunting conference are incomparably enticing, issued by the imperial family and the Qin Tian supervisor. And right now, Li Haoran and I are in charge of it, and will be sent to everyone according to the rankings after the results are revealed. Topiary pill? A look of anticipation appeared in the eyes of the crowd. The rewards from the imperial family and the Qin Tian supervisor were naturally very enticing. Yan Junlin looked at the crowd. If there are no problems, the winter hunting assembly can begin next. No problem. The crowd looked serious as they returned. Very well. This imperial prince declares that the winter hunting assembly will now begin. Yan Junlin said in a deep voice. All of them immediately rolled over and straddled the warhorse next to them, and on top of the warhorse, all of them were prepared with curved bows and arrows. Depart! Yan Junlin mounted a warhorse and with a wave of his hand, the crowd immediately rode into the Snow Wolf Valley. Mu Bei and Li Haoren stood at the entrance. Li Haoren spoke. Within this Snow Wolf Valley, it's treacherous. There should be some cultivators who have mixed inside in advance, right? Mu Bei glanced at Li Haoren and blandly said, Snow Wolf Valley is not small. Isn't it normal to mix in some people? According to His Majesty's dictum, the Daozang realm is considered superlative, and under Daozang, there is no need to pay attention to it. I will only make sure that there are no Daozang realm cultivators in there. The rest is none of my business. Menacing for sure. The demonic beasts are ferocious and the people are ruthless, but the rewards are also rich. High risk and high reward. If you can really kill the front and get the rewards, you can surely soar to the sky. Li Haoren laughed dumbly and said no more. Chapter 52. How can you be so greedy and not die? Snow Wolf Valley. Region C. Xia Guilu rode his warhorse and looked around carelessly. Area C was also very huge. There were more than a dozen people who had entered Area C together, but at the moment, the rest of the people could no longer be seen. Fawn. Xia Guilu looked towards a snow deer in front of him. He revealed a smile and immediately picked up his curved bow and arrows. Phew! Drawing his bow, the arrow shot out, slicing past the snow deer. Yoo-hoo! The snow deer was startled and immediately ran off into the distance. Can you run? Xia Guilu smiled playfully and rode after him. After chasing for a few moments, the snow deer disappeared and a man and a horse appeared in front of them. Xia Wushan was holding a bow and arrow and looking at Xia Guilu with a murderous face. Xia Guilu looked at Xia Wushan and smiled lightly. There are quite a few people who want me dead on this trip, but I didn't expect you to jump out first. So impatient? Cold killing intent flashed deep within his eyes. Since the other party had come, he would send them on their way, saving him the trouble of looking for someone. Xia Wushan's eyes were grim as he aimed his arrow at Xia Guilu. You injured my brother and humiliated my parents. The only way to solve the hatred in my heart is to kill you with my own hands. Xia Guilu lost his smile and said, if you want to be the son of the world, just say so. Why give yourself a grand excuse? But it doesn't matter. It's understandable for a dying man to have some thoughts. Die. A cold aura flickered in Xia Wushan's eyes as the arrow suddenly flew towards Xia Guilu, aiming straight for Xia Guilu's brow. Xia Guilu slightly inclined his head as the arrow brushed past his ear. Xia Wushan's face sank. Immediately pulling out the sword at his waist, he leapt up and violently pounced on Xia Guilu, his long sword slashing out. Cold sword chi filled the air with a murderous aura. So impatient. Then I'll send you to your destiny sooner. Xia Guilu smiled blandly, his smile incomparably bloodthirsty. As Xia Wushan's longsword slashed down, he instantly stretched out two fingers and clamped it down. What? When Xia Wushan saw this, he couldn't help but shrink his pupils. Click! Xia Guilu casually folded his hand. The longsword was snapped, and the powerful force of the recoil immediately shook Xia Wushan away. Phew! Xia Guilu snapped his fingers and half of the broken sword exploded towards Xia Wushan. Xia Wushan's body trembled. His chest was pierced by the broken sword, and blood gushed out. His face grimacing as he said, How? I'm not even a match for a punk. You actually managed to cultivate. Xia Guilu didn't look at it more than once and directly blasted out with a palm. Boom! Xia Wushan's body was directly blasted into a bloody mist, and even the token was reduced to pieces. How can you be so greedy and not die? Xia Guilu's tone was cold as he looked to another direction. You seem to be having a good time watching. Get out! A man in a brocade robe walked out, and he looked at Xia Guilu with a horrified expression as he said, Shitsi, I'm just passing through. Xia Guilu indifferently said, Peak Shackle Realm Ah. Who sent you? When the brocade-robed man heard this, the look of panic on his face immediately disappeared. His eyes became incomparably ferocious as he killed Xia Guilu with an arrow step, a sharp dagger appearing in his hand. Xia Guilu rose up, grabbing his opponent's arm with only his hand, and his knee violently blasted onto this person's chest. Bang! A rumbling sound rang out, and the brocade-robed man's chest sunk in, a mouthful of blood spurting out as his body crashed into the ground. Xia Guilu flew down and pressed only his hand on his opponent's head. The brocade-robed man looked horrified, this time is really afraid. All said that Xia Guilu born Wastebone cannot cultivate. Who the hell is this rumor? With his cultivation at the peak of the Shackle realm, he couldn't even block a single move from Xia Guilu. The other party was called unable to cultivate? Seiji, don't kill me. The brocade-robed man shuddered. Who sent you? Xie Guilu spoke with an expressionless face. It's, yes, 3. The brocade robe's voice trembled. Boom! Xie Guilu slapped down, and the brocade-robed man was directly slapped into flesh and died. The words don't make sense, or go to hell. Xie Guilu faintly said, flew onto his horse, and rode away on his warhorse. Half an hour later, in the middle of a snowy field, Xie Guilu raised a bunch of bonfires with a wild rabbit set up on it. The rabbit meat was roasted until golden brown and sprinkled with spices for a great flavor. Not far ahead, a dozen or so people dressed in the clothing of the Heavenly Power Division walked over quickly. Guys, something wrong? Xie Guilu looked at these people. One of the men immediately clasped his fists and said, reporting to the world's sun, I am Feng Wu, the first hall of the Heavenly Power Division's Tizenphone 5th. Xie Guilu waved his hand to interrupt this person's words. I know all of the Tizen of the first hall of the Heavenly Power Division. There isn't a person named Feng Wu in there. You guys shouldn't be from the Heavenly Power Division. Madaka. The man's pupils shrank and he immediately drew his belt saber. And the rest of the men also drew their sabers and surrounded Xie Guilu. Xie Guilu smiled faintly. I'm swindling you. This son of the world doesn't know anyone from the first hall. But I guess you guys were sent by the vice commander of the first hall. When Dong Scar was captured before, someone from the first hall seemed to have visited him. And the one behind the Dong family is the third prince. In that case, could you guys be the third prince's people? The man sniffed as he said in a cold voice. It seems that the world's sun is not as bad as the rumors, but do you know that you are about to die? They were indeed the third prince's people. And Yen Wuchen was equally upset with Xie Guilu, so he naturally wanted to get rid of Xie Guilu here. This time, Yen Wuduan used the responsibility of the Tianquan Division's first hall to participate in the guarding of the hunting assembly to install them, and as long as they had the identity of the Tianquan Division, they could walk around in the Snow Wolf Valley as they wished. Death? Are you talking about you guys? Eyes flickered in Xie Guilu's eyes, and with a wave of his sleeves, a powerful force erupted. Boom! Before these dozen people around them could react, they were instantly blasted into flying dust. After suppressing these people, Xie Guilu looked forward, and 100 meters ahead, a woman dressed in the costume of the Heavenly Power Division appeared, holding a sword, her face grim, and her eyes filled with a strong killing intent. This was none other than the vice commander of the first hall, Fu Xianlin, with a cultivation of the middle stage of the frontier expansion realm. Jab! Fu Xuanlin's silhouette moved and appeared 10 meters in front of Xie Guilu, and said in a cold tone, the entire Tianqi city has looked away. Who would have thought that Shitzi would hide so deeply? Among the people who had just been crushed to death, there were a few people in the late Yoke realm, and for Xie Guilu to be able to blast these people to death with a single move, he was at the very least at the peak of the Yoke realm. But it didn't matter. She was in the middle stage of the frontier expansion realm, which was enough to take care of the other party. She didn't think that Xie Guilu's cultivation was even higher than hers. That's true. Xie Guilu smiled and nodded. Madaka. Fu Xianlin did not continue to nonsense. The hand of the long sword was suddenly sheathed. A sword to Xie Guilu. Chapter 53, Too Long Single. A few peculiarities. Boom. Fu Xuanlin's sword chopped and came. Cold sword chi filled the air, carrying a force of silence, wanting to kill Xie Guilu with a single stroke of the sword. Xie Guilu's smile was thick as he slowly extended his hand. Snap! Only to see him gently snap his fingers. A violent force instantly whisked out, and the ice and snow on the ground splattered up like a giant wave sweeping through. Boom! The long sword in Fu Xuanlin's hand was instantly shattered, and the powerful force directly lifted her off the ground, cracking her internal organs and causing her to spray a mouthful of reverse blood. Xie Guilu took a step and appeared in front of Fu Xianlin. He clenched his fist and violently blasted at the opponent's abdomen. Bang! Fu Xuanlin's body was like a cannonball as it flew 20 meters backwards, directly crashing into a huge rock and shattering it. Ah! She let out a sound of pain. Blood continuously sprayed out of her mouth. Bones, internal organs, have shattered. Directly lost half of her life. Xie Guilu smiled and walked towards Fu Xianlin. No. No way. Fu Xuanlin's expression was agonizingly painful, and when she saw Xie Guilu approaching, she felt the threat of death, and a look of horror appeared in her eyes. She was already in the middle stage of the frontier expansion realm, and had thought that it would be easy for her to come here to kill a Xie Guilu, but she did not expect that she would not be able to resist a single punch from the other party, who was at the very least in the late stage of the frontier expansion realm. Wasn't Xie Guilu born with ruined bones? Even if the problem of the wasted bones was solved, it was impossible for him to cultivate so fast. After all, 3 years in prison could not have the slightest cultivation resources, so why is he so strong? Can someone please tell her what the hell is going on? At this moment, Fu Xianlin was completely terrified. This Marquis of Jinxi's son has always been pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger? On the surface playboy, but secretly is an existence with unfathomable cultivation. What exactly is he calculating? Xiaoguilu stretched out his hand and grabbed Fu Xuanlin's neck as he smiled faintly. After all, this Shitzi has been single for too long, and he actually thinks that you have a few looks. Fu Xianlin trembled. Only, as long as Shitzi is willing to spare me, I can give you. No! Xiaoguilu's tone was cold, and with a forceful pinch, Fu Xianlin instantly turned into flying dust. After crushing Fu Xianlin, Xiaoguilu returned to the fire, picked up the roasted rabbit meat, and slowly ate it. What's next? Xiaoguilu's face showed a contemplative expression. For this winter hunting assembly, he naturally couldn't go and actually hunt demonic beasts. Now that he was at the peak of the frontier expansion realm, and by performing the heaven mending technique, his cultivation could be raised to the Daozang realm, but such a cultivation wasn't enough to allow him to rest on his laurels. The matter of the fall of the old master and the old father revealed a lot of strangeness, and it could not be ruled out that it was the work of a strong enemy, or that it contained a terrifying conspiracy in it. If he exposed his cultivation early, it wasn't necessarily a good thing, and he might be wiped out early. With the situation at hand, seeking stability in all things, hiding in the shadows and quietly ascending was the best option. Third Uncle Xiebian was, on the contrary, an unfathomable existence, and at critical moments, one might be able to rely on the other party. But Xie Guilu, as someone who has already died once, cherishes his own little life even more, and in the otherworldly world where the weak are the strong, he naturally doesn't like to hand his life over to others, so everything still depends on himself. In today's Snow Wolf Valley, several princes and princesses are gaming, and it will definitely be very lively next, so let's wait until the water is muddy. Xie Guilu secretly said. That Yen Wushu was hiding extremely deeply. It was just the right time to take the opportunity to probe the other party's strength. Ate half the rabbit. Xie Guilu threw it on the ground, propped up and unable to eat. He took out the white jade token. He had not dripped blood into the token before, so the token was not activated. Click. Xie Guilu directly pinched the token into smithereens. This kind of thing, there was still no need to stay on his body. A little contemplation. Xie Guilu then got up and left. He had to go to Region B to wander around next. In front of an ice-covered boulder, meet the sixth prince. The 7 late-stage topaz demons saluted Yen Wushu. Yen Wushu indifferently said, "Go and do your own thing, and don't contact me next." He had asked the female demon herself to come to Snow Wolf Valley to capture people for use in refining powerful demon people, but unfortunately, the female demon was blocked from coming, and could only allow 7 late-stage Tuajian realm demons to come. Don't worry, the 7 demons revealed a hideous smile, and then quickly left. Yen Wushu looked into the distance and muttered to himself, "Rather, it makes me curious as to what the 3 of them will do next. The oldest 3 are still healing in Tianqi and will not be coming to the winter hunting conference. Right now the 3 people in Snow Wolf Valley that need to be focused on are Yen Junlin, Yen Wuya and Yen Ruyu." This time, when he let the demon race come in to capture people, he mainly captured some cultivators with good strength, such as the strong people brought in by Yen Junlin, Yen Wuya, and Yen Ruyu. When he thought that the strong men brought by these 3 would later be refined into demonic beings and used for him, he felt very interesting. In the meantime, another location in Snow Wolf Valley, Yen Junlin drew his bow and shot an arrow, killing a Xianhuang realm demonic beast as he looked at a middle-aged man beside him. Those demon clans have made a move? The matter of the winter hunting conference was in his charge, so naturally there was a lot of room for maneuvering, and he had arranged strong people in this early on. Originally, it was to let these strong people help certain young talents he had feasted on to capture better rankings. As long as those people captured good rankings, when the time came to be focused on, it would be more favorable to him, which was more important than him capturing the first place. But now it seemed that he would have to use these strong men of his own to take care of certain people. He knew that the rest of the people had also quietly allowed strong people to sneak into the Snow Wolf Valley, and some of them were demons, all under his watch. Aha! The middle-aged man nodded his head gently. His strength was good. The peak of the frontier expansion realm, and the strongest person Yen Junlin had invited. Yen Junlin said, "After those demon clans have acted, you will take a part of the people to take care of all the people sent by Yen Wuya, Yen Wuduan, and Yen Wushu, and in addition to that, those young people who are close to them will also be eradicated, and as for the rest of them, they will be in charge of protecting those young people I value." The middle-aged man mused, "There's no problem solving the people they sent, but if we solve those youngsters, I'm afraid there will be big trouble. Whoever comes here today to participate in the winter hunting assembly doesn't have a little background? It didn't matter if a few were killed or injured, but if too many died, it would be a problem, and would surely cause a thorough investigation from above." and Yen Junlin was in charge of this, so if something went terribly wrong, he would certainly be held accountable. Yen Junlin looked playful. Trouble came when I took over the matters of the winter hunting conference. Now the water is already muddy. So let's stir it up a bit more and push it all onto the demonic beasts and the demon race when the time comes. Isn't Old Six interested in the demon race? Doesn't he like being Old Six? Then he will be a man of honor. Understood. The middle-aged man flew away. Chapter 54, Battle Yen Wushu. Peak of Topland. Half an hour later. It snowed heavily in the Snow Wolf Valley. The snow obscured the line of sight. The demonic beasts walked on the bright side, and killing opportunities lurked in the dark. Someone was riding a horse and hunting demonic beasts when suddenly a gloomy wind came, harboring killing intent, and the whole person instantly fell to the ground, blood flying and dying a horrible death on the spot. There were also people who were staring around warily, but in the next second, residual shadows emerged and the person directly disappeared. At this moment, several of the Emperor's people were acting in secret. The originally menacing Snow Wolf Valley was shrouded by a bizarre aura. Many people sensed that something was wrong and chose to embrace the group, but unfortunately, the result was the same. They were too weak, and there was no resistance in the face of a truly strong person. In the midst of a heavy snowfall, Xiaguilu had changed into a black robe, carrying arrows on his back, and wearing gloves on his hands, and was quickly charging forward, the surrounding demonic beasts pouncing on him, which he didn't pay any attention to. It didn't take long. When Xiaguilu arrived at an ice-covered forest, he saw Yen Wushu, and the other party was hunting demonic beasts. Yen Wushu did not reveal his powerful cultivation on the surface, which was only at the late stage of the Yoke realm, and as a person who pretended to be a pig eating a tiger, he definitely would not reveal his true cultivation. Yen Wushu rode on his warhorse, his arrows aimed at a demonic wolf. Phew! Only to see his eyes narrow, he changed his orientation, and the arrow burst out like a starburst, shooting directly at Xiaguilu. Xiaguilu quickly took down his bow and arrows, pulling the bow and shooting the arrows in one go. The arrows emitted a cracking sound and directly met them. Boom! The two arrows clashed together. Yen Wushu's one exploded, and Xiaguilu's arrows might did not diminish as it fiercely blasted at Yen Wushu's head. Yen Wushu raised an eyebrow and immediately inclined his head as the arrow sliced through his face, piercing through a large tree behind him. Phew! Xiaguilu once again drew his bow and shot an arrow, another arrow bursting towards Yen Wushu. Yen Wushu subconsciously glanced around. After confirming that there were no remaining people, a color of morose coldness appeared on his face, only to see him stretch out his hand, grabbing the arrow that was flying. Bang! Yen Wui squeezed hard and the arrow shattered. He stared at the boxing gloves on Xiaguilu's hands with murderous intent. So you're one of Lao San's men. I'll send you to the afterlife today. After saying that, the aura on his body instantly skyrocketed, and his cultivation directly stepped from the late stage of the Yoke realm into the peak of the Frontier Expansion realm in one step, the peak of the Topiary realm. Xiaguilu's eyes narrowed slightly. It really was a guy who pretended to be a pig and ate a tiger. Die! Yen Wushu didn't have any nonsense. He killed Xiaguilu with an arrow step and blasted his fist to Xiaguilu's head. Xiaguilu dropped his bow and arrow and met him with a punch. Boom! The fists of the two men blasted together, and a terrifying power swept in all directions. Many large trees were shattered, snow flew, and some demonic beasts were startled back. Boo! After one punch, Yen Wushu's body was blown away by more than 20 meters, directly crashing on top of a large tree at the back. What? Yen Wushu looked shocked and a mouthful of blood sprayed out. With his cultivation at the peak of the topiary realm, he couldn't even carry a punch from this person? Xiaguilu's figure moved, appearing in front of Yen Wuxia in an instant, and he blasted a whip leg at Yen Wuxia's chest. Yen Wushu couldn't dodge in time, so he could only block one arm in front of his body. Boom! Xiaguilu's leg fiercely blasted onto Yen Wuxia's arm. The powerful force shattered Yen Wuxia's arm, and Yen Wuxia's body violently slammed into the large tree behind him. The tree snapped, and he was once again blown away by more than 20 meters. Pust! After stabilizing his body, a mouthful of blood sprayed out from Yen Wushu. His face grimly glanced at his arm. The bones of his hand had been broken. Damn thing! Yen Wushu's tone was gloomy. Xiaguilu lightly glanced at Yen Wulin. He was like a ghost, suddenly appearing in front of Yen Wulin, not giving Yen Wulin a chance to react at all, directly blasting his fist at the other party's chest. Boo! The fist seal fiercely blasted onto Yen Wulin's chest, sending out a roaring sound as Yen Wulin's chest sunk in. Blood flew out, and his body flew backwards. Xiaguilu took a step and appeared beside Yen Wulin out of thin air. He reached out his hand and pinched Yen Wulin's neck as he violently slammed it against the huge tree next to him. Click! The giant tree was cracked by Yen Wushu's body. Ah! Yen Wui looked pained, letting out a mournful scream, blood spurting from his mouth and nose, his hair scattered, and he didn't know how many bones in his body had been broken. Killing intent filled Xie Guilu's eyes as he blasted his fist at Yan Wushu's head. Boo! A roaring sound rang out as the fist bombarded Yan Wulin's head. The other party's head was broken and bloodied, but this head was incomparably sturdy. Surprisingly, it wasn't blown up. Snap! Xie Guilu greeted Yan Wulin's face with a backhanded slap, directly bursting the other party's face into a bloody mess with blood flying. Enough! Yan Wushu let out a humiliating roar. His eyes filled with a dense blood light, and a terrifying demonic aura permeated out from him. Ha! Xie Guilu let out a sinister laugh as the power in his body strengthened and fiercely blasted towards Yan Wulin's chest. Boom! Yan Wushu's originally sunken chest was now pierced through by Xie Guilu's punch. Blood splattered out. The giant tree was blasted, and Yan Wuxia flew backward as if he were a sandbag. Flying 100 meters away, Xie Guilu casually waved his hand, and some of the blood on his gloves flew down as he looked towards Yan Wushu in front of him. Trying to kill me. You are not qualified. Yan Wushu struggled to get up from the ground. At the moment his eyes were bloodshot and his voice was hoarse. The demonic aura on his body continued to strengthen. His chest was pierced through, but he was still able to stand up. His vitality was strong enough. Xie Guilu sized up Yan Wushu. This person was indeed extraordinary. This didn't even die. Elder Dragon. Kill him. Yan Wui's voice was hoarse, as if he was talking to someone. Boom! As his words fell, the demonic aura on his body instantly skyrocketed 100 times. His body was filled with black light, and the injuries on his chest were actually being repaired rapidly. As for his cultivation, he had taken one step from the peak of the frontier expansion and stepped directly into the Daozang realm. Yan Wushu slightly clenched his fists as he looked at Xie Guilu, his eyes indifferent, as if he had changed into a different person. Old Grandpa Ghost? Xie Guilu secretly said that this scene was very familiar to him. Wasn't this how a certain Fire Realm Emperor started out? Rather, he did not expect that Yan Wushu had such a presence on him. Without the slightest hesitation, Xie Guilu turned around and left. There was a mysterious existence within Yan Wushu's body. He couldn't see through the other party's true cultivation for the time being and didn't know what means the other party had mastered, so it was not advisable to take risks. There would be plenty of chances in the future. Escape? Yan Wushu's voice was indifferent as he stretched out his hand and slapped it out. A huge handprint appeared, blocking off heaven and earth. Boom! Within a radius of 500 meters, it was instantly blasted. Countless large trees were blown away, and a huge handprint appeared in the dense forest. Escaped? Yan Wushu raised an eyebrow. He had struck out himself, and that person had even escaped. Chapter 55, Don't be afraid. I'll help you. And I don't know how long it took. Xie Guilu rode his warhorse and loitered with a lazy expression. When they exchanged hands before, they had tested Yan Wushu's strength, and the other party had even hidden a powerful existence within their body, which made him a little surprised. However, knowing the other party's reliance, it would be much simpler to make a move in the future. Xie Guilu looked forward and happened to see a woman wearing a white robe and a mask fighting a group of demonic beasts with a bronze sword. Clear Phoenix. Xie Guilu spoke aloud. With just one glance, he recognized the woman as Lin Qinghuang, and the aura on Lin Qinghuang seemed to have changed. It was peculiar. Lin Qinghuang was fighting a demonic beast when she heard this familiar voice and the corner of her mouth twitched. What's this Xie Guilu guy doing in District B instead of staying in District C? And the fact that this guy even recognized her was a bummer. Is she that conspicuous? Boom! Lin Qinghuang slashed out with her sword, and a demonic beast in front of her was blown into a bloody mist by her sword, and the rest of the demonic beasts pounced once again. Don't be afraid, Qinghuang. I'll help you. Xie Guilu picked up the recurve bow on the side and directly drew it to shoot an arrow. Phew! The arrow suddenly flew towards Lin Qinghuang. Lin Qinghuang quickly shot out her sword and blasted the demonic beasts that were pouncing, but the arrow instantly grazed past her face, and she immediately glared at Xie Guilu and said, "If you can't help, don't help. Miss and miss. One more arrow, and this time make sure you don't miss." Xie Guilu drew his bow again. Don't add to the confusion. Lin Qinghuang was somewhat speechless. A sword chopped out. The sword chi immediately skyrocketed tenfold. The surrounding demonic beasts, in an instant, went up in smoke. Seeing this, Xie Guilu could only put his bow down as he rode his horse to Lin Qinghuang's side. "Qinghuang, are you not trusting my strength? With that arrow I just sent down, all of these demonic beasts would have to go up in smoke." "Believe you, damn it," Lin Qinghuang said in a cold voice. "How did you recognize me?" She looked at Xie Guilu again in confusion. Xie Guilu sized up Lin Qinghuang and said with eyes full of admiration, "How long Qinghuang's beautiful legs are, how big her breasts are, and how curvy her buttocks are. This Shitzi can tell at a glance." When Lin Qinghuang heard this, she exploded, and she wanted to slap Xie Guilu to death at the moment. Xia Guilu glanced around. The snow is increasing. Later on there is expected to be a blizzard. I saw a cave before. Together we will go to avoid the wind and snow. In addition, I'll tell you one thing that you want to know the most. When Lin Qinghuang heard this, her heart stirred and she immediately said, "Lead the way. Keep up." Xia Guilu rode off to the side. It didn't take long. A campfire rose in the middle of a cave. Xia Guilu looked at Lin Qinghuang. "Have you gained anything from entering the Snow Wolf Valley this time?" "What do you mean?" Lin Qinghuang asked rhetorically. Xia Guilu smiled faintly. "You said before that someone from the Endless Pavilion had been deployed when the Lin family was destroyed. So I'm guessing that you've come here for a certain key person from the Endless Pavilion." Lin Qinghuang looked deeply at Xia Guilu. "Not bad. It is indeed for one person. The other party is in the Snow Wolf Valley now. When the Lin family was destroyed, that person had led a team out. Can we find him?" Xia Guilu asked with a smile. Lin Qinghuang sighed softly. "Found it. He was attacked and killed by a mysterious demon race and only had one breath left. He said that when the Lin family was destroyed, he was ordered by the second prince to go to support the Lin family. So your guess is?" Xia Guilu looked at Lin Qinghuang. Lin Qinghuang said, "The Lin family's financial strength is strong. It is the target of all the emperor's competition. Perhaps the Lin family supports is the second prince. White River Flood. The second prince is responsible for the 300,000 tales of relief silver lost and found. In fact, it is the Lin family that pays to fill the gap." Xia Guilu gently nodded his head. According to Seven Knights of Snow's information, before the Lin family was overthrown, they did have dealings with the second prince. If the Lin family had supported the second prince, some things would have made sense. But again, some problems didn't make sense. Lin Qinghuang seemed to know what Xia Guilu wanted. She softly whispered, "There are some issues that really don't make sense, because my father, who has always been neutral, he is the head of the Lin family, has stated that he will not support anyone, and that the Lin family is unwilling to be involved in the struggle for imperial power." Her eyes were haunted as she said, "Assuming that he supports the second prince, he will certainly support him with everything he has, and the entire Lin family will know about it." Xia Guilu mused, "Your father will not support it, but there is no guarantee that the rest of the Lin family will not support it. If I remember correctly, you should have a second uncle." Lin Qinghuang looked at Xia Guilu. "You're a smart guy." The copy of the Lin family's account book in her hand showed expenditures of 300,000 taels of silver, and the handwriting was different from the others. She searched for some books left behind by some of the Lin family, probed the handwriting, and found that the handwriting on them, and that of that second uncle of hers happened to match up. Perhaps it wasn't the Lin family that supported the second prince, but the second master of the Lin family. This matter was still hiding something fishy. The second prince sent someone to the Lin family. In the end, was he trying to destroy the Lin family? Or was he trying to help the Lin family? Just based on that person's words. Naturally, he couldn't say it clearly. Therefore, she hoped to get some useful answers from Xia Guilu. Lin Qinghuang's gaze fell on Xia Guilu. "Now it's your turn," Xia Guilu said. "That guard of mine. Found it. Where?" Lin Qinghuang immediately inquired. "That guard was the key," Xia Guilu said bluntly. "Qingyuan Daoist Temple." "Qingyuan Taoist Temple?" Lin Qinghuang was stunned for a second. "That place has been exterminated. Suspected to be the work of the demon race." "That's right. I had actually been to the Qingyuan Daoist Temple before, and I happened to meet a demon massacre. And that guard of mine was among them. He was the target of those demons and was killed as well." Xia Guilu looked serious and lied without blushing. "Did he say anything before he died?" Lin Qinghuang asked. Xia Guilu shrugged his shoulders and said, "I hid in the dark and happened to see him killed. Naturally I didn't ask anything." But, Lin Qinghuang's eyes narrowed. "But the fact that he was the target of the demon clan means that the demon clan wants to silence him. Those demons are probably doing the job for someone else. And what the person behind this is going to do is to shut up that guard who knows the truth forever." "Brilliant." Xia Guilu smiled and stuck out his thumb. Lin Qinghuang showed a thoughtful look. "You asked me before how the sixth prince was. Surely it wasn't a casual remark. The sixth prince has always kept a low profile, but I once heard someone say that he was interested in demons." Xia Guilu laughed lightly. Lin Qinghuang said meaningfully, "Inside the Snow Wolf Valley, there are demon clans slaughtering and also demon clans capturing people. What a coincidence." The answer to 3 years of searching seemed to have surfaced at this moment, but only if what Xia Guilu said was true. Xia Guilu smiled and said, "Go and capture a demon clan member to ask. There's no need to catch them. There's already a demon clan looking for them." Lin Qinghuang looked towards the location of the cave entrance. Chapter 56, Death if you don't say it. Death if you do. Cave location. A burly man in a black robe with a dark face appeared, a rich demonic aura permeating his body. with a cultivation at the late stage of the topiary realm, an early stage of the frontier expansion realm cultivator. It seems that this lord is lucky. The burly man laughed sardonically. He entered the cave and his head changed. Full of black hair, facial bulge, blood-red eyes, fangs sharp and incomparable. It looked like a black bear head. It's a black bear spirit. Xinghuang, can it be dealt with? Xia Guilu looked at Lin Xinghuang. Not before, but now. Lin Xinghuang stood up and gripped the bronze sword. Boom! The black bear spirit let out a strange laugh and immediately pounced on Lin Xinghuang. His palms blasting out, his claws were incredibly sharp. A human of the Tuojiang realm could certainly be more powerful after being refined into a demon. A cold aura flickered in Lin Xinghuang's eyes as he slashed out with a sword, and a cold sword aura filled the air. Boom! The bronze sword clashed with the claws of the black bear spirit, and powerful airwaves filled the cave. Get out! The black bear spirit bellowed and blasted his hands on the bronze sword. Boo! The bronze sword in Lin Xinghuang's hand broke. Her body was shaken back incomparably by the powerful force. The moment she fell back, her fingers waved. The Tianya sword appeared out of thin air, and directly shot explosively towards the black bear spirit. The black bear spirit's arms protected in front of his body. His demonic aura filled the air, blocking the Tianya sword that shot explosively. Lin Xinghuang's feet pointed. An arrow step killed in front of the black bear spirit, and a whip leg blasted at the black bear spirit. Boo! A loud bang came out as the black bear spirit was sent flying 3 meters by a kick. Lin Xinghuang quickly gripped the Tianya sword and slashed at the black bear spirit. Enough! The black bear spirit roared. His fist clenched and fiercely blasted out. Black demonic chi fist prints erupted and clashed with the Tianya sword. Boom! In the cave, a roaring sound was emitted and the ground shook continuously. The black bear spirit clenched his left hand and blasted out another punch. Lin Xinghuang immediately blocked the Tianya sword in front of her body, and even with the sword, she was blown away by 10 meters. She rolled over, dislodged the strength of her whole body, and stood on the ground with a calm demeanor. Xia Guilu looked at Lin Xinghuang and smiled. Xinghuang, you don't seem to be an opponent, not a rival? Lin Xinghuang gripped the Tianya sword tightly. A ghostly light flashed in his eyes, and a terrifying sword chi erupted. Boom! In the next second, her cultivation directly skyrocketed, taking a step from the early stage of the frontier expansion realm to the mid-stage of the frontier expansion realm, middle of the topiary realm. A flash of color surfaced in Xia Guilu's eyes. It's only been a few days since Lin Xinghuang stepped into the frontier expansion realm, right? You've broken through the realm again so quickly? Is it because the spirit bone is too special? Lin Xinghuang's spirit bone was indeed mysterious. It was peculiar if it wasn't top quality or extreme. After his cultivation skyrocketed, Lin Xinghuang's eyes were ferocious and he once again held his sword to kill the black bear spirit, which was to use his cultivation in the middle stage of the frontier expansion to cross over and battle the late stage of the frontier expansion realm demon race. Xia Guilu stared at Lin Xinghuang, wanting to see if Lin Xinghuang could fight with this black bear spirit in the late stage of the frontier expansion realm after stepping into the middle stage of the frontier expansion realm. Crossing a small realm shouldn't be too difficult for Lin Xinghuang. Previously, he had made 2 attempts to help Lin Xinghuang. Those enemies were 2 realms higher than Lin Xinghuang. The black bear spirit at the moment was only 1 small realm higher than Lin Xinghuang. Lin Xinghuang should be able to fight. After the cultivation of the middle stage of the frontier expansion realm erupted, the Tianya sword in Lin Xinghuang's hand became even more terrifying. The sword chi erupted with a murderous aura. This was a spiritual weapon, of good grade and powerful. Phew! Lin Xinghuang's speed was extremely fast, appearing in front of the black bear spirit in an instant, and chopping at the black bear spirit with a sword. Green-colored sword chi filled the air. The black bear spirit's eyes were blood red, his demonic aura completely erupted, and his black fist seal blasted out, breaking all laws with force. Boom! Tianya sword and black fist mark against the bombardment together. The black fist mark instantly burst. Ferocious sword chi power does not reduce. Ruthlessly chopped in the black bear spirit's fist. The black bear spirit's fist was split open by a sword, and an arm directly exploded into a puff of blood mist. The black bear spirit let out a miserable sound as his body was blasted away. Lin Xinghuang transformed into a white aura, appearing in front of the black bear spirit in an instant, and his long sword chopped out once again, aiming straight for the black bear spirit's head. Very strong, Xia Guilu said approvingly. Lin Xinghuang's battle power was indeed not weak. Crossing a small realm was not much of a problem. If it was against someone who was more than 2 realms away, it would probably still be a few points worse. Roar! The black bear spirit was completely enraged, letting out a roaring sound as a huge black bear shadow emerged. Lin Xinghuang's sword chopped down and was blocked by the black bear shadow. The black bear spirit's eyes were bloodthirsty and his body changed, directly turning into a 3-meter tall black bear, and the demonic aura on his body became even more terrifying. The black bear spirit's figure flickered and slapped at Lin Xinghuang, his demonic aura raging with pressure. Jabla! Lin Xinghuang wasn't the least bit afraid. His sword aura surged once again and he blasted out with a sword. The black bear's shadow was blasted, and the powerful sword chi bombarded the black bear spirit's body, directly leaving a hideous bloodstain, nearly splitting the black bear spirit in half. Boo! The black bear spirit's body crashed against the wall, blood flying as it said in a trembling voice, You're only in the middle stage of the frontier expansion realm. Why can you? Lin Xinghuang didn't have any nonsense, and immediately killed in front of the black bear spirit, clenched his left hand into a fist, and blasted out a dozen punches in a row, and each punch sent the black bear spirit's blood flying. A dozen punches later, the Tianya sword in Lin Xinghuang's hand violently plunged into the black bear spirit's chest, pinning it to the wall. Ah! The black bear spirit let out a miserable scream. Lin Xinghuang asked in a cold tone, Give you a chance to live? Tell me who sent you. The black bear spirit stared at Lin Xinghuang with bloodshot eyes. You think I'll tell you? Lin Xinghuang clenched her fist and instantly blasted at the black bear spirit's head. A few punches went down, blowing cracks out of the black bear spirit's head as she said in a cold voice, Speak or die. The black bear spirit's head was broken and bleeding. The pain was incomparable. It couldn't resist any longer and said in a trembling voice, It's the sixth prince. Lin Xinghuang swung his fist once again, fiercely blasting the black bear spirit's head. Boo! The black bear spirit's head instantly burst, blood flew, and he died directly and miserably. If you don't talk about it, you're going to die. Lin Xinghuang reached out her hand and the Tianya sword was put away by her. Xie Guilu looked at Lin Xinghuang and said with a face full of emotion, Xinghuang, I never imagined that you would be a woman who is incredibly ferocious and who does not believe in what she says. Lin Xinghuang glanced at Xie Guilu, the corner of her mouth rising slightly. You know now? Are you scared? Xie Guilu gently touched his feet. Indeed, I am afraid. I was scared and my legs are weak. Xinghuang quickly came over to lift me a few handfuls. Humph. Lin Xinghuang snorted coldly. It's fun to see a young couple flirting. Outside the cave, a hoarse voice rang out in due course, followed by a more terrifying blood-colored demonic gas rushed in. Chapter 57, Half-Demon Appears. Yan Ruyu? Lin Xinghuang looked forward and couldn't help but have her pupils shrink. A middle-aged man wearing a blood-colored robe and holding a blood-colored demonic sword appeared. The demonic aura on his body was extremely dense, but it wasn't purely demonic. Carrying some human aura, this was not a demon or a human, but a half-demon. Lin Xinghuang's expression became incomparably grave. She had seen this demon race before. The other party had killed that person from the Endless Pavilion. His strength was very terrifying. He should be a peak territory expansion realm existence. It's you, half-demon blood skywolf. Xie Guilu stared at the blood-robed man, a flash of color appearing in his eyes. He had seen this half-demon before. To be exact, it was the original master who had seen it. This half-demon had shown up 3 years ago when the felons of Western Shu were let go from afar, and the other party had some relationship with that nightingale. Lin Xinghuang glanced at Xie Guilu. This guy knew this half-demon? Blood Heavenly Wolf stared at Xie Guilu, a cold smile on his face. It's reasonable to say that I should thank you for letting the great general go, but unluckily, there are people who want you dead. Yan Ruyu? Xie Guilu smiled bashfully. The previous Western Shu Lieutenant Tiehu should have been sent by Yan Ruyu, and now that this Western Shu half-demon has appeared, in all likelihood it is also Yan Ruyu's handiwork. Things were becoming more and more interesting. Yan Wushu was colluding with the demon race, and Yan Ruyu was colluding with Western Shu? If that was the case, Yan Ruyu was hiding even deeper than he had imagined. A bloodlight surfaced in the blood heavenly wolf's eyes. You're even smarter than you were 3 years ago, so it's even more important not to keep you. Clear Phoenix, can you fight? Xie Guilu asked. Lin Xinghuang gripped the Tianya sword tightly and said with a grave expression, I'll hold him off. You escape, crossing a small realm. As for crossing 2 small realms, then don't think about it. If she doesn't want to die and fight to the death, taking out all the bottom cards, maybe there is still some hope, but she must be disabled even if she doesn't die. Xie Guilu raised an eyebrow. Who am I? Xie Guilu? How could I let a woman stand in my way? But, this half-demon is a bit strong. I'd better stand behind you. It's convenient to protect you. Lin Xinghuang. Die. The killing intent in the eyes of the blood heavenly wolf was intense. The long blood-colored blade fiercely chopped towards Lin Xinghuang. The terrifying blade chi erupted. The cave instantly shook. The rocks cracked, and the debris continued to fall. Lin Xinghuang chopped out with a sword. The swords clashed together. Boom! Lin Xinghuang only felt a huge force hit her. Her arm hurt. Her whole body was instantly sent flying. Her face sank. Debris fell. If she continued to fight, the cave would soon collapse. Boom! Lin Xinghuang blasted out a punch at the rock wall. The rock wall was directly blasted out by her. A large hole was made through the mountain. She did not hesitate, as she pulled Xie Guilu and rushed out along this whole hole. Escape? Blood Heavenly Wolf sneered, and his blood-colored long blade fiercely chopped out. 100-meter blade chi erupted, and the mountain was cleaved from it. The terrifying blade chi chopped towards Lin Xinghuang and Xie Guilu. Lin Xinghuang's figure flickered and flew down. Standing on the ground, she let go of her hand and said in a condensed voice, Xie Guilu, you must go. He can't leave. The Blood Heavenly Wolf rushed out of the mountain and stood above, slashing down with a sword. The blood-colored blade aura covered the sky and directly blocked Lin Xinghuang and Xie Guilu. Lin Xinghuang's gaze condensed and immediately pinched his sword technique as the Tianya sword chopped out. 100-meter sword chi blasting upwards. The blood-colored blade chi and sword chi blasted against each other. Boo! As the sword chi was dispersed, the blade chi's power did not decrease and fiercely chopped towards Lin Xinghuang. Lin Xinghuang immediately dodged, and the ground was blasted with a 50-meter-long crack. Ice and snow splattered in all directions, and a powerful air wave that directly lifted him off the ground. She rolled over. Her long sword plunged into the ground, leaving a long scar on the ground, falling back 20 meters before stopping. She glanced at her palm. The skin was already broken and blood was flowing down. The middle stage of the Frontier Expansion Realm, against the peak of the Frontier Expansion Realm, was still quite a bit worse. Serious chop. Blood Heavenly Wolf's tone was cold. His hands stroked the back of the blade, and he swung it violently, a silent scarlet heavenly blade appearing in the 9 heavens. Woo! He slashed down. Bloodlight filled the sky. 300 meters of saber energy ferociously chopped down. The mountains next to him appeared cracks. Unable to withstand the might of this saber, Lin Xinghuang clenched her silver teeth and immediately pinched her sword technique. Tianya's sword hovered in front of her body. Her hands continuously folded her seals. The long sword vibrated, and a terrifying sword chi filled the air. Green light burst out and condensed into a green lotus flower. Chenglian, ask the sky. Lin Xinghuang rose up, her long sword hovering in front of her as she waved her fingers, her long hair dancing and a cold aura flashing in her eyes. Phew! Tianya's sword rushed up to the sky. 100 meters of green-colored sword chi erupted, instantly chopping into the 9 heavens. Wherever it passed, lotus flowers emerged. Snow flew, and the sword chi was like frost. Boom! 300 meters of blood-colored blade chi clashed with 100 meters of green sword chi, and after only a second of stalemate, the green sword chi disintegrated with it, and the blade chi blasted down, engulfing Lin Xinghuang. A loud sound came out from the dome of the sky. The knife chi chopped down. The ground was blasted out of a 300-meter-long crack, and a big mountain in front of him was even split in half by a knife. Lin Xinghuang's body crashed down. Her hair was messy. The mask on her face had shattered. There was a smear of blood at the corner of her mouth, and her face was incredibly pale. When she was about to fall into the ground, Lin Xinghuang pointed her sword at the ground, rolled over and stood up. She took a deep breath and felt the condition of her body. She couldn't help but frown. Blood Heavenly Wolf stood above. He held a long sword and said indifferently, resisting my sword and not dying. You are not simple. If you were to ascend another realm, perhaps I would only have to avoid it today, but alas, you are about to die. Die? A bloodlight appeared in Lin Xinghuang's eyes. She gently reached out and stroked her brow. A rune appeared. The moment the rune appeared, her body trembled and her face showed pain. Xie Guilu looked towards Lin Xinghuang and raised an eyebrow. He came to Lin Xinghuang's side and grabbed Lin Xinghuang's hand. Xinghuang, it's almost time. Don't mess with. Lin Xinghuang stared. Die. The Blood Heavenly Wolf's killing intent was strong, once again slashing down a knife, wanting to kill Xie Guilu and Lin Xinghuang with a single blast of the knife. 100 meters of knife chi blocking the sky, instantly chopping down, carrying a terrifying destructive force. Cold sweat surfaced on Lin Xinghuang's forehead as he made a strong effort to draw out the power from his brow. Xie Guilu glanced at the 100-meter blade chi chopping down above him and waved his sleeve. Boom! This 100-meter blade chi was dispersed in an instant, and blood light gushed out in all directions. Blood Sky Wolf and Lin Xinghuang froze at the same time. Thank you, dangerous house. You. Lin Xinghuang's movements stalled. The scene before her was clearly beyond her expectations. Originally she had planned to fight for her life, but she hadn't expected Xie Guilu to make a move. What kind of cultivation is it to casually disperse Blood Sky Wolf's blade energy? Leave it to me next. Xie Guilu looked at the Blood Sky Wolf above him, looking away. I didn't expect you to be deeply hidden. Blood Sky Wolf raised an eyebrow. Phew! Xie Guilu casually waved his hand. Funeral sword appeared in front of his body. Chapter 58 Manifesting Sainthood in front of people. Suffering afterward. This sword, the one who saved me before was you. Lin Xinghuang's expression shook as she instantly recognized the burial sword. Previously, during the Raccoon House case, She was attacked by a mysterious person in the middle stage of the frontier expansion realm, and a black-robed man eventually stepped in and resolved that mysterious person. Now she understood that it was Xie who was making the move at that time. Not only that time, but there was also the trip to the black market, where a black-robed man also appeared and killed the Black Dragon Pavilion Master. And now, it seems that that person is still Xie. No wonder she felt that there was something inexplicably familiar about the backs of those two black-robed men. It's good to be in deep cover, otherwise it's no fun to kill. The Blood Heavenly Wolf let out a fierce laugh, gripping the long sword with both hands. The demonic aura on his body completely erupted, and his strength at the peak of the frontier expansion realm was not hidden in the slightest. Tian Lang Thirsty Moon. The Blood Heavenly Wolf let out a loud shout, and his blood-colored long sword vibrated as a terrifying blade chi erupted. A round of blood-colored curved moon inexplicably appeared above. It was not a round of curved moon, but a blood-colored blade chi. The blade chi was majestic and incomparably sharp, covering the dome of the sky, extremely domineering. Boom! The blood-colored blade chi slashed down with monstrous might, blood light piercing the eyes, and ferocious might rolling around. Interesting slash, Xia Guilu commented indifferently, only to see a wave of his sleeve, and the burial sword in front of him burst into the sky in an instant. Boom! The burying flower sword and the blood-colored blade chi blasted against each other, and the terrifying blood-colored blade chi was instantly blasted, with blood light flying and blade chi overflowing. Xie Guilu took a step out and instantly appeared in the dome of the sky. As he grabbed the burial sword and flicked his finger, the scabbard flew towards the blood sky wolf, like a starburst, extremely fast, carrying a terrifying pressure. Blood sky wolf simply couldn't dodge in time, and subconsciously blocked the blood-colored long sword in front of his body. Boo! The scabbard and blasted against the blade with a roaring sound, a powerful force that directly shook the blood sky wolf away. Xie Guilu's eyes filled with killing intent. Immediately gripping his long sword, his body disappeared out of thin air, reappeared, and had already arrived in front of the blood sky wolf. Boom! Xie Guilu chopped out with his sword. Black sword aura surfaced and instantly chopped at the blood sky wolf's blade, destroying it and breaking through the heavenly quads with a fierce aura. Click! Blood Heavenly Wolf's blood-colored longsword was cleaved by a sword, and majestic sword chi erupted and ferociously chopped on Blood Heavenly Wolf's chest. Ah! The Blood Heavenly Wolf let out a mournful scream as his body was split in half by a sword, and blood gushed out. Xie Guilu stretched out his hand. The scabbard flew into his hand, and the burial sword slowly returned to its scabbard. The flowers on the other side of the river on top of the sword were incomparably conspicuous. Pred! When the burial sword completely entered the scabbard, the two bodies of the blood sky wolf turned into pieces and quickly dissipated into the heavens and earth. Lin Xinghuang looked at Xie Guilu in a daze. This guy, so strong, so outrageous. Xie Guilu put away the burial sword and flew down to Lin Xinghuang's side, asking with a smile, Xinghuang, is this Shitzi handsome? Is it that you suddenly feel that my scrawny and weak body has suddenly become incomparably stout and drool with gluttony? After Lin Xinghuang reacted, she asked with a complicated expression. Hidden deep, how did you cultivate? 3 years. 3 whole years. Xie Guilu was under her nose every day, yet she didn't detect the slightest hint of a cultivator's aura on the other side, which was bizarre. This guy is really hiding too deep. A sword killed the Blood Heavenly Wolf at the peak of the topiary realm. So what realm is he in at this moment? Dao Zhang realm? Xie Guilu said with a rich smile. Stick your face over here, and this son of the world will quietly tell you. Lin Xinghuang took a step back as she stared at Xie Guilu again with a face full of coldness. With such strength, why didn't you strike earlier? If this guy had struck earlier, she wouldn't have gotten hurt. Xie Guilu sighed. If you want to be saintly in front of people, you have to suffer afterward. What's more, if I make a move in the beginning, will it not be as refreshing as a hero rescuing a beauty? Lin Xinghuang sneered. Is that so? You actually want to see if I'm worth letting you display your strength, right? If I had just ignored it and directly fled, you probably wouldn't have shown your true strength in front of me in the future. To put it bluntly, it's still a matter of trust. This guy has been hiding for 3 years. I don't know what his plans are. He definitely won't expose his cultivation easily. Now that he is exposing his cultivation in front of his face, is this trusting himself? It seemed like he had just barely earned this guy's trust with the beating he had just taken, and the more he thought about it, the more pissed off he became. However, she could understand. Now that the Marquis of Jinshi is in crisis, the old Marquis and the Marquis are dead. If he, Xie Guilu, is not cautious, then he is expected to live not long. Xie Guilu looked at Lin Xinghuang breathlessly. What do you take this Shitzi to be? There's only one reason why I watched you get hurt. What's the reason? Lin Xinghuang raised an eyebrow. Xie Guilu laughed evilly. Naturally, I'm craving for your body. Now that you're injured and can't move, Wouldn't the sun be able to do whatever he wants to you? After saying that, he directly hugged Lin Xinghuang with one hand. You, let go of me. Lin Xinghuang's expression was shocked. This guy really wanted to do whatever he wanted? Xinghuang, why are you so thin? Light and fluffy. Eat more. This sun likes your plumpness. Xia Guilu directly hugged Lin Xinghuang and flew into the distance. It didn't take long. Xia Guilu brought Lin Xinghuang to another cave, but he didn't really do whatever he wanted to Lin Xinghuang. He took out a jug of fine wine and savored it alone. Lin Xinghuang sat cross-legged on the ground, running her gong methods and carefully healing her injuries. Half an hour later, Lin Xinghuang felt that there were no more problems. She glanced at Xie Guilu. She had some doubts in her mind about Xie Guilu displaying his powerful cultivation, but she was smart enough not to ask. Everyone has their secrets, including herself, who has some she doesn't want people to know. With your strength, since you entered the Snow Wolf Valley, you must have gone to look for Yan Wushu, right? Lin Xinghuang slowly spoke. Xie Guilu smiled faintly and said, looked for it. He has the cultivation of the peak of the frontier expansion realm. Of course, this is not the most critical. The key is that there is a mysterious strong man in him, temporarily unable to see through. It is not appropriate to make a move. Mysteriously strong? Lin Xinghuang revealed a surprised look. Xia Guilu murmured, it should be the soul body of a strong demon race member. Telling you about this in the hope that you can be prepared. Since he had told Lin Xinghuang something, then he naturally didn't want Lin Xinghuang to directly approach Yan Wui. Otherwise, he would be looking for death. Don't worry, Lin Xinghuang said with a calm expression. If she was reckless, she would have died 1,000 times already. The destruction of the Lin family, even if it is thoroughly investigated, she will not act presumptuously. Do people need to hibernate so as to launch a fatal blow? Some people use her as a sword, but in fact, she is only the hilt of the sword, and the real sword is the celestial power division. Someone was trying to hold the hilt of the blade and catalyze the sharp edge, but it was just a matter of checking if the blade could be used against someone from the royal family. After all, the divisions of heavenly power were royal, and using a royal sword to behead a royal person would have limited effect. She wanted to put the Lin family's revenge to rest. The best way was not to look at other people, but to look at herself, to madly raise her cultivation. As long as she was strong enough, then everything would be fine. Woohoo! It wasn't long before the storm arrived. The winds kept hissing and the sound was sharp and shrill. Chapter 59, Withered Bonearm. Bronze Temple out. An hour had passed, and the blizzard hadn't stopped yet, and it also carried the sound of thunderous booms, deafening, and flashes of electricity, causing the mountains to constantly shake, and many of them were affected by the mysterious power, and cracks appeared. Inside the cave, Xia Guilu looked at the cracked rock wall and frowned. There seems to be something wrong with this storm today. Where is this kind of power in an ordinary storm? Go out and look. Lin Xinghuang stood up and walked towards the outside of the cave. Xia Guilu pondered a little and followed suit. Step out of the cave. The gale came. The snow flew. The snow in the canyon was swept up by the terrifying storm, like a giant python of ice and snow, which was sweeping and devouring the ground crazily, with extremely strong destructive power. In the distant sky, there was a huge vortex, and in the vortex, purple thunder surfaced, emitting a roaring sound, and at this moment, the blizzard in the canyon was sweeping towards the location of the vortex. That's District A. Lin Xinghuang stared at the whirlpool in the distance. Look at the commotion. Could it be that some supreme treasure has been revealed? Xie Guilu came to have a hint of interest. A supreme treasure? Lin Xinghuang seemed to think of something, and his heart moved. I once saw a record from a canonical book that said that an evil demon was suppressed within the Snow Wolf Valley. Evil demons? Go check it out. Xia Guilu's figure flashed and flew directly ahead. Lin Xinghuang took out a piece of mask and put it on, and immediately followed. Area A was moving too much, and it was assumed that the rest of the people would go there as well. A quarter of an hour later, Xie Guilu came outside a frozen lake in Area A. The vortex was above the lake, constantly rotating, and in all directions, storms rushed up to the sky and were madly swallowed up by the vortex. And in the vortex, thunder flashed with a terrifying destructive power. At this moment, there were quite a few people gathered here. Yan Junlin, Yan Wuya, Yan Wushu, Yan Ruyu, Su Mu Shui, Xiao Su and others were among them. Xie Guilu looked at the several people and realized that Yan Junlin, Yan Wuya, and Yan Wushu were incomparably in a sorry state, all of them severely injured, their breath disorganized, and their faces pale to the core. Thank you, brother. Yan Junlin looked a little surprised when he saw Xie Guilu, but he didn't expect Xie Guilu to appear in Area A. Area A was extremely dangerous. They had not encountered many demonic beasts along the way, and the strength of those demonic beasts was by no means comparable to that of the demonic beasts in Area B. I can't believe I'm not dead. Yen Ruyu's gaze landed on Xie Guilu. A hint of puzzlement appeared in her eyes. She had already dispatched the blood heavenly wolf at the peak of the Tuoyuan frontier, but it hadn't killed Xie Guilu? Su Muxue and Xiaosu glanced at Xie Guilu and did not say much. Xie Guilu walked towards Yen Junlin and asked in surprise, "What's wrong with you guys?" Yen Junlin, Yen Wuya, and Yen Wuya were all injured, which surprised him a bit. Especially Yen Wushu. He had severely beaten the other party before, but that old ghost appeared. Yen Wushu's injuries recovered quickly. Right now the other party had added numerous injuries to his body, which looked extremely fatal, and this was not something he had left behind. Yen Junlin said with a bitter expression, I met the attack of the terrifying demon race, and I don't know who brought them in." As he said this, he subconsciously looked at Yen Wushu. Yen Woya also looked at Yen Wushu. He had similarly encountered a demon attack, and the demon that attacked him was a peak topaz existence. If it wasn't for the fact that he had some leverage, he would probably have already hung up. Yen Wushu didn't say a word. He had previously encountered a mysterious person who attacked and killed him, and as a result, it wasn't long before another mysterious demon race attacked and killed him. And that demon race was likewise at the peak of the frontier expansion realm. The water is completely mixed. Not only did he send out the demon race, there were people present who likewise sent out the demon race, only that he temporarily did not know who was responsible for this matter. And there was some inexplicable stifling in his heart. He was upset when he almost lost his life and took the blame for this trip. Yen Junlin looked at Xie Guilu and asked, "Did Brother Xie meet any danger?" Xie Guilu sighed. "I also met a demonic race attacking me. It seems to be called something like Blood Sky Wolf. Its strength is very terrifying. Luckily the people sent by the Grand Prince protected my little life." A smile appeared on Yen Junlin's pale face. "This is as it should be. How could I let Brother Xie come to the Snow Wolf Valley to take risks?" A ghostly light flashed in Yen Ruyu's eyes. No wonder he couldn't kill Xie Guilu. It turned out that Yen Junlin had sent out another strong person. "I just don't know how the situation of the Blood Heavenly Wolf is nowadays. The peak of the frontier expansion realm. Even if he can't kill Xie Guilu, he shouldn't be in trouble." "Brother Xie, what brings you to Area A?" Yen Junlin asked in disbelief. Boom! Before Xie Guilu could reply, a pillar of thunderous light blasted into the lake from the vortex in the dome of the sky, the ice on the surface of the lake bursting, the lake water splashing up, and a mysterious power immediately permeated out from the lake. The crowd immediately stared at the surface of the lake. With such a commotion, it was likely that a supreme treasure had come out. Shoo shoo shoo! Suddenly, a ray of light rushed out of the lake, and it looked like there was something good. Yen Junlin and the others reacted extremely quickly and immediately rushed forward to grab it directly, while the rest of the people were not idle and made their moves. Xie Guilu stood still, but did not make a move. Yen Junlin was the first to grab a long sword. He gently stroked it and his face was pleased. This sword was good. The rest of them grabbed some goodies as well, yet there were still numerous rays of light flying out, and they struck again. Su Muxue snatched a peculiar bead. She put it away and stared at another light, decisively snatching it over. As a result, after snatching this light, she saw what was inside. It was actually a withered bone arm. Her face sank. A wave of nausea flooded her heart, and she directly threw it down. What a coincidence! This withered bone arm smashed into Xie Guilu. Xie Guilu received the withered bone arm as he glared at Su Muxue. Su Muxue, overdoing it. Humph! Su Muxue snorted coldly and ignored Xie Guilu. The rest of them glanced over and saw that Xie Guilu was holding a withered bone arm, and they couldn't help but be speechless as they continued to scramble for the rest of the light. Xie Guilu looked at the withered bone arm in his hand. He was filled with displeasure, but he still put this arm away. At this moment, his heart was a little surprised. The moment he touched this withered bone arm, he felt that this object was not simple. He had to bring it back to study it. Half an incense stick later, the flying things were finished being grabbed. The lake shook again. A bronze hall levitated from the lake. The bronze hall was huge and filled with mysterious copper light. Thunder kept making noise in the dome of the sky, and electricity bombarded the bronze hall. The crowd stared at the bronze temple on the lake, amazement in their eyes. Roar! Suddenly, in all directions, a burst of demonic beast hissing sounds came out. The crowd immediately looked around, only to see more than 24 demonic beasts appearing. Without exception, all of them are demonic beasts of the frontier expansion realm. Chapter 63 Great Taoist Hidden Treasures. 3 Great Xian Phases. More than 20 Topland Realm demonic beasts. The crowd's gazes condensed. There were many powerful demonic beasts in Area A. Now that the Topiary Realm demonic beasts appeared here, was it for this bronze hall? Xie Guilu looked into the distance. Not only were there Topiary Realm demonic beasts here, there were also 4 Daozan Realm demonic beasts in the shadows. Roar! For terrifying roars rang out as 4 Daozang realm demonic beasts rushed out. A white snow wolf king, a purple tiger, a black giant ogre, and a gray giant elephant. As soon as the 4 Dao hidden realm demonic beasts came out, the surrounding demonic beasts gave way, while the crowd present trembled, a horrified look appearing in their eyes. It should just be the early stage of the Daozang realm, Xia Guilu secretly said, for Daozang realm demonic beasts, but there is no threat. But here the movement is so big, the outside world cannot know? It is expected that a strong person will soon show up. Roar! The 4 Daozang realm demonic beasts let out roaring sounds and directly rushed towards the bronze hall, which seemed to contain the good things they needed. The rest of the demonic beasts attacked the crowd present. Dare you! A cold shout sounded, only to see a blood-colored longsword descending from the sky. A terrifying sword chi erupted, and 24 or so topiary realm demonic beasts flew into ashes in an instant, only to see a middle-aged man in black battle armor standing above. His expression cold and stern, the aura on his body extremely terrifying. Mu Bei had come. Phew! Mu Bei looked towards the 4 Daozang realm demonic beasts, and with a wave of his hand, the blood-colored longsword shot out explosively, directly chopping towards the 4 Daozang realm demonic beasts. Roar! These 4 Daozang realm demonic beasts had just approached the bronze hall when they were blasted into a bloody mist with a sword. After all, they were only at the early stage of the Daozang realm, and against the peak of the Daozang realm, they simply weren't enough to be looked at. The crowd looked at Mu Bei with awe in their eyes. The peak of the Daozang realm was as terrifying as it was. Mu Bei stood in the void, his longsword flying into his hand as he slowly spoke. Both of you, come out. Boom! The dome of the sky shook as an old man in green robes and a middle-aged man carrying a sword case flew out, and they were both strong people at the peak of the Daozang realm, just like Mu Bei. Lord Pei of the Qintian supervisor. Who's the other one? It seems to be someone from the Holy Academy. The crowd looked at the two people in the void, filled with shock. Lord Pei, also known as Pei Qing, from the Qintian supervisor, a strong person at the peak of the Daozang realm, monstrous strength. Basically all of them present know each other. As for the man carrying the sword case, other than a few imperial princes, the rest of them did not recognize him, because he came from the Great Summer Sacred Academy. The Great Xia Sacred Academy. That was the Great Xia's holy land of cultivation. There were countless strong people inside, hidden dragons and crouching tigers, and countless young people took pride in joining the Sacred Academy. However, the requirements for selecting disciples for the Holy Academy were extremely strict, and ordinary people simply couldn't get in. And once they were admitted to the Holy Academy, they would be blessed with many resources. Meet General Mu. Pei Cheng and the middle-aged man greeted Mu Bei. Mu Bei looked at the two of them and mused. Lord Pei and Daoist Dugu, what are your plans when the Heavenly Evil Hall is revealed? Obviously, he knew about this bronze temple. This is the Heavenly Evil Hall, and it is rumored that this hall was left by a supreme powerhouse in order to suppress a terrifying evil demon. Over the years, there had been many powerful people who had explored this place and had not gained anything, such as today when the Evil Hall was introduced. It was unknown whether it was a good thing or a bad thing. Dakura Wokwon showed a pensive look on his face. Among the rumors, there is a terrifying evil demon suppressed within the Heavenly Evil Hall. If that evil demon were to ask for the world, with the three of us, I guess it's not enough to look at. I've already sent the news back to the sacred courtyard, and someone from the top will be coming very soon. Mu Bei nodded his head gently as he looked at Pei Cheng. Lord Pei, you also send the news back to the Qintian supervisor. Yes. Pei Cheng took out a jade talisman and pinched the spell, and a ray of light rushed into the 9 heavens. Half an incense stick later. Boom! The sky dome shook once again, and 3 huge Dharma phases appeared in the 9 heavens. A bizarre Dharma phase with a green face and fangs, an elegant sage Dharma phase, and a grey Taoist Dharma phase. In front of each of the 3 Dharma phases, there is one person. In front of the green-faced and fanged Dharma phase was an old eunuch dressed in green eunuch garb. In front of the saint's Dharma phase was a middle-aged scholar dressed in white Confucian garb, and in front of the Taoist Dharma phase was an old Taoist. 3 Xian phase realm. Xia Guilu made a dark remark. The frontier expansion realm was to open up the Dantian. The Daozang realm was to forge the 5 divine deposits of the human body, and the Xianxiang realm was to give birth to a Xianxiang within the opened-up Dantian. Territory endless. Need to have guardian. Xian phase. Is the territory guardian? Like a general. Cultivation to Xian phase of people. Can use the power of the Xian phase, transformed into a great phantom, suppressing the 4 directions. Extremely strong. Once the Xian phase transformed into a dragon, it was as if a general guarding the territory had suddenly turned into an emperor, and with a single thought of transforming into a dragon, his chi coalesced and was absolutely unparalleled, and his power was as terrifying as that of a true dragon. and his fleshly body was forged to the point of being extremely strong and overbearing. However, the dragon transformation realm was not the strongest, because above the dragon transformation realm, there was the divine court realm, which contained many, and after the physical body reached the extreme, one needed to cultivate the divine soul. The divine court is a realm that cultivates the divine soul, which can be sheathed and travel to heaven and earth. And if the divine soul does not perish, it will not die. And if the physical body and the divine soul are cultivated to the extreme at the same time, then it will be truly terrifying. Supervisor Tianyi of the Divine Palace Supervision, Mr. Yen of the Sacred Courtyard, and Lord Chimei of the Qintian Supervision. Yan Junlin looked at these three people with some emotion in his heart. It was a pity that certain people of the Grand Supervisor, the Qintian Supervisor and the Sacred Courtyard would not participate in the struggle for imperial power and could not be drawn in. Otherwise, he really wanted to pull some strings. The three of them, Mu Bei, saluted these three Xianfei's realms. Supervisor Tianyi nodded his head gently. He glanced at the crowd below and murmured, "The Heavenly Evil Hall has asked for the world. Next, this Snow Wolf Valley is about to be overthrown. I'm afraid that there will be a terrifying crisis that will surface. His Majesty has decreed that the winter hunting assembly will end early, and all of you scores will still be valid. Now you all go outside the valley." Divine Palace Supervisor, in charge of the temple, the royal ancestral ground, the status of the extraordinary. Heaven is a big supervisor is the strongest one of the Divine Palace Supervisor. Unusual times, these existences will not show up at all. When the crowd heard this, a trace of unwillingness appeared in their hearts. They all saw this bronze temple and thought that they would be able to see something next, but now it seemed that it was somewhat unrealistic, but it was understandable. Their cultivation was too weak. If something special happened next, it was expected that all of them would have to go up in smoke. Boom! Supervisor Tianyi casually waved his hand and a force rolled over the crowd, moving them out of the Snow Wolf Valley. Strike! The 6 people present looked at each other and directly struck out. Heavenly Evil Hall suppressed here for many years. The seal above has been loosened. As for the temple, that evil demon, even if it really exists, after a long time, the strength is estimated to have long been 10,000,001. They shot, not to mention cannot be killed. Boom! The 6 of them struck out at the same time, and a terrifying force blasted towards the bronze hall. Knockout! The bronze hall shook like a flood bell, and a powerful might surged in all directions, causing heaven and earth to collapse. With this as the core, the surrounding heaven and earth crazy burst. The lake was evaporated. The many mountains in the Snow Wolf Valley was instantly shaken into flying ash. The ground is full of holes, gullies and ravines. Chapter 61. Inside the Bronze Hall. Mysterious inheritance. Outside the Snow Wolf Valley, the crowd appeared. They looked at the Snow Wolf Valley that was full of holes. Their eyes revealed a look of gravity. The 3 great Dezang peaks plus the 3 great Xian phases struck out. The destructive power was so strong that it made one's scalp feel numb. It seems some people are still out. Someone glanced around. There were hundreds of people attending the winter hunting conference, but at the moment there were only 30 to 40 people here. Obviously a lot less. It was estimated that there were still quite a few people within the Snow Wolf Valley. Yan Junlin and the others were frowning. The Snow Wolf Valley had already been baptized by a powerful force once. The people they had sent inside, at this moment, they did not know how they were living or dying. If they fell, it would be a huge loss for them. However, the people they sent out were not weak, so they shouldn't fall that easily. This time when the Bronze Hall was introduced, there must be numerous good things in it, and if they were just moved out like this, wouldn't they be unattached to those good things? The thought of it put the crowd in a bit of a bad mood. 100 meters away, Xia Guilu and Lin Qinghuang stood together as the two of them looked at the Snow Wolf Valley that was full of holes. Lin Qinghuang mused, "That bronze temple gives me a peculiar feeling. I don't think this matter will end like this." Xia Guilu stared into the distance, not saying a word. Boom! It wasn't long before a roaring sound came from within the Snow Wolf Valley. That bronze temple was rapidly rushing out, and Mu Bei and the other 6 powerhouses caught up as they simultaneously struck out, sealing off this heaven and earth. Buzz! Before the bronze hall could vanish, it was forcibly confined, and the door of the hall was even blown to pieces. The crowd outside the valley looked at the bronze palace and Mu Bei and the others above them with shock in their eyes. Mu Bei and the others were all slightly injured at the moment. When they were launching their attack on the bronze hall, a dry body killed out. It was good that the power on that dry body dissipated severely. Otherwise, the 6 of them would have definitely paid a huge price. They subconsciously assumed that the corpse was the suppressed evil demon. The door to the temple had shattered, and the 6 of them killed their way into it, seeing several inheritance pillars. Just as they were about to enlighten themselves, they were repelled out by a mysterious force. This bronze hall seemed to prohibit living blood beings above the topaz realm from entering it. Supervisor Tianyi glanced downward and mused. The winter hunting conference ended early. It is indeed less interesting. How about adding an interesting trial? As he said this, he looked at Mr. Yen of the Holy Academy. Mr. Yen laughed dumbly as he said in a loud voice, "There is a mysterious inheritance within this bronze hall. All young people present today who are under the Tao Hidden Realm can enter the bronze hall. And if they obtain any inheritance within, they can obtain an admission spot to my sacred academy." What? There's a mysterious inheritance within the bronze hall? What about the fact that we can all enter the bronze hall? Admission to the Holy Academy? When the young man below heard this, a look of excitement appeared in his eyes. They were still regretting being moved out of the Snow Wolf Valley just now, but they didn't expect the opportunity to appear in front of them in the blink of an eye. What else was more important than the mysterious inheritance and entering the Holy Academy? Supervisor Tianyi looked at the crowd and said in a deep voice, "The results of the winter hunting assembly still count. As for whether you can enter the Holy Academy, it depends on yourselves. We can only confine this bronze hall for a quarter of an hour. You only have a quarter of an hour. Understand? Got it," the crowd said aloud. Boom! Supervisor Tianyi didn't say anything, and with a wave of his hand, the spiritual energy transformed into a long corridor that tilted downward. "It's ready to go." Mr. Speech said in a deep voice. Some people who had cultivation in them no longer hesitated and immediately rushed along the long corridor, towards the bronze hall. Xia Guilu looked at Lin Qinghuang. Qinghuang. Aha! Lin Qinghuang's figure flashed and instantly rushed towards the bronze hall. Xia Guilu thought for a moment and was about to go forward, but he realized that the withered bone arm within the storage ring was trembling, and a peculiar power filled the air, seemingly blocking him. Xia Guilu raised an eyebrow and didn't continue to move forward, and that withered bone arm was quiet at once. It was just weird. Rolling eyes. A quarter of an hour passed, and the bronze hall let out a roar as 7 white jade stone pillars rushed out from within, flickering with light and falling in different directions. The people who had entered the bronze hall were also moved out. Buzz! The bronze hall shook and broke free from the 6 powerhouses, rushing directly into the sky and eventually disappearing. Mu Bei and the others were a bit surprised. They didn't expect these inheritance pillars to fly out, but they didn't go chasing after them. What they saw before was 9 inheritance pillars now, 2 bronze pillars, 7 white jade pillars, and now 7 white jade pillars flew out, with 2 bronze pillars inside. The inheritance on those 2 bronze pillars was extremely extraordinary, and even they were incomparably moved by it, but it was a pity that it had no chance with them. As for the inheritance on these 7 white jade pillars, it was dispensable and of little significance to them. Mr. Yen opened his mouth and asked, "Who got the inheritance?" The crowd looked at each other. Yen Wuya looked at Yen Wushu and said indifferently, "Old 6. Good tactics." He was so close to obtaining the inheritance, but he was suddenly attacked and killed by a mysterious demonic force, leading to the loss of his enlightenment, and of those present, Yen Wushu was the most suspected. The inheritance that Old 6 has obtained is not simple, is it? Yen Junlin also stared coldly at Yen Wushu, who had met a similar situation and had similarly failed in his endeavors. Yen Ruyu did not say a word, but she was also staring at Yen Wushu. Yen Wushu fell into silence. This time he didn't get the inheritance and didn't make a move on the others. Someone was setting him up. Among the people present, there was still an unfathomable existence hidden. Who exactly was it? It was a pity that Elder Dragon had consumed so much before and fallen into a deep sleep. Otherwise, he would have been able to capture that person's presence. Mr. Yen saw that no one answered and smiled blandly. There are still 7 inheritance pillars falling in different directions. I will stay in the North Realm for 1 day. Tomorrow at noon. Anyone who has obtained the inheritance can look for me in the city of the North Realm, and the admission quota will still be valid. After saying that, he disappeared here. When the crowd heard this, they were overwhelmed and felt like they were on the line again. Just now, there was only a moment of time, which was simply not enough for enlightenment, and next, if he found a pillar of inheritance, and then felt some more, he might be able to obtain the inheritance. Thinking of this, a look of exhilaration appeared in the eyes of the crowd. Eunuch Tianyi looked at Mu Bei. "General Mu, I'll leave this place to you." Aha! Mu Bei slightly clasped his fists. Afterwards, Tianyi and the others left. Mu Bei looked at the crowd below and said in a deep voice, "The results of the winter hunting assembly have been recorded on Li Haoran's side. Now everyone go and seek the inheritance pillars. The results of the winter hunting assembly will be announced at noon tomorrow on time." The people looked at each other and quickly left. Chapter 62, Pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. "And it's still you." Lin Qinghuang came to Xia Guilu's side silently. Xia Guilu asked in a low voice, "How?" "To the hand." Lin Qinghuang nodded gently. Inside the bronze hall, there were 9 kinds of inheritance, and the inheritance on the 2 bronze pillars was the most extraordinary, and had already been gotten by her. Pretty. Xia Guilu stuck out his thumb, a flash of approval in his eyes. Lin Qinghuang looked at Xia Guilu in surprise. Why didn't you go and try just now? This fellow Xia Guilu was unfathomable, and if he entered the bronze hall, he would probably be able to seize the inheritance as well. Don't see it, Xia Guilu said sourly. Lin Qinghuang detected the sour taste in Xia Guilu's words and couldn't help but roll her eyes. The guy whose mouth is not his heart, she said softly. This time I paid special attention to Yan Wushu and Yan Ruyu. Yan Wushu didn't move, but Yan Ruyu was very strange. There was a hidden demonic power permeating her body, and she attacked Yan Wushu and the others. Xia Guilu mused. That woman is indeed not simple. Lin Qinghuang said, there are still 7 more inheritance pillars. Do you want to try? Xia Guilu smiled faintly. I'm not very moved by the inheritance, but I can move my hands. It doesn't make much sense for you to continue to stay here. Go back first. Aha! Lin Qinghuang nodded her head gently. She had just received her inheritance and really needed to find a place to feel good. Xia Guilu didn't say much and quietly left. In the middle of an ice-covered wasteland, a white jade stone pillar stood. There were many mysterious runes on top of the stone pillar. It looked extremely uncomplicated. At this moment Yan Junlin, Yan Wuya and Yan Wushu were standing in front of the stone monument. They looked at each other and did not immediately proceed to enlightenment. Old 6, you've already obtained the inheritance. Don't be too greedy, Yan Junlin said with a sullen face. Yan Wuya said blandly, that's right, Old 6. You sneak attack me inside the bronze hall this time, causing me to fail in my enlightenment. So it's better for you to give up the inheritance on this stone pillar. Otherwise, it's easy to hurt the peace between brothers. Yan Wushu sighed. Anyway, I'm not as strong as you guys, and since big brother and second brother want the inheritance here, then I naturally wouldn't dare to fight for it. You're not as strong as them? A voice of surprise rang out. Yan Junlin's 3 faces sank and immediately turned around, only to see a mysterious man dressed in a black robe and gloves walking over. The visitor was naturally Xia Guilu. It's you! When Yan Junlin and Yan Wushu saw Xia Guilu, their eyes instantly flashed with a cold aura. Yan Wuya, on the other hand, stared at Xia Guilu's gloves, his eyes narrowing slightly. Lao San's men? Xia Guilu stared playfully at Yan Wulin and said, the 6th prince is really good at pretending. Obviously the peak cultivation of the frontier realm, but deliberately disguise yourself as a late stage of the shackle realm, pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. But also you are the peak of the topland realm? Yan Junlin and Yan Wuya's gazes condensed and immediately looked at Yan Wushu with a few moments of scrutiny in their eyes. Was it really the pinnacle of the frontier expansion realm? If what this person said was true, then Old 6 was definitely their biggest threat. Yan Wui's face was grim, and he didn't make a sophomoric argument, because there was no point in sophistry. Since this person had appeared here, he would definitely strike next, and his cultivation would still have to be exposed in front of Yan Junlin and Yan Wuya. Damn Old 3 for pushing himself to such an extent. Xia Guilu continued. There's also a mysterious demonic soul body in you, and it scared me a bit when you displayed the aura of the Daozang realm before. I wonder if I can let him come out to take a look. What? There are still demonic soul bodies? Yan Junlin and Yan Wuya looked at Yan Wudiao with a hint of gloom in their eyes. Old 6, he really deserved to die. You really deserve to die. Yan Wushu stared at Xia Guilu with a cold tone. Boom! Xia Guilu took a step and instantly appeared in front of Yan Wuxia, directly kicking at Yan Wuxia's head. Boo! A loud sound came out, and before Yan Wushu could react, he was kicked over 20 meters, directly breaking his head. The moment he fell to the ground, Yan Wushu immediately rolled over and got up. He touched his ear and blood flowed out. He no longer hid his cultivation. The aura of the peak of the frontier expansion realm completely erupted. Sure enough, it's the peak of the frontier expansion realm. Good old 6. You really are a fucking 6. You're hiding really deep. Yan Wuya and Yan Junlin stared coldly at Yan Wuxia. If it wasn't for this person making a move, they would probably still be kept in the dark by Yan Wuxia. Who would have thought that Old 6, who had always kept a low profile, would have such strength? And what great things had the other party concealed from them over the years? What other secrets does the other side have that they don't know about? Phew! Yan Wushu offered a long sword. His eyes were fierce as he chopped at Xia Guilu with a sword. The sword chi spread across the sky, swirling up the ice and snow as he chopped violently with such a mighty force that a 100-meter crack appeared on the ground. Boom! Xia Guilu didn't even look at it more than once and directly blasted out with a fist. The fist print exploded, and this sword chi was instantly blown away. He killed in front of Yan Wuxia with an arrow step, and his gloves quickly blasted at Yan Wuxia's head. Yan Wushu immediately held her sword to fend it off. Boo! The long sword was blown off, and the fist seal's might did not diminish as it fiercely bombarded Yan Wulin's head. Yan Wushu was like a sandbag, blown away 100 meters away. His head was exceptionally sturdy. This punch went down. It still didn't shatter. Only some blood flowed. It seemed that when he was in the Xian Huang realm, he had forged his skull to the extreme. Yan Junlin and Yan Wuya's expressions were a bit grave when they saw this. The peak of the topiary realm was indeed very resistant to being beaten up. If this man in black can kill Yan Wushu here. Xia Guilu looked at the two of them and said blandly, "The two emperors? Yan Wushu is already a huge threat. If he doesn't die, you guys will have no competitiveness in the future. So why don't you join forces with me, and together we'll put him to death?" Phew! Yan Junlin and Yan Wuya turned around and fled without the slightest hesitation when they heard this. Since this was Lao San's man, then if the other party wanted to kill Yan Wui, they would certainly kill to silence him as well, and they would surely die if they stayed. Xia Guilu saw the two escape. With a hint of playfulness in his eyes, the purpose of this trip has been achieved. From now on, Yan Wushu wants to be the oldest six. That won't work. He looked towards Yan Wushu, who was 100 meters away. This person definitely wasn't that easy to kill. The other party had a powerful soul body in their body, so there must be other cards. But one can try what other cards the opponent has. Thinking of this, Xia Guilu once again killed Yan Wuxia. If he couldn't kill Yan Wuxia today, he had to cripple him as well. Yan Wushu climbed up from the ground. His eyes were blood red and his killing intent was even more majestic, only to see him take out a blood red demonic elixir and take it. Boom! After taking the demonic elixir, the aura on his body immediately skyrocketed, and although he had yet to step into the Daozong realm, he was already infinitely close. Interesting. Xiegilu's tone was grim as he clenched his fist and blasted a fist at Yan Wushu. Kill! Yan Wui's voice hissed as his body's demonic aura erupted and he met Xiegilu with a punch. Chapter 63 Golden Scales, quite a lot of means. Boom! The two men's fists blasted together. An ear-piercing burst of sound rang out. A powerful airwave swept in all directions. Within a 500-meter radius, the ice and snow melted away, and the ground was riddled with holes. The power on Xiegilu's body increased by a few points. Boom! One of Yan Wushu's arms directly exploded into a puff of blood mist, and his body was like a cannonball as it was blasted 100 meters away. Ah! Yan Wushu let out a miserable scream, his mouth and nose spewing blood as he suffered a heavy blow. Xiegilu's figure moved and steeply appeared in front of Yan Wulin, not giving the other party a chance to land, directly punching the other party's chest with a hard blast. Boo! Yan Wushu's body smashed into the ground, blasting a 10-meter deep pit into the ground. He was lying in a deep pit, blood and flesh, but the demonic aura on his body didn't recede. Instead it became more and more dense. This demonic aura was very strange, and it was constantly repairing his injuries. Quite tenacious of life. Xieguelu commented indifferently and once again blasted out a punch at the bottom. A fist print erupted and violently blasted into the deep pit. Boom! The deep pit burst and expanded, 100 meters in circumference, sinking in an instant, and smoke rose. Yan Wuxia rushed out from the thick smoke and blasted a fist at Xiegilu's head. Xiegilu's expression sneered as he casually stretched out his hand, grabbing the other party's wrist and fiercely folding it. With a click, Yan Wushu's arm was snapped. Snap! Xieguelu backhanded a big mouth blast on Yan Wuxia's face, and Yan Wuxia's face directly exploded. Blood flew and teeth fell out. Ah! Yan Wui screamed miserably, his expression incomparably painful. Xieguelu raised his knee and instantly blasted Yan Wulin's abdomen. Yan Wushu was blown away, blood flying as his body crashed hard against that stone pillar. His face was hideous, his eyes were blood red, and his arm, which had been blasted into a blood mist, even grew out again under the powerful demonic chi, just like an undead monster. Such resilience is peculiar. Xia Guilu looked indifferent. An ordinary peak of the frontier expansion realm would probably have been turned into a bloody mist if they had encountered these few attacks from him. But Yan Wushu did not die at this moment. This person's vitality was very tenacious. Roar! Yan Wushu let out a beastly growl as he grabbed the other arm and squeezed it as hard as he could. The broken arm knotted on. As he picked up the stone pillar behind him, like a savage ape, he directly rushed towards Xieguelu as the stone pillar blasted forward. Xieguelu extended his hand and struck the stone pillar with a palm strike. Boo! The stone pillar immediately turned into pieces, and the powerful force lifted Yan Wushu off the ground. Xieguelu slapped out. A large handprint emerged and directly slapped Yan Wushu into the ground. Dust splattered and the heavens and earth shook as a huge handprint appeared on the ground. Yan Wushu stood among them, cloaked and ragged, with cracks appearing on his body, dripping with blood, looking extremely wretched. What other means? Xieguelu asked with his hands behind his back and an indifferent expression. Yan Wushu directly took out a bottle of elixir and poured it down in one gulp, his body's aura rapidly growing. Xieguelu's eyes narrowed slightly. Such an infusion of elixir. Deja vu. Kill! Yan Wulin's eyes were fierce as he once again killed in front of Xie Guilu, his fists blasting out, powerful winds sweeping through the sky. Xie Guilu looked at the pouncing Yan Wushu, only to see his body move and suddenly appear beside the other party, pinching the other party's neck and directly throwing Yan Wushu up. Boom! Xie Guilu's fist clenched, and a domineering fist seal blasted out. The seal bombarded Yan Wushu's chest, penetrating it, blood flew out, and a bloody hole appeared. Yan Wushu flew backwards. His face was pale, his breath was shriveled, the demonic chi on his body was constantly repairing his injuries, and he still didn't die. So this life is very hard. Xie Guilu stared at Yan Wushu, a palm blasted out. The might of destruction erupted. The ground exploded as if it was extinguished. In all directions, dense cracks appeared, and the gusty winds emitted a whistling sound. Blast off! The ground shook and exploded wildly. Yan Wushu rushed out from the dust in a sorry state. He stood above and stared at Xie Guilu with a resentful expression. I'll remember you. Just wait for me. With a clench of his teeth, he brought his hand to his heart, instantly penetrating it and hauling out a sliver of his heart's blood. Ah! As the blood in his heart was pulled out, his face twisted in even more agony, and even the breath in his body was frantically dissipating. Obviously, using his heart's blood, this would have a huge impact on him, and would even cause him to fall down in his realm. Buzz! A strange golden scale appeared in front of him, only to see him inject his heart's blood into the golden scale. Click! Golden scales cracked, mysterious power revived, and blinding light erupted, immediately wrapping around his body and rushing through the sky, so fast that he disappeared in an instant. Quite a few tactics. Xie Guilu looked at Yan Wushu, who had disappeared, and said with an expressionless face. This time, he forced out some of the other party's means, but he felt that it wasn't enough. Yan Wushu definitely had many more cards on him, and it was extremely difficult to kill. In fact, there is nothing wrong with his idea. The soul body on Yan Wuxia fell into a deep sleep, but the other party gave Yan Wuxia many cards. If Yan Wuxia really faced life and death, it would also stimulate that soul body, and the other party would also fight to the death to wake up to protect Yan Wuxia. Trying to kill Yan Wushu was actually more difficult than Xie Guilu had imagined. That's just it. There's plenty of opportunity for a fine line. Xie Guilu transformed into a residual shadow and disappeared here. Yan Wushu had received heavy injuries one after another, and he didn't believe that the other party could really be so heaven-defying that he could recover quickly. Half an hour later, in the middle of a large snow field, a woman in a goose-yellow feathered dress was frantically running for her life. Behind her, a demon race at the late stage of the frontier expansion realm was holding an ice crystal bow and arrow, frantically launching an attack on her as the arrow fell and a powerful force erupted, directly blasting her away. Not far, Xie Guilu silently watched all of this. That woman was none other than the third princess Yan Rui. This woman looked naive, but she was certainly not as simple as she thought. Die! This demon clan's tone was cold as he once again sent out an arrow. Phew! The ice crystal arrow was extremely fast, piercing through Yan Rui's body in an instant. Yan Rui's pupils shrank, and her entire body instantly collapsed to the ground. Blood flying. This demon clan smiled coldly and immediately flew to Yan Rui's side as he reached out his hand and checked the woman's breath. Boom! Right at this moment, Yan Rui suddenly opened her eyes, holding a jade talisman in her hand. She crushed the jade talisman, and a blood light emerged. Before this demon race could react, it was instantly crushed into blood mist by the bloodlight. Jade talisman. Sure enough, these royal family members all have powerful cards, Xie Guilu said darkly. Yan Rui stood up with great difficulty. She took a deep breath and grabbed the arrow that pierced through her torso and gave it a strong hand. The arrow was pulled out and a stream of blood shot out. Hiss! Her body trembled. Her expression was painful. She sucked in a mouthful of cool air, and her whole body instantly collapsed on the ground, directly falling into a coma. Chapter 64, Your Highness, take your body for me, beneath a mountain cliff. Yan Rui opened her eyes just in time to see Xie Guilu sitting on a stone block, her hands on the fire roasting, and she froze for a second. Phew, Your Highness has woken up. You look good. It looks like you won't die. I was almost planning to get you a coffin. Xie Guilu looked at Yan Rui with a rich smile. After Yan Rui reacted, her eyes stared and she immediately checked her injuries, and she realized that her body had been bandaged. The bandaging technique, though, annoyed her. Thank you, dangerous house. You saved me? Yan Rui stared at Xie Guilu. The situation at hand was obvious. Xie Guilu had saved her. She had never looked down on this guy, but she didn't expect the other party to save her life. And this feeling, it was just weird. Otherwise, if she was in the middle of that snow, if a wild beast attacked, she would surely die. Xie Guilu smiled and said, That's not true. Before seeing you in the middle of the snow, you are almost dead. It is this son of the world's kind heart, only to bring you here. This son of the world is not very good at bandaging. Your highness can be forgiven. Yen Rui glared viciously at Xie Guilu. You're not very good at it. You don't know how to bandage at all. This bandaging technique of yours? It really sucks. How is Xie dangerous building wrapped up? Straight away, he ripped the cloth from her bodice and wrapped it around the outside of her dress, the cloth strangling her torso so tightly that it made her feel uncomfortable. The first time I saw such a bandage. Want to bandage? You at least close to the skin and wound bandage it. Xie Guilu slightly shrugged his shoulders. No way. Her highness's body is delicate. I wouldn't dare to look around. Otherwise, what if I go to jail? Anyway, the purpose of bandaging is to stop the bleeding. Bandaging from the inside and bandaging from the outside. It's all the same. Yen Rui was speechless. Xie Guilu looked at Yen Rui in surprise. Why is your highness injured so badly? When I saw you, there were blood-stained arrows next to you. That shouldn't have been done by a demonic beast. Yen Rui lapsed into silence, not saying a word. This time in the winter hunting assembly, she then wanted to protect herself. She had been bypassing others, but she didn't expect to still be targeted. If you don't say it, forget it. The winter hunting assembly has ended early, so you can now return to the city of the north. Xie Guilu stood up. Yen Rui did know about the end of the winter hunting conference. She was not present when that bronze temple appeared and was still hiding around in the Snow Wolf Valley. However, after Mubei announced the end of the winter hunting conference in the back, it had resounded through the Snow Wolf Valley, and all the people inside had heard it. Originally, she was still relieved, but she didn't expect that she had just stepped out of the Snow Wolf Valley, and found that the guarding army had disappeared, and she was even being chased by a demon race. If not for the fact that she had some undercurrents, she would probably have already hung up. Hold me up. Yen Rui subconsciously tried to stand up, but ended up pulling on her injury. Frowning and in even more pain, Xie Guilu stretched out his hand and helped Yen Rui up. Your highness, have you ever had a dream? What dream? Yen Rui looked at Xie Guilu in disbelief. A beautiful man on a white horse with 7 colored clouds falls from the sky and saves your life. So you can't help but want to give yourself to him or be a cow. Xie Guilu smiled warmly. Don't even think about it. You're not good enough for me. You're a fop who likes to hang out in greenhouses and liquor stores, Yen Rui said with a serious expression. Then go back by yourself. Xie Guilu directly let go of his hand and walked towards the front. Yen Rui instantly collapsed to the ground. She looked at Xie Guilu's back and immediately said, Xie Guilu, you come back. Xie Guilu stopped in his tracks. Say something about you wanting to give your body in return. No way. Yen Rui immediately said, farewell. Xie Guilu continued on. Yen Rui was anxious. Xie Guilu left. She was alone here. It is not good to go back. She quickly said, okay, if you promise your body, you promise your body. You come back. Xie Guilu stretched out his hands and said with a teasing smile, unfortunately, you don't deserve me, your highness. Farewell. After saying that, he quickened his pace forward and soon disappeared. Yen Rui. She was dumbfounded. This guy was really gone? Damn it. Yen Rui was annoyed beyond measure. Fortunately there was a fire nearby. She sat down on her knees with difficulty, running her magic. Since she couldn't return for the time being, she would heal her injuries first. Night. A suburban inn. Xie Guilu rode forward on his warhorse. This guest. The sky is already dark and there is a lot of wind and snow. Do you want to stay? A boy immediately came over to greet him. Xie Guilu rolled over and dismounted, handing the reins to the boy. First get something to warm my little master's stomach. As for whether or not to stay, we'll talk later. This inn harbors murderous intent and hidden blood. Holler. The boy immediately led the horse to the side. Xie Guilu entered inside the inn. In the middle of the inn's hall, there was a large pot of charcoal fire, making the inn a little more warm, and at this moment, there were quite a few people gathered around, eating meat and drinking wine in large mouthfuls. Seeing Xie Guilu enter the inn, they instantly looked over with a fierce light filling their eyes. Xie Guilu ignored these people as he looked forward and happened to see a familiar person. Su Muxue. Su Muxue looked up and happened to see Xie Guilu. She was stunned for a second and spat in her heart. How could she meet this plague god everywhere? Xie Guilu smiled and came to Su Muxue's side. He glanced at Su Muxue's breasts and spoke. Muxue, it's really fateful to meet on a big night. Do you want to consider it and beg me to take you as my concubine? Who is related to you? This is my seat. Don't sit here. Su Muxue glared at Xie Guilu and subconsciously covered her chest. Xie Guilu was not polite, and said loudly, Boss, give me an altar of fine wine, 2 tails of beef, and this girl will pay the bill. Holler. The boss who was tapping the abacus spoke up in a hurry. You. Su Muxue was annoyed, sitting in her own seat and having to pay for it herself. What kind of reasoning is this? This scoundrel Xia Guilu smiled faintly. I'm doing this for your own good. You're a weak woman, alone in the outside world. If you meet someone with bad intentions, what can you do? With me here, I can protect you. Ha! Sumu Shue smiled coldly. Just you dude. Still want to protect me? It's good enough to protect yourself. I advise you that you'd better get out of here early, or you might lose your little life. Sumu Shue thought for a moment, but still spoke out to remind him. Unfortunately, none of you can leave here. Right at this moment, a cold laugh came from upstairs, only to see a young man dressed in a blue robe walk out, and beside him, there were a few black-clothed men. Words of dawn. Sumu Shue's face sank, and a strong killing intent surfaced in her eyes. This person was none other than the son of the Minister of War, Yan Zhixiao, who had been sending people after her before. Otherwise, she would have returned to the city of the north long ago. Chapter 65, Mid-chained, Grella Talpa. Sumu Shue, hand over that inheritance stone pillar you obtained, or you will definitely die today. Yan Zhixiao coldly stared at Sumu Shue. When he was searching for the inheritance stone pillars earlier, he had witnessed Sumu Shue putting an inheritance stone pillar into her storage bag. He was very interested in that inheritance. Originally, he had planned to make Sumu Shue hand it over on her own initiative, but as a result, this woman didn't cooperate at all, and he had no choice but to send people after her all the way. Now that he had blocked the other party to this inn, he didn't believe that one Sumu Shue could turn the sky over. The ones inside this inn were basically people he had arranged in advance. There were 3 at the early stage of the yoke and 1 at the peak of the yoke realm. He didn't believe that a Sumu Shue in the middle stage of the shackle realm could make much of a wave. What surprised him was that Xie Guilu would appear here. However, he was extremely annoyed with Xie Guilu, and if this guy didn't know how to die, he could be gotten rid of in advance. Isn't it normal for 1 or 2 people to die in the middle of nowhere? Xie Guilu stuck out a thumb at Sumu Shue. Mu Shue is really great. Other people are looking for the inheritance stone pillar only to get the inheritance. You're good. You even directly put away the stone pillar. It can't be that you intend to let everyone in your Su family to participate in the enlightenment, right? Being so greedy. Aren't you afraid of being propped up to death? If you can't talk, don't talk. Sumu Shue swept a glance at Xie Guilu. Xie Guilu said with a serious expression. You can't eat or grasp that pillar. Why don't you give it to me? Sumu Shue ignored Xie Guilu as she coldly looked at Yan Zhixiao. If you want to inherit the stone pillars, then let's see if you have that ability. Don't know how to die. A cold killing intent flashed in Yan Zhixiao's eyes. Since they have sent people to hunt them down and kill them, and this beam has already been formed, then we will not do anything about it. Xie Guilu looked at Yan Zhixiao in surprise. The killing intent is so strong. You don't want to kill someone in front of this Shitzi, do you? Guessed right. Sumu Shue has to die, and so do you. This young man has long looked at you with displeasure. Yan Zhixiao had a hideous grin on her face. Madaka. The people in the inn immediately stood up and left. They drew their blades, and even the inn's boys and bosses also took out their weapons. Xie Guilu and Sumu Shue were directly surrounded. Whoever kills them first, this young man will be heavily rewarded. Yan Zhixiao waved her hand in a cold tone. A heavy reward is not possible. If Xie Guilu and Sumu Shue were killed today, the rest of these people present, except for his inner circle, would have to go on the road together. Otherwise, if this matter spreads, even his old man won't be able to protect him. Kill. The people around them instantly struck out. Phew. Sumu Shue casually waved her hand and a long sword flew out from the storage bag on her waist. She held the long sword and chopped it out with a single stroke. And a cold sword chi erupted. Boom. These people were immediately blown away by the sword chi. Blood gushing out, directly lost a life. A group of shrimp soldiers and crab generals, in front of the shackle realm cultivators. Simply not enough to look at. Yan Zhixiao raised an eyebrow. These shrimp soldiers and crab generals were really not enough to look at. He said to the several black-clothed men around him, make a move. First finish off Sumu Shue. 3 of the black-clothed figures flickered and stood in 3 different directions, all of them at the early stage of the yoke realm, only to see them quickly pinching their seals, their breath erupting and blocking off the inn. This was to perform a combined attack technique. They glanced at each other and struck out at Sumu Shue at the same time. There was also a man in black standing in place with his hands behind his back, his expression indifferent. He was at the peak of the shackle realm, and was perfectly capable of calming down the scene. Sumu Shue's eyes were filled with killing intent and immediately fought with the 3. Half an incense stick later, Sumu Shue slashed a black-clothed man with her sword. As a result, the other 2 immediately blasted a palm at her. She subconsciously blocked her longsword in front of her body, and 2 palm imprints bombarded the longsword with a powerful burst of force that shook her back 3 meters. The black-clothed man who was chopped away reacted extremely fast. With a wave of his sleeve, A short poison-hardened blade shot out from within his sleeve, aiming straight for Sumu Shue's neck. Sumu Shue immediately dodged. The other two seemed to have anticipated this scene as they joined their hands together and simultaneously blasted out a fist. The two fist seals merged together and violently blasted at Sumu Shue. Sumu Shue had just dodged the short blade, and when she saw the fist prince bombarding her, she clenched her left hand and met them with a punch. Boom! Fist prints clashed against each other. A powerful pressure erupted, and some of the surrounding tables, chairs, and benches were reduced to pieces in an instant. Sumu Shue held her sword in her right hand and quickly slashed out a sword. A 10-meter-long sword she chopping towards the two people in front. Two quick swings from both men. The man in black in the back stepped forward and pressed his hands on the backs of the two men. All of his power injected into them. Boom! Two even more terrifying fist seals erupted and blasted against the sword chi. The chi swept around and some cracks appeared on the walls of the inn. Bang! In the next second, the fist seal was dispersed by the sword chi, and the three of them were shaken back, a mouthful of blood spurting out. Sumu Shue repelled the three, but her face was a bit gloomy. These three people were only at the early stage of the shackle realm, but they were able to fight with her for a while by executing a combined attack technique. If there was only one person, she would definitely be able to quickly obliterate them. Right next to her was a mysterious person who was watching, and the other party's cultivation was unfathomable, causing her to feel inexplicable palpitations. The three talents combined strike technique can't even help you. Worthy of being Sumu Shue, it's really not simple. If it was an unusual mid-yoke cultivator, I don't see how I could repel the three of them. Yan Zhixia let out a cold smile as he looked at the black-robed man beside him. This black-robed man didn't talk nonsense. His figure flashed and instantly appeared in front of Sumu Shue. He blasted his palm at Sumu Shue. Sumu Shue immediately swung her sword and chopped out, and the cold sword chi erupted. Boom! As a result, the palm print and the sword chi clashed together. The sword chi was directly dispersed, and the long sword in Sumu Shue's hand was even broken, and the powerful force blasted her 5 meters away. Pust! Sumu Shue sprayed out a mouthful of blood. Her face was pale and incomparably pale. She was already seriously injured. With her mid-stage cultivation, she naturally couldn't block the attack of a peak yoke. Middle stage of the yoke. Just an ant, the man in black faintly said as he walked towards Sumu Shue with an expressionless face. Sumu Shue held the broken sword. Her eyes were filled with scorn as she looked at the man in black. The strength of this man in black was terrifying. She was not an opponent at all. She couldn't even block a palm from the other party. She's probably going to be buried at this inn tonight. She glanced at Xie Guilu again, a little helpless in her heart. This guy was unlucky. This time she was afraid that she would have to go on the road with herself. Yan Zhixiao saw the situation. The smile is more intense. Sumu Shue's side has no threat. Must die. But this woman looks good. Can enjoy some before killing? Forget it. It's better to be late or just run over. He swept another glance at Xie Guilu, and his killing intent was incomparably thick. After Sumu Shue was crushed to death, he would personally kill Xie Guilu. What kind of bullshit Marquis of Jinxi's son? All of them have to die today. Xie Guilu was sipping his wine, as if none of this had anything to do with him. Die. The black-robed man's tone was cold as he blasted a palm at Sumu Shue. A black palm print erupted and blocked Sumu Shue. Done. Plus, Sumu Shue's pupils tightened, wanting to dodge, but realizing that she couldn't move at all, and could only watch as the palm print blasted towards her. Bang! Xie Guilu tossed the wineglass in his hand gently onto the table. A mysterious power filled the air, and before the black-clothed man's palm print could hit Sumu Shue, it was instantly dispersed. Chapter 66. What's it to me about last night? The black-robed man stopped and looked at Xie Guilu on the side, a look of surprise in his eyes. Sumu Shue also stared at Xie Guilu with a frozen expression. It is? Yan Zhixiao's face sank. When Xie Guilu threw the wine cup just now, he clearly felt a subtle burst of power, and the black-clothed man's palm was dispersed with it. It didn't feel right to him. Wasn't this Xie Guilu fellow born with wasted bones? Now it seemed that the other party clearly had cultivation in place. It seems to have some strength, but unfortunately it's not enough in front of me. The man in black faintly spoke, as he slapped his hand and blasted at Xie Guilu, his aura at the peak of the shackles completely erupting, black palm prints covering him with a murderous aura. Ha! With a wave of Xie Guilu's sleeve, the wine cup on the table shot out. A terrifying force erupted. The black palm imprints were instantly dispersed, and the wine cup blasted directly at the man in black. The black-clothed man looked startled, and his hands came out in unison, blasting a palm at the wine cup as an even more powerful force erupted. Bang! The wine cup clashed with the palm print and directly burst, the wine splashing out. Phew! Xie Guilu's finger flicked. One of the drops of wine was like a cold aura, suddenly piercing through the black-clothed man's brow, and a blood arrow gushed out. The black-clothed man's expression was stagnant. His eyebrows had been pierced through, blood gurgling out, and his entire body fell to the ground, completely dead. Dirty floor. Xie Guilu shook his head as he casually waved his hand. Boom! The corpses in the entire inn were vaporized in an instant, along with the many traces of blood. This. Su Muxue looked at Xie Guilu in a daze, looking somewhat incredulous. This guy was surprisingly so powerful that he killed a peak shackle powerhouse with a snap of his fingers. This had to be a topiary realm at the very least, right? Wasn't he born with wasted bones? Wasn't he unable to cultivate? Is this still the same dude Xie Guilu that he knew? At this moment, Su Muxue suddenly realized that she couldn't understand Xie Guilu. How is that possible? Yan Zhixiao's face was pale, her expression horrified as she stared at Xie Guilu, her body trembling slightly. A peak-shackled powerhouse was killed by Xie Guilu just like that, and it gave him the creeps. Xie Guilu looked towards Yan Zhixiao with a somewhat sinister smile. After Yan Zhixiao reacted, she turned around and tried to escape. Get off! With a casual wave of Xie Guilu's hand, a force imprisoned words of Shao, directly ripping it down from the second floor. Bang! Yan Zhixiao's body slammed into the ground, bones shattering, blood spurting from his mouth and nose, and he let out a mournful, miserable scream. Xie Guilu looked at Yan Zhixiao with an indifferent expression. A waste that hasn't even set foot in the shackle realm dares to act recklessly in front of me. Something that doesn't know how to die. Snap! After saying that, he slapped out his palm, and the palm imprint blasted at Yan Zhixiao's face. Yan Zhixiao was blown away, his face bursting into a bloody mess, dragging out a bloody trail on the ground as he screamed miserably. After Xie Guilu picked up a clean wine glass again and poured a glass of wine, he looked at Su Muxue expressionlessly. I'll give you a choice. Kill him. Su Muxue instantly reacted as she immediately walked towards Yan Zhixiao with her broken sword. This guy Xie Guilu had been hiding his clumsiness for so many years, and now that he was exposing his cultivation in front of her, if she didn't give some of her handles to Xie Guilu, it was expected that Xie Guilu would shut her up forever. Yan Zhixiao, after all, is the son of the Secretary of the Ministry of War. If he dies in her hands, this will be equivalent to her giving a handle to Xie Guilu. If she didn't want this matter to be exposed, she naturally didn't dare to talk about Xie Guilu. No, don't. When Yan Zhixiao saw Su Muxue walking towards her, a look of panic appeared in her eyes. Die! Without the slightest hesitation, Su Muxue chopped out with a sword, and Yan Zhixiao's head was instantly chopped off, blood splattering out. Xie Guilu gave a faint look. Those who kill yourself, deal with them cleanly yourself. When he finished, he took a sip of his drink and headed upstairs. Su Muxue was silent for a second and blasted her palm at Yan Zhixiao's corpse, which instantly turned into blood mist. She looked at Xie Guilu's back, and for a moment, her complexion was somewhat complicated. At this moment, Xie Guilu gave her a very unfamiliar feeling, as if he had directly changed into a different person, making her feel inexplicably palpitating and apprehensive. She suddenly felt that the Xie Guilu who liked to mouth off to her before was more agreeable. Moreover, seeing Xie Guilu this unfathomable, her heart gave birth to an inexplicable sense of loss, as if she had a kind of regret of missing out on a treasure. The next day, early morning, Xie Guilu mounted his warhorse and had to rush to the city of the north next. Su Muxue rode her horse and followed along. She silently looked at Xie Guilu, wanting to speak. Something? Xie Guilu lightly glanced at Su Muxue. Thank you for last night. Su Muxue opened her mouth. What do I have to do with what happened last night? You killed the man yourself, so if you don't want to die, you'd better stop talking about it. Xie Guilu said with an expressionless face and rode away on his warhorse. Su Muxue looked at Xie Guilu's back and was slightly lost in thought. She could clearly feel that Xie Guilu's attitude had become even more indifferent, making her very uncomfortable. Less than noon, Xie Guilu arrived at the city lord's mansion, and the large troops returned one after another. Thank you, dangerous house. In front of an attic building, Yan Rui limped towards Xie Guilu. Xie Guilu looked at Yan Rui in surprise. Your Highness, why are you limping on this leg? Humph, to hell with you. Yan Rui stared at Xie Guilu in annoyance. Lazy. Xie Guilu waved his hand carelessly and headed for a large hall. Yan Rui's complexion was stagnant. Had this guy drifted so much? Speaking with himself, how could he be so rambunctious? She immediately limped towards the Great Hall. In the middle of the Great Hall, the crowd was gathered. Hundreds of people attended the winter hunting conference, but only 60 to 70 people appeared here at this moment. Yan Ruyu, Yan Junlin, and Yan Wuya were all among them. On the contrary, he didn't see Yan Wushu. The other party had suffered such a serious injury before. It would definitely be difficult to recover in a short period of time. When Xie Guilu came in, many people's gazes fell on him. Yan Ruyu lightly glanced at Xie Guilu and moved away. but there was a coldness hidden in the depths of her eyes. Yan Junlin was in the way. If the other party hadn't sent out someone, the Blood Heavenly Wolf would have been able to execute Xie Guilu. Brother Xie. Yan Junlin had a smile on his face and immediately waved his hand. Xie Guilu smiled as he walked over. He sat down on the side. The great imperial prince is in a good mood. Could it be that he has obtained the inheritance? The moment Yan Junlin heard the word inheritance, he revealed a bitter smile. Where was there any inheritance? At this moment, he was in a very depressed mood because the experts he had sent out were all wiped out and none of them had returned. He said with a serious expression, "I'm naturally happy to see Brother Xie unharmed." Xie Guilu whispered, "Thanks to the experts sent by the Grand Prince. Little things, little things." Yan Junlin gently waved his hand. "General Mu has arrived." Outside the temple, a majestic voice rang out. Chapter 67 End of the Congress. Awarding of prizes. Mu Bei, Mr. Words of the Sacred Courtyard, and Li Haoren entered the Grand Hall. Greetings to General Mu and Mr. Yen. The crowd rose and saluted. Today, not only were the results of the Winter Hunting Conference to be announced, but also to see if anyone had obtained the inheritance inside that bronze hall. If one obtained the inheritance, they would be granted a place to enter the Sacred Academy. The Great Xia Sacred Courtyard, where there were many powerful people, represented the Great Xia martial will, and was a holy place of cultivation that countless people would want to enter even if they squeezed their heads. Unfortunately, the conditions for the Holy Academy to recruit disciples were extremely harsh, and many people were destined to have no chance with the Holy Academy. So if they could enter the Holy Academy one step ahead of others, they could definitely take off in the future. Mu Bei gently waved his hand at the crowd as he looked at Li Haoren. "You announced the results of this Winter Hunting Conference." "Aha!" Li Haoren nodded his head, only to see him take out a scroll and squeeze his seal. The scroll emitted a blue light, and the names of the people appeared on it, and how many demonic beasts they had hunted were presented. The crowd immediately looked at the names. Li Haoren spoke. "You all must have a number in your hearts as to how many demonic beasts you have hunted. This list is based on the data records transmitted back from your tokens, so you can see if there are any problems." The crowd took a good look at it and there really wasn't anything wrong with it. They themselves had counted how many demonic beasts they had hunted and killed, and they themselves could see the data on top of the token. When Li Haoren saw that there was no objection from the crowd, he waved his hand again, and 5 of the names flashed with blue light and were in the front. Here's the top 5 list. The crowd looked at the 5 names. First place, Xiao Sa, hunted 80 demonic beasts. Second place, Chao Luo, hunted 78 demonic beasts. Third place, Sumu Shui, hunting 70 demonic beasts. Fourth place, Zhao Hongju, hunted 60 demonic beasts. Fifth place, Tiger of the Land, hunting 55 demonic beasts. The royal sons and princesses were not among them. Even if they captured the first place, it didn't mean much, so they might as well let the people they valued step into the top 5. Yan Junlin looked at the 5 names and a smile appeared on his face. Finally something good had happened. Of these 5 names, Chao Luo and Lu Ji who were the ones he valued. Yan Woya's face also looked a few points better, and one of the people he valued was among them, none other than Zhao Hongju. As for Xiao Su and Sumu Shui, one of these 2 people was behind the Marquis of Wuan's residence, and one was the daughter of the Minister of Mandarin, and both sides had not defected to any of them for the time being. Many people sighed softly when they saw this achievement. If it wasn't for the accident on the way to the Winter Hunting Conference, it was estimated that many dark horses would still be killed. Unfortunately, the Winter Hunting Conference ended early, and many people hadn't yet had the chance to show their strength, so this list naturally had quite a bit of water in it. Li Haoren said, "The top 5 winners of the Winter Hunting Conference will all receive generous rewards, and when they return to Tianqi City, His Majesty will personally summon them, so for now, let's distribute the rewards first." Afterwards, Mu Bei and Li Haoren gave out rewards to the top 5. The rewards were indeed rich, and Xiao Sa, who was the first place winner, even received a boundary expansion pill, which made the rest of them envious for a while. Xiao Su was already at the peak of the yoke, and with this boundary expansion pill, it was estimated that it wouldn't be long before he could step into the boundary expansion realm. Sumu Shui got a shackle pill and the rest of the stuff. This kind of shackle pill could allow her to quickly raise a small realm within the shackle territory, which was a good reward. Sumu Shui put away the rewards, but her mood was a bit complicated. She understood where the real experts were present. If those people were to make a move, they probably wouldn't even be able to enter the top 10, not to mention the top 5. Mu Bei looked at the crowd. The rewards have been handed out. Those present, who has obtained the inheritance within that bronze hall? You can come forward now. Sumu Shui hesitated for a moment, but she still stepped forward. She saluted Mu Bei and Mr. Yen. then pinched her spells, and a mysterious aura permeated her body. Although she had obtained the inheritance, however, it was extremely extraordinary, and within a short period of time, it was difficult to comprehend it thoroughly. The Great Summer Sacred Academy, the same place she longed to enter. If she waited for the enrollment to enter inside, it would be even more difficult with countless people competing at that time. Right now there was an opportunity, so naturally she wouldn't miss it. The crowd looked at Sumu Shui in surprise. Worthy of being Sumu Shui, it really wasn't simple. They then revealed envy. Compared to the rewards of the Winter Hunting Conference, the Holy Academy quota was the most precious. Mr. Yen felt the power in Sumu Shui's body and nodded his head gently. Not bad. This aura, it's from the inheritance stone pillar. Xiao Su and a woman in a long red dress who was present stood out, and they had similarly received the inheritance. The two of them, like Sumu Shui, pinched their spells, and a peculiar aura permeated their bodies. All good, Mr. Yen casually waved his hand, and 3 tokens flew towards the 3 of them. This is the token of the sacred courtyard. Hold it and register at the sacred courtyard, and from now on, you will be the disciples of the sacred courtyard. Thank you, Mr. Words. The 3 of them, Sumu Shui, saluted Mr. Yen. Mr. Yen glanced at the rest of the people, and when he saw that no one had stepped forward, he smiled faintly and said, "The Holy Academy's admission quota has been given, so it's time for me to take my leave." After saying that, he walked out of the great hall with his hands behind his back. The crowd looked at Mr. Yan's back and looked a little regretful. If they could also obtain a place in the Holy Academy, how good would it be? Yan Woya's smile was thick as he looked towards the woman in the long red dress, who was none other than Zhao Hongju, and someone he valued. Yan Junlin sneered and did not say much. Mu Bei murmured, "There have been some accidents at this winter hunting assembly, so I hope that the Grand Prince will write down the list of those who have fallen, and forward it to His Majesty when the time comes." Killing with demonic beasts was already accompanied by danger, but the hearts of people were even more sinister, and it was estimated that many of the people who died this time were in the hands of others. Yan Junlin said with a serious expression, "Don't worry, General Mu. The city of the north is treacherous, and the winter hunting assembly has already ended, so all of you can return to Tianqi City if there's nothing else." Mu Bei said in a deep voice. The winter hunting conference. A lot of people died, but most of them died within the Snow Wolf Valley, and the deaths were considered to be less skillful than the others, so there was no one to blame, but not if he died in his city in the north. Right now it's time to let these powerful children go back. The crowd understood the meaning of Mu Bei's words and did not say much. Half an hour later, all of them got into the carriage and returned to Apocalypse City. Mu Bei stood on the city wall, looked at the departing carriage, and said to himself, "There are a few good seedlings." Li Haorun walked over. This time, in the Snow Wolf Valley, the existence of the peak of the Tuahu River died, and there were several scents of demonic powerhouses. Mu Bei said blandly, "The imperial order I received was only to ensure that no Tua border above entered the Snow Wolf Valley. The rest is none of my business." Li Haorun smiled and didn't say much. Chapter 68 Black Demon Hand. Heavenly Book Suppression. 3 hours later, the crowd returned to Apocalypse City. Marquis of Jinshi Mansion. Seiji. When Pear Blossom saw Xie Guilu, her face was delighted and she immediately ran over. Xie Guilu stretched out his hand and gently touched Pear Blossom's head. "After I left, did anything happen in the Hofu?" Pear Blossom delicately said. "Sei ho, nothing special has happened here." Xie Guilu asked, "Where is Xia Sanchuan?" Xia Sanchuan would probably be amused if he knew about Xie Wushan's death. Pear Blossom whispered, "He went out early in the morning and has not returned yet. By the way, Uncle Fu has also gone out to settle some matters, and it is estimated that it will take a day or two before he returns." Xie Guilu smiled bashfully and walked towards the attic. "Go prepare hot water. This Shitsi needs a bath." "Okay, Seiji," Pearly responded obediently. In the middle of the attic, Xie Guilu took a hot bath and changed into a black dress. He looked at himself in the bronze mirror. His handsome appearance, looking a little evil. Black, white, yellow, all can be taken easily. This is the advantage of good looking. Xie Guilu casually waved his hand and a force blocked the attic as he took a withered bone arm out from inside his storage ring. When he touched this withered bone arm before, he felt that this object was not simple, and now he could observe it properly. Buzz! The heavenly book within Xie Guilu's dantian vibrated. The withered bone arm instantly entered his dantian, and a terrifying black aura immediately surfaced on it, and this withered bone arm directly changed. Originally, it was just a withered bone arm, but at this moment, it had turned into a pitch black, ink-like demonic hand. Mysterious black runes shrouded the top of the devil's hand, vaguely covered with bizarre scales. Mysterious devilish aura filled the air. and the nails were sharp and incomparably sharp, and in the center of the palm, there was a bizarre blood-colored eyeball. Xie Guilu raised an eyebrow and immediately looked into his dantian internally. The heavenly book was currently permeated with a strange power, constantly suppressing this black demonic hand. The aura emanating from the devil's hand was extremely extraordinary, and it actually caused Xie Guilu to feel a trace of inexplicable palpitations. After a while, the devil's hand was completely quiet, and a terrifying devilish aura still permeated it, but it had been suppressed by the heavenly book. Xie Guilu stared at the demonic hand within his dantian. At this moment, he had a weird feeling, as if he could drive this demonic hand. Is this the reason for the skywriting? Only his mind moved. The demonic hand within his dantian instantly disappeared and directly fused with his left hand, which was also filled with a terrifying demonic aura, causing a distortion in the surroundings. I can't believe you can actually drive. Xie Guilu slightly clenched his left hand, a look of surprise in his eyes. The power of the devil hand was terrifying, and at this moment, if he blasted out with a single punch, it was estimated that he would be able to easily quell a Dao hidden powerhouse. As for where the peak limit of this demon hand was, for the time being, he didn't know, but he felt that he was ridiculously strong when he moved his demon hand. In this way, he had an additional powerful card, the Book of Heaven, when it's really magical. Xie Guilu secretly said that being able to drive this demonic hand had a huge relationship with the heavenly book. Although the trip to the winter hunting conference was not rewarded, being able to obtain this demonic hand was considered blood money. I just don't know if this magic hand in the body will cause problems in the future. It didn't take long. The list of people who died at the winter hunting conference is released, and Xia Wuxian and Yin Jishao are among them. A lot of people died this time. Every background is extraordinary. How to appease the families? This is a matter for the royal family. Xie Guilu walked out of the pavilion just in time to see Xiat Sanchuan walking over with a sullen face. Xiat Sanchuan's eyes turned red with grief. He stared at Xie Guilu dead in the face. Wuxian was killed. Do you know about this? The winter hunting conference. What kind of calculations did Xia Wuxian have? How could he not know? The other party would definitely make a move against Xie Guilu in the Snow Wolf Valley. As a result, now that Xie Guilu was still alive, Xia Wuxian was dead, which had to make him think more. Xie Guilu looked at Xiat Sanchuan in surprise. What do you mean? Second uncle wouldn't think that I killed Xia Wuxian, right? But whenever you seriously understand what happened in the Snow Wolf Valley, you'll know that it has nothing to do with me. Oh, well, tell me what's been going on. Xiat Sanchuan said with a sullen face. I'm also curious about what happened, so go find out for yourself. Xia Guilu's smile was intense. You? Xiat Sanchuan's expression stagnated. I'm going to the division of heavenly power, so feel free. Second uncle. Xia Guilu smiled and left. Click. Xiat Sanchuan clenched his fists, his eyes filled with stern killing intent. This matter whether it is related to Xie Guilu or not. This little must die. One incense stick later. The scout from the Marquis of Jinqi's residence returned and handed Xiat Sanchuan a scroll with some information on the matter of the Snow Wolf Valley. Xiat Sanchuan looked a little disheveled after reading the contents of the scroll. Could it be that he was overthinking it? There were quite a few people who died this time, totaling 39, and Xia Wuxian was only one of them. According to this information, there was a weird killing in the Snow Wolf Valley. A number of late-stage Tuojin demon race powerhouses appeared, killing and capturing people, as well as unknown powerhouses in the Snow Wolf Valley, slaughtering madly. There was even a bronze hall that followed, and the Daozan realm and Xianxiang realm powerhouses all showed up, which was no small matter. Xie Guilu was just a waste in his eyes. How could he be an opponent against Xia Wuxian? No matter what, this little must die. My son Wuxian died. He must also die. Xiat Sanchuan's eyes were bloodshot as he said a dark sentence. Division of heavenly power. Second hall. Lin Qinghuang was savoring the fragrant tea. Clear Phoenix. Xia Guilu's voice rang out. Lin Qinghuang slowly put down her teacup and looked at Xie Guilu who walked in. A flash of color in her eyes. A white robe of Xie Guilu. Looks like a kidney deficiency male. Soft and sickly, like a weak scholar. But after changing into a black robe, there are a few evil feelings. Xie Guilu sat down on the side. He glanced at Lin Qinghuang's beautiful legs and whispered, Qinghuang, touch the legs? Lin Qinghuang pulled up her skirt to cover her beautiful legs and blandly said, touch your own. Mine is too rough. Not as smooth and delicate and snowy and tender as yours. Xie Guilu shrugged his shoulders. Lin Qinghuang was full of speechless color. This guy opened his mouth. All yellow accent. What kind of tiger and wolf words is this? Something seemed to come to mind. She added. The vice commander of the first hall, Fu Xianlin, is dead. Xie Guilu was a bit surprised as he asked in a low voice. You did this? Lin Qinghuang rolled her eyes. What did it have to do with her? On the contrary, this fellow Xie Guilu, who was hiding extremely deeply, must have done quite a lot of things within the Snow Wolf Valley, and what she saw at that time was estimated to be just the tip of the iceberg. She picked up a scroll on the table and handed it to Xiaoguilu. Quite a few people died in the Snow Wolf Valley this time, and there are some lists in here. Xiaoguilu took it and took a look, then threw the scroll on the table. Too many words, too lazy to read. Commander Lin, there's a big case. Just then, Zhang Long walked in quickly. Say, Lin Qinghuang looked at Zhang Long. Chapter 69 8 Dead. Spirit bones dug up. Zhang Long handed a scroll to Lin Qinghuang. In the past 3 days, 8 young men and women died in Tianqi City. All of them were disciples of the Xianyuan martial mansion, with spirit bones in their bodies and extraordinary roots, all of them under the age of 16. Their deaths triggered the Xianyuan martial house's wrath, and the higher-ups have ordered the second palace to investigate the case within 7 days. The Xianyuan martial mansion, a cultivation martial mansion within Tianqi City, had the strongest person being a frontier expansion realm. Such a martial mansion was naturally not as strong as behemoths like the Great Summer Sacred Academy, but even so, the Xianyuan martial mansion was a zone where countless young people eager to cultivate set foot, because as long as one enters it, one has a great chance of stepping onto the path of cultivation. Within Tianqi City, there were not many academies and colleges similar to the Xianyuan martial house. Lin Qinghuang took the scroll and glanced at it. This scroll involved the deceased's autopsy report, the deceased's information, and the deceased's conflicts with others. Bones crushed and internal organs ripped out of his body. Lin Qinghuang raised an eyebrow after reading it. She looked at Zhang Long. Is the body still in the Tianquan division? All in the second hall morgue. Zhang Long hurriedly said, check it out. Lin Qinghuang's face showed a pensive expression as she glanced at Xiaoguilu again. Go together. Xiaoguilu looked at Lin Qinghuang in surprise. Qinghuang, are you afraid of the dead? Lin Qinghuang rolled her eyes. Xiaoguilu got up and stretched. Then let's go take a look. Now that the vice commander of the first palace is dead, if I make a great achievement, I might be able to go and become the vice commander. Ha! Prince Xie. What a thought! Lin Qinghuang looked at Xiaoguilu speechlessly. If you reveal your cultivation, you can naturally be the vice commander of the first hall, as you fully have the strength to do so. But if you like to hide and pretend to be an ordinary person, then you can't be the vice commander of the first temple. After all, someone who could be a commander would have to display a shackle realm cultivation at the very least. A few moments later, the trio arrived at the morgue, where 8 corpses were laid out, all covered with white cloth. Zhang Long lifted the white cloth on the body in turn. The body died only today, coupled with the cold weather. There is not much sign of decay, but the deceased died a miserable death. It looks oozing. Lin Qinghuang went up to inspect these corpses, and after looking at them, she frowned tightly, her face a bit gloomy, obviously already having some results in her mind. She looked to Xiaoguilu. Check and see if you can find anything. Xiaoguilu looked at Lin Qinghuang breathlessly. Don't you see it all? Can't you just say it straight? Look. Lin Qinghuang raised her eyebrows. She couldn't be a vice commander, but she could be a Tishi. You've been given a chance to make a name for yourself. Why don't you take it? Alright, then let's see. Xiaoguilu went up to inspect these corpses. All the internal organs of the corpses had disappeared, and all the bones in their bodies were broken. Xiaoguilu stared at the bones in the chests of these corpses, and fetched a pair of gloves next to him to put them on, as he took out a few fragments from the chest of one of the corpses. Observed. Xiaoguilu shook his head and said, according to reason, a spirit bone, even if it is shattered, will harbor a subtle spiritual rhythm, but these shattered bones are just ordinary bones, not spirit bones. Aha! Go on. Lin Qinghuang nodded gently. Xiaoguilu mused. These people's spirit bones were obviously dug out. The bones that remain in their chests at the moment are just ordinary bones. Someone shattered their entire body, added ordinary bones, and also dug out their internal organs just to hide the truth of digging out their spirit bones. Lin Qinghuang said, I seem to have told you about spirit bone transplantation before. It would make sense to dig up their spirit bones and thus transplant them. Xiaoguilu spoke softly. Spirit bone transplantation. Sounds amazing, but it's not impossible. Haven't you seen so-and-so teenagers being dug up for the supreme bone? Zhang Long looked puzzled. Transplanting spirit bones? It sounds like a scary thing, but I can't figure it out. If you really want to do this, wouldn't it be better to destroy the corpse? Why would you leave it behind? Once there is a corpse, wouldn't the breach be big? Xiaoguilu smiled faintly. There are many possibilities. The first one, the murderer deliberately digs up other people's spirit bones in order to take revenge, so that the deceased's friends and relatives will be angry, so as to satisfy some kind of special fetish of their own. The second one, digging a pit. Fishing. Digging? Fishing? Zhang Long froze for a second. Xiaoguilu asked, Who is the person who reported the case? Zhang Long said. It was an instructor from the Xianyuan Martial Mansion. He was the instructor of the 8 deceased. According to him, 8 of his students died in a mansion in the city. When the matter reached the Xianyuan Martial Mansion, he immediately brought his men to explore the area but failed to find the murderer, and ultimately chose to report the case to the divisions of heavenly power. Xia Guilu looked at Lin Qinghuang. Qinghuang, the scroll. Lin Qinghuang handed the scroll in his hand to Xia Guilu. Xia Guilu took the scroll and watched it. This scroll was quite detailed, describing the people with whom the deceased had conflicts during his lifetime. Watched it. Xia Guilu locked on to one person. Anping Bo House, second son. Li Huai, 15 years old. Zhang Long explained. This Li Huai was under the same instructor as the 8 deceased. However, he is only a lower grade spirit bone, and after 3 years of entering the Xianyuan Martial Mansion, he has only stepped into the early stage of the Xin Huang realm. He has always been jealous that these 8 are more gifted than him, and from time to time, he has looked for trouble from the 8. Observed him? Xia Guilu asked. Zhang Long smiled bitterly. After the deaths of these 8 people, he has stayed in the Anping burial mansion and basically doesn't go out. We don't dare to touch him without orders. The division of heavenly power, although it is a royal blade, has the power to kill first and kill later. But to be clear, that power, too, can only be exercised if someone sits on it. Lin Qinghuang is not sitting in the second temple. They are the general status of the division. Catch the division. Naturally do not dare to move. Lin Qinghuang said. Go to the Anpingbo residence. She looked at Xie Guilu again, as if asking if the other party wanted to go. After all, this guy had previously decapitated Li Yuan of the Anping burial mansion in the Marquis of Jinshi mansion. Although Li Yuan was only a male son of the third house, he was ultimately a member of the Anpingfu house. This matter was ordered to be suppressed from above. But the Anpingfu house didn't see fit to keep holding back, and if they really gave the other side the chance to find an opportunity, they would definitely strike. Go check it out. It's okay anyway. Xia Guilu's smile was intense. Then let's go. Lin Qinghuang didn't say much either. Xia Guilu, this guy was originally the existence of pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger. Whoever dared to underestimate him, absolutely how to die without knowing. She also had some guesses about some of the things that happened in the winter hunting assembly, as well as the previous attacks on Yen Junlin and Yen Wuduan. Xia Guilu, this guy, belongs to the restless lord, which may have his handiwork, with such strength in the body, and will not let people bully at will? Afterwards, Xia Guilu and Lin Qinghuang walked out of the morgue. Chapter 70, the town councilor appears. 100 miles Evergreen, Main Street. The wind and snow are in abundance. Lin Qinghuang held an oil paper umbrella, and Xia Guilu stuck his hands inside his sleeves and stood under the umbrella, like a grandpa. At this moment, it was as if he was the young master and Lin Qinghuang was the maid. You're such a grandpa. Lin Qinghuang looked at Xia Guilu speechlessly. Xia Guilu sighed. Shouldn't have had this umbrella. Why? Lin Qinghuang frowned. Xia Guilu said despondently. If we shower snow together this day, this life is considered to be a white head together. Lin Qinghuang froze for a second and immediately quickened her pace. Like to get wet in the snow? Then you shower yourself. Xia Guilu smiled and followed. What's so great about getting snowed in? Zhang Long and the others followed behind. They were envious. If one could stand under the oil paper umbrella of Commander Lin like Xie Guilu, and have Commander Lin hold the oil paper umbrella, that would definitely be the pinnacle of life. Unfortunately, they don't have the strength or the guts. It didn't take long. The crowd arrived in front of Marquis Anping's mansion. You guys have something going on, right? The guards at the entrance stared at Xie Guilu and the others. Lin Qinghuang indifferently said, the Heavenly Power Division is handling the case. Let Li Huai come out for a moment. When the guard heard this, his gaze condensed and he immediately said, everyone wait a moment. He is not a person without eyesight. Some things, if the above did not specifically account for, he naturally dare not mess around. Otherwise, if he really got into big trouble, the top might not give a shit, while a small person like him would become cannon fodder. A few moments later, a middle-aged man dressed in a black brocade robe walked out, his gaze instantly landing on Xie Guilu, a trace of cold killing intent flashing through the depths of his eyes. This person is none other than Uncle Anping, Li Huayuan. Xie Guilu stared at Li Huayuan. This person had some strength. He was already at the peak of the frontier expansion realm, but that was all. He could be slapped to death with a slap. Li Huayuan looked towards Lin Qinghuang, cupped his fists and asked, I don't know what Commander Lin's purpose is in coming to my residence? Lin Qinghuang said bluntly, recently 8 young men died in Tianqi City. Li Huai is under suspicion. Please ask Uncle Anping to let him out. Li Huayuan raised an eyebrow. Oh, what does this young man suspect? An unpleasant voice rang out. only to see a 15 or 16-year-old boy walk out. He was dressed in a blue brocade robe. His face was full of shade, and the way he looked at Lin Xinghuang was full of disdain. Lin Xinghuang swept a glance at Li Huai and said indifferently, 8 of your fellow disciples died, and you had conflicts with all of them. So at this moment, you're not a small suspect. Li Huai impatiently said, this young man does have a conflict with those people, and has always seen them as unpleasant. But so what? Is it hard to believe that if they die, I must be the murderer? Lin Xinghuang said indifferently, you are now in the late Xin Huang realm, transplanting the spirit bone. The process should be very painful. You, what do you mean? Li Huai's pupils shrunk, and a trace of horror flashed in the depths of his eyes. Lin Xinghuang indifferently said, the Xianhuang realm is a process of forging bones. The transplanted spirit bones and their own bones are inherently incompatible, so after transplanting, one needs to spend a lot of time to blend, so that the breath is the same, so that one can use the spirit bones as the core to forge the rest of the bones. This spirit bone of yours has just been transplanted in, and you can't wait to raise your cultivation level, and it won't be long before there's a spirit bone incompatibility. You, Li Huai's body trembled. Ahem. Li Huayuan coughed gently as he looked at Lin Xinghuang. Why do I have some trouble understanding what Commander Lin said? What transplanting spirit bones? My son recently made a breakthrough, and this is me seeking some pills for him. That's right, my cultivation has only skyrocketed recently by taking some elixirs. What's wrong with that? Li Huai immediately said. Lin Xinghuang casually took out a bronze mirror. She blandly said, this mirror of mine, called the bone-looking mirror, a magic weapon from the Qin Tian supervisor, can test out your spirit bone and the bones of your entire body. If it is a transplanted bone, the bone-looking mirror can instantly see it. I wonder if Mr. Li can come up and test it out? Li Huai's face suddenly changed. Subconsciously taking a step back, he immediately said, I don't test. Who am I to test? Lin Xinghuang looked at Li Huayuan. Uncle Anping, what do you think should be done about this matter? Li Huayuan was silent for a second and asked, Commander Lin, is there some kind of misunderstanding here? Let him test it, and if it's a misunderstanding, it can be cleared up by itself. Lin Xinghuang said indifferently, I don't test. Li Huai turned and ran. Just a 15-year-old teenager. How big of a heart could he have? At this moment, he was already completely flustered. If he had a clear conscience, he would naturally dare to test it, but he did not have a clear conscience, because his spirit bone was, indeed, transplanted. Lin Xinghuang took one step, and a powerful aura instantly blocked Li Huai. Li Huai could not move. He hurriedly said to Li Huayuan, Father, save me. Boom! With a casual wave of Li Huayuan's hand, this aura of Lin Xinghuang's was dispersed. He looked at Lin Xinghuang and frowned. Commander Lin, this is the Anpingbo residence. I hope to give me some face. If the little boy really did something, I will definitely pursue it. The case has gone to the Heavenly Power Division, and even if you want to pursue it, it's not your turn. An indifferent voice sounded, and a middle-aged man in gray robes appeared not far away. He had an 8-legged beard, and with his hands behind his back, he looked at Li Huayuan with an expressionless face. After Lin Xinghuang heard this voice, she immediately turned around and saluted. Greetings, Jinfu Envoy. The Heavenly Authority Division's Jinfu Envoy, Bailey Chongqing, a powerful person at the peak of the Daozang realm, an existence on the same level as the great general of Jinbei, Mu Bei. The Jinfu Envoy was already this powerful, so how strong must the Secretary of the Heavenly Powers Division be? However, the Sifu was extremely mysterious, and even within the Heavenly Power Division, very few people had seen it. Li Huayuan's face also changed abruptly when he saw Bailey Chongqing, and he hurriedly saluted. Greetings to the Jinfu Envoy. Bailey Chongqing looked at Li Huayuan with an expressionless face. Spirit bone transplantation, against heaven and harmony. This is not a small matter. I still hope that Uncle Anping will take the initiative to hand over the person, or else if it becomes a big deal, this envoy may have to swat down the house of Uncle Anping. His tone was extremely domineering because he had such strength. Li Huayuan's face suddenly changed as he angrily stared at Li Huai. Rebellious son, what exactly have you done? He knew exactly what Li Wyatt had done, but he still wanted to act it out, and he had originally tried to send Li Wyatt away, but it was still a step too late. I didn't do anything. Father, don't give me to the Heavenly Power Division. I don't want to go to the Heavenly Power Division, Li Huai said with a horrified expression. Once you're in the Divine Right Division, it's really worse than death. Xia Guilu was admitted to the prison of the Heavenly Power Division, and was still able to live 3 years of peace and quiet, with cabbage and tofu for every meal, which is considered to be incomparably happy, but the others went in. That is really worse than death. All kinds of torture waiting. not to die also have to take off layers of skin. Boom! With a wave of Li Huayuan's hand, a force directly moved Li Huai out of the mansion. He looked toward Bailey Chongqing and cupped his fists. If he is truly involved in a major case, I will certainly not harbor him. At the very least, if Bailey Chongqing was here at the moment, he wouldn't dare to block it. Because once Bailey Chongqing made his move, he would really annihilate the Anping burial mansion. And no one dared to underestimate the means of the Tianquan Division's Jinfu envoy. Aha! Bailey Chongqing gently nodded his head as he glanced at Xie Guilu, revealing a meaningful smile as his figure instantly disappeared from the area. Xie Guilu looked at Bailey Chongqing's disappearing back and smiled blandly. This person would steal the limelight. Take the man away. Lin Qinghuang blandly said. The two sheriffs immediately stepped forward and detained Li Huai. Lin Qinghuang said to Li Huayuan, please rest assured, Uncle Anping, if Li Huai really has nothing to do with this matter, I will release him after 1 hour. Apparently, she was sure to probe for answers within an hour. With pleasure, Li Huayuan said in a deep voice. Go! Lin Qinghuang waved his hand and led the crowd away. Chapter 71, Midterm Frontier Expansion. Some strength. After leaving the Anping burial mansion, Xie Guilu and Lin Qinghuang led Li Huai to the north of the city, while Zhang Long and the others returned to the Heavenly Power Division. City North. Inside an abandoned temple. What did you bring me here for? Li Huai was tied to a large tree, and a look of panic appeared in his eyes. He didn't want to enter the Heavenly Power Division because once he did, he would have to shed his skin even if he didn't die. But at this moment, Xie Guilu and Lin Qinghuang had brought him to the north of the city, and he was equally without a bottom. These two wouldn't be planning to torture him here, would they? Lin Qinghuang looked at Li Huai with an indifferent expression. If you don't want to suffer the pain of skin and flesh, then explain everything. By not directly bringing Li Huai to the Heavenly Power Division, he was naturally using Li Huai as bait so as to catch a bigger fish. Li Huai's strength was average, and even though he was involved in the matter of spirit bone transplantation, he was only a minor character, and the things he knew were definitely limited. The only way to solve the problem is to get the really big fish to jump out. This time, Li Huai was captured, and Ping Bo would definitely not be indifferent. Bringing Li Huai to the north of the city would also give Ping Bo's people a chance to strike. I don't know what you're talking about, Li Huai said angrily. Snap! Xie Guilu backhanded Li Huai and gave him an earful. Li Huai's face was directly swollen, and he stared resentfully at Xie Guilu. Xie Guilu, you wait for me. As the son of Anping Bo, he must have recognized Xie Guilu even though he was young. Xie Guilu said disdainfully, if you dare to talk nonsense again, I'll directly get you killed. Li Huai's expression stagnated, and he subconsciously thought of Li Yuan's death earlier. Li Yuanjiang was chopped alive by Xie Guilu in the Marquis of Jinqi's residence, and it's bizarre that his father didn't even bother to pursue the matter. If this guy Xie Guilu was ruthless, he might actually kill him. Lin Qinghuang looked at Li Huai indifferently. I'll give you 3 seconds to think about it. If you explain everything, you still have a chance to live. If you don't, the mastermind of this case is you, and the Heavenly Power Division will have to close the case sooner. Li Huai's body trembled. Phew! Right at this moment, an arrow flew towards Lin Qinghuang, extremely fast, aiming straight for Lin Qinghuang's head. Lin Qinghuang's expression was indifferent. As the arrow burst forth, her head tilted and the arrow brushed past her ear. She immediately reached out her hand and grabbed the arrow. Phew! With that, she casually waved her hand, and the arrow flew out the way it came. Ah! A miserable scream rang out. Not far from the roof, a black-clothed man collapsed. His brow had been pierced by an arrow, and blood flowed out. At the same time, a dozen black-clothed men appeared on the eaves of the surrounding houses, all of them holding bows and arrows and carrying long swords on their waists, and in the very center, there was an old man in gray robes. He held a halberd, and the aura emanating from his body was not weak. Late stage of the frontier expansion realm, Grandpa Lu. When Li Huai saw this old man, his face was delighted, and a look of excitement appeared in his eyes. This old man is the Pingfu House's envoy, Lu Zhai, very powerful. It seems that father has not given up on him, and even invited Grandpa Lu to come out. Lu Zhai looked at Li Huai and murmured, after this matter, you must leave Apocalypse City. In today's situation, Li Huai could no longer remain in Apocalypse City and had to leave. Aha! Li Huai nodded excitedly. His father had planned to send him away before, but unfortunately, he was still one step too late, and he had thought that he would be sent to the Heavenly Power Division, and never have a chance to turn over a new leaf again. As a result, Lin Qinghuang and Xie Guilu did something stupid and actually sent him to the north of the city. In this way, it gave his father the opportunity to operate. As long as he left Apocalypse City, where could he not go? The days could be equally incomparably comfortable. He was indeed involved in the matter of the spirit bone transplant, and the deaths of those dogs had a tremendous amount to do with him as well. But so what? As long as he passed through this calamity, from now on, no one could do anything to him. Kill! Lu Zhai waved his hand in a cold tone. Shoo shoo shoo! Those men in black immediately drew their bows, and many arrows burst out at Lin Qinghuang and Xie Guilu. Boom! With a wave of Lin Qinghuang's sleeve, these arrows burst. Seeing this, those black-clothed men immediately darted and pounced on Lin Qinghuang, the knives on their waists sheathed one after another. The knife aura filled the air, cold and piercing the bones. Lin Qinghuang stretched out her hand. Tianya's sword appeared in her hand. She held the hilt and did not draw the sword. The powerful sword chi had already erupted. Boom! Those black-clothed men just pounced over, and were instantly shaken by the sword chi, turning into blood mist one after another. Middle stage of the frontier expansion realm. A bit of strength, but that's about it. Lu Zhai's figure flickered and instantly appeared in front of Lin Qinghuang, his halberd fiercely chopping towards Lin Qinghuang. Humph! Lin Qinghuang snorted coldly, and with a flick of his fingers, the sword sheath shot towards Lu Zhai. Boom! Lu Zhai's halberd and the scabbard clashed together, and the powerful force shook the scabbard away. Lin Qinghuang gripped his long sword tightly, pinched his sword technique, and chopped out with a sword. The green-colored sword aura erupted and bombarded Lu Zhai's halberd. A violent sword chi swept through. Bang! Lu Zhai only felt a numbness in his arm, and his entire body was shaken back 10 meters. After stabilizing his body, a look of shock appeared in his eyes, and his hand holding the halberd was trembling. A cultivation in the middle stage of the frontier expansion realm has such power. It's rather shocking to the old man. With his cultivation at the late stage of topaz, he was actually repelled by a mid-stage topaz, which made his heart tremble. Lin Qinghuang didn't say anything and once again killed Lu Zhai with his sword. Lu Zhai gritted his teeth and immediately swung his halberd, fighting with Lin Qinghuang. Less than half an incense stick. Pust! Lu Zhai was blown away and a mouthful of blood sprayed out. A horrified look in his eyes. A hideous sword mark appeared on his chest, and the halberd in his hand had been chopped off, and his entire person was seriously injured. He gave Lin Qinghuang a fierce look and turned to flee. Lin Qinghuang looked sarcastic and immediately followed. If she continued to stay here, certain spectators would not yet show up easily. With Xie Guilu sitting here, there wasn't the slightest problem at all, as Xie Guilu was the true main force. Lin Qinghuang left after Lu Zhai. Xie Guilu and Li Huai remained on the scene. Xie Guilu picked up a long knife from the ground. He put it on Lu Zhai's neck and said with a playful smile, "Have you thought about how to die?" Li Huai's heart snapped. He immediately said, Don't kill me. I can tell you how those people died." "Oh, tell me about it," Xie Guilu said carelessly. A hideous smile surfaced on Li Huai's face. "Those 8 dogs are extremely hateful. They rely on their spirit bone grade being higher than mine, and they often show off in front of me. Even the instructor pays incomparable attention to them, while I, as the second youngest of the Anping Bo house, am being belittled. I am naturally very upset." Chapter 72, Kill or Be Killed. "As you wish," Xie Guilu said blandly. "Continue," Li Huai said with a spiteful expression. Seeing that they were not happy, and wanting to get them killed even more, I falsely passed on the order of the preceptor to have them go to a mansion in the city. As a result, those fools actually did go. After which I had them taken down and personally dug up their spirit bones. "Why not destroy the body?" Xie Guilu asked. Li Huai smiled intensely. "They are incomparably arrogant based on their extraordinary spirit bones. I'm going to dig up their spirit bones, so that their loved ones, so that the academy instructors can see with their own eyes the scene of their bones being shattered, their internal organs being dug up, and turning into dead corpses. Transplanting a spirit bone is never easy. Who is the person behind you?" Xie Guilu asked indifferently. Li Huai was all smiles. "I'm sorry, you'll never know the answer because you're about to die." Giggle. Just as he finished speaking, a long knife suddenly slashed at the back of Xie Guilu's head from a distance. Xie Guilu immediately dodged, and the long knife flew past his neck, chopping off a strand of hair. "Mr. Li Huai spoke excitedly. On a large tree in the courtyard, a mysterious man wearing a mask appeared. He had his hands behind his back, and his eyes were cold as he stared at Xie Guilu. "Unfortunately, it's just a waste. Good thing there's still a middle stage of Tuozheng." Xie Guilu smiled faintly. "Is this fishing?" "A little bit of smarts, but not much." The aura on the mysterious man's body completely erupted. A strong person at the peak of the frontier expansion realm. Yes, exactly, fishing. The one who really dug up the spirit bones of those 8 people was him. How did Li Huai know how to dig up spirit bones in their entirety when he was in the Xian Huang realm? As for keeping the 8 corpses, it was naturally to fish for some people from the Heavenly Right Division who had good cultivation to come. But unfortunately, this time, they only caught a Lin Qinghuang and a waste Xie Guilu. However, Lin Xinghuang's roots and bones were even more extraordinary, so after settling things here, he would go and settle Lin Xinghuang. Lin Xinghuang's spirit bone was even more coveted, and once it was transplanted, it could definitely create a supreme genius. Sir, don't bullshit with this punk. Just kill him. Li Huai laughed harshly. Bang! Xia Guilu slashed at Li Huai, the back of the blade blasting Li Huai's head. You! Li Huai looked stagnant and instantly lost consciousness. The mysterious man's figure moved and immediately pounced on Xia Guilu, his palm blasting out, palm prints emerging, ferocious and incomparable. Xia Guilu smiled playfully. As the mysterious man lunged over, he slightly tightened his grip on his long sword, which vibrated and suddenly chopped out. Jab! The mysterious man's body trembled, and one of his arms directly fell, blood splattering out. Ah! The mysterious man let out a mournful scream as his body was sent flying and crashed into a wall. You! A horrified look appeared in the mysterious man's eyes. Is it normal for the pinnacle of the frontier expansion realm to have his arm chopped off by a rumored trash with a single slash? Xia Guilu's figure flickered and instantly appeared in front of the mysterious man as he grabbed his neck. Bang! Xia Guilu slammed hard, and the mysterious man was smashed on the ground, smashing the ground with cracks. Ah! The mysterious man screamed miserably, blood spurting from his mouth and nose, and his mask fell off, revealing the face of a middle-aged man. Xia Guilu stepped on the mysterious man's chest and smiled faintly. Xinghuang, solved? Lin Xinghuang flew in, carrying Lu Zhai's head in her hands, which she casually dropped on the ground. You guys! The middle-aged man looked horrified and his body trembled. At this moment, he realized that he had been counted. He had incorrectly assessed Xia Guilu's cultivation. This guy could easily defeat him. Could it be that the other party was in the Daozang realm? But how is that possible? Lin Xinghuang looked at the middle-aged man indifferently. The blue instructor of the Xian Yuan martial house. What a lampshade! This blue instructor. She had seen it before. The other party was exactly the instructor of Li Huai and the others, and also the person who reported the case this time. This person had only displayed his cultivation of the shackle realm before, but he had never imagined that he was actually a peak topiary powerhouse. Hiding in the Xian Yuan martial mansion and searching for young people with extraordinary roots and bones was a good idea. The blue instructor's eyes were resentful, and he laughed fiercely. This time, it's a carelessness on the part of Lan Mao. Jab! Xia Guilu stabbed at Instructor Lan's chest, and with the shock of the long blade, the bones in Instructor Lan's entire body were shattered. His tendons and veins were completely severed, and his cultivation was nullified. Ah! Instructor Blue's body trembled. His pupils tightened. His expression was incomparably painful, and his eyes were a bit dim. Xia Guilu chuckled. Too lazy to listen to your nonsense. Let's waste you first. You shall not die. Instructor Blue looked resentful. Lin Xinghuang said with an indifferent expression. Transplanting a spirit bone. At the very least, there has to be a Daozan realm powerhouse in order to do it. You don't have that kind of ability yet. Give me an account of the forces behind you and I can give you a pain in the ass. Ha ha ha. If you want to kill or die, do as you wish. You will never want to know anything from me. Instructor Lan laughed fiercely. His cultivation had been abolished. Life was worse than death. What was he afraid of? A cold light flashed in Lin Xinghuang's eyes. I once learned a soul-searching technique, and the process will cause a person's soul to be scattered and incomparably painful. So let's let you try it. After saying that, she directly stretched out her hand towards Instructor Lan, and a mysterious power was instantly injected into his head. Since this person had seen Xia Guilu strike, he naturally couldn't stay. Ah! Instructor Lan's body trembled, his face twisted, and his divine soul was as if it had been drawn out in agony. Lin Xinghuang didn't have the slightest ripple in his eyes as he continued to increase his strength. This soul-searching art, fierce and incomparable, once cast, the other party's final fate is certainly the soul flying away, never to be born again. One incense stick later, the miserable screams of the blue instructor stopped. His face was hideous. His 7 orifices were bleeding, like a severe ghost. His soul was destroyed, and he completely turned into a cold corpse. Lin Xinghuang withdrew her hand as she looked towards Xie Guilu and murmured, "This matter involves the Heavenly Yin Temple." The Temple of Heavenly Yin? Xie Guilu had never heard of this power. Lin Xinghuang said, 3 years ago, the Heavenly Yin Hall appeared in Qiyin City. This force is very mysterious and has a Daozan realm powerhouse in attendance. According to Instructor Lan's memories, he was only an elder, and within the Heavenly Yin Hall, there are 6 other elders like him, and all along, they have been carrying out the matter of spirit bone transplantation, she added with ghostly eyes. And I also got from his memory that the disappearance of the second prince's 300,000 tales of disaster relief silver is related to this Heavenly Yin Hall. And there seems to be the 6th prince's figure inside. Baiha City is a county under the city of Qiyin. Rather, I didn't expect that the matter of the disappearance of the disaster relief silver was actually related to the Tian'in temple. What's more, he didn't expect that there would be Yen Wushu's figure in it. However, her soul-searching technique was not perfect, and what she searched was only part of Instructor Blue's memories, and some of the other parties' memories were not searched out. Otherwise, it would be possible to explore the situation of Chi-In City. Xia Guilu smiled faintly. The matter is clear. Go back to the Heavenly Power Division next. Aha! Lin Qinghuang nodded gently. Xia Guilu seemed to have thought of something and added, Qinghuang's tactics. So vicious. Like a vicious woman. Lin Qinghuang froze for a second, then said with a playful expression, you should be glad that I didn't use the soul-searching technique on you these past 3 years, or else you would have died long ago. Thank you for not torturing Qinghuang these past 3 years. Why don't you be a good person and let me take a look at the leg? Xia Guilu stared at Lin Qinghuang's beautiful legs. Lin Qinghuang glared at Xia Guilu. You said it. I'm a wicked woman. Xia Guilu, you're a wicked woman. And I want to see the legs. Lin Qinghuang. Chapter 73, Case Cleared, Beheaded in 7 days. The Divisions of Heavenly Power. Inside a large hall. See the town councilor. Lin Qinghuang and Xia Guilu saluted Bailey Chongqing. Bailey Chongqing was sipping fragrant tea. He put down his teacup and looked towards the two of them, a smile on his face. Things have all been cleared up? Lin Qinghuang ground a scroll. The case has been investigated. Xian Yuan Wu Fu's Blue Cultivator, and Ping Bo Fu's Li Huai is the murderer. Blue Cultivator resisted and has been subdued and killed, while Li Huai was imprisoned in the Heavenly Power Division's prison. Bailey Chongqing picked up the scroll, glanced at it, and gently nodded his head. You have done well in this matter. Lin Qinghuang added. I learned from Instructor Lan that behind him is the Tian'in temple. Bailey Chongqing murmured. Transplanting a spirit bone is against heavenly harmony, and since this heavenly In palace has done it, it cannot be retained. Lin Qinghuang asked, what does the Jinfu envoy intend to do? A smile appeared on Bailey Chongqing's face. Leave this matter to the second hall. Tomorrow you will rush to Chi-In City. Yes, sir. Lin Qinghuang made a bow. Tian'in Temple. There were Daozang realm powerhouses. It was impossible for the Jinfu envoy not to know this. Since he had asked the second hall to handle this matter, it meant that he would keep a hidden hand. Bailey Chongqing looked at Xie Guilu and asked with a smile. Li Huai has already been sent to the prison. What do you think should be done about this matter? Xie Guilu said with a lazy expression. Chop it up. Bailey Chongqing said. Definitely need to be chopped, but also have to give certain people the opportunity to strike. The official field, also is the field of human feelings. Need to have a certain degree of human feelings. 7 days after the beheading. Too complicated to understand. Xie Guilu yawned. Bailey Chongqing smiled dumbly. This case has been investigated. Right now there are still shortcomings in the finishing work, but it's not a big problem. Xie Guilu was merited for his assistance, and is now promoted to the second temple Tizen. A smile appeared on Xie Guilu's face as he cupped his fists at Bailey Chongqing. Many thanks to Jinfu envoy. Aha! Bailey Chongqing smiled lightly as he said to Lin Qinghuang. Qinghuang, you go down first. I'll talk to Xie Guilu. Lin Qinghuang made a bow and then turned to retreat. Xie Guilu and Bailey Chongqing were still left in the hall. Bailey Chongqing gestured to Xie Guilu. Sit down. Xie Guilu didn't have the courtesy to sit down directly on one side. Bailey Chongqing picked up the teacup and teapot and poured a cup of tea for Xie Guilu. He handed the tea to Xie Guilu. Aren't you curious about my relationship with your third uncle? I wasn't curious, but when you say that, I'm a little curious. Xie Guilu took the fragrant tea. It was Uncle San's arrangement for him to enter the Heavenly Power Division, but the one who put him under Lin Qinghuang's command was the Jinfu envoy. There must be some relationship between Uncle Sam and the Jinfu envoy. Bailey Chongqing looked out of the window and lamented. Your third uncle is a wonderful person. He is very mysterious. So mysterious that even I find it difficult to penetrate the slightest bit of it. I owe him my life. He asked you to join the Heavenly Powers Division. And naturally, I can't refuse. He owed Xie Bian a life. So when Xie Bian asked Xie Guilu to enter the Heavenly Power Division, he did not refuse. Xie Guilu picked up the fragrant tea and gently took a sip. But he was not too surprised. Bailey Chongqing smiled and said, since you're here to gild the lily, then gild it well. Within this Heavenly Power Division, as long as you don't make too much of a commotion, I can take care of it for you. Then see if I can be the vice commander of the first temple? Xie Guilu asked. Bailey Chongqing said breathlessly, then don't think about it. It's better for you to remain under Lin Qinghuang's command, and she'll be able to protect you better. Okay. Xie Guilu put down his teacup and stood up. Sleepy. Farewell. After saying that, he left the great hall. This kid. Bailey Chongqing looked at Xie Guilu's back and couldn't help but smile and shake his head. Second temple. Congratulations Seiji. Congratulations Seiji. Zhang Long and the others had congratulated him. To them, promotion was a very important matter and it was only right that they came to congratulate him. However, when they thought of Xie Gilu's identity, they laughed bitterly again. He was the son of the world. Promotion or not, it wouldn't have too much of an impact. Xie Gilu smiled and clasped his fists. From now on, I hope the brothers will take care of us. It has to be. The crowd rushed to say. Xie Gilu asked again. How much is this monthly salary after being promoted to the rank of Tishi? Zhang Long smiled mysteriously and said, the monthly salary of the Trapper division is 5 taels, and that of the Tishi division is 10 taels. The corner of Xie Gilu's mouth twitched as he looked towards Lin Xinghuang who was looking at the scroll. So little? Lin Xinghuang didn't say a word. Xie Gilu shamelessly came to Lin Xinghuang's side and rubbed his hands together. Xinghuang, those industries I returned to you before, would you see if you want to give them to me again? Ha! Lin Xinghuang smiled coldly, then stopped paying attention to Xie Gilu. Is it appropriate to ask me to give you back the property that you yourself gave away? Where's your cheek? Hey! Xie Gilu sighed softly and directly sat down on the side. Lin Xinghuang handed a scroll to Zhang Long. This case has also been investigated almost to the end. Right now there is only some finishing work left. You go and post a notice. Yes, sir. Zhang Long received the scroll and looked at Lin Xinghuang with eyes filled with admiration. In less than an hour, this big case was cleared up, and Commander Lin struck, as always, with a steady hand. It didn't take long. Notices are posted. The case was revealed and the streets were full of rumors about it. I suspected before that the deaths of those 8 people were related to Li Huai. I didn't expect my suspicions to come true. What's even more frightening is that the Xianyuan Martial House's instructor Lan is actually a murderer as well. Truly a human-faced and beastly instructor. The blue instructor has been grisly. And now that Li Huai is in prison and will be beheaded in 7 days, it is considered to be an explanation for those 8 dead people. But it is a pity that people can't be brought back from the dead. Inside a mysterious attic. See the 6th prince. Li Huayuan bowed to a screen. Yan Wulin's voice rang out. Beheading in 7 days. This is a favor given by the Heavenly Power Division. But you also only have one chance to strike, and that's on the day of the beheading. I also asked the 6th prince to help me. Li Huayuan said with a grave expression. Li Huai was imprisoned in the Heavenly Power Division, and trying to fish someone out from there was simply impossible. Only on the day of beheading, there is room for maneuvering, and striking on the way of escort, or robbing the court, is the choice of the moment, but such a thing was equally difficult for Li Huayuan. Yan Wushu was silent for a second. I'm not in a good position to make a move nowadays, but there's a way that might be able to help you. Li Huayuan's heart stirred and he quickly asked, please also ask the 6th prince to speak frankly. Yan Wushui waved his hand and 5 pills flew towards Li Huayuan. These 5 pills, all of them can enhance your cultivation. The red one taken will allow you to enter the Dao hidden realm in 1 step, but there will be some subsequent effects. He added, you go and capture another batch of low-level topaz cultivators and give them the remaining 4 blue pills to consume, which will also allow them to step into the peak of the topaz and be able to completely obey you. Chapter 74, The 6 Paths of Hidden Dan, The Heart's Divine Collection. Li Huayuan took the elixir and glanced at it. Feeling the demonic aura on top of the elixir, his heart condensed. Taking a deep breath, Li Huayuan said in a deep voice, many thanks to the 6th prince. You can think about the rest of the methods in the next few days. That red elixir, don't take it until you have to. Yan Wui waved his hand. Got it. Li Huayuan made a bow and then turned to retreat. After its departure, a woman in a white dress appeared in the attic. Yan Wushu walked out from behind the screen. His face was pale, his body had recovered, but he still had internal injuries. Having been seriously injured by Xie Guilu before, it was naturally not that easy to recover. The Heavenly Yin Hall has been exposed. The Heavenly Power Division will definitely send someone to Qi Yin City. Lin Xinghuang is a big trouble that needs to be eradicated sooner rather than later. A ghostly light flashed in Yan Wushu's eyes. The white-skirted woman stretched. Don't worry, the Heavenly Yin Hall has the Dao Hidden Realm in attendance. She will die without a doubt. Yan Wulin shook his head. There is still a Bailey Chongqing in the Heavenly Power Division. He should not be underestimated. He will definitely act in the shadows. When the time comes, we have to find someone to stop him. Okay, I already have someone in mind. The white-skirted woman smiled charmingly and turned into a green smoke that dissipated in the attic. Yan Wushu looked out the window and muttered to himself. It seems like we have to break through quickly. He has been hiding for so many years. A winter hunting conference. Completely exposed. Next wanna hide also cannot. Can only quickly break through. The person Yan Wuchen sent out was too terrifying. He might face him next time. The only way he could solve that person was to raise his cultivation. The 2nd prince's residence. Yan Wuya sat next to the pool, spreading some bait into it. Your Highness, A mysterious person has sent a letter. A guard walked over quickly and handed a letter to Yan Wuya. Yan Wuya took the letter and glanced at it. A ghostly light instantly flashed in his eyes. So that's how it is. This guard looked at Yan Wuya with a puzzled expression. Yan Wuya sneered. When the White River flooded, the 300,000 tales of disaster relief silver I escorted disappeared. It was obvious at the time that there was a demonic creature at work, and this letter says that this matter is related to the Heavenly Yin Temple, and that Yan Wuya has some listed connections with the Heavenly Yin Temple as well. When the guard heard this, his pupils shrank. This is the sixth prince's handiwork? Yan Wuya crushed the letter and said with cold eyes, Old Six is really Old Six. He silently punked me. If I hadn't gotten the batch of silver from the Lin family at that time, this prince would have definitely paid a heavy price. The guard took a deep breath. What does your highness intend to do? Yan Wuya eyes ghostly sen, winter hunting assembly. Died a lot of people. Although the palace and the suppression, but all parties also have a lot of dissatisfaction. You now go to quietly pass out the message, said winter hunting assembly. The tragic death of those people is the handiwork of the demon race? And then pass out the matter of Yan Wu Diao and demon race have an affair with the. I'll get on with it. Subordinate. The guards saluted and left at a quick pace. Yan Wuya looked towards an attic and cupped his fists and saluted. Yan Wuxia is powerful. He is already at the peak of Tuojian. The man who made a move earlier had difficulty in subduing him. His means, unfathomable. Senior, seek a time to see if you can nullify him. Yes. In the middle of the attic, a hoarse voice rang out. Yan Wuya saluted once more. Right now. He still had to find a way to find out some of Yan Wushu's forces and minions and do some sweeping. Night. Shibian's residence. Uncle Sam. Xia Guilu strutted in. Shibian, as always, was a drunkard as he slumped in his chair with the jug of wine beside him. Xia Guilu stepped forward, picked up a jug of wine, and took a sip. Xiabian glanced at it and asked carelessly, Did you get anything out of the trip to Snow Wolf Valley? Xia Guilu smiled and said, There is a bit of a gain. Having fought with Yan Wushu, this person is not simple. There is a mysterious soul body in his body. After hearing this, Xiabian sat up as he said indifferently, A small soul body. How big a wave can it make? Xia Guilu said breathlessly, It's easy for you to say. That's an unfathomable old monster. Who knows how many bizarre means he has mastered? Xiabian held the wine pot and said blandly, I already know about the matter of the Heavenly Yin Temple. After you resolve this matter, come to my place. I will give you an item then. If that old monster dares to show up, you can just directly kill him. Xia Guilu's eyes lit up. Then thank you, third uncle. Xiabian looked at Xia Guilu. Letting you go to the Heavenly Power Division is just a temporary gold plating. Subsequently you have to find a way to enter the Great Summer Holy Academy. The only way to enter there is for you to have more cultivation resources. Aha! Xia Guilu nodded gently. Xiabian pondered for a moment, and casually tossed a white jade bottle to Xia Guilu. You are now at the peak of the Tuojiang realm, and you didn't get any rewards for going to the Snow Wolf Valley, so I'll give you a pill that will allow you to quickly enter the Daozong realm. Xia Guilu took the jade bottle and immediately opened it to see that there was a golden elixir inside, emitting a strong fragrance and very violent power. Xiabian said, This is a 6 Dao divine hidden pill. If you take it, the movement will definitely not be small, so use it here. Yes. Xia Guilu's smile was thick as he took out the pills and took them in one gulp before sitting down on the side. Tuo border had become a reality, and originally he was considering the matter of the Dao collection. Cultivating the Dao collection required resources to do so, and now that Xiabian had given an elixir, it was just the right thing to send a pillow. Boom! The moment he took the elixir, berserk power filled his entire body, and the many white snows around him melted. Buzz! With a wave of Xiabian's hand, a mysterious force blocked off heaven and earth. Xia Guilu closed his eyes and operated the Nirvana Sutra, frantically refining the power of the elixir. The Daozong realm, forging the 5 major divine deposits of the human body, the divine deposit of the heart, the divine deposit of the liver, the divine deposit of the spleen, the divine deposit of the lungs, and the divine deposit of the kidneys. The first step was to forge the divine collection of the heart. The divine collection of the heart, the main blood, chi and blood, and the hidden God, is the basis of life. The stronger the divine collection of the heart, the more majestic the chi and blood, and the more powerful the outburst of power. The human body, extremely complex, bones, veins, organs, soul, in the face of a powerful force, on the other hand, is incredibly fragile, and therefore needs to be forged and enhanced. The bones have been formed, the veins have been opened, the dantian has been opened, and the divine deposit has been completed. Boom! As Xie Guilu operated the Nirvana Sutra, the power of his entire body surged towards his heart in a steady stream. crazily forging it, and his body was shrouded in bloodlight, like a blood-colored cocoon. Buzz! Terrifying chi and blood completely erupted. Bloodlight rushed into the above. Powerful aura surged in all directions. Strong wind hissed. Powerful. Xia Guilu frowned. The powerful force struck him, and he could feel his heart being torn apart, with cracks appearing in his heart veins. However, the Nirvana Sutra was perverted and had the effect of nirvana. Even if the heart and heart veins were torn apart, they could recover quickly. This is a weekly process so that the heart's divine reserves can be strengthened quickly. Xiabian secretly nodded his head. This kid cultivates a very extraordinary gong method. The Tao hiding will be accomplished, so there is no need for him to worry about it. Chapter 75 Early Tao Collection. Golden Heart. Boom! Early in the morning, a roar sounded. Terrifying power erupted from Xie Guilu. In the compound, countless ice and snow melted. Many trees were shattered, and the power blockade laid down by Xiabian was instantly shattered. Xie Guilu opened his eyes. A brilliant light flashed in his eyes, and as he casually waved his hand, a large tree in the courtyard was instantly reduced to pieces. Early stage of Daozang. A smile appeared on Xie Guilu's face. In one night's time, with the Nirvana Sutra and the 6 Tao Divine Hidden Pill, he managed to raise his cultivation to the Tao Hidden Realm. He gathered his body's breath and looked inward at his heart. The original blood-red heart had directly turned golden at this moment, like a round of blazing sun, with blinding golden light, indestructible, and harboring a vast power. The divine hidden of the heart, once forged, meant that the power of the bloodline skyrocketed, and when fighting, it was even more extraordinary, and the power that could be utilized was even more terrifying. The heart, in fact, is a very fragile zone. If an ordinary person is pierced through the heart by an arrow, they will definitely die. But for cultivators, the damage to the heart will not directly overthrow them. Especially for Daozang realm cultivators, the heart can be forged, more powerful, with the power to repair, as long as the heart is not blown up, can also be repaired. Forging the divine collection of the heart to the extreme could make the heart as indestructible as steel. In this way, the vulnerable place will no longer be vulnerable, and outside the heart, there is the spirit bone, which can also withstand some of the attacks. Comparatively speaking, Yan Wushu was indeed quite extraordinary. His body was pierced through and his heart was damaged, yet he could recover quickly. This was obviously not right. Golden. Xia Guilu looked inward at his heart, and a strange color emerged in his eyes. In his perception, the forging of a heart did not make it change color, and it was bizarre when his own heart turned golden. Perhaps it was because of his own cultivation of the Nirvana Sutra. The golden heart was significantly stronger and tougher. The divine collection of the heart was the master of chi, blood, and blood veins, and after forging it, his chi, blood, and blood veins were also stronger than that of an ordinary cultivator. Squeak! The door to the opposite attic opened, and Xiabian walked out from it, ignoring the clutter in the courtyard, but instead staring at Xie Guilu with burning eyes, a hint of a different color showing in the depths of his eyes. With his cultivation level, the power of his divine soul exerted, he could instantly see through the person in front of him, leaving him without the slightest secret to speak of. But the weird thing was that at this moment, his divine soul couldn't even see through Xie Guilu's body, and it was obviously being resisted by a strange power. In this situation, as with before, he could not directly see through Xie Guilu's cultivation, and it was also difficult to see through the other party's body condition. This kid is probably hiding some special treasure in his body, but that wasn't a question that Shelby should have bothered to ask. Kid, how do you feel after stepping into the Daozan realm? Shibian asked with a smile. Xie Guilu stood up and said with a rich smile, "It feels like I can kill 10 of my peers with one punch." To him, beating a cultivator of the same level was a breeze, and even if it was someone who had surpassed him by a realm, he wasn't afraid in the slightest. Xiabian laughed lightly. Your kid's chi and blood are majestic, and the forging of the heart's divine hidden is certainly more extraordinary than I imagined. Beating the same level will be no difficulty for you, he added. Daozang realm. Forging divine deposit. In this realm, the divine deposit must be forged to the extreme, so that the subsequent Xian phase realm will also be more extraordinary. Xie Guilu gently rubbed his hands. I also want to forge it to the extreme, but I don't have too many resources on me. Xiabian looked at Xie Guilu speechlessly. Want resources? Go find them yourself. Your third uncle. I'm just an old scoundrel, all alone, and I don't have much. He seemed to have thought of something and said with a playful smile, when you go to the Heavenly Inn Hall, raid the treasure vault on the way. There might be some good stuff. Makes sense. Xie Guilu's eyes lit up. With a gentle wave of his hand, Shibian headed inside the attic. Xie Guilu smiled bashfully and turned to leave the courtyard. The divisions of heavenly power. Gathered together in the second hall were some 30 people, all fully loaded and ready to go. Lin Qinghuang glanced at the crowd and said in a deep voice, Zhonglong, you guys go ahead and arrive at Qiyin City ahead of time to scout out the situation. The Heavenly Yin Temple stood in Qiyin City and carried out the matter of spirit bone transplantation. It was impossible for the city lord of Qiyin City to be unaware of it, yet there was not the slightest bit of news passed out, which was obviously not right. The information about the lord of Qiyin City had not been searched out from the memories of the blue instructor, and it was necessary to have someone probe into it. Yes, sir. Zhang Long made a bow. Go! He waved his hand vigorously, then led the rest out of the second hall. Xia Guilu walked over with his arms folded. He looked at Lin Qinghuang with a tired expression. Qinghuang, good morning. Lin Qinghuang glanced at Xia Guilu. Didn't sleep well last night? I'm sure you're sleeping well left and right. Xia Guilu smiled. A flash of disgust surfaced on Lin Qinghuang's face as she didn't bother to continue paying attention to Xia Guilu and directly walked outside. Outside the temple, one of the trappers brought in a snow-treading spirit horse. Lin Qinghuang rolled onto his horse and was about to leave. Wait! Xia Guilu followed quickly. What? Lin Qinghuang looked at Xia Guilu. Xia Guilu said breathlessly, not bringing me along? Lin Qinghuang looked to the nearby trapper division. Bring another spirit horse. Xia Guilu waved his hand and said, no need. I don't dare to ride this thing alone. Or what if it falls off and kills me then? I'll still ride a spirit horse with Qinghuang. No. Lin Qinghuang immediately spoke. I get it. When a woman says no, it's yes. Xia Guilu stepped forward and rolled right over on the horse's back. You. Lin Qinghuang's complexion stagnated as she said in annoyance. Keep your hands to yourself. I see. Do you think the Xian is that kind of shameless villain? Xia Guilu said breathlessly. Humph. Lin Qinghuang snorted coldly and gently waved the reins, and the snow-treading spirit horse swung its wings and instantly rushed towards the sky. Xia Guilu's body tilted backward and almost fell. He immediately reached out his hand and directly wrapped it around Lin Qinghuang's waist. His touch was soft and warm. Xia Guilu. You. Let go. Lin Qinghuang's body trembled as she hurriedly opened her mouth. Xia Guilu said roguishly. It's too high. I'm afraid you'll fall. I have to wrap my arms around you and protect you. You should be happy. Shameless villain. Lin Qinghuang said, a bit frantic, really wanting to throw this guy down. She had never seen such a brazen man. A little lackluster. Post it. Xia Guilu shamelessly put his face on Lin Qinghuang's back. Lin Qinghuang clenched her silver teeth, endured not to have an attack, and stepped on the snow spirit horse to rush into the ninth heaven. This is what you have to eat? Seiji, a model for my generation. The lower one. The arresting officer lamented, a look of admiration in his eyes, wrapping his arms around Commander Lin's waist and having to stick to it. Only Xia Guilu alone dared to do so. Chapter 76, I'm still awake. Artificial respiration. Midtown. An old mansion. Xia Wuzhu was lying on the bed and couch, his complexion somewhat numb. Having broken an arm, he had become an invalid. And all of this is Xia Guilu. He hated to Xia Guilu death by 1,000 cuts, so that can eliminate the hatred of the heart. Originally, he thought that during the trip to the Snow Wolf Valley, Xia Wushan would definitely be able to kill Xia Guilu, but he didn't expect Xia Wushan to die in the Snow Wolf Valley, while Xia Guilu remained unharmed, which made him even angrier. Xia Guilu, that why not die yet? Xia Wuzhu said with spiteful eyes. Don't worry, he's going to die soon. An indifferent voice sounded as Xia Tsunchuan walked in. Xia Wuzhu sat up and hurriedly said, Father, you're going to make a move against Xia Guilu? Xia Tsunchuan's eyes flashed with cold killing intent. Xia Guilu, that little must die. According to the news I got, he has already left Tianqi City. This time, I will make sure that he can never come back. Xia Wushu's face showed excitement. It's a pity that I can't personally crush him to death. Xia Tsunchuan gently patted Xia Wuzhu's shoulder and said with a serious look, although you have broken an arm, you should not give up on yourself. Next I will find some good things for you. You cultivate well. As long as your cultivation is upgraded, in the future, you can also break your arm and be reborn. Now I only have you as a son, and if he, Xia Guilu, is dead, in the future, you will be the son of the Marquis of the Jinshi Palace. Of course, his words were, in fact, words of comfort. Xia Wuzhu's roots were average, his heart was average, and he was likewise a waste. However, as long as one is willing to work hard, one can still raise their cultivation a little bit, and as to whether or not the broken arm can be regenerated, it depends on the creation. Between heaven and earth, there are many heavenly treasures, some of which can revive a person's broken arm, but Xia Tsunchuan can't get such treasures yet. Seiji, Xia Wuzhu's heart stirred as he said seriously, don't worry father, I definitely won't give up on myself. Aha, that's more like it. Xia Tsunchuan smiled and nodded. but a flash of contemplation surfaced deep within his eyes. Looks like he'll have to take a concubine. Putting his hopes on Xia Wuzhu is still a bit off. 1 hour later, 50 miles away from Chiyin City, in the middle of a plain, many tents were set up, and here was an army of 3,000 men. The snow-treading spirit horse flew down. Xia Guilu, come down. Lin Qinghuang glanced at her waist and immediately opened her mouth. Xia Guilu's hand was still tightly wrapped around her. His face pressed against her back. This press was warm for both of them and uncomfortable for her. The wind and snow, all this way, were blocked by her, while Xia Guilu was lying comfortably, making her even more upset. Xia Guilu acted as if he hadn't heard it. Lin Qinghuang immediately reached out her hand and ripped Xia Guilu's hand away. Bang! Xia Guilu fell off his horse. His eyes closed tightly and did not wake up. Lin Qinghuang rolled over and dismounted. She looked at Xia Guilu and froze for a second, immediately bending down and reaching out to Xia Guilu's nose, but she didn't find the slightest breath. Thank you, dangerous house. Lin Qinghuang sensed that something was wrong and immediately spoke. Shaking Xia Guilu's body, Xia Guilu instantly opened his eyes. He looked at Lin Qinghuang's delicate face and said with a tired expression, Qinghuang, I'm still awake, quickly give me artificial respiration. You, go to hell. Lin Qinghuang let go of his hand in annoyance and kicked Xia Guilu's shoulder. Xia Guilu heatedly laughed and immediately climbed up, where there was still a color of fatigue. This way to sleep very solid. Who are you people? Just then, a group of generals came over and directly surrounded Xia Guilu and Lin Qinghuang. Lin Qinghuang took out a token and blandly said, I'm the vice commander of the Heavenly Power Division. Lin Qinghuang, seeking an audience with General Red Feather, the divisions of Heavenly Power. One of the generals looked towards Lin Qinghuang's token. He immediately extended his hand and the rest of the generals immediately put away their blades. This general said in a deep voice, the two of you please wait, I'll go and inform. After saying that, he left at a quick pace. Xia Guilu looked at Lin Qinghuang and smiled. Not a bad idea. He had already guessed Lin Qinghuang's purpose for coming here. This woman probably thought that there was something wrong with Chiyin City. If that Chiyin City city lord was acting as a demon, and the other party was in control of Chiyin City's army, things would naturally be a bit troublesome. So the other side came to this barracks because they wanted to borrow troops. Xia Guilu glanced around and saw a flag. The Red Wind Army. As for the Red Wind Army, he had some impression that this army had cooperated with the Jinshi army and was strong enough to have crushed Western Chu together. But then some problems arose, and the Red Wind Army and the Jinshi army had some conflicts. It didn't take long. A young man in blue armor with a feminine face approached. When he saw Lin Qinghuang, a flash of light appeared in his eyes and he smiled. Qinghuang, long time no see. Lin Qinghuang gently nodded. 3 years. This person's name was Red Cold. He was the son of Red Feather, the young general of the Red Wind Army. The Lin family had some friendship with Red Feather, and Lin Qinghuang's father and Red Feather were good brothers. Red Cold was full of smiles as his gaze landed on Xia Guilu, a hint of ghostly light surfacing in the depths of his eyes. He looked at Lin Qinghuang again and smiled. Qinghuang, my father hasn't returned yet for the time being. What is it that you can tell me? Lin Qinghuang didn't talk nonsense and said bluntly, I'm going to go to Chiyin City, but there's some trouble and I want to use the Red Wind Army. Red Cold smiled and nodded his head as he heard. Since Qinghua has opened his mouth, my father will definitely not refuse. You guys first follow me to the tent to take a rest. At most half an hour, my father will be back. Aha! Lin Qinghuang nodded gently. In the middle of the tent, the wine and food were already prepared. Lin Qinghuang and Xia Guilu looked at each other and did not show the slightest bit of color as they then sat down. Qinghuang, you and I haven't seen each other for many years. I'll toast you. Red Cold raised his glass at Lin Qinghuang. Lin Qinghuang poured a cup of wine and drank it in one gulp. Magnificent! Akahan laughed out loud and downed the drink in one gulp. He looked at Xia Guilu again and poured a glass of wine. I've heard of Prince Xia's great name for a long time, so I'll toast you as well. Well. Xia Guilu smiled and picked up his wine cup, drinking it in one gulp. When Red Cold saw this, his smile became even more intense as he looked towards Xia Guilu and Lin Qinghuang and said, keep drinking. Xia Guilu picked up the wine pot and poured a glass each for Lin Qinghuang and himself. 3 cups later, the wine cup in Xia Guilu's hand fell to the ground, and he gently rubbed his brow. What a strong wine. When he finished, the whole thing slumped over the table. Lin Qinghuang looked at the wine cup in her hand, frowned, rubbed her forehead, and looked at Chiken again. There's something wrong with this wine. I put something in the wine. Akahan smiled broadly and continued to drink. A middle-aged man wearing black armor and a sword at his waist walked in with a dozen generals. He looked at Lin Qinghuang and Xia Guilu with a calm demeanor. Scattering spirits scatter. It can cause your spiritual energy to collapse in a short period of time. Boom! Meanwhile, Many generals gathered outside the tent. Chapter 77, This wine is strong. Have another drink. Lin Xinghuan looked at the middle-aged man with a complicated expression. Uncle Red Feather, why is this necessary? The person in front of him was the commander of the Red Wind Army, Red Feather, with a late-stage cultivation of the frontier expansion realm. Where are the many whys in the world? If I really want to find a reason, the only thing I can think of is profit. And when profit is big enough, affection, friendship, can't stand the test. Red Feather looked at Lin Xinghuang with calm eyes. Someone didn't want Lin Xinghuang and Xie Guilu to live, and the other party had given him benefits that were hard to refuse. Hopefully you won't regret it. Lin Xinghuang sighed. Red Feather shook his head. Making a decision is a very simple thing. How to face the result is the most difficult, but the situation in front of you, you guys die, is the best result. With his strength, he didn't feel like he had any problems trying to execute Lin Xinghuang, but just to be on the safe side, he still prepared the spirit scattering, and there were still 3,000 Red Wind troops outside. He didn't think that Lin Xinghuang could still make much of a wave in this situation. Red Cold got up. He sized up Lin Xinghuang, a hint of greed in his eyes. Father, it takes 3 hours for spirit dispersal to lose its effect. Why don't you give Lin Xinghuang to me for the time being? I've always liked her. Though. Nonsense. Akane raised an eyebrow, looking a little displeased. Red Cold said with a rich smile, Don't worry father, I will definitely not miss anything. Akane was silent for a second and said indifferently, This will not happen again. After saying that, he was about to walk out of the tent. Clear Phoenix. Red Cold looked greedy as he walked towards Lin Xinghuang. Jab. Just as he was getting close, a green aura shot out from Lin Xinghuang's hand. Before Red Cold could react, his neck was pierced through by a green aura, and blood flew out. Red Cold's eyes were wide open, his hands covering his neck as he stared at Lin Xinghuang dead in the face, a horrified look in his eyes, obviously not expecting Lin Xinghuang to make a move at a moment like this. Red Feather immediately stretched out his hand, a force Red Cold's neck blockade. Blood stopped flowing and protected Red Cold's breath. The other party was also a cultivator, and with his spiritual power protecting his body, he would not die immediately. Red Feather's eyes were cold as he stared at Lin Xinghuang. Your spiritual power hasn't dissipated. Lin Xinghuang held the Tianya sword and said with an indifferent expression, When you go out, you naturally have to remain as vigilant as you should be. Red Cold had prepared wine and food in advance, and even her and Xie Gilu's wine cups were prepared in advance, so how could she be unprepared? Madaka. Red Feather immediately drew the sword on his waist, pointing it at Lin Xinghuang, his body's aura completely exploding. Good Lin Xinghuang, indeed alert enough, but today you must die. Yes? Lin Xinghuang's figure flashed and immediately rushed out of the tent, not worrying about Xie Guilu. If she could see the problem, how could Xie Guilu not escape? Red Feather's tone was cold and instantly chased him out. If Lin Xinghuang didn't die today, he would definitely be in huge trouble. In the middle of the tent, Red Cold covered his neck and said in a hoarse voice, What are you guys standing there for? Why don't you kill Xie Guilu? After the soldiers inside the tent reacted, they immediately walked towards Xie Guilu with their blades. Xie Guilu opened his eyes at the right time. He picked up the wine cup, poured a glass of wine and said with a smile, This wine is very strong. This Shitsi can still have another glass. How is that possible? You're not poisoned? When Red Cold saw Xie Guilu waking up, his face became incredibly gloomy. Scattered spirits scatter, which could cause a person to lose their strength instantly, or for those who had no cultivation, it would cause them to fall into a coma. It was understandable that Lin Xinghuang was strong enough to resist the scattered spirit scatter, but what right did a loser like Xie Guilu have? Guess you forgot to poison it. Xie Gilu's smile was thick, and the way he looked at Red Cold was as if he was looking at a dead man. Kill him, Akahan said angrily. Kill. These soldiers immediately struck out, their blades chopping at Xie Guilu at the same time. Buzz. However, when the blades fell, they were blocked by a force, making it difficult to continue downward. Xie Guilu smiled. Shrimp soldiers and crab generals. Die. Boom. He gently pinched the wine cup, and a silent power erupted, and these soldiers were instantly shaken into a bloody mist, all of them being destroyed. When Red Cold saw this, a hint of shock appeared in his eyes. Xie Guilu, this guy has cultivation in his body. The news is wrong. Xie Guilu lifted his wine cup and drank it all in one go. He looked at Chikan with a warm smile. It's your turn. After saying that, he casually waved his hand, and the wine cup suddenly shot towards Red Cold. Bang! The wine glass struck Red Cold's brow, directly striking a whole hole, and blood splattered out. Boom! The wine glass exploded inside Akahan's head. Shards flew out. Akahan's head was full of holes and his brain was overflowing. No one could save him this time. Akahan fell to the ground with a grimace on his face. His breath gone, Xiaoguilu casually carried Red Cold's corpse and headed out of the tent. Outside the tent, Lin Qinghuang was fighting with Red Feather, and Tianya's sword was waving. Sword chi like frost, extremely domineering. As a late stage of the frontier expansion realm, Red Feather's battle power wasn't weak, but when facing Lin Qinghuang, he simply wasn't good enough. In a few moments, Red Feather was already wounded. A hideous sword mark appeared on his abdomen, and blood continued to flow out. 3,000 troops blocked off the surrounding area as they stared at Lin Qinghuang dead in the face, and whenever they had the chance, they would strike. Boom! Lin Qinghuang slashed out with his sword, knocking Red Feather back a dozen meters. After Red Feather stabilized his body, his face was incomparably unsightly. At the middle stage of the frontier expansion realm, you have such battle power. You're even more terrifying than I imagined. Lin Qinghuang indifferently said, "It's useless to say more. Today, you have to die." Red Feather laughed angrily. "Kill me? You're not qualified. You can try." A cold aura flickered in Lin Qinghuang's eyes. "Form the 3,000 spirit gathering formation," Akane said in a deep voice. 3,000 troops immediately combined into a large formation. Red Feather took a step and appeared in the center. He pinched his sword technique and his body's aura skyrocketed once again, taking a step from the late stage of the frontier realm to the peak of the frontier realm. "This time, I'll see how big a wave you can make." Red Feather gripped his long sword tightly, a grim smile on his face. Lin Qinghuang's strength was beyond his expectations, but how could Lin Qinghuang be defeated when he gathered the strength of 3,000 people into one? Bang! As soon as Xiaoguilu threw Akahan's body in front of Red Feather. When Red Feather saw Red Cold's corpse, he looked stagnant and showed a look of grief. "Cold child." Xiaoguilu smiled and said, "I'm sorry, I just missed killing this stupid bastard." Red Feather eyes bloodthirsty stared at Xiaoguilu. I will kill you by 1,000 cuts." Xiaoguilu raised his eyebrows and instantly appeared in front of Red Feather. He grabbed Red Feather's neck and slammed it as hard as he could. Bang! Red Feather without resistance. The whole person was smashed into the ground, smashing the ground out a big pit. Chapter 78, Don't Know How to Die? No one will be left behind. Xiaoguilu flew down and stomped on Red Feather's head, saying in an indifferent tone, "Death by 1,000 cuts for this Shitzi? With your strength at the peak of Tuojiang at this moment? I can't believe you." Red Feather's expression was stagnant, and a look of disbelief appeared in his eyes. He was already at the peak of the frontier expansion realm at this moment, but he couldn't even see how Xiaoguilu struck him? Who said that Xiaoguilu was a waste with no cultivation? Who was spreading rumors? To be able to step on him so easily, and call that no cultivation? Die! Without the slightest ripple in his eyes, Xiaoguilu stomped down. Proof chutzpah. Red Feather's head instantly exploded, turning into a headless corpse that died a direct and tragic death. Late stage of the frontier realm? The peak of the frontier realm? In front of Xiaoguilu, they are all ants that can be trampled to death by lifting their feet. This guy, strong again, Lin Qinghuang said darkly. She couldn't tell how strong this guy was. Pust. After Red Feather was subdued, the 3,000 Red Wind Army's bodies trembled and a mouthful of blood spewed out, suffering a tremendous backlash. Xiaoguilu glanced around as he said with a calm expression, "Kill them all." Lin Qinghuang gripped the Tianya sword tightly, covered in killing intent. The most troublesome Red Feather had already been resolved, and these 3,000 Red Wind Army could not turn the slightest wave at this moment. Boom! The two didn't hesitate and immediately struck out. Ah! A burst of mournful screams rang out, and a constant stream of soldiers fell to the ground, blood flying and staining the icy ground. It was naturally right for them to follow Red Feather's orders to strike at Lin Qinghuang, so it was also right for them to be put to death. Less than half an hour. 3,000 Red Wind Army. All of them fell to the ground. Cold corpses, bright red blood, drenching this icy heaven and earth. Lin Qinghuang took out a piece of cloth and gently wiped the blood from Tianya's sword with an extremely calm expression. Xiaoguilu stood not far away, looking at Lin Qinghuang. "Qinghuang's methods are so bloody. I didn't expect to kill all 3,000 people. You're so cruel." Lin Qinghuang put away the Tianya sword as she looked at Xiaoguilu. "Most of them were killed by you." Xiaoguilu sighed. "This Shitzi doesn't have any semblance of cultivation, so how could he kill these 3,000 people? All of this was done by you." "Ha!" Lin Qinghuang's face was filled with speechlessness as she walked towards the snow-treading spirit horse on the side. This trip, perhaps she shouldn't have come. Xiaoguilu smiled and followed. Lin Qinghuang said, "I should have searched Red Feather's soul just now." Xiaoguilu smiled faintly. "It's not necessary. Who wants to kill us? One can guess by moving their toes. There are only a few." Lin Qinghuang rolled over and rode on the back of her horse. She mused. The Red Wind Army had cooperated with the Jinshi Army in the past, and Red Feather had some dealings with Xietsanchuan. this time when he made his move. Perhaps there is the figure of that second uncle of yours in the mix. And of course, there are definitely other people as well. Doesn't matter, it's all going to work out in time anyway. Xia Guilu said carelessly. The moment Xia Zhangxuan had dispatched someone before, it meant the death of the other party. Just pick a good day and send each other on their way then. Lin Qinghuang waved the reins and the snow-treading spirit horse flew towards the sky. Xia Guilu's figure flashed and immediately flew to the horse's back. He reached out his hand and skillfully wrapped it around Lin Qinghuang's waist. Qinghuang, is this to leave me behind and run away alone? Lin Qinghuang. 1 hour later, the city of Qian, an inn, inside a room on the 3rd floor. Greetings to Commander Lin. Zhang Long saluted Lin Qinghuang. Lin Qinghuang asked, how is the situation? Zhang Long said with a gloomy expression, according to the information I have probed, the matter of spirit bone transplantation also exists in Qian City. The young lord of Qian City originally did not have a spirit bone, but 3 months ago he suddenly possessed a spirit bone, and some of the young men in Qian City who worshipped the Tian'an temple would always disappear inexplicably. Speaking of which, he added, half an hour ago, a woman approached us, saying that her daughter had been worshipping the temple of the celestial Yin for over a year, but now she had not heard a word, and she wanted to report a crime. Where are the people? Lin Qinghuang asked. Still at the inn? I'll send her over. Zhang Long quickly walked outside. It didn't take long. Zhang Long led a beautiful woman over, who looked soulful with grief in her eyes. Zhang Long immediately said, this is Commander Lin. After the beautiful woman reacted, she hurriedly bowed to Lin Qinghuang. My slave Chen Meiyu, I have met you, my lord. Lin Qinghuang looked at Chen Meiyu and said blandly, you want to report it? Chen Meiyu's eyes reddened and she immediately knelt on the ground. Your Excellency, my slave's daughter worshipped in the Tian'an temple a year ago, and said that she would be able to return home in 3 months, but now she has not heard a word from me, and I've searched for the Tian'an temple, but I've been blocked from the outside, and they won't let me enter the inside at all. Lin Qinghuang asked, didn't look for the city lord's mansion? Chen Meiyu said with an angry look, the people of the city lord's mansion are filthy beyond measure, and I have looked for them, but their young city lord, too, want me to accompany him. Slave is really desperate. Lin Qinghuang was just about to say something when one of the sheriff's deputies immediately came in. Commander Lin, the young lord of Qian City is leading a group of people into the inn, and they seem to be running towards Chen Meiyu. Chen Meiyu revealed a look of panic as she hurriedly said, my lord, don't hand me over. She had previously rejected the young city lord of Qian City, and the other party was extremely annoyed. If she hadn't run fast, she would have already fallen into the other party's clutches. This time, the other party brought people here, surely to take her back. Lin Qinghuang said, with me here, no one can move you. Where is Chen Meiyu? Don't come out yet? A cold laugh came from outside the house. A young man wearing a gray robe and holding a folding fan was approaching the house with a group of guards, and the crowd of sheriff's deputies drew their long swords and blocked the outside. Lin Qinghuang looked towards Xia Guilu. Xia Guilu smiled bashfully and headed out of the house. What's the noise? Xia Guilu glanced forward. The young man sized up Xia Guilu with a sneer. I'm Qian City's young lord Qifeng, and you're the boss of these capture divisions? Xia Guilu looked at Qifeng expressionlessly. Something wrong? Qifeng played with his folding fan and said with a playful smile, Chen Meiyu is this young man's person. Immediately tell her to get out or don't blame me for not being polite. Xia Guilu said indifferently. Do you realize that you are facing the Heavenly Power Division at this moment? Qifeng sneered. The Heavenly Power Division? This is Qian City. The implication is that the divisions of heavenly power don't work here either. That's crazy, Xia Guilu said indifferently. Qifeng waved his hand with a face full of impatience. This young man is not interested in wasting time with you. If you don't want to die, hand over Chen Meiyu immediately, otherwise don't blame me for being impolite. Bang! Xia Guilu kicked at Qifeng, directly kicking his opponent down from the 3rd floor. Kaifeng rolled over and stabilized himself. He gripped his folding fan tightly and stared at Xia Guilu with a face full of killing intent. Something that doesn't know how to die. How dare you take a shot at this young man? No matter who you are today, you must die. Boom! Those guards he brought with him immediately drew their blades and stared at Xia Guilu with a murderous aura. Xia Guilu waved his hand with an indifferent expression. Not a single one will be left behind. Madaka! Zhang Long and the others also do not nonsense. Long knives sheathed, instantly shot at these guards. Chapter 79, The District Qifeng. What is it? Ah! In the middle of the inn, a mournful scream rang out. In front of Zhang Long and the others, Qifeng's guards were simply not enough to look at. Just like cabbages, being cut up at will. A few moments later, all of these guards fell to the ground. Damn! Qifeng stood in place with a pale face. He didn't expect his guards to be so bad, much less did he expect the people of the Heavenly Power Division to actually make a move. This is Chi-In City. It's his territory. These people of the Heavenly Powers Division went straight for the kill. Did they not want to live? Your turn. Zhang Long flew down holding the blood-stained long knife, his eyes staring ferociously at Qi Feng. Do you think this young man is afraid of you? Qi Feng roared in anger and blasted his fist at Zhang Long as the power of the early Xian Huang realm erupted. Early Xian Huang realm. Zhang Long laughed coldly and did not produce a sword either, but instead blasted out with a punch. Within the Heavenly Power Division, his strength wasn't too weak, but it wasn't much stronger. Just the peak of the Xian Huang realm. However, dealing with a brat who had just entered the Xian Huang realm was since no pressure at all. Boom! A roar rang out as the two fists clashed. Ah! Qi Feng screamed miserably. His body was blown away, and an arm, moreover, was directly blown into blood mist. Bang! Kaifeng's body crashed to the ground, dragging a bloody trail on the ground. He looked miserable with pain and kept rolling on the ground, already having trouble getting up. Zhang Long stared at Qi Feng with a cold expression, and the long sword in his hand flashed with a cold aura. Qi Feng showed a hideous color, and said with spiteful eyes, I am the young city lord of Chi-In City. If you dare to kill me, my father will definitely kill you all by 1,000 cuts. Yes? Xie Guilu walked down and he casually held out his hand. Zhang Long knew what Xie Guilu meant and handed him the long sword. Xie Guilu held his long sword and looked at Qi Feng with an expressionless face. The son of a small little city lord, how dare you provoke the Heavenly Power Division? Be executed. The long knife was pressed against Kaifeng's neck. Qi Feng's body trembled, feeling the threat of death. He panicked and said, No, you can't kill me. Giggle. Xie Guilu wasn't even interested in talking nonsense with a little person and slashed down. No. Qi Feng's neck was instantly chopped off. His head moved, and blood gushed out as he directly died. Decisive. Zhang Long lamented a sentence in his heart. Prince Xie never drags his feet when he strikes. When it comes to playboy and ruthlessness, Prince Xie is the ancestor, and the district Qi Feng, what is he? Can't kill you? Do you think you're the king of the world? Clean up the scene. Xie Guilu handed the long sword to Zhang Long. Zhang Long took the long knife and gently waved his hand. The sheriff's deputies immediately moved the body out and disposed of the blood at the scene. In the inn, the boss and the boy were pale, shocked by the scene. Today, with the presence of the sheriff's department, the guests did not dare to come in. Lin Qinghuang walked down from the upper floor. She handed a few silver bills to the boss. There is no need to worry about today's matter. There are some things that were broken. This is compensation. The owner looked at it and said in a rush. This is too much. These are all officials from Tianqi City. Their identities are extremely uncomplicated. Even the son of the city lord dares to be put to death. So how would he dare to accept these silvers? Lin Qinghuang placed the silver ticket in front of the boss and did not say anything more. After a while, the inn was cleaned up and even the smell of blood was eliminated. Lin Qinghuang waved her hand. Go to the city lord's mansion. When the innkeeper heard this, he hurriedly said, Lords, are you going to find the city lord? Lin Qinghuang looked at the boss, waiting for his next words. The boss explained, for the past 3 years, the city lord has had a habit of taking his soldiers to the Tian'in temple to sip tea on the 7th day of the month, and today happens to be the 7th day of the month, so he shouldn't be in the city lord's mansion. Thanks a lot. Lin Qinghuang nodded gently and led the crowd out of the inn. The lord of Chi-In City went to the Tian'in temple to drink tea every month. So naturally, he was colluding with the Tian'in temple. No wonder there hasn't been much news coming out of this place. It's all been suppressed. Surely it can't get out. Main Street. Lin Qinghuang said to Zhang Long, go check out the city lord's mansion and see how many soldiers are still there. There were 5,000 soldiers under Lord Chi-In City's command, and it was unknown whether all of them had been brought to Tian'in Mountain. 5,000 soldiers. If Xi and Xie Guilu made a move, they could naturally carry out a massacre, as if they had slaughtered the Red Wind Army before. But too much slaughter won't do. Hopefully, those 5,000 soldiers hadn't all been taken away by the Chi-In City Lord. Otherwise, there would probably be a bloodbath when the time came. City North, 10 miles away, there was a mountain named Tian'in Mountain, which was where the Tian'in Temple was situated. At the bottom of Tian'in Mountain, more than 800 soldiers were gathered, and they blocked the road up to the mountain, not allowing outsiders to set foot on it. A hidden place under the mountain. Xie Guilu and the others were staring into the distance. It didn't take long. Zhang Long came quietly. He respectfully said to Lin Qinghuang, reporting to Commander Lin, the city lord's mansion still has 4,000 soldiers, and city lord Qin has only brought 1,000 soldiers. Lin Qinghuang mused. That would be good. 1,000 soldiers, 800 at the bottom of the hill. and an estimated 200 on the hill. If there are smart people, some of them will survive the massacre when the time comes. But if there are no smart people, then they will be slaughtered altogether. Proof chutzpah. Just then, a white dove flew towards Lin Xinghuang's shoulder. Lin Xinghuang reached out and took a note from the feet of the white dove. After reading it, she frowned and handed the note to Xie Guilu. Xie Guilu took the note and glanced at it. It was a secret letter from the Heavenly Power Division. The approximate content was that the Jinfu envoy was blocked by a strong person and could not come over for the time being. Xie Guilu, what do you think should happen next? Lin Xinghuang asked. The Jinfu envoy was blocked by a strong man, and it would definitely be difficult for him to come over in a short period of time. According to Instructor Lan's memories, the Heavenly Yin Hall also had 6 peak Tuajang elders, as well as a mysterious Hall Master. That Hall Master had already stepped into the late stage of the Daozang realm, and there was no guarantee that there were still mysterious powerhouses within the Tianyin Temple that even Instructor Lan didn't know about. With her strength, she would not be able to curry the slightest advantage by heading to the Heavenly Yin Temple now. Right now you can only look at Xie Guilu. Xie Guilu's strength was unfathomable. The peak of the frontier expansion realm was simply not enough to look at in front of him, and this guy was estimated to have stepped into the Daozang realm. Xie Guilu smiled and said, "Then go up and take a look. The black devil hand that I obtained earlier was extremely extraordinary. I wonder if I can practice the power of the devil hand this time." Lin Xinghuang nodded her head gently as she looked towards Zhang Long and the others. "You guys stand guard here. Later on, if there are any special circumstances, I'll send a signal to you." "Yes, sir." Zhang Long and the others replied with serious expressions. Lin Xinghuang and Xie Guilu walked towards a dense forest. After a while, they came to a craggy spot on Tianyin Mountain. Xie Guilu took out a piece of mask and put it on, casually offering the burial sword. "Go." The two figures flashed and immediately flew toward the top. Chapter 80, Refusing to Cooperate. His crime should be punished. The Temple of Ad Yin Shan. Within a large hall. Brother Qi Yin. According to the agreement made 3 years ago, 3 years to transplant the spirit bones for the 200 soldiers under your command. And now the matter is over. A middle-aged man in black robes looked across to a brocade-robed man. The black-robed man was none other than the Heavenly Yin Temple Lord. With a cultivation at the late Daozang realm, the brocade-robed man was the Qi Yin City Lord. With a cultivation at the late Tuajang realm, the Qi Yin City Lord smiled and cupped his fists. "Many thanks, Your Highness." For 3 years, cultivators continued to appear under his command, relying precisely on the spirit bone transplantation from the Heavenly Yin Temple. Those soldiers who were transplanted with spirit bones became his personal soldiers. 200 private soldiers, each one a cultivator, which was much tougher than an ordinary soldier. If it was properly cultivated, it could be easily crushed even in the face of 1,000 armies, and it would be his greatest weapon to rely on in the future. The Heavenly Yin Hall Master said, "The one from the Heavenly Enlightenment City has sent word that he needs to settle 2 people from the Heavenly Power Division." He didn't have the slightest problem solving the 2 small troubles. What he was worried about was the strongest person from the Heavenly Power Division showing up. However, the one in Apocalypse City had counted on everything and should be able to take everything into consideration. The Qi Yin City Lord smiled and said, "Don't worry. A Lin Xinghuang in the middle stage of the frontier expansion realm plus a waste of a son of the world can be killed with just one hand. This matter doesn't need to be handled by the Palace Lord. I'll take care of it." "That works too." The Heavenly Yin Hall Master smiled indifferently and didn't take this matter too much to heart. Boom! Just then, a booming sound came from outside the hall. The Heavenly Yin Hall Master indifferently said, "Little trouble is coming. Ha ha ha. It's been a while since the City Lord has moved, so let's go out and try our hands." The City Lord of Qi Yin stood up and walked towards the outside of the hall. Outside the temple, a square, 200 soldiers surrounded Xie Guilu and Lin Xinghuang. All of them were cultivators. The lowest of them were Xianhuang realm cultivators, and there were even 10 of them in the Yoke realm. Not far away, there were many people from the Heavenly Yin Temple, who smiled playfully and were watching the show, and did not come forward. Lin Xinghuang took out a token and said indifferently, "The Heavenly Power Division is on the case. Those who don't want to die should get out of the way." "Who the hell is the Heavenly Power Division?" "This is the Temple of Heavenly Yin." A mid-yoke realm commander held a long sword and smiled grimly, not putting Lin Xinghuang in his eyes at all. "Not bad. This is the Heavenly Yin Temple. Even if you are a dragon, you have to coil when you come here." The rest of the pawns laughed coldly. Since transplanting their spirit bones and turning from ordinary people into cultivators, they were confident in their own strength. Today, not to mention that the Heavenly Power Division is here, even if the Heavenly King came, he would have to step aside. "Don't know how to die." Killing intent surfaced in Lin Xinghuang's eyes, and with a wave of his hand, the Tianya sword appeared in his hand. "Kill them." That Shackle Realm's commander's tone was cold, and the long blade in his hand was sheathed. He violently killed Lin Xinghuang, the long blade chopping out with a cold aura. Madaka! Lin Xinghuang sheathed the long sword in her hand. Green-colored sword chi surfaced. This commander's long sword was chopped off, and the cold sword chi suddenly sliced through his neck. Proof chutzpah. In the next second, the commander's head flew high into the air, blood spurting out, turning into a headless corpse. The surrounding soldiers were just about to make a move when they saw the scene in front of them. Their hearts stared and a horrified look appeared in their eyes. This commander was already in the middle stage of the yoke realm, the strongest among the 10 yoke realms, and he didn't expect to be chopped up by a sword. Lin Xinghuang gripped the Tianya sword tightly. His killing intent was majestic, and he was about to strike again. Unbridled, the Qiyin city lord instantly rushed out, and when he saw that his subordinates were being put to death, his face sank as he struck at Lin Xinghuang with his palm. In order to cultivate this commander, he had spent many resources, and he hadn't expected the other party to be put to death just like that, which made him extremely angry. It was necessary to kill this woman and take down the other party's spirit bone, so that he could make up for his loss. Phew! Lin Xinghuang slashed out with his sword, and green sword chi erupted as it clashed with the Qiyin city lord's palm imprint. Boom! A rumbling sound rang out, and the Qiyin city lord's palm imprint was shattered apart by the sword, and the powerful force directly shook him back 10 meters. 10 meters away, the Qiyin city lord stabilized his body. He glanced at his palm. His tiger's mouth was cracked, and there was an additional sword mark where his arm was. According to the information he had received, Lin Xinghuang only had a cultivation of the middle stage of the frontier expansion realm, but he didn't expect the power to be so terrifying that even he, a late stage of the frontier expansion realm, had suffered a great loss. Lin Xinghuang's eyes were cold as she stared at the Qiyin city lord. Qiyin city lord, to participate in the matter of the spirit bone transplantation of the Heavenly Yin Temple and to refuse to cooperate with the investigation of the Heavenly Powers Division. His crime should be punished. Want to execute the city lord? Then let's see if you have that kind of strength. The Qiyin city lord slapped his waist, and a halberd flew out from his storage pouch. He held his halberd and killed Lin Xinghuang with an arrow step, the halberd slashing down with a furious power. Lin Xinghuang gripped the Tianya sword tightly and chopped out with a sword. Boom! The halberd and the long sword blasted together. The ground exploded. Rubble splashed, and a powerful force swept in all directions. Click! A crisp sound then rang out, as the Qiyin city lord's halberd was cut off by a sword, and the sword energy blasted onto his chest. Boom! The Qiyin city lord was blown away by a sword, and a hideous sword scar appeared on his chest, with blood pouring out. Lin Xinghuang's figure flickered and appeared in front of the Qiyin city lord, slashing his sword at the other party's head. Not good. The lord of Qiyin city had just stabilized his body when he saw Lin Xinghuang chopping at him with a sword. His pupils shrank. He simply couldn't dodge the sword. Strike! Seeing this, the Heavenly Yin Hall lord slowly spoke. It seemed that the Qiyin city lord still couldn't be relied upon, and it was still necessary for someone from the Heavenly Yin Hall to make a move. An old man with white hair moved and instantly appeared in front of Lin Xinghuang. He blasted his palm towards Lin Xinghuang with extremely terrifying power. This was an elder of the Tianyin Temple, an existence at the peak of the frontier expansion realm. Lin Xinghuang immediately retracted her sword to fend it off. Bang! The palm imprint bombarded the Tianya sword with a powerful force that directly knocked Lin Xinghuang back a dozen meters. The Qiyin city lord breathed a sigh of relief in his heart as he looked towards the Heavenly Yin Hall master and cupped his fists. Many thanks, Hall master. Aha! The Heavenly Yin Hall master returned with a calm expression. The lord of Qiyin city stared at Lin Xinghuang with a cold smile. You do have a bit of strength, but unfortunately you're bound to die today. Lin Xinghuang didn't say a word. Die! The white-haired old man once again killed Lin Xinghuang, striking out with a palm, causing the air to vibrate and the wind to roar with might. Lin Xinghuang held the Tianya sword and did not dodge. Giggle! Just as the old man's palm was about to hit Lin Xinghuang, Xia Guilu casually waved his hand. The burial sword flew and shot towards the old man. The sword was unsheathed, but its power was not weak, and it directly dispersed the white-haired old man's palm imprint. Boom! The white-haired old man stretched out his hands to fend off the flying burial sword, which was so powerful that it backed up against him. Xie Guilu took a step and instantly appeared in front of the white-haired old man as he gripped the hilt of his sword. Madaka! Burial sword out of the sheath. Black sword on emerged. Suddenly from the old man's neck grazed. Chapter 81, How hard can it be for me to kill you? Giggle! Xia Guilu instantly appeared behind the old man, the burial sword flashing with a cold aura as blood dripped down. The old man's expression stagnated, and a confused look appeared in his eyes. Xia Guilu stretched out his hand, and the scabbard flew into his hand. Proof chutzpah. A hideous bloodstain appeared on the old man's neck, and his head flew up high as blood gushed out, turning him into a headless corpse. One sword. Killing the peak of the topaz. The scene was dead silent. The crowd stared at Xie Guilu in a daze. A peak Topland realm powerhouse was killed with a sword just like that? Xie Guilu looked at the Qiyin city lord and said indifferently, "How difficult is it for me to kill you?" The Qiyin city lord's heart condensed and he said with a calm face, "Who the hell are you?" In theory, with the one from Apocalypse City scheming, the experts from the Heavenly Power Division should have been blocked. So why was there another one here? To be able to kill the peak of the Frontier Expansion realm with a single sword. Couldn't it be that it was a Daozang realm powerhouse? Xie Guilu didn't say much, looking at the Qiyin city lord as if he was looking at a dead man. Seek death. After the Heavenly Yin Hall master reacted, his expression was furious as he waved his hand. Phew! In different directions, 5 elders of the Heavenly Yin Temple rushed out, all of them at the peak of the topaz. The 5 Tianyin Temple elders stood in 5 directions, blocking off Xie Guilu. Die! The Heavenly Yin Hall master's eyes were ferocious as his aura of the late Daozang realm erupted, and he offered up a blood-colored longsword to instantly kill Xie Guilu. The longsword chopped out, sword chi erupted, and blood light burst out. Extremely vicious, Xie Guilu did not dodge. The burial sword in his hand chopped out and a black sword aura emerged. Boom! The burial sword and the blood-colored longsword blasted together. Sparks filled the air. Powerful sword chi swept through the area, and the surrounding area exploded crazily. The ground was riddled with holes, and many buildings cracked. Die! The Heavenly Yin Hall master was full of killing intent, and the power in his hands increased as he once again chopped out a sword. The blood-colored longsword chopping on the burying flower sword. Xie Guilu was shaken back 20 meters with his sword. Kill! The Heavenly Yin Hall master's body moved, instantly appearing in front of Xie Guilu as his long sword chopped out, aiming straight for Xie Guilu's head. The sword chi was like waves, stirring out, domineering and incomparable. When it looked like the sword was just about to hit Xie Guilu's figure suddenly dissipated. What? The Heavenly Yin Hall master's face sank. Shadow kill! Xie Guilu's cold voice rang out. He instantly pounced on those 5 peak Tuojiang realm elders. His body was like a ghost. 5 residual shadows surfaced, brushing past the 5 elders in an instant. Ah! A mournful scream rang out. The 5 elders' bodies trembled. Hideous sword marks appeared on their necks. Blood gushed out, and their 5 heads flew up high, turning into 5 headless corpses. As cultivators at the peak of the Frontier Expansion realm, they were naturally not weak, but in front of Xie Guilu, they could only be crushed. Asterisk. The Heavenly Yin Hall master looked even more furious when he saw that the 6 elders had all been wiped out. Cultivating a topiary realm peak required many resources, and in the entire Heavenly Yin Temple, there were only 7 topiary peaks. 1 died in Apocalypse City, and now 6 more died, which was a very huge loss. This palace master will definitely thwart you. The Heavenly Yin Hall master roared as he pinched his sword technique and suddenly killed Xie Guilu. Scarlet-colored sword auras erupted as dozens of sword chi surfaced, blocking off heaven and earth as they simultaneously blasted towards Xie Guilu. Incompetent roar. Xie Guilu's words sneered as his figure flickered, dodging these blood-colored sword chi. Give me death. The Heavenly Yin Hall master took an arrow step to kill Xie Guilu. His long sword chopped down. 1,000 meters of sword chi erupted, and blood light covered the 9 skies. Xie Guilu gripped the burying flower sword tightly. A blood aura flashed in his eyes, and his body's aura crazily skyrocketed. The heaven mending technique was executed, and the realm directly stepped from the early stage of Dao Hidden to the middle stage of Dao Hidden. As the Heavenly Yin Palace killed over, he slashed out with his sword, and 1,000 meters of sword chi surfaced. Boom! The sword chi clashed together and exploded, with waves of air sweeping through the heavens and earth. Xie Guilu swung his sword and slashed at the Heavenly Yin Hall master. The Heavenly Yin Hall master looked furious as he similarly chopped out with his sword. The 2 swords clashed together, and the sword chi aftermath cut across the surrounding area. Click! In the next moment, the blood-colored longsword in the Tianyin Hall master's hand was chopped off, and the burying flower sword was incomparably ferocious as the sword chi erupted and ferociously chopped at the Tianyin Hall master's chest. Shit! The Heavenly Yin Hall master's gaze froze and he immediately dodged. Phew! The sword chi brushed past his shoulder, leaving a sword mark as a flash of blood red surfaced. Xie Guilu did not give the Heavenly Yin Hall master a chance to react. His figure moved and appeared in front of the other party out of thin air. His longsword chopped horizontally, sword chi bursting out, cold and abnormal. The Heavenly Yin Hall master was simply too late to dodge, and could only subconsciously block the broken sword in front of his body. Boom! The broken sword clashed with the burial sword and was once again severed as the sword energy blasted against the Heavenly Yin Hall master's chest. Ah! The Heavenly Yin Hall master let out a mournful scream as a hideous sword mark appeared on his chest. His bones were chopped off and blood gushed out. Luckily, his bones were hard enough. Otherwise the sword would have been enough to split him in half. This guy is so strong. Lin Qinghuang looked at Xie Guilu in surprise. Although he knew that this guy's strength was unfathomable, he didn't expect it to be so strong that he could even crush the late stage of the Dao Hidden Realm. It was simply perverted. How the hell does he practice? The Qiyin City Lord's face was pale, and a look of panic appeared in his eyes. Looking at this situation, it seemed that the Heavenly Yin Temple Lord was not this person's opponent. If the Heavenly Yin Hall Master was executed, then he would definitely be the one to die next. Xie Guilu's eyes were ferocious, and with a wave of both fingers, the burial sword transformed into a black light and shot out. Giggle! Before the Heavenly Yin Hall Master could react, he was pierced through his chest by a sword, and another stream of blood flew out. Xie Guilu stepped on his feet and appeared in front of the Heavenly Yin Hall Master. His fists clenched as he blasted his fist at the Heavenly Yin Hall Master's head. Kill! The Heavenly Yin Hall Master roared, directly dropping his broken sword and meeting Xie Guilu with a punch. Bang! The fists of the two men clashed. An explosive sound rang out, and the arm of the Heavenly Yin Hall Master burst into flames, turning into a roiling blood mist, and his body was sent flying 100 meters. Xie Guilu's fingers moved, and the burial sword transformed into 100 long swords, instantly stabbing at the Heavenly Yin Hall Master. After the Heavenly Yin Hall Master stabilized his body, he immediately offered a bone shield, which blocked in front of him. Hundreds of long swords crazily bombarded on the bone shield. Sparks surfaced, and dense cracks appeared on the top of the bone shield, which couldn't last long at all. Xie Guilu lightly waved his sleeve, and 100 long swords transformed into one, their might soaring 100-fold as the burial sword rotated, its sword chi heaving to the heavens. Boom! The bone shield was pierced through, and the long sword was ferocious, passing directly through the Heavenly Yin Hall Master's neck, interspersed with a gush of blood. Ah! The Heavenly Yin Hall came out screaming miserably and immediately covered his broken arm. Xie Guilu struck extremely decisively, swooping down in front of the Heavenly Yin Hall Master and kicking at the Heavenly Yin Hall Master's head. The Heavenly Yin Hall Master looked panicked and could not dodge at all, so he could only subconsciously block his arm in front of him. Click! Xie Guilu kicked the Heavenly Yin Hall Master's arm. The Heavenly Yin Hall Master's arm broke. Bones shattered loudly, and a powerful force blasted into his face, causing his face to explode and become a bloody mess as he was blown away 100 meters away. Disease! Xie Guilu stretched out his hand and the burial sword flew into it. He took one step and appeared above the Heavenly Yin Hall Master's head, his long sword chopping down, wanting to split the Heavenly Yin Hall Master in half with a single stroke. Old ancestor! Save me! The Heavenly Yin Hall Master looked terrified and let out a hoarse cry for help. Buzz! Inside a large hall, a terrifying aura erupted, directly blocking Xie Guilu. Chapter 82 Old Man Tianin, Demon Hand Showing Power. Xie Guilu raised an eyebrow and immediately looked towards the large hall that contained an old monster with great strength. Phew! In the middle of the great hall, a black chess piece shot out and went straight for Xie Guilu's brow. Xie Guilu immediately ducked. The black pieces cut through his face, a crack in his mask, and a strand of hair fell from his ear. Boom! A roaring sound came out from the hall, and dozens of black and white chess pieces shot out explosively and blasted towards Xie Guilu at the same time, each piece carrying the might of destroying the heavens and destroying the earth. Xie Guilu didn't fight hard, but kept dodging as the pieces brushed past him and didn't hit him. Bang! In the next second, an ancient wooden chessboard rushed out from the hall, and the power attached to the chessboard was even more powerful, blocking off heaven and earth as it violently blasted towards Xie Guilu. Xie Guilu simply couldn't avoid it and could only slash out with his sword. Boom! The board was split in half by his sword. Right at this moment, an old man in gray robes rushed out of the hall. The old man appeared behind the chessboard and blasted a palm at Xie Guilu. Xie Guilu quickly blocked his longsword in front of his chest. The gray-robed old man's palm imprint bombarded the long sword. A powerful force erupted. Xie Guilu intuited that his arm was numb. His chi and blood surged, and his entire person was immediately blown away by dozens of meters. Xie Guilu rolled over, removing some of his strength, and flew to step on a stone pillar. A splash of blood slipped from beneath his mask and he looked to his palm. The tiger's mouth cracked and blood flowed. Xie Guilu gazed at the gray-robed old man and indifferently said, Xian Fei's realm. Rather, I didn't expect that this Heavenly Yin Palace was hiding a Xian Fei's realm powerhouse. This was interesting. Xian Fei's realm. Lin Qinghuang's gaze was also fixed, filled with scorn. This old man was not in the memories of Instructor Blue, indicating that his existence was unknown even to an elder like Instructor Blue. This fellow, Xie Guilu, could easily crush any late-stage Daozan realm powerhouse against him, but against the Xian Fei's realm, there seemed to be a great deal of pressure. Things were in trouble. The gray-robed old man stretched out his hand, a black and a white chess piece suspended in his palm as he looked towards Xie Guilu and said in an eerie tone, I am the heavenly Yin ancestor. He was at the early stage of the Xian phase realm. The Xie Guilu in front of him was not weak. He could even crush the late Dao Zhang stage. But even stronger, he was only at the Daozang realm. In front of him, the Xian phase realm. How could he make much of a wave? The Daozang and the Xian phase, separated by a heavenly moat. How easy is it to cross over? The heavenly Yin palace is actually still harboring a Xian phase realm powerhouse. A smile of excitement appeared on the face of the Qi-Yin city lord. The heavenly Yin ancestor had made a move. This person was dead. Now he could rest on his laurels. The heavenly Yin hall master was relieved when he saw the heavenly Yin old ancestor appear, and he bowed and immediately retreated. Xie Guilu looked indifferently at old ancestor Tianyin. Xian phase realm, naturally very strong, but not yet a battle. Ignorant. Old ancestor Tianyin raised his hand and waved it, and two pieces instantly flew towards Xie Guilu. Xie Guilu immediately dodged. The chess piece brushed past him, and a powerful aura struck, as if it was going to tear him apart with its might. Boom! The pieces bombarded the two mountains in the distance, and those two mountains were directly blown up. Die! Old ancestor Tianyin blasted his palm at Xie Guilu, and a huge palm print emerged, covering heaven and earth and blocking the square. Not good. The crowd in the square hastily backed away. Boom! The palm print blasted down. The square was blasted. Dust splattered. Which more? The ground was full of holes. Fragmented. A huge palm print emerged. Among the palm prints, Xie Guilu was covered in blood, struggling to support his body with his long sword. At the moment, his hair was disheveled, his mask shattered and fell off in pieces, and his pale face was revealed. Lin Qinghuang's heart condensed. A look of worry appeared in her eyes. Carrying a palm from the Xian phase realm, her injuries were definitely not light. Xie dangerous building. How is that possible? When the Qi-Yin city lord saw Xie Guilu's face, his expression was shocked, and a horrified look appeared in his eyes. The above named them to kill Xie Guilu and Lin Qinghuang, so naturally they prepared the portrait in advance. Who would have thought that this mysterious strong man would be Xie Guilu? Didn't you say that Xie Guilu was born with ruined bones and couldn't cultivate? Even the late Daozang realm can be crushed. This is called not being able to cultivate? He must die. The heavenly Yin hall master was also startled, a look of disbelief in his eyes. The wasteful son of the world was actually a hidden expert. To be able to hold back to this extent, he was even more terrifying and extraordinary than that prince of Tianqi city. Among the palm prints, Xie Guilu raised his head, a bloodthirsty smile appearing on his face. Looks like there's going to be some slaughter today. Now that they've shown their faces, these people have to die. Arrogant and ignorant brat. If you can resist one of my moves, count your life as hard. But do you think you can still resist a second move? Old ancestor Tianyin said disdainfully. Yes? Xie Guilu put away the burial sword. Buzz. As the Nirvana Sutra operated, blood flowed backwards and his injuries quickly recovered, and his aura was directly restored to its peak state in a matter of moments. And how? Old ancestor Tianyin shouted coldly and instantly appeared in front of Xie Guilu. He blasted his fist towards Xie Guilu's head, wanting to kill Xie Guilu with a single blow. Lin Qinghuang gripped his longsword tightly as a rune appeared on his brow, casually intending to strike. Xie Guilu stretched out his hand, and the black demonic hand within his dantian instantly fused with his arm. The monstrous demonic qi erupted, and the heaven and earth instantly turned into a pitch-black color. The surrounding space constantly distorted, and the might of the demonic hand was extremely terrifying. Lin Qinghuang was stunned for a second. This guy actually had other means. Boom! Just as the heavenly Yin old ancestor's fist blasted down, Xie Guilu grabbed the other party's fist as a terrifying demonic aura erupted, suddenly eroding into the other party's body. What? The heavenly Yin old ancestor's expression was startled as the demonic chi attacked him, crazily destroying his sinewy people and causing him to feel his soul palpitate. And at the moment, his fist was being grabbed, and he was surprisingly difficult to break free. Xie Guilu's eyes surfaced with rich killing intent, his messy hair dancing crazily, as he coldly looked at Tianyin old ancestor, his eyes incomparably bloodthirsty, and demonic light flickered from his eyes. Boom! Xie Guilu made a strong pinch, and old man Tianyin's arm burst apart. Ah! The heavenly Yin old ancestor let out a miserable scream as he immediately drew back. Xie Guilu's speed was even faster, suddenly appearing beside old man Tianyin. He clenched his fist and blasted it at old man Tianyin's chest. Bang! As the punch went down, demonic qi erupted. Demonic might was monstrous, and old ancestor Tianyin's chest was actually pierced through by the punch. Bones shattered, internal organs exploded, and blood flew out. Ah! The heavenly Yin old ancestor screamed miserably as his body was blasted 300 meters away, crashing into a mountain peak and directly cracking it. Xie Guilu took a step out and instantly appeared in front of old ancestor Tianyin as he said in a cold tone, Die! Boom! As soon as the words fell, he punched at the body of the heavenly Een ancestor, his demonic aura blocking off the heavens and the earth, ferocious and incomparable. Don't! The heavenly Een old ancestor let out a voice of horror, but he could only watch as this fist blasted at him. Boom! Fist seal blasted out. Tian Een old ancestor's body was blasted into a bloody mist. His soul was destroyed, and the mountain peak behind him was even blown up by a punch. Splashing debris. Chapter 83, The City Lord has been killed. Everyone run away. Old man Tian Een, Xianfei's realm powerhouse, dead. The people present looked at Xie Guilu with stupefied expressions. The moment the heavenly Een old ancestor appeared just now, they thought that Xie Guilu would surely die, but they didn't expect the battle situation to change in the blink of an eye. 2 punches. Xie Guilu used only 2 punches to subdue the Xianfei's realm's Tian Een old ancestor. Demon. Lin Qinghuang evaluated 2 words. The more she couldn't understand this guy Xie Guilu, old ancestor. After the heavenly Een hall master reacted, his body trembled and a look of fear appeared in his eyes. Xie Guilu instantly appeared in front of the heavenly Een hall master, pinching the other party's neck and lifting him up as he said with fierce eyes, "It's your turn." Tian Een hall lord looked terrified, constantly struggling, but simply could not break free from Xie Guilu's hand. He trembled. My heavenly Een hall has a great background. If you dare. Boom! Xie Guilu didn't even give the heavenly Een hall master the chance to finish speaking, and with a forceful pinch, the heavenly Een hall master's body was instantly reduced to pieces. And how? Xie Guilu spoke expressionlessly as his gaze fell on the Qi Een city lord. The Qi Een city lord had already been scared out of his wits, and when he saw Xie Guilu looking at him, he looked startled and turned around to flee. Xie Guilu looked indifferently at the back of the Qi Een city lord as he casually stretched out his hand, and his demonic qi erupted, condensing into a large handprint of demonic qi. Hit the road. Xie Guilu's fingers gently pinched, and the great handprint of demonic qi instantly grabbed the Qi Een city lord. As the large hand seal was pinched tightly, the Qi Een city lord's bones shattered and dense cracks appeared on his body as blood continued to gush out. No! Don't kill me! The Qi Een city lord felt the threat of death and begged for mercy in terror. Xie Guilu's expression was indifferent and unperturbed as he exerted a slight force in his hands. Ah! The Qi Een city lord let out a mournful scream, his body suddenly bursting apart, turning into a cloud of blood mist, completely dead. The city lord has been killed. Everyone run away. When the surrounding 200 soldiers saw the Qi Een city lord being put to death, they were filled with panic and hurriedly fled for their lives. Go to hell, all of you. Xie Guilu's eyes were bloodthirsty, his large hand stretched out, and his demonic qi erupted, forming a chain of demonic qi that would instantly blast out. Giggle! The bodies of those soldiers were pierced by the chains of demonic qi, bursting apart and sending blood spray flying. Ah! A mournful scream rang out, and the square was dyed red with blood. A few moments later, the screams stopped, and the 200 soldiers, all of them, were wiped out, with no bones left. All of them turned into blood mist. Xie Guilu looked around, and there were some people from the heavenly Een temple. Escape! These people of the heavenly Een hall fled in terror. Phew! Before Xie Guilu could make a move, Lin Qinghuang killed in front of her, quickly swinging her sword, and the people of the Tian Een temple were constantly cut down by her sword. This time, it's natural to cut off the roots. Xie Guilu put away his demonic hand, the demonic aura dissipated, and in the sky and earth, the only thing that was left was the rich smell of blood. In less than half an hour, the slaughter was over. Lin Qinghuang walked towards a large hall and sought out a cage underneath with many young people inside. They were all disciples who had worshipped the heavenly Een temple, and all of them had spirit bones in their bodies. Originally, they thought that if they worshipped the heavenly Een temple, they would be able to take off directly, but they didn't realize that the heavenly Een temple was eyeing their spirit bones. They had witnessed the spirit bones of some of their companions being dug up, and they could be next. Seeing Lin Qinghuang come in, these young men's bodies trembled, and a look of panic appeared in their eyes. Click! Lin Qinghuang chopped out with a sword, and the Xian iron lock on the cage was chopped off. She looked at these young men. The heavenly Een hall has been destroyed. You will now follow me out of here. What? The heavenly Een temple was destroyed? Can we leave now? I want to go home. I miss my mom. These young men immediately stood up, a look of astonishment in their eyes, which turned into a burst of excitement. Afterwards, these young men followed Lin Qinghuang away. The plaza. Lin Qinghuang walked towards Xie Guilu and asked, "Is everything alright?" Something. Xie Guilu's body slumped forward. Lin Qinghuang immediately supported Xie Guilu. Xie Guilu's face was pressed against Lin Qinghuang's chest. His fingers wrapped around Lin Qinghuang's waist, and a fragrance came to his nose. He gently pinched Lin Qinghuang's arched buttocks and rubbed Lin Qinghuang's breasts, saying in a weak tone, "Qinghuang, I'm hungry. I want to eat steamed buns. Lin Xinghuang instantly exploded, pushing Xie Guilu away as she glared at him. Can you be decent? Xie Guilu's smile was rich. Where there was half a thing, he was in good shape at the moment. Humph. Lin Xinghuang snorted coldly, and in her heart, she was relieved that this guy seemed to be fine. Commander Lin. Zhang Long's voice rang out, and he was leading a group of sheriff's deputies over at a fast pace. Lin Xinghuang looked at Zhang Long and the others. Have those soldiers at the bottom of the mountain been resolved? Zhang Long hurriedly said. General Sun from Plum City has brought a large army and has already taken control of the city lord's mansion and the soldiers under Tianin Mountain. General Sun of Meichang? Lin Xinghuang showed a contemplative look on his face. Zhang Long whispered. General Sun is the second prince's man. So it is. Lin Xinghuang realized in her heart. She couldn't help but look deeply at Xie Guilu. Why are the second prince's men here? There was a possibility that the second prince knew that the disappearance of the 300,000 taels of disaster relief silver had something to do with the Tianin temple. But this was something she had only told Xie Guilu. Xie Guilu smiled blandly. Lin Xinghuang guessed right. Yan Wuya knew about the disaster relief silver. It was indeed his handiwork. Originally, he had only intended to intensify the conflict between Yan Wuya and Yan Wushu, but he hadn't expected the other party to send someone. The trouble here is over. Leave first. Lin Xinghuang gently waved her hand. The crowd then left the city of Qian. After Lin Xinghuang found these young men and took their statements, he had the crowd of sheriffs send them home, and there were some who could never return. In 3 years' time, many young people had joined the Tianin temple, some from Qian City and some from outside. There were also some that were forcibly captured by people sent by the Lord of Qian City, and most of them had their spirit bones dug out and were left in mass graves, which was very miserable. Chen Meiyu is lucky that her daughter is still alive. In the middle of the inn, Lin Xinghuang held the organized scroll as she looked at Xie Guilu. When the Tianin temple lord died before, he said that the Tianin temple had a big background. Even the Xian Fei's realm ancestors exist. Their background must not be small. Xie Guilu nodded gently. Yan Wushu did have a connection with the Tianin temple, but he didn't see it as the background of the temple. The Heavenly Yin temple had a Xian Xiang realm ancestor sitting in the town, and the forces behind it were definitely more terrifying. Lin Xinghuang said, the Tianin temple has been destroyed. Go back to Tianqi City. Good thing too. Xie Guilu smiled bashfully. Chapter 84, Listening to Songs on the Hook, Going to the White Jade Capital. Half an hour later, Xie Guilu and Lin Xinghuang rode the snow-treading spirit horse back to Tianqi, and met Jinfu envoy Bailey Changqing halfway. Greetings to the town marshal. Lin Xinghuang saluted. Bailey Chang saw that Xie Guilu and Lin Xinghuang were riding the same horse, and that Xie Guilu was still tightly wrapped around Lin Xinghuang's waist. At the moment, the other party's eyes were tightly closed, and he seemed to be still asleep, which made his expression a bit strange. This kid, he's got something, he inquired. This time, I was stopped by a demonic powerhouse and didn't make it to Qian City in time. How is the situation there? The demon race that stopped him was extremely strong, and this time it was him who was negligent. Lin Xinghuang handed a scroll to Bailey Changqing, reporting to the Jinfu envoy. The Tianin temple has been destroyed, and the Lord of Qian City was involved in the matter of the spirit bones, and has already been put to death. The details are all inside this scroll. Bailey Changqing was a bit surprised. The Tianin temple had the Daozan realm in attendance. How did Lin Xinghuang solve it? He took the scroll and glanced at it. Tianin old ancestor. Xian Fei's realm. Bailey Changqing's gaze stared. Lin Xinghuang explained. Old ancestor Tianin is a Xian Fei's realm powerhouse. We are naturally no match. But this time a mysterious powerhouse has appeared in the Tianin palace. The destruction of the Tianin palace was mainly due to him, but that person was wearing a mask, so he couldn't see his face, and he didn't know his details. She naturally wouldn't say much about Xie Guilu's outburst. Mysteriously strong? Bailey Changqing's face showed a thoughtful expression. To be able to kill an existence at the Xian Fei's realm was naturally extremely uncomplicated. Lin Xinghuang skillfully changed the topic. The Tianin temple has Xian Fei's realm ancestors in attendance. Its background is extremely uncomplicated. Bailey Changqing murmured. The Xian Fei's realm has shown up. Naturally we should check it out. Leave this matter to me. The Tianin temple has been overthrown. You all deserve credit for this. Just go back to the Heavenly Powers Division and ask for a reward when the time comes. When it came to the Xian Fei's realm, this would require him to personally intervene, and at that time, he might even have to call out Lord Sifu. Thanks to the town councillor. Lin Xinghuang once again saluted. Aha! Bailey Changqing gently nodded his head and flew away. He still had to make a trip to the Heavenly Yin temple to take a look. The matter of spirit bone transplantation was extremely uncomplicated. If the Heavenly Yin temple still had a powerful background, It was estimated that there were still mysterious forces doing spirit bone transplants, and it needed to be properly probed before it could be done. I hope to find something in the temple of the celestial cloud. Lin Qinghuang gently pulled the reins, and the snow-treading spirit horse flew off into the distance. Apocalypse City. At night, the wind and snow remained, and the lights were obscured and hazy. The divisions of heavenly power. The people who went to Chi'in City this time, whether they contributed or not, were rewarded with 100 taels of silver each. This made Zhang Long and the others happy. For 100 taels of silver, you can go to the hook several times to listen to music. In the middle of the great hall, Lin Qinghuang poured a cup of tea and she took a sip. In the case of the spirit bone transplantation, the scroll has been handed over to the chancellor, but this matter can't move the sixth prince. Xie Guilu smiled faintly and said, there are shadows of Yen Wushu in the Tianyin temple, but we did not look for any evidence, and with just some words, naturally we can't help him. If there was evidence, when the time came for Yen Junlin to intervene, he would definitely be able to impeach Yen Wushu. Lin Qinghuang gently pinched his teacup. This matter can't help him, but right now he has bigger troubles. There is news that Yen Wushu has collusion with the demon race. The Winter Hunting Assembly saw a demon massacre and a lot of powerful and noble sons and daughters died. There will definitely be people looking for Yen Wushu's trouble. The spreading of this news should also be attributed to Yen Wuya. He was put on the spot about the disaster relief silver, and now that he knows what's behind it, he can't be indifferent. Xie Guilu shook his head and said, but don't forget that he was born in an imperial family, and there's only one way to really move him. Yen Wuxia, no matter what, was still a prince. Even if he had committed a mortal sin, the one in the palace would not directly erase him. If you want to move him, relying on the divisions of heavenly power, relying on the civil and military officials, and relying on the one in the palace are all false. The only way to kill it is to rely on yourself, with great strength. In the world of the weak and the strong, everything depends on strong strength. Worldly rules, after all, is a person set, as long as you are strong enough, the worldly rules in your case, as if floating clouds. Lin Qinghuang said, you're also right, but binding all parties can also inhibit his development. Xie Guilu smiled and nodded. A Yen Wushu would not make him scornful in any way. What he was truly afraid of was the soul body on the other party. Even if he had a card like the demon hand, he didn't dare to underestimate an old monster. Gotta go find Uncle Sam later and see what goodies he'll give him. Xie Guilu glanced outside and stood up. It's getting late. I have to go back. Lin Qinghuang glanced at Xie Guilu. Just got 100 taels. This is an impatience to go to a greenhouse? Xie Guilu's face flushed. Nonsense. Is this Shitzi not that kind of person? I'm going to listen to music to cultivate my feelings and cultivate my body. Ha! Lin Qinghuang put down her teacup and picked up a scroll to continue viewing it. She felt that her cultivation level was still a little low, and she had to find a way to break through quickly. Xie Guilu yawned and walked out of the great hall with his hands behind his back. Outside the temple. Seiji, my brothers are planning to go out for a drink. Do you want to join us? Zhang Long, Zhao Hu and the others looked at Xie Guilu with smiles on their faces. This time there is silver. Naturally have to go to the pastime. Men's fun. Not so little? Good. Then let's go have a few drinks. And for tonight's consumption, this son of the world will pay for it. Xie Guilu said atmospherically. Ha ha. Thanks Seiji. The crowd hurriedly clasped their fists. How could it be unpleasant to have a son of the world as a colleague? To the White Jade Palace, Xie Guilu said with bravado. The White Jade Capital, an extremely grand green building in Tianqi City, was known as the first building in Tianqi. Those who can enter inside on weekdays are all dignitaries, throwing away money, in which are the norm, and the common people are not qualified to enter them at all. Buy, pack. Zhang Long and the others stared with wide eyes. They hurriedly shook their heads and said, your son, it's too expensive there. You can't even enter inside without this 1,000 taels of silver on you. The White Jade Capital, that was a place they couldn't even think about. Xie Guilu said with a confident face. Is this Shitzi's fame only worth 1,000 taels? Don't worry, there's no shortage of money. World Sun's atmosphere. Then we'll follow World Sun to see the world. Zhang Long and the others were also incredibly moved. That kind of place. They hadn't been there either. I've heard that all the women in the White Jade Capital are as beautiful as flowers, and are skilled in music, chess, calligraphy, painting, playing, singing, and everything else. It's a good time to see it. Xie Guilu said. All of you go change your clothes. With what you're wearing, what if you scare those girls when the time comes? Seiji is right. We're going to change it. Zhang Long and the others hurriedly walked towards another large hall. After a while, the crowd changed into civilian clothes and left the divisions of heavenly power. Chapter 85, It's a pleasure. Everyone understands. Inside an attic, the heavenly Yin Hall had the Xianfei's realm at its helm. Who exactly destroyed it? Yan Wui's face was a bit gloomy. There were already people blocking Bailey Chongqing, but I didn't expect that the Heavenly Yin Palace would still be destroyed. Tianyin old ancestor was at the Xianfei's realm. If he wanted to kill him, he had to be at least at the Xianfei's realm. So who was the one who took the shot? Could it be that the Tianyin temple had made too much of a commotion, displeasing certain people? After this incident, Lin Qinghuang and Xie Guilu surprisingly didn't die either. And this result, too, didn't make him very happy. Your Highness, what next? A mysterious black-robed man respectfully inquired. Yan Wushu indifferently said, pass the news to the Nine Heavens Tower. They will send someone by themselves. I'm going to be in seclusion for some time next. Don't come and disturb me. A few setbacks had caused him to feel a great deal of pressure, and it was imperative to raise his cultivation first, so that he could be protected. Subordinate understands. The black-robed man made a bow and turned to leave. The cold wind at night was unusually cold and harsh, like an ice blade piercing the bones. The hazy light is rubbed by the wind and snow, hidden and hidden. The only remaining green plants, hunched over, struggling to support. The ground is piled thick with snow and ice, added to by yesterday's melt and recent cover. The cold winter world. A lantern, a pile of campfire, difficult to disintegrate. Only a spring breeze can bring a ray of life. Main Street. Xia Guilu walked forward with his umbrella. The wind and snow had covered the oil paper umbrella. Zhang Long's 7 men followed along, their faces full of expectant smiles. The wind and snow froze people's bones, but Bai Yujing's beauty was able to warm people's hearts. The snow is so heavy you can't hear the wind blowing the leaves. Xia Guilu glanced around, and occasionally saw some women, wearing thick cotton clothes. It was difficult to see the unique spring and summer manicure. Zhao Hu hemmed and hawed. I understand what Seiji means. Oh, Xia Guilu looked at Zhao Hu. Zhao Hu's smile was thick. In the middle of winter, you can't see a beauty wearing a long tulle dress on the street. Hey! Zhang Long and the others also burst into strange laughter. Spring and summer, the street everywhere in the man. In the winter cannot be seen, and even if you see, the cold winter can isolate the man's desire. Tough not up. The warmth of the hookah is the only thing that keeps people coming back. A group of vulgar people. What this Shitsi is lamenting is the withering of everything in the cold winter and the fragility of life. This is elegance, but what you are concerned about is the beauty's dress. This is called vulgarity. Xia Guilu shook his head with a look of hatred. Yes, 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 everyone understands. The crowd squinted and looked like I know what you're doing. You, Mr. Xia, are an old hand at flowers. Who could not understand? It didn't take long. The crowd came to the center of the city, where there was a 7-story building with a plaque inscribed with 3 words, Bai Yujing. The eaves are hung with fire-red lanterns. The building is brightly lit, exposed outside, like a golden palace wall. Brilliant, imposing. Inside the pianos and songs gradually, vaguely visible beauty silhouette, is a perfect place to get drunk. The White Jade Capital is the first building of the Tianqi. Those who can come here are either rich or noble. If they don't bring enough silver, they don't even have the qualification to enter inside. Go! Xie Guilu swaggered forward with Zhang Long and the others. As a result, just as he approached the gate, he was stopped by a middle-aged beautiful woman. Masters, there is a rule for entering the White Jade Capital, and that is that you must have a minimum of 1,000 taels of silver on you. Oh. The middle-aged beauty stared at Xie Guilu and the others with a smile on her face. Xie Guilu gently straightened his sleeves and said with a confident face, don't worry, Xie Guilu, do not lack silver. Zhang Long and the others showed a curious look on their faces. Prince Xia had already revealed his identity. I wonder if his great name could be worth 1,000 taels. The middle-aged beauty said with a rich smile. The prince of the Marquis of Jinxi's house, naturally, will not lack of silver, but Bai Yujing has such rules here, and there is no way for the slaves to do so. They still have to be examined. Xie Guilu is not short of silver? What a joke! Now in charge of the Marquis of Jinxi's residence is Xiat Sangxuan. All the industries have run into the hands of the youths. He Xie Guilu, the son of the world, famous but not real. What else? Zhang Long and the others were speechless in their hearts. The great name of the world's son nowadays seemed to be worthless. It's true that this son is not as good as he was before, but do you think I can't take out even a mere 1,000 taels? Xie Guilu smiled bashfully. Then the slave will have to see. The middle-aged beauty extended her hand towards Xie Guilu. Xie Guilu casually pulled out a bit from his pocket. 100 taels silver ticket was pulled out by him. He continued to pull out a bit more and only pulled out a few broken silver ingots and a few copper plates. Where is this young man's silver? Who stole my young master's silver? Xie Guilu raised an eyebrow. LOL. Seiji wouldn't be unable to take out even 1,000 taels, would he? The middle-aged beauty pursed her lips and smiled. Joke? What kind of person is this son of the world? Isn't a mere 1,000 taels just a reach? Xiaogilu's face slumped as he said to Zhang Long and the others, brothers, each one of you pull out a little bit, and when we enter the White Jade capital, we'll very much give the beauties inside a little color. Zhang Long and the others' mouths twitched, subconsciously wanting to bolt the silver they had just gotten their hands on. This was going to be handed over? Why did it feel like Seiji wasn't going to treat them, but was going to make them treat him? Xiaoguilu immediately stopped Zhang Long and the others. If you've come, how can you not see it? Zhang Long and the others were speechless and could only silently dig into their pockets. 7 people, a total of 700 taels, plus Xiaoguilu's 100 taels or so. It's only 800 taels or so. That's all? Xiaoguilu looked towards Zhang Long and the others. That's all. Zhang Long and the others smiled bitterly. With just that much silver every month, how much could be saved? If they hadn't gotten a reward this time, they probably wouldn't have been able to get 1 or 20 taels. Seiji, there's still more than 100 taels missing. Oh. The middle-aged beauty's voice was coquettish and her smile was somewhat playful. At this moment, she had some feelings in her heart. The world son of the Marquis of Jinshi. Is it really not working? This guy is so good at eating, drinking, whoring and gambling that even with a little bit of silver, it's hard to keep. There was news that the Grand Prince seemed to have given him a lot of silver before, but it was all gambled away by him. The loser In the meantime, Bai Jing, 7th floor. A woman in a black dress and a woman in a white dress were playing against each other. Your Highness, Xiaoguilu was outside of the White Jade capital, but he doesn't seem to have the silver to enter the building. A maid's voice sounded outside the house. The white-skirted woman said indifferently, let Peonia make a couplet, and if he matches it, let him enter the building. Understood. The maid headed downstairs. Xia dangerous building. The black-skirted woman picked up a chess piece with a pensive look on her face. You set him up before. What do you think would happen if he met you? The woman in the white dress asked. The black-skirted woman dropped her pieces with a calm demeanor, without the slightest ripple in her eyes. Chapter 86 Literature Under Heaven. All in my hands. Son, why don't we change the building? Don't worry. We'll arrange it for you. Zhang Long and the others couldn't help but smile bitterly when they saw that Xiaoguilu kept digging into his sleeves but had difficulty pulling out silver. There was some sighing in their hearts at the moment. If the Xiaoguilu of 3 years ago had come to the White Jade capital, he would probably have been able to enter inside just by mentioning the name. But now he was stopped at the door. It's a sigh of relief when the tiger falls. How does that work? Xiaoguilu frowned. The middle-aged beauty smiled and said, actually, there are other ways for the world son to enter the White Jade capital. Oh, what way? Xiaoguilu asked. The middle-aged woman smiled sweetly, Shitsi talented. It happens to be that our family owner likes poetry and songs. The building women also know a little bit. Today I let a girl out of a pair. If Shitsi can be on, we'll be able to enter the White Jade capital with your friends. And a lot of consumption can be free of charge. Pair of pairs? Isn't this what my son is best at? My son is not the star of literature. I am the exiled immortal of the Hall of Literature. All the literature of the world is in my hands. A look of confidence surfaced on Xiaoguilu's face once again. The middle-aged beauty was full of speechlessness. Having seen narcissism, I have never seen such narcissism. Then the slave family will slightly look forward to Shitsi's talent. Peonia, you come out. A woman with a shapely figure and a delicate face walked over. She sized up Xiaoguilu and said with a teasing smile, I'll come up with a pair, and the Shitsi will be able to enter inside if he gets it right. Come on, let this see and show you what you're made of. Xiaoguilu smiled bashfully. The corners of Peonia's mouth rose as she slowly spoke. 1 building, 2 doors, no money, 4 rounds, 4 poor cannot enter. Zhang Long and the others froze for a second as they came to a slight realization and instantly understood the sneer in Peonia's pair. The building has a front door, back door. Can go to the front door, are the people who have a lot of money, and go to the back door, also has a good background. They were present exactly 8 people, rounded up to 5, could not come up with 1,000 taels of silver. 4 poor, this is to say that the 8 of them are too poor. The front door, the back door are not qualified to enter? That little bitch has a broken mouth. Zhang Long glared. This bitch is bullying people too much. Ha! The middle-aged beauty's smile was intense. Peony stared at Xiaoguilu with a playful expression. World son, how about this pair from my daughter? Can you be right? After hearing this, Xiaoguilu lost his smile and said, you're not very good at this pair. Naturally I can be right too, but equally not very good. Oh, then, say ho, let's do it right. Peony looked teasing. Xiaoguilu smiled warmly and said, I'm right. 1 pole, asterisk. 2, asterisk. 10,000 gold in my waist. 7, asterisk. 8, asterisk. 7 into 7, asterisk, forced entry. Fill in the blank. Good. Right on. Zhang Long and the others immediately stuck out their thumbs and burst into bad laughter. Seiji is highly talented and very thoughtful. Let's not talk about how the pairing is done, but whether or not you've got it right. Little pussy, a little something, but not understanding, still too young in front of the Seiji. What's the big deal about a building with 2 doors? Am I being vulgar? Why did I think of a peculiar scene? I seem to be unclean. You're clean my ass. You're fucking stuffy. The crowd laughed continuously, regardless of whether there is no cultural background evening. Can hear Xie Guilu pairs of explicit words. You. Peonia's complexion stagnated as she stared at Xie Guilu with a reddened face. Xie Guilu smiled and cupped his fists. I'm sorry to hear that. After saying that, he looked at the middle-aged beautiful woman. This worldly son is right, isn't he? The middle-aged beautiful woman looks unnatural. You are right on the ass. Bull-headed. And lecherous. Still, she held out her hand and said, please. Xie Guilu walked over to the middle-aged beauty and raised his hand to slap the other party's arse. Snap. A crisp voice rang out, directly knocking the middle-aged beauty woman's legs to the ground. Xie Guilu said with a smug look on his face, Beauty, you're still too young. Do you think this son really lacks 1,000 tails? This son just wants to whore for nothing. After saying that, he strutted towards the building. You. The middle-aged beauty groped her arse and stared at Xie Guilu with a face full of annoyance. Really wanting to strangle this guy to death. That's right. Would the world son lack your 1,000 tails? All the world prince wants is to be free to give the women of the world a warm embrace. What bad thoughts could he have? Zhang Long and the others followed with smiles on their faces. Center of the building. On the red platform, the zither sound gradually. The beauty danced in shapely body. The trembling arc. The hidden Snow White. Let people's eyes dazzle. Mouth and tongue. Zhang Long and the others' eyes were looking straight. This Bai Yujing's women. Indeed, all of them were as beautiful as flowers. Their temperament was extremely extraordinary. Far from those surrounding women of the greenhouses could be compared. Xie Guilu was holding his wine cup and was also staring at the beauties around him. These women, most of whom had cultivation in their bodies, were hiding extremely deeply. Nightingale. Yen Ruyu. Xie Guilu made a dark remark. There were 2 women on the 7th floor with scents he was not unfamiliar with. One of them was the flower girl of Raccoon House 3 years ago, Nightingale. The Nightingale is from Western Chu and had posed as the original owner, saying that if she helped her rescue a Western Chu felon, she would be able to spend time with her. But after all, she had missed her appointment. As for the other person, it was Yen Ruyu. It was rumored that the one behind this Bai Yujing was Yen Ruyu, so it seemed that this matter was true. Yen Ruyu colluded with the Nightingale of Western Chu. And that's interesting. This would also explain why the Western Chu Iron Tiger and the half-demon blood Heavenly Wolf were driven by Yen Ruyu. What's going on? Why are there no beauties here to serve my son? Xie Guilu looked towards the middle-aged beauty with a somewhat displeased expression. How can a beauty not come up to serve you when you're in the White Jade Palace? The middle-aged beautiful woman came forward and said breathlessly, World son, our White Jade capital girls mainly sell their art. They don't serve people. Didn't this guy even inquire before coming to the White Jade capital? Do you still think the White Jade Palace is an ordinary youth center? Most of the women in the White Jade capital are assassins trained by the princess, scouting for all sorts of information on weekdays, but not coming to serve people. Certain dignitaries came to the White Jade capital not to look for flowers, but to get information from here and do things that could not see the light of day. As long as you could afford the money, intelligence and assassination could be accomplished for you, and that was the key for Bai Yujing to set the bar. Bang! Xie Guilu instantly threw his wine glass on the table and said with a displeased expression, Is selling art that expensive? Is this a proper youth center or not? Right. Zhang Long and the others also nodded their heads in a hurry. It's true. Although there are many beauties, but you can only look at them. It's very difficult. At least come over to drink a cup of wine. It's a white whore, but you can't bully an honest man. The middle-aged beauty was helpless in her heart. Is it decent to ask about a greenhouse? Do you want to be serious or not? Sure enough. You're a lecher. She looked at Xie Guilu and sighed. It's actually not impossible for Shitzi to want to find girls to come over and drink with you. It's okay to lie to me about my feelings, but lie to me about my money and go to hell. Xie Guilu frowned. The middle-aged beauty shrugged her shoulders. It has nothing to do with money, she said softly. As I said just now, my building master likes poetry and songs. So far, Bai Yujing has not yet had a masterpiece circulated. If Shitzi can make a masterpiece for Bai Yujing, the women in the building, you can pick at will. Chapter 87, Uneducated. Do, compose a poem for Bai Yujing? Xie Guilu looked at the middle-aged beauty and revealed a meaningful smile. Yen Ruyu is right on the 7th floor. From pairs to composing poems, is this still to be tried? But why should he fear temptation? Isn't it normal for a man to have a strength? The middle-aged beauty smiled charmingly. Not bad. The world's son is talented. If you can make a masterpiece for my Bai Jing that will be passed down to the next generation, then you can pick all the girls in the building at your leisure. Anyone can pick? Xie Guilu stared at the middle-aged beautiful woman, with a slight appreciation in her eyes. Half-old woman, full of charm, Chow thief spirit immortal. The middle-aged beauty thought that Xie Guilu had his eyes on her. She couldn't help but smile in a flamboyant manner, her breasts rising and falling in a charming manner. All of them can be Xie Guilu asked with a serious look. Your building owner should also be very pretty. Can I pick her to accompany me? The middle-aged beautiful woman's expression stagnated when she heard this. She was stunned for a second. She didn't dare to say anything more. This guy was so bold. He even wanted the building owner to drink with him? Looking for death? If you can really produce a masterpiece that satisfies me, what's the point of having a drink with you? Upstairs, a clear and cold voice came. Ha! It looks like this world's son is going to see the owner's style today. Xie Guilu said with a big smile. Today, Prince Xie is going to compose a poem for my Bai Jing. Everyone welcome. The cool voice from upstairs resounded again, spreading throughout the building. When the guests in the building heard this, they looked over, their expressions somewhat strange. The people who came here were either rich or noble, and naturally knew the great name of Xie Guilu, and some of them were even the sons and daughters of the powerful and noble, and they revealed a playful smile at this moment. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect Prince Xie to be here and to compose a poem. It makes me look forward to it. In a room on the third floor, a young man wearing a blue robe and holding a folding fan walked out, his smile full of teasing. Beside him were several young men, the grandson of the Duke of Su, Situ Yun. Zhang Long and the others looked at this young man with a contemplative look on their faces. The Duke of Su was a veteran minister of Daxia with an extraordinary status. Situ Yun looked at Xie Guilu and said with a playful smile, Shitzi is talented. Before he made several masterpieces in the plum garden, shocking the 8 directions. This time I think he will be able to make excellent poems as well. At the moment, his heart was filled with disdain. I heard that those masterpieces that Xie Guilu had previously brought out in the plum garden were all prepared in advance and could basically be recognized as plagiarism. This time, the owner of the White Jade capital suddenly wanted him to compose a poem for Xie Guilu. So he was unprepared. So how could he make any masterpieces? It's probably going to be humiliating. That's right, Prince Xie is talented and learned. He can definitely make an heirloom for Bai Jing. Looking forward to Prince Xie's masterpiece. With his talent, he certainly won't let everyone down. Everyone applaud and help cheer up Prince Xie. A burst of applause rang out from the scene. All of them were holding up, looking forward to seeing Xie Guilu lose face. An uneducated dude who copied a few poems and showed them off recklessly, pretending to be a fat man with a swollen face, still really thinks he has any talent? When he was really allowed to show it, he probably couldn't even let out a single fart, and was sure to lose all his face. Xie Guilu glanced at the crowd, knowing what they were thinking, and sneered a bit in his heart. It was true that he wasn't a bullish nationalist, but there wasn't much of a problem with composing a few limericks and copying a few masterpieces. Just have to apologize to those old-timers in China. Prince Xie, you have been given 1 incense stick of time to prepare. I wonder if that will be enough. The cool voice from upstairs sounded again. 1 incense stick. Naturally enough, Xie Guilu said with a calm demeanor. Men, prepare pen and paper. The middle-aged beauty immediately waved her hand. Soon a dainty girl brought up the ink and paper. Xie Guilu picked up a pen and paper with a contemplative look on his face. The crowd was full of banter, but did not disturb. They wanted to see if Xie Guilu could really make any verses. 9 times out of 10, it was all a disgrace. Zhang Long and the others stared at Xie Guilu. It is not true that the son of the world is a dude, and it is not true that he likes beautiful women, but it is not true that the son of the world is uneducated. At the very least, when they were working with Xie Guilu on a case, they could feel Xie Guilu's extraordinary, rolling eyes. 1 incense stick of time was approaching, and Xie Guilu still hadn't moved his pen. Ha ha ha, looking forward to it for nothing. What's going on? I've heard that in the plum garden. The prince's words were masterpieces, so why can't he do it now? Because when in the plum garden, the world's son prepared masterpieces in advance, all copied, and at the moment unprepared, naturally unable. You guys don't talk nonsense. The hall of the Marquis of Jinshi Palace's son, and will not do faking that set of things? The people around them, their words were sneering, filled with expressions of watching the show. Zhang Long and the others couldn't help but get a little anxious when they saw that Xie Guilu was slow to move. The people around are watching and mocking. If the world's son does not show some, this time I am afraid to make a huge joke. Do you want me to help you, Seiji? Zhang Long whispered. Xie Guilu looked at Zhang Long in surprise. You can? Zhang Long whispered. before the brothers strolling Lichuan courtyard, in order to attach to the elegance, deliberately spend Tanwan money to find the streets of the old gentleman wrote a few songs, of which there is a song has not been used. Xie Guilu came to have a hint of interest. You read it out. Zhang Long seriously said. 1,000 hammers and a needle. Enter the flowers without knowing the depth. Xie Guilu's eyes lit up. Good poem. It inspires me, but don't read it. Such a masterpiece. Just know it yourself. Zhang Long smiled awkwardly. Was this poem bad? He thought it was very strong and domineering. Say ho, the time for one incense stick to burn is almost up. Oh. The middle-aged beauty stared at Xie Guilu with a smile. Really still blindly expect that this guy cannot. What's the hurry? My son has just thought of it. Xie Guilu directly lifted his pen and quickly wrote a poem on it. After writing, Xie Guilu directly handed the paper to the middle-aged beautiful woman. This Shizi's poem has been written. Come and read it to your family's building master. Did he really write it? It should be written blind. How many kilograms does he? Xie Guilu, can I not know? The crowd raised their eyebrows, not thinking that Xie Guilu could really make any masterpieces, and must have written them haphazardly. The middle-aged beauty revealed an unexpected look as she took the paper and glanced at it. Why does she have this look on her face? Did Xie Guilu compose a good poem? It shouldn't be. What kind of good poem can Xie Guilu, an uneducated playboy scum, make? The crowd raised their eyebrows and looked at the middle-aged beauty with puzzled faces. The middle-aged beautiful woman was silent for a second and slowly spoke. What an ugly word. I have never seen such an ugly word. Xie Guilu's writing is really ugly. Not even as good as a 3-year-old. Chapter 88, The son of the king is mighty. Good poetry is passed down to the world. Put. Ha ha ha. Laugh me to death. Is Seiji's writing ugly? How ugly does it have to be with characters that are not even as good as a 3-year-old child? I really want to see it. A man of Seiji's age can't even write? When the surrounding people heard, they burst out laughing. Even the words are not written well. You still expect him to make what masterpiece? Today, Xie Guilu is going to lose a lot of face. Xie Guilu looked at the middle-aged beauty with a calm demeanor. This Shizi's ugly? That's because you have too little insight. It's called returning to the basics. Middle-aged woman some speechless. You really have a reason. Back to basics. Cannot be so ugly. Still, she looked at it carefully, and when she was done, she sighed again in her mind. The world's son is worthy of being a fop. The poem is indeed made, but immodest. What are you waiting for? Why don't you read your master's masterpiece to him? Xie Guilu glared at the middle-aged beauty. The middle-aged beauty smiled blandly and then read out Xie Guilu's poem. Night after night, I linger in the white jade capital, and my beautiful son's smile is like a star. Luan and Phoenix people are not drunk. Spring and autumn non-stop mandarin ducks singing. Yes, the world's son is mighty, and good poems are passed down to the world. It's better than the one I had before. It's more simple and brutal and easy to understand. Zhang Long and the others immediately raised an uproar and kept applauding. This poem they could understand, and in their opinion, it was good poetry. A good poem? Vulgar to the core. The people around them laughed coldly. This is the white jade capital, a place of elegance, a place where ordinary people can't come. If it was in an ordinary greenhouse, Xie Guilu's verse would have made the girls blush a little, but in Baiyu Jing, this kind of thing is a laughingstock when you take it out. Xie Guilu looked upward with a confident expression. Master of the building, how is this poem by this son of the world? Cheesy and needs more practice. A cool voice rang out from upstairs, not giving the slightest bit of face. Sort of see. Xie Guilu a little bit of small talent, but we'll do some greenhouse drinking place. Praise women vulgar sentence. It's simply impossible to really get him to come up with a shocking masterpiece. Nonsense. This isn't so bad for my son. Xie Guilu said with a displeased expression. The voice from upstairs didn't continue, apparently having lost its patience. Ha ha ha. Shizi. Not so good. It seems that the previous few masterpieces of Plum Garden were indeed plagiarized. Situ Yun laughed aloud, and in his words, the flavor of sarcasm was even heavier. Seiji, there's still practice to be done. Right. Start practicing by writing. If you can't, just leave. Copy a song and come back. The people around Situ Yun also opened their mouths, scoffing continuously. Xie Guilu laughed coldly in his heart. These people's mouths were uncomfortable and had to be smoked. You guys. Zhang Long and the others had some ugly faces. Xie Guilu stood up. He looked towards Situ Yun and the others. Just a bunch of fools. This son was just playing around. You guys still really think that this son doesn't have some strength? Next necessary to ruthlessly beat your ugly faces. Situ Yun's smile sneered. If Shizi really has this kind of strength, what if I put my face in front of you and let you whip it hard? Not bad. Even if we put our faces in front of you, can you fight? There was another burst of ridicule from the people around Situ Yun. Good point. It looks like you guys can't get away with not fighting with that mouth. Xia Guilu glanced at the crowd. He looked upstairs again and said indifferently, "This world's sun said that the world's literature is in my hands, and I may not be very strong at composing poems, but I can copy one. Oh, if you can really copy one to my satisfaction, that's fine." Voices rang out from upstairs. The middle-aged beauty held out her hand to the paper on the table. "World's sun, please." Xia Guilu casually dropped his brush as he slowly opened his mouth. "White jade capital in the sky, 12 floors in 5 cities. Immortal strokes my top, knots my hair and receives eternal life. 96 holy kings. Floating clouds hang empty names." The scene instantly became dead silent, and the crowd looked at Xie Guilu with stupefied expressions. "No, he really does, doesn't he?" The middle-aged beauty also looked at Xie Guilu in a daze. At this moment, she dared to say that Xie Guilu's poem was not good? She wouldn't dare, because she felt that this poem was made specifically for Bai Yujing. 7th floor. Immortals touch my top, tie my hair and receive eternal life. Yen Ruyu was stunned for a second. A brilliant light flashed in her eyes. This poem by Xie Guilu was as powerful as a rainbow, causing her to feel her chi and blood churning, and an inexplicable wariness in her heart. Nightingale was also full of surprise. That dude disciple actually made such a masterpiece? No, it was plagiarized. But this plagiarism, to be able to plagiarize so closely to Bai Yujing, was truly bizarre, and she was more than convinced that it was done by Xie Guilu himself. Unfortunately, it's still really copied. Xie Guilu did not continue to read down, but looked upwards and asked, "This one, how is it?" "Very good." Yen Ruyu gave a 2-word comment that the poem went very well with Bai Yujing. The White Jade Capital, being the first building of the apocalypse, lacked such an imposing masterpiece. Xie Guilu looked toward Situ Yun and the others and faintly asked, "How was it?" Situ Yun and the others looked unnatural. They didn't expect that Xie Guilu would actually come up with a masterpiece, which somewhat slapped them in the face. Situ Yun slowly spoke, "It is indeed a masterpiece piece, but it's a pity that it was copied." "Copied? Copied from whom?" Xie Guilu asked rhetorically. Situ Yun's expression was stagnant. Even though Xie Guilu himself said that this poem was copied, he didn't know who it was copied from. Xie Guilu said blandly, "Just now, this worldly son said that he would punch you in the face. So naturally, he must do what he said. Now come over one by one, and this worldly son will reward each of you with a mouth. Yawn, then you have to smoke." Situ Yun raised an eyebrow. "Xie Guilu, what do you mean?" "Zhang Long." Xie Guilu held out his hand. Zhang Long and the others didn't hesitate as they took a flying leap and directly rushed towards Situ Yun and the others. Just now, these people had a very cheap mouth. They personally said that as long as Xie Guilu had the strength, they put their faces in front of Xie Guilu and let him fight. In this way, it is natural to satisfy them. "What do you do?" Situ Yun and the others' faces sank. "Courtesy, your mouths stink. So naturally, you must be slapped," Xie Guilu said indifferently. Situ Yun and the others, with average strength, had no resistance at all in front of Zhang Long and the others, and were controlled in a matter of moments, all being brought in front of Xie Guilu. Xie Guilu stared at Situ Yun. "You screamed the loudest just now," Situ Yun said with a sullen face. "Xie Guilu, can it be that you still really dare to beat this young man? I am of the Duke of Sukuk's residence." Snap! Xie Guilu raised his hand and was met with a big mouth by Situ Yun. "Ah!" Situ Yun let out a miserable scream. His face reddened, his teeth fell out, and blood flowed from his mouth and nose. "So what if you're the young master of the Duke of Sukuk's residence? When you were pushing Lai Lai's buttons, this son of the world wanted to hit you hard on that foul mouth of yours." Snap! Xie Guilu once again slapped out, sending Situ Yun flying 2 meters. Bang! Situ Yun fell to the ground, motionless, and was directly knocked out. Xie Guilu looked at the rest of them again. "Seiji, we were wrong." The men's faces changed. Snap! 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 Xie Guilu continuously waved his hand, and a few slaps were drawn out, directly beating these people to the point where they were screaming in pain and crying out to the heavens. Bang! Xie Guilu kicked one of the people in front of him off as he blandly said, "A bunch of fools. How dare they act recklessly in front of this son of the world? They don't know how to live. This time first, let you guys learn a long lesson." After that, he headed straight upstairs. Yen Ruyu wanted to whore out one of his poems for nothing. How could it be that easy? Unless he whored out the other guy for nothing once too. Chapter 89, Your Highness, please respect yourself. Bai Yujing, 7th floor. A maid brought Xie Guilu to a room. "Your son, my building master, is inside. Please." Xie Guilu looked at the maid and asked with a smile, "Is your building master pretty?" "Beautiful." The maid returned 2 words. "Her family's building master." The city is overwhelming. Like an exiled immortal person. Is my son handsome? Xie Guilu asked with slight confidence. The maid sized up Xie Guilu. Xie Guilu was indeed very handsome, a rare beautiful man. The only thing that was beautiful about it was the paleness of the face, a sickly feeling of having been hollowed out by drink. Yes, there are some inexplicably sickly, lazy people, the kind of people who look lazy but are actually dark as hell and full of bad intentions. Xie Guilu asked again, am I a good match for your building master? When the maid heard this, her face changed slightly. She lowered her head and silently retreated. This was not something she could talk about. Xie Guilu smiled playfully as he casually pushed open the door to the room. Beauty, the sun is here. After that, he headed inside. In the middle of the room, Nightingale had already left. Yen Ruyu was wearing a long white dress and a veil, just like an orchid in an empty valley, and she was playing with a wine glass, facing the chessboard alone. When Xie Guilu saw Yen Ruyu, he immediately acted up, and he looked stagnant. This Shitsi seems to have gone to the wrong room. Farewell. Yen Ruyu looked at Xie Guilu with an indifferent expression. No mistake, I am the owner of the White Jade Capital. Bang! With a casual wave of her hand, the door to the room closed instantly. Xie Guilu took a step back and cupped his fists. Your Highness, no matter if you're the owner of the White Jade Capital or not, this lone man and woman in the same room, Mr. Xie is afraid of it, so please respect yourself. Yen Ruyu froze for a second, her complexion a little strange, clearly not expecting Xie Guilu's reply. She spoke slowly. The poem was copied? Xie Guilu asked rhetorically. It must have been copied. Would you believe me if I said I composed it myself? Yen Ruyu continued to ask. Whose was it copied from? I have not heard of this poem before. Xie Guilu said bluntly. Sword Immortal Li Tai Bai. Sword Fairy? Yen Ruyu frowned slightly. It is true that there is a sword fairy in Daxia, but there is no name of Tai Bai. Who is this Li Tai Bai? Xie Guilu shrugged his shoulders and said. That's a drunkard. When I was in the prison of the Heavenly Power Division, he lived across the street from me, and on the other hand, he said that he was some kind of sword immortal, and I didn't believe him. As a result, he spoke out of his mouth, and I memorized a few songs. Across from his cell, there was indeed an alcoholic at the time. Yen Ruyu's expression was calm, but her mind was pondering, intending to check out this Li Tai Bai's strengths and weaknesses. She looked at Xie Guilu. This poem is good. Are you willing to give me Baiyu Jing? Xie Guilu shook his head. No. Yen Ruyu spoke bluntly. How many taels do I need? This poem, which is a work of the world, is hard to find for thousands of dollars, and now that she has met it, she naturally will not let it go. Xie Guilu smiled awkwardly. Although Baiyu Jing is the #1 building in the Tianqi, it's not worthy of this poem, and it's all been said that I didn't compose it. Yen Ruyu raised an eyebrow. Unless. Xie Guilu's words changed. Oh. Yen Ruyu stared at Xie Guilu. Xie Guilu looked serious and said, let me touch my leg. Bang! A cold aura flashed in Yen Ruyu's eyes, instantly crushing the wineglass as she looked coldly at Xie Guilu. Do you want to die? Farewell. Xie Guilu immediately stepped back. Come here. Yen Ruyu snorted coldly, and with a casual tug, a force ripped Xie Guilu across to her. Xie Guilu was pressed by a force that caused him to sit down passively, and he said with a displeased expression, Your Highness, are you trying to use force? Yen Ruyu once again picked up a wineglass, poured a glass of wine, and with a casual wave of her hand, the wineglass flew in front of Xie Guilu. She said indifferently, didn't you want me to drink with you? Drink! No, the wine is poisoned. Xie Guilu looked at the wineglass in front of him. Yen Ruyu slightly clenched her fists. Would she be stupid enough to poison Xie Guilu in this White Jade Capital? But Xie Guilu's reaction was normal. After all, he did want to get him killed. Xie Guilu added, even if it's not poisoned, what if you do something to me later while I'm drunk? No, you're trying to cheat me out of my poem. Mischievous. Since you don't drink, then play a game of chess with me. Yen Ruyu suppressed the anger within her. She thought she had a good heart, but when she saw Xie Guilu, she was indeed easily angered and wanted to slap this guy to death. Playing chess? Not going to. Xie Guilu said helplessly. Yen Ruyu gazed at Xie Guilu. Really won't or won't? Some of the things that had happened in Apocalypse City recently had made her realize that many people could disguise themselves. Yen Junlin and Yen Wui were all in disguise, including herself. What about the Shiko building in front of us? Alright, no more pretending. In fact, this Shitsi is skilled in all kinds of music, chess, calligraphy, painting, poetry and song. A confident smile surfaced on Xie Guilu's face. Yes? Then let's play a game against each other. Yen Ruyu said faintly. The way of chess, the most capable of peeking out a person's situation, even if it is hidden deep. In the middle of a game of chess, it can still peek out some clues. Alright, don't cry if your highness loses. Xia Guilu casually picked up a white seed and landed it directly on Tian Yuan's position. Yen Ruyu was slightly stunned when she saw Xia Guilu's Z fall into Tian Yuan. For those who are high in the art of chess, there is not the slightest problem, but for ordinary people, this is actually a wasted move. Weiqi, the word wei is the most important word, and it is the best strategy to fall into the star position, seize the edge, and then lay out the whole game. The opening subfall Tian Yuan, with the center as the zone to fight in all directions, is so difficult that you basically can't get very far before you get kicked out. Do you really know how to play chess? Yen Ruyu was silent for a second and asked with a calm expression. Wouldn't you know it if you looked? Xia Guilu picked up a chess piece and played with it. Yen Ruyu didn't say anything and directly dropped her pieces. Xia Guilu continued to fall. After half an incense stick, Yen Ruyu put the pieces down as she blandly said, "Forget it, overestimating you. You won't. This guy is falling. Disorganized. And the only thing you can tell is that this guy doesn't know how to play chess and is making a mess of it." Xia Guilu lost his smile and said, "This game of chess hasn't come to an end yet. Maybe each of my pieces has a special layout?" Yen Ruyu had no interest in continuing this topic as she waved her hand and said, "You can leave. Don't want the poem?" Xia Guilu asked with a smile. Yen Ruyu indifferently said, "You didn't compose the poem, so naturally I can't continue to ask you for it. Your highness is perceptive. This son of the world will take his leave. If you want this poem at any time, just let me touch my leg." Xia Guilu got up and glanced at Yen Ruyu's waist, delicate images floating inside his brain. Phew! Yen Ruyu snapped her fingers and a chess piece struck at Xia Guilu's arm. Hiss! Xia Guilu was knocked back a few meters and sucked in a breath of cool air. As he pulled open the door to the room, he glared at Yen Ruyu. "Your legs are thicker than an elephant's leg and shorter than a tree stump. Is it rare for this Shitsi to touch them? I won't even touch it if it's placed in front of me." After that, he ran out quickly. Yen Ruyu's expression stagnated and she subconsciously glanced at her legs. Thicker than an elephant's leg? Shorter than a tree stump? She instantly thought of the situation where she was naked and was seen by Xia Guilu, and immediately clenched her fists. A hint of fury surfaced in her eyes. Xia Guilu, this guy really deserved to die. Chapter 90, Giving away 10,000 souls and calling it white impermanence? After Xia Guilu left, in the middle of the room, Nightingale reappeared. Tomorrow, when the East Zhou envoy comes to the apocalypse, it is expected that there will be an encounter, and it seems that he has let you down. Nightingale looked at Yen Ruyu. Yen Ruyu blandly said, "I thought he really had some poetic talent, so I planned to take him on a trip, but now it seems that I was thinking too much." Nightingale shook her head. "You can't seem to control yourself after seeing him." Yen Ruyu swept a glance at Nighting. Uninterested in talking about this matter, she said lightly, "There is news coming in that Yen Wushu is about to go into seclusion. He's already at the peak of the topiary, and one step further would be the Dao collection, so we can't let him succeed." Nightingale asked, "May I have someone to do this?" A ghostly light flashed in Yen Ruyu's eyes. "You guys are too big of a target to make a move. This time, I'll personally make a move. I'd like to see just how much weight he has." The matter of Yen Wushu's collusion with the demon race had already spread in Tianqi City, causing the displeasure of many dignitaries, and some people were surely eager to take action. At this juncture, if she made a move, she could confuse the public, assuming, of course, that she's disguised herself well enough. Nightingale mused. Yen Wuhui is too mysterious and hides extremely deeply. I have only detected now that he has collusion with the Fox Lady of the Demon Kingdom, who is at the Dao Hidden Realm and has quite a few demons under her command. Yen Ruyu's expression was indifferent. A fox girl. It's not enough to be afraid of. What really interests me is that soul body on him. Yen Junlin had said something about this before, that Yen Wushu seemed to have a mysterious soul body in her. Today she had to see it. The Nightingale said no more. The experts around her were all from Western Chu, and some of them were half demons, so if they made a move, they would indeed be easily exposed. "Seiji, what's wrong with you?" After Xie Guilu came down, Zhang Long and the others couldn't help but show a puzzled look when they saw him draping an arm. The prince went up there to get away. Is he playing with his hands? The middle-aged beauty looked towards Xie Guilu with a very strong smile. Looking at this, someone was being taught a lesson by their building master. The onlookers also came to have some interest. Not knowing what happened to Xie Guilu's poem, Xie Guilu glared at the middle-aged beautiful woman and said with a face full of displeasure, "Your building master has a really big temper. Ugly looking and big temper. He couldn't use force on me, so he got annoyed and took action against me. Abominable to the extreme." "You." The middle-aged beautiful woman's expression stagnated. This guy called her highness ugly? How dare he? The surrounding people were filled with strange colors. They knew of Bai Yujing's extraordinary nature, but they had never seen that building master before. How ugly does this have to be to make the sex-crazed Xie so resistant? However, when they saw Xie hanging arms, they again showed a gloating expression. Xie said to Zhang Long and others, "You continue to eat this son to find a doctor to treat. Constantly this arm will be wasted. We'll accompany Seiji." Zhang Long and the others hurriedly said, "There's no need." Xie said a word and left quickly. Ha ha ha. Seeing Xie leave, some people let out a cheerful laugh. A poem by Prince Xie today was truly stunning, and it was expected that it would soon spread throughout Tianqi City. But the fact that he'd had an arm broken by a woman would have gotten around, and it would have been an after-dinner talking point. It didn't take long. Xie came to Xie residence. Xie sat on a chair, pouring a large mouthful of wine as he looked over at Xie "Kid, what happened to your hand?" Interrupted by Yan Ruyu, Xie spoke carelessly as he casually grabbed the arm and gave it a firm squeeze. Click! Broken bones are instantly attached. Coming to Xibian's side, he picked up the wine on the table and poured a glass. Xiaobian sized up Xie "You kid is hiding something fierce in your body, right? How can I see that?" Xie looked at Xiaobian in surprise. Xiaobian shook his head. "If there is no ferocious object, how can it subdue the Xian phase realm?" Xie said breathlessly. "I didn't kill that kind of Xian phase realm of Tian'an Temple. There is a mysterious strong man who has appeared." Xiaobian had no interest in listening to Xie bullshit. With a wave of his hand, an evil black ghost streamer appeared in front of Xie. He explained, "This is the 10,000 soul streamer, which can incorporate ghosts into it, and is definitely the greatest nemesis of soul bodies, and is now being given to you." Xie received the 10,000 soul streamer and took a look at it. It was extremely vicious and made his soul tremble. It was a great evil thing. When the time comes to sacrifice it, yell out, "Fellow Taoists, enter my 10,000 soul streamer for a moment? Just thinking about it makes my head spin." He revealed a look of surprise. "Third uncle, honestly, do you have another name?" "White impermanence." Pust. Xiaobian spewed out a mouthful of wine as he glared at Xie. "Who told you that?" Xie said breathlessly. "Didn't it say in the storybook? The black and white irregulars of hell are Fan Wushang and Xiaobian. So your name is Xiaobian. Isn't that a coincidence?" Xiaobian rolled his eyes. "Read less talking books. Something to cheat children. Where in this world is there any black and white invincible? This 10,000 soul streamer for you is something I picked up by chance. If you drop a little blood on it, you can make it recognize its owner." "Ha! You're so good at picking up." Xie casually waved his hand and a drop of blood flew towards the 10,000 soul streamer. Buzz! The 10,000 soul streamer emitted a black light, instantly recognizing its owner. Xibian thought for a moment and waved his hand again. Two things appeared in front of Xie. A green-faced, fanged mask of a ghost's face, a gray metal box. Xiaobian murmured, "This mask and this box are sent to you. After wearing the mask, you can transform your body and face, making it difficult for people to recognize you. As for this box, you slowly enlighten it." Xie looked at the two things in front of him and looked at Xiaobian suspiciously. "Third uncle, how come it feels like you're explaining the aftermath?" The corner of Xiaobian's mouth twitched as he said viciously, "Can you kid talk?" He said quietly, "Your third uncle. I'll be 40 soon. I don't even have a daughter-in-law nowadays, and there are too many rumors around that I can't work in that area. So I'm planning to go out and find a daughter-in-law. What's wrong with that?" No problem. You're happy with that." Xie couldn't help but cry and laugh. What was the point of reacting so violently? "Humph. I won't be back for a short time. You kid do things in the future. Take it easy. Meet a strong enemy. Flee if you can't win. Don't lose your little life for nothing." Xiaobian snorted coldly. "Don't worry, I'm honest." Xie smiled. He seemed to have thought of something and asked again, "Third uncle, what is this Emperor Xia's cultivation level?" Xiaobian glanced at Xie. "What? You want to dry out this Da Xia? Some curiosity. Just asking." Xie smile was intense. Xiaobian said indifferently, "Emperor Xia is ostensibly at the early stage of dragon transformation. He had fought with a great demon back then and was severely injured. They were saying that he had lost all of his cultivation and that his life was not long to come. In reality, they were all false. He is now at the peak of dragon transformation, and he has been pretending to be sick all along, only to impact the divine court realm." "That strong?" Xie was a little surprised. "It is said that the life of the Xia emperor will not be long. The rumors are false." "Ah, is it strong?" Xibian asked rhetorically. Xie was speechless. Xiaobian said blandly, "The resources of the Heavenly Power Division are too little. You kid have to find a way to enter the Great Summer Sacred Academy, so that it will be beneficial to your advancement. I'm going to give you this box. Ponder over it. There are some good things in it." "Got it." Xia Guilu nodded gently. Xia Bian waved his hand and said, "Alright, you can go." Xia Guilu drank a cup of wine, collected the 3 items on the table, got up and saluted, then turned to leave. I don't expect to see Uncle Sam for a long time. Chapter 91, the show begins. No one left behind. The Imperial Palace. The Imperial Study. Emperor Xia was draped in robes and was looking at a scroll. "Your Majesty, there may be a big commotion within the Apocalypse City tonight." An old eunuch respectfully saluted the Xia Emperor. Emperor Xia closed the scroll and said indifferently, "Old Six has kept a low profile for so many years, and now that his fangs are showing, it's a surprise to me, but it's a pity that what he's doing is a bit stupid. So let's teach him a lesson, and use our strength to solve the trouble around him, and it's enough that he doesn't die. The old slave understands." The old eunuch saluted once more and turned to leave. The top of a tall building. Xia Guilu, dressed in a black robe and holding an oil paper umbrella, silently looked at a mysterious attic not far away. The snow flew, the cold wind pierced the bones, and the night was so deep that there was no light in the sky. He took out his ghost face mask and put it on. This mask is very peculiar. It is a treasure. After wearing it, it seems to be able to blend with the face. It can easily transform the face and body shape. The efficacy is very peculiar. With a thought, the mask disappeared and fused with his skin. His face changed rapidly into an eerie, cold face. What Uncle San gave me is indeed not simple. Xie Guilu stroked the mask and murmured, "Tonight would be very lively," and it was expected that there were quite a few people who wanted to make a move on Yan Wuxia. However, Yan Wuxu had quite a few tricks up his sleeve, so someone was sure to suffer a big loss. And the main purpose of this trip was still to resolve that soul body in Yan Wuxu's body. As for killing each other, this was Apocalypse City. With the Emperor in attendance, it was basically impossible to kill the other party. Phew! Suddenly, a cracking sound rang out, and 3 residual shadows instantly rushed towards that mysterious attic. "Good show," Xia Guilu spoke faintly. "Mystery attic. 6 floors high. The lower 5 floors were all dark, except for the 6th floor, where a faint light flickered. In front of the loft, 3 mysterious people appeared, all of them wearing black robes and masks, and their bodies were permeated with the aura of the early stage of the Daozang realm. The 3 Dao hidden realms glanced at each other and did not say much. They came from different camps and only wanted to make a move against Yan Wuxu today. Trying to resolve Yan Wuxu in Apocalypse City was tremendously difficult. However, they had to try to see if they could nullify the other party. And even if they couldn't let their breakthrough succeed. Shoo shoo shoo. After the 3 Dao hidden realms appeared, 12 more mysterious people appeared in the surroundings. All of them were at the Frontier Expansion Realm. If these 3 Dao hidden realms were related to the various emperors, then these Frontier Expansion Realms were the handiwork of certain dignitaries. During the trip to the Snow Wolf Valley, a lot of powerful and noble children had died, so how could those people be indifferent? 3 early-stage Daozangs and 12 Topaz Realms. The lineup is not small, but it's still not enough against Yan Wuxu. Xia Guilu shook his head. He looked aside, and a mysterious woman appeared in the attic across the street. She was dressed in a black leotard and a white jade mask, holding a long sword and an oil paper umbrella, and the killing intent on her body was extremely dense. After the mysterious woman appeared, a mysterious old man with a hilltop figure and a mask once again appeared beside her. His strength was not weak. In the middle stage of the Daozang realm, Yan Ruyu, Xia Guilu made a dark remark. The mysterious woman on the opposite side was none other than Yan Ruyu, and the other party naturally wouldn't miss the good show tonight. Yan Ruyu glanced at Xia Guilu, her eyes clear and cold without the slightest ripple. Strike! The crowd looked at each other briefly before killing towards the 6th floor, and a terrifying pressure erupted, causing the pavilion to tremble as if it was about to collapse. Buzz! In the pavilion, the sound of the zither rang out, and the sound of the zither was like a sharp blade that instantly chopped at the crowd. Boom! The crowd immediately struck out, and other than the 3 Dao Zangbands, the rest of the Topaz realm was instantly blown away, unable to block them at all. 6th floor. Yan Wuxu was playing the zither. He had a sneer on his face. How could he feel at ease with his seclusion without resolving certain obstacles? Tonight, someone came to seek death. Naturally, we should fulfill it, so certain people should stop for a while. Boom! The 3 Dao Lord hidden realms outside had ferocious eyes, and their powerful attacks blasted towards the 6th floor at the same time. Yan Wuxu continued to stroke the zither as the sound erupted and rushed out of the pavilion, deflecting the attacks of the 3 Daozang realms. The loft shook. Giggle! Yan Wui's body trembled. The strings of the zither broke. A mouthful of blood sprayed out, and cracks appeared in the pavilion. What a pity! What a fine violin! Yan Wuxu looked at the ancient zither in front of him and sighed softly. Afterward, a cold killing intent surfaced in his eyes. Leave no one behind. Phew! As soon as the words fell, the lights on the fourth floor of the pavilion lit up, and a dozen silhouettes flew out, and without exception, they were all at the frontier expansion realm. Then the lights on the fifth level lit up and 3 figures rushed out, all at the early stage of the Daozang realm. These people didn't have any demonic aura on them. They were all human cultivators. Daozang realm. The gazes of the 3 Daozang realms in front of the building stared, a look of astonishment appearing in their eyes. Yan Wushu had even enlisted so many powerful people? This time, even though he couldn't kill Yan Wushu, being able to force out these underpinnings of the other party was considered a huge gain. There is indeed something. Xieguilu couldn't help but faintly say something when he saw the 3 Dao Tibetans and a dozen or so topiary realms appear at the same time. For a few princes, it would be considered good to be able to send out a Daozang realm, but Yan Wushu came with 3 Daozangs, which was extremely uncomplicated. The man was hiding very deeply indeed, but as an old sixth, pretending to be a pig in a poke, it all seemed normal. To pretend to be a pig and eat a tiger, you naturally need to have the strength to pretend to be a pig and eat a tiger. Obviously, Yan Wushu was the one who had the strength, and over the years of being latent, he didn't know how much power he had developed, and he didn't know how much more of his underpinnings had yet to be revealed. Yan Ruyu stared at the 3 Daozang realms with an indifferent expression, and she had to say that Yan Wushu had given her another surprise. 3 early stages of the Daozang realm, not enough to fear. The mysterious old man beside Yan Ruyu opened his mouth, not placing these 3 early stage Daozang realm existences in his eyes. Yan Ruyu shook her head. It's not that simple. There's still a demoness who hasn't shown up. In addition to that demoness, there was also an unfathomable soul body on Yan Wushu. Kill. In the middle of the pavilion, Yan Wushu's cold voice rang out. Boom! The 3 Daozang realms and a dozen or so topaz realms under Yan Wushu's command instantly struck out. The crowd in front of the attic didn't hesitate and decisively met the battle. Boom! The melee opened up, and the powerful aftermath of power swept in all directions. The commotion was very loud. Such a commotion would definitely be detected by certain powerhouses in Apocalypse City, but those powerhouses did not show up as if they were watching. With such a commotion, but those people didn't show up. There's only one possibility. A ghostly light flashed in Yan Ruyu's eyes. The emperor acquiesced, so naturally no one showed up. Since the other party was concerned about this matter, the possibility of trying to kill Yan Wushu was 0. But if you can't kill it, can't you still beat it or scrap it? Thinking of this, Yan Ruyu immediately rushed forward with the mysterious old man. Chapter 92 Peak Territory Expansion. Some trouble. Xieguilu remained on the sidelines and did not make a move. In his opinion, there should not be any demons showing up tonight. Otherwise, wouldn't it be even more of a confirmation of Yan Wushu's collusion with the demons? Although there might not be a demon race showing up, it didn't mean that there wouldn't be the rest of the powerhouses showing up. Yan Wui had a connection with the Tianyin Temple, and the Tianyin Temple had a mysterious background. So could there be any connection between Yan Wui and this mysterious background of the Tianyin Temple as well? Just as Yan Ruyu and that mysterious old man had just approached the attic. At the top of the attic, a burly man with a stout figure and a face full of scruff suddenly appeared. He carried a long sword on his back and his aura wasn't weak. Also in the middle stage of the Daozang realm. Another one. Yan Ruyu raised an eyebrow. Just how much power had Yan Wushu developed behind their backs over the years? Madaka. The burly man instantly drew the long sword on his back and looked at the mysterious old man indifferently. Your opponent is me. Yan Ruyu waved her hand, and the mysterious old man didn't hesitate, immediately killing the lanky man. Boom! The two rushed towards the sky and exchanged blows at once. Yan Ruyu, on the other hand, flew towards the top of the attic, sheathing her long sword. A cold aura erupted, and the 6-story attic, which was cleaved in half by her sword, directly collapsed. Phew! The moment the pavilion was split in half, Yan Wushu flew out, and he looked at Yan Ruyu with a raised eyebrow. Yan Ruyu didn't talk nonsense. Her body's aura completely skyrocketed, and she was actually at the peak of the Topland realm as well, as she pinched her sword technique and suddenly killed Yan Wushu. Among the several emperors and princesses, she was not the only one who liked to hide her cultivation, such as Yan Junlin and Yan Wuya, who were similarly hiding. Topiary Peak. Yan Wui's tone was cold and stern. A war halberd appeared in his hand. He gripped the halberd tightly and chopped directly at Yan Ruyu. Boom! The long sword and halberd blasted together. A burst of sparks filled the air, powerful air waves swept around, and the attic, which was already collapsing, burst into flames. Yan Ruyu's eyes were ferocious. The power in her body once again surged by 1 point. Her sword aura was like a rainbow. Her killing aura was monstrous. She once again chopped out a sword. Boom! A sword blasted onto Yan Wushu's halberd, and Yan Wushu's arm went numb as he was blasted into the ground by the powerful forceful sword chi. The streets exploded and debris flew. Yan Wushu gripped his war halberd tightly and a mouthful of blood sprayed out as he muttered to himself. That's a bit troublesome. If he hadn't been seriously injured by that mysterious person before, with his cultivation at the peak of the frontier expansion realm, he would have been able to completely sweep away, but even if he was injured, he had no fear because he could wear out. Jab! A cracking sound rang out as Yen Ruyu once again held her sword to kill Yen Wushu. Yen Wushu's face was grim, and he immediately met the battle. Xiaoguilu looked calm and collected as he watched the crowd fight. Rolling eyes. Half an incense stick passes. Hideous sword marks appeared on Yen Wushu's body, blood flowing straight out. Yen Ruyu struck with extreme ferocity. Her long sword waved like a starburst, suddenly piercing through Yen Wushu's chest. A sword pierced through the heart and blood flew out. Yen Wushu's face, however, revealed a hideous smile as he grabbed the longsword and a devouring force erupted within his body. Yen Ruyu's gaze stared, realizing that her power was actually being rapidly devoured, and she immediately drew her sword. Yen Wushu let go of his hand, and the moment Yen Ruyu drew her longsword, he swung his halberd and blasted out with a blow. Yen Ruyu reacted extremely quickly and immediately blocked her longsword in front of her body. Bang! The halberd blasted against the long sword, and the powerful force directly shook Yen Ruyu away. Yen Wushu took a step out, his eyes flashing with a blood aura as he suddenly appeared beside Yen Ruyu, his halberd chopping at Yen Ruyu's head. Yen Ruyu immediately dodged as the halberd sliced through her face and her hair was chopped off. Yen Wui let go of his halberd, clenched his left hand into a fist, and blasted his fist at Yen Ruyu. Yen Ruyu was too late to dodge. Bang! Yen Wushu's fist blasted at Yen Ruyu's shoulder, and the powerful force instantly sent Yen Ruyu flying over 20 meters. Yen Ruyu's body crashed into a wall, shattering it, and blood flowed down the white jade mask. After receiving such a serious injury, he still has such battle power. Yen Ruyu frowned. Ha! Yen Wushu sneered and killed Yen Ruyu once again. His body was extraordinary. He had recovered very powerfully, and the dantian that he had opened up was also very large. If he relied on consumption, amongst the same level, he was not afraid of anyone. Boom! Yen Wushu chopped down with a halberd. The halberd flashed with a cold aura and was extremely powerful. Yen Ruyu flew up and immediately avoided it. The wall was blasted by Yen Wushu's halberd, leaving a 30-meter-long crack in the ground, and with a stamp of his foot, he fiercely killed Yen Ruyu. Yen Ruyu pinched her sword technique, and her longsword hovered in front of her body as she moved both of her fingers. Phew! The long sword flashed like a star falling. Its speed was extremely fast, stabbing at Yen Wui's neck in a flash. Yen Wui quickly swung his halberd and slashed at the longsword, sending it flying. Yen Ruyu stretched out her hand and gripped the longsword, instantly transforming into 3 residual shadows that instantly disappeared in place. Appearing again, he had already arrived around Yen Wushu. 3 residual shadows, striking at the same time. Yen Wushu swept his halberd across the ground, and Yen Ruyu's 3 residual shadows were dispersed. Next, Yen Ruyu appeared in front of Yen Wushu. The long sword in her hand shot out and went straight for Yen Wushu's neck. Giggle! This sword was extremely fast, piercing through Yen Wushu's neck in an instant, and a stream of blood flew out. Die! Yen Wushu let out a hoarse voice as his halberd violently blasted towards Yen Ruyu. Yen Ruyu couldn't dodge in time, and was sent flying dozens of meters by a halberd. Yen Wushu pulled out his longsword with one hand and threw it violently. Giggle! The halberd shot out, instantly stabbing at Yen Ruyu's neck. Yen Ruyu made a flying leap, dodging the long sword as she grabbed out the hilt. Yen Wushu had already pounced on him, his halberd sweeping down. Bang! A booming sound rang out, and Yen Ruyu's body was once again blown away for 100 meters, crashing into the street. She rolled over, her longsword plunging into the ground, her body moving back a dozen meters before coming to a stop, the ground already having been slashed by the longsword with a long crack. Blood continued to flow down along the corners of her mouth as a look of shock appeared in her eyes. This physique of Yen Wushu was too terrifying. A sword pierced through the heart and locked the throat, but it was as if nothing had happened. Ha! Send you on your way. Yen Wushu's cold voice rang out. He rushed over with his halberd in hand, his body faintly filled with demonic aura, and the injuries on his neck and chest were recovering rapidly. Extremely bizarre. Yen Ruyu stood up, her eyes blazing, and she was about to strike again. Boom! Right at this moment, a long, cold sword shot down, instantly inserting itself in front of Yen Ruyu and Yen Wushu. Powerful sword chi erupted, sending Yen Ruyu and Yen Wushu flying. Yen Wushu leaped and stabilized his body as he looked upwards, a cold aura flickering in his eyes. Xiaoguilu held an oil paper umbrella and stood in the upper position as he looked at Yen Wushu with an expressionless face. I heard that there is a mysterious soul body within you? I'm very interested in him. Can I let him out? Seek death. Yen Wushu's eyes were fierce as he directly killed Xiaoguilu. Xiaoguilu stretched out his hand, and a large handprint emerged. blocking off heaven and earth as he slapped down. Boom! Yen Wushu had just rushed up, when he was slammed into the ground by a large handprint, smashing the ground out of a large pit. Chapter 93, Within 3 moves. I'll kill you. When Yen Ruyu saw that Yen Wushu was blasted into the ground by Xie Guilu's slap, she couldn't help but stare, looking at Xie Guilu with more than a hint of scorn. When she had seen Xie Guilu before, she hadn't cared too much about it, but she hadn't expected this person to be so terrifying. With a casual slap, there was such an intimidating pressure. At the very least, he was at the Daozang realm. And what is the origin of this person? Ahem! In the middle of the big pit, Yen Wushu let out a coughing sound. At this moment, he was drenched in blood, and he was struggling to support his body with his halberd. Is that all you've got? Xie Guilu looked at Yen Wushu with an indifferent expression. No pain, no gain. Yen Wushu raised his head, a hideous smile on his face. Boom! Only to see him gripping his halberd tightly as a strange power erupted from his body. The blood began to flow backwards. The injuries on his body were surprisingly recovering rapidly, and his breath was also insanely enhanced. So what if you're a Daozang? If you want to kill this emperor, you're not even close. Yen Wui's tone was cold, and his halberd waved, violently killing Xie Guilu. Glow in the dark. Xie Guilu stretched out a finger, and a terrifying fingerprint instantly blasted towards Yen Wushu. Boom! The heavens and earth shook as a booming sound rang out. Before Yen Wushu could react, he was blasted into the bottom by a finger, and a large pit appeared on the ground once again. Yen Wushu was lying in the middle of a large pit, his halberd bursting apart, his body appearing densely cracked, already dyed red with blood, the bones of his entire body shattered, directly losing half of his life. At this moment, his eyes were dim, he couldn't even block a single finger? The aura is good. The mouth is not small. The strength is too weak. Into the Daozang realm may have a little view. Xie Guilu spoke faintly. Yen Wushu's face paled, a hint of resignation showing in the depths of his eyes. He couldn't even block a single finger. Your Highness! The 3 Daozang realms and a dozen or so Tuajang realms under Yen Wushu's command saw this, and their faces sank as they quickly repelled their opponents and came towards Xie Guilu to kill. An eyesore. Xie Guilu's tone was indifferent as he casually flicked his finger. Boom! A dozen or so of the frontier expansion realm were annihilated in an instant, and the 3 early-stage Dao hidden realm were also sent flying 30 meters or so by the shock. After stabilizing their bodies, these 3 early-stage Daozang realm eyes were ruthless as they pounced on Xie Guilu once again, and 3 terrifying attacks erupted. There was not the slightest ripple in Xie Guilu's eyes as he slightly tightened his grip on the oil paper umbrella. Boom! The attacks of the 3 Dao hidden realms were instantly dispersed, and the powerful aftershocks of power surged in all directions. The oil paper umbrella in Xie Guilu's hand rotated, its edges resembling blades as it erupted with a cold, chilling aura, suddenly blasting towards the 3 Daozang realms. Not good. The 3 Dao hidden realm gods were startled and subconsciously tried to dodge, but unfortunately, they were still a step too late. Giggle! Cold on shot out, slicing through their necks in a flash. The 3 heads flew up high, blood gushing out as if they were water jets. Xie Guilu took one step and a terrifying pressure erupted. Boom! These 3 heads instantly exploded, brain matter and blood splattered, and the 3 headless corpses crashed to the ground. As the 3 Dao hidden realms and a dozen or so frontier expansion realms were subdued, the expressions of the people present stagnated. So strong. What is this person's origin? The hearts of the 3 Daozang realms sent by several emperors and the Tuajang realms sent by those dignitaries condensed as they looked at Xie Guilu with eyes filled with astonishment and uncertainty. But the situation at hand is good for them. The crowd looked at each other and decisively backed away. They had come here mainly to deal with Yen Wushu, and this person shared the same purpose as them, and should also be a powerful person sent by a certain powerful person. Boom! Above, the burly man and the mysterious old man exchanged blows, and he was shocked back by a sword, and the mysterious old man violently pounced on Xie Guilu. The mysterious old man was just about to strike when Yen Ruyu's voice came to his ears. There's no need to stop him. The mysterious old man sniffed and did not continue to strike. His gaze landed on Xie Guilu, and a hint of surprise appeared in his eyes. To be able to instantly kill 3 early Dao hidden realms and a dozen or so Tua border realms, this person's strength is not simple. At the very least, he must have a mid-Dao hidden realm to start with. This burly man was not weak. He was also in the middle stage of the Daozang realm. If the 2 of them went up against each other, who was stronger or weaker? Rather intriguing. The lanky man killed Xie Guilu with his sword. His long sword chopped down. His sword chi was 100 meters. Fierce and incomparable. Xie Guilu waved his oil paper umbrella and blocked in front of him. Boom! The oil paper umbrella was split in half by a knife, and a powerful knife chi erupted, shaking Xie Guilu back 10 meters. Is that all? The burly man looked coldly at Xie Guilu. killing intent majestic in his eyes. Ha! Within 3 moves, you will be subdued. Xia Guilu casually dropped the umbrella handle. Arrogant. The lanky man's tone was cold and stern. An arrow stepped to kill in front of Xia Guilu. The long knife chopped down. Wanting to kill Xia Guilu with a knife, Xia Guilu clenched his fists, his breath exploding as he blasted out with a punch. Fist prints and long knives blasted together, and a powerful pressure swept through. Bang! A roaring sound rang out as the lanky man's long sword was blown off by Xia Guilu's punch. The powerful fist prints came out across the world, and before the burly man had time to dodge, he was struck by the fist prints. Boom! The burly man's chest was dented, bones broken, internal organs damaged, and his body flew backwards as a mouthful of blood sprayed out. The broken half of the long knife was shaken by a powerful force and suddenly exploded towards the lanky man. Giggle! The burly big man's chest was instantly pierced by the broken blade, and blood flew out. One move. Xia Guilu spoke faintly. The words fell. He appeared in front of the lanky man out of thin air, and without giving the other party a chance to react, his fist ferociously blasted out, fiercely bombarding the lanky man's chest. Bang! The burly big man's chest was blasted by the fist print. The fist print went through the burly big man's body. An even more hideous bloody hole appeared. The internal organs directly burst, and blood sprayed. Ah! The burly man let out a miserable scream. His body was uncontrollable and flew backwards again. 2 strokes. Xia Guilu took 1 step and appeared directly above the burly man's head. He clenched his fists like a savage dragon. His power coalesced crazily, and he punched at the burly man's head, his fist seal blasting down. Boom! The fist seal blasted on the burly man's head. The burly man's pupils shrunk. His face was hideous. His 7 orifices bled, and his head was like a watermelon, bursting open, blood clots and brain plasma gushing out, and he died directly. The headless corpse crashed into the ground from above, smashing a large crater into the ground. 3 moves, no more, no less, Xia Guilu said indifferently. Just a middle stage Daozang. How big a wave can he make? Not to mention mid Daozang. Even a late Daozang would only have a dead end in front of him. The scene was dead silent as the crowd looked at Xia Guilu with dull expressions. A powerful person in the middle stage of the Daozang realm was just abused by his 3 punches? This person's strength was too terrifying. Such an existence shouldn't be nameless. But they didn't have the slightest impression of Xia Guilu. What a domineering power. Yan Ruyu's expression was incredibly grave. The mysterious old man was also filled with scorn. As this person was able to subdue the lanky man with 3 punches, he was naturally able to subdue him as well. Xia Guilu ignored the expressions of the crowd as he looked indifferently at Yan Wushu in the middle of the large pit. If you don't invite that soul body inside you out, you'll turn into a corpse. Boom! Yan Wuhui's body was instantly covered by a burst of black smoke. His breath crazily soared, and his pair of eyes became even deeper and colder. Chapter 94, Fellow Daoist. Enter my 10,000 soul streamer for a chat. Yan Wui's body levitated, and as the black smoke covered it, the injuries on his body quickly disappeared. The long black hair turned blood red in an instant, and in his eyes, there was an eerie, cold aura flashing. Want to die? This father will fulfill you. Yan Wushu slowly opened his mouth, his voice hoarse and cold. He had already fallen into a deep sleep, and today, when he was awakened, he was even more severely damaged. With this strike, his condition was definitely more serious, and it was estimated that it would take a long time for him to recover. Well, we'll have to see how much you've got. Xia Guilu looked indifferent. Boom! Yan Wui clenched his fists, his body's aura insanely surging, his realm rapidly rising. Daozang realm, Xianfei's realm, the dragon realm. In one step, from the peak of the topiary, he stepped directly into the dragon transformation realm. A terrifying pressure erupted, the heavens and earth shook, and a powerful force blocked Xia Guilu. Dragon transformation realm. Xia Guilu's eyes narrowed. It was fortunate that he hadn't messed around before. This old man was truly unfathomable. Uncle Sam gave us the 10,000 soul streamer. Can it be subdued? Dragon transformation realm. The surrounding people's pupils also shrank as they looked at Yan Wushu with eyes filled with horror. Just the soul body alone has the might of the transformation dragon realm. How strong must it be at its peak? Yan Ruyu gazed at Yan Wushu, similarly scornful. She looked at Xia Guilu again. With Yan Wushu's current state, was this person still an opponent? If the dragon transformation realm strikes, who in the room can resist? It's a pity that your flesh is too weak. Otherwise, Yan Wushu muttered to himself, his complexion somewhat complicated. Is dragon realm strong? If he was at his peak, he could kill the dragon transformation realm with a single look. Unfortunately, this body of Yan Wushu's was too weak, making it difficult for him to mobilize a more powerful force. But suppressing a kid, that's enough. Die. Yan Wui stopped talking nonsense. his large hand stretched out, and a terrifying blood-colored handprint emerged. The heavens and earth were blocked off, and the big blood-colored handprints directly grabbed towards Xie Guilu as the space around them continued to distort. What a terrifying might! The crowd's minds were reeling. Who could resist a move from the dragon transformation realm? They gazed at Xie Guilu. Could this person block this move? Xie Guilu's expression was indifferent as he casually waved his hand, and the 10,000 soul streamer instantly appeared in his hand. The heaven and earth turned a pitch-black color in an instant. A strange power filled the air, and the heaven and earth blockade was broken. Boom! Xie Guilu held the 10,000 soul streamer and stood in the void as the 10,000 soul streamer erupted with a terrifying pressure. Yan Wui's might was dispersed, and before the bloody handprints could come close, they were shattered into streaks of bloody light. This is 10,000 soul streamer? Who the hell are you? Yan Wushu suddenly let out a voice of panic, his body constantly trembling as he hastily retreated violently, his eyes filled with fear. 10,000 soul streamer. Why is this thing here? He had seen a ruthless man use it. As the 10,000 soul streamer was offered, tens of thousands of strong people flew away in an instant, and countless souls were incorporated into it, eventually being refined into nothingness. Xie Guilu said indifferently, "Fellow Daoist, enter my 10,000 soul streamer for a moment." Boom! With a wave of his hand, the 10,000 soul streamer hovered in front of him, and he quickly pinched his seal to activate it. Buzz! The 10,000 soul streamer shook, the black light was revealed, and heaven and earth lost color as the ancient pressure erupted, causing a huge black vortex to appear in the dome of the sky. Go! Xie Guilu moved his fingers. Boom! The 10,000 soul streamer instantly rushed above Yanwushu, and a terrifying power erupted, directly blocking off heaven and earth and suppressing Yanwushu. The aura on Yanwushu's body was rapidly weakening, and his soul body was gradually dimming as it was subjected to tremendous suppression. No! Yanwushu let out a terrified voice and kept struggling, wanting to escape from this place. The 10,000 soul streamer was the nemesis of the soul body, and even if he had monstrous means, he didn't have the slightest resistance when he saw the 10,000 soul streamer at this moment. Enter the streamer. Xie Guilu's tone was cold as he pinched his seal. Boom! The 10,000 soul streamer flickered with black light, and a terrifying power instantly blasted towards Yanwushu, devouring him. Not good. The soul body inside Yanwushu let out a cry of alarm as he suddenly left Yanwushu's body and fled into the distance. Buzz! The 10,000 soul streamer erupted with monstrous devouring power, and before the soul body could escape far, it was forcibly ripped into the 10,000 soul streamer. The surrounding heaven and earth aura was affected, and a steady stream of it rushed into the 10,000 soul streamer. Ah! The soul body let out a screaming voice, and a moment later, the screaming stopped, and the 10,000 soul streamer hovered above, its might extremely terrifying. Yan Wui's body fell from above, his eyes dimmed beyond recognition. The scene was silent as the crowd looked at the 10,000 soul streamer with fearful expressions. In that instant just now, they felt as if their souls were about to leave their bodies, to be devoured by this bizarre streamer, and they were not in control at all. That soul body, which had erupted with the might of the dragon transformation realm, turned out to be unable to block this bizarre soul streamer, which was too terrifying. Buzz! Xie Guilu reached out his hand and put away the 10,000 soul streamer, and the pressure quickly dissipated. He looked at Yan Wushu indifferently. Without this soul body, what else do you have to rely on? When he finished speaking, he was about to blast down with a slap. Fellow Daoist, this is Apocalypse City. Right at this moment, an old eunuch appeared at the top of an attic not far away as he gazed at Xie Guilu, the head incense eunuch. Eunuch Huang. Yan Ruyu looked towards this old eunuch, the grand eunuch of palm fragrance, a Xianxiang realm powerhouse, an existence on the same level as Tiany's grand eunuch. The other party's appearance here did not surprise her in the slightest. Yan Wuxia did too much. The emperor was displeased. Naturally he had to give some lessons, but the other party was after all the emperor's son. Even if he made a big mistake, he couldn't die. Xie Guilu looked toward the grand supervisor of palm incense and blandly said, Xin Fei's realm, can't stop me. I naturally can't stop it alone. But there's no shortage of people in Apocalypse City. The eunuch of incense shook his head. As he finished speaking, a silhouette instantly appeared in all directions, each one of them filled with a terrifying aura. On top of a tall building in the distance, there was also a middle-aged man dressed in white sable fur with a calm expression. The aura on his body was even more terrifying. Having entered the dragon transformation realm, this was a powerful person from the Holy Academy. The Holy Academy turns into a dragon. Song Shenfeng. Yan Ruyu looked at the middle-aged man and raised her eyebrows. This person is extremely terrifying, with monstrous battle strength, claiming that he is invincible under the dragon transformation, and 1 for 1 above the dragon transformation. and has fought with the state master Yuan Tianxiang, with unknown results. Rather, I didn't expect this person to show up as well. Xie Guilu glanced around and blandly said, "That's just it. Since all of you have stepped forward, let's spare his life. Of course, you can also make a move. I can barely kill a group of them." After saying that, he directly left with his hands in the air. The people around them didn't stop them, and they weren't sure if they really wanted a battle. It was because the might of that 10,000 soul streamer just now was too terrifying, causing them to be incomparably afraid. They didn't come here to fight. After Xie Guilu left, these people quickly disappeared. The superintendent of fragrance indifferently said, "Disperse." He came here only to ensure that Yan Wushu wouldn't die. The rest was none of his business. Knowing that they could not continue to do so, the crowd did not hesitate and left. Chapter 95, a lot of action. Your handiwork? Midtown. An ancient mansion. Inside the attic. Bang! Xia Wuzhu picked up a wineglass and slammed it on the ground as he roared. Damn it! Why isn't Xie Guilu dead yet? Is that life that great? Xia Zhengxuan had said before that he would let Xie Guilu die. The result? Xie Guilu returned to the city intact. He naturally wouldn't doubt his father's words. Since Xia Zhengxuan said such words, then he would definitely take action against Xie Guilu, and he can only say that Xie Guilu's life was too hard. If he missed this excellent opportunity, he didn't know when he would be able to continue to make a move against Xie Guilu. He broke an arm, but Xie Guilu did not have anything at all, which made him more and more angry the more he thought about it, and he hated to kill Xie Guilu by 1,000 cuts. Xie Guilu, you must die, Xia Wuzhu said with spiteful eyes. Yes? An indifferent sound rang out as Xie Guilu appeared in the attic, his face expressionless as he looked at Xia Wuzhu. If you don't get rid of the little ghosts, the trouble will continue, so you will get rid of them. Xia dangerous building. When Xia Wuzhu saw Xie Guilu suddenly appear in front of him, his body trembled and he was taken aback, especially when he thought of the scene where Xie Guilu chopped off one of his arms. He was even more furious. Xie Guilu indifferently said, I'm right in front of you. I'd like to see what you can do to me. Come on man. Xia Wuzhu's face sank as he immediately spoke. The attic had been blocked off by a subtle force. His voice was loud, but it didn't travel out at all, and there was not the slightest response from outside. What's going on? Xia Wuzhu's heart stuttered with a sudden sense of uneasiness, and he immediately rushed to the sword rack on the side, about to draw his sword. With a casual wave of Xie Guilu's hand, this longsword suddenly came out of its sheath. Phew! The sword flashed, and the longsword instantly sliced through Xia Wuzhu's arm, and the only arm left in Xia Wuzhu's arm directly fell off as blood gushed out. Ah! Xia Wuzhu let out a mournful scream as his body collapsed to the ground, constantly rolling around in incomparable pain. Xie Guilu stepped forward and stomped on Xia Wuzhu's head. If you want me to die, then I'll send you on your way first. You're a monk. Xia Wuzhu opened his mouth in horror. He suddenly felt that he was wrong. Very wrong. Xie Guilu was actually a cultivator. The other party had concealed himself from countless people. Got it. Let's hit the road then. Xie Guilu's eyes were fierce as he stomped down. Pust. Xia Wuzhu's head burst open, blood flying, directly turning into a headless corpse. Pray for the dead, when they are whole. Xie Guilu didn't take a second glance and instantly disappeared into the attic. Second prince? Not long after, a voice came from outside the building. A guard stood outside the door. Before, the second youngest was still angry and smashing things. How did he suddenly become so quiet? He asked, but there was no response from inside. This guard felt that something was wrong. He immediately pushed open the door, and then a voice of panic filled the entire ancient mansion. Main Street. Xie Guilu stuck his hands inside his sleeves and lowered his head forward. The snow was flying, dipping his hair. The lights on both sides were dim, making his figure look a little hazy. Xie dangerous building. A voice came from the front. Xie Guilu raised his head to look forward and happened to see Sumu Shui, dressed in a white feather dress and holding an oil paper umbrella, looked at him with a complicated expression. Something? Xie Guilu raised an eyebrow and faintly asked. Sumu Shui was silent for a second and shook her head. It's fine. Xie Guilu didn't say much and continued to walk forward, brushing past Sumu Shui. Sumu Shui looked at Xie Guilu's back and immediately said, the snow is very big. You don't have an umbrella? Just before she finished her words, she saw a woman wearing a long green dress that looked like a blooming green lotus walking towards Xie Guilu with an oil paper umbrella, which was propped on top of Xie Guilu's head. Go! Lin Qinghuang faintly spoke. Yes. A smile appeared on Xie Guilu's face as he and Lin Qinghuang walked forward. Sumu Shui looked at the backs of the two. Her expression stagnated and she felt inexplicably lost. Moving forward for a moment, Lin Qinghuang asked, the commotion is not small. Your handiwork? Xie Guilu shook his head. It wasn't me. Lin Qinghuang stopped asking more questions. 2/4 of an hour later, the two of them arrived outside the Marquis of Jinxi's residence. Xie Guilu said to Lin Qinghuang, "Qinghuang, do you want to go inside and take a stroll? I'll show you my big baby. See for yourself." Lin Qinghuang turned around and left. With a bland smile, Xie Guilu swaggered into the Marquis of Jinxi's mansion, just in time to see Xie Zongxuan walk out in a hurry. Xie Guilu was surprised and asked, "Second uncle, so eager, this is to go to a greenhouse to stroll around?" Xie Zongxuan's face sank like water. He coldly swept a glance at Xie Guilu and left quickly. The news of Xie Wuzhu's death had already reached him. He had to go over and take a look. Xie Guilu looked at Xie Zongxuan's back and his smile became even more intense as he walked directly towards a pavilion. In the middle of the attic, Pear Blossom got hot water, and Xie Guilu took a hot bath and changed into a clean outfit. Fubuki walked in quickly, and he waved gently at Pearly. Pearly was smart enough to exit the loft. Uncle Fu whispered to Xie Guilu, "World's son, Xie Wuzhu is dead." First it was Xie Wushan, and now it was Xie Wushu. The fact that both of Xie Zongxuan's sons were dead made things weird. Xie Wuzhu is even more arrogant and stupid than me, so I guess he's offended someone. Xie Guilu faintly spoke. Uncle Fu looked deeply at Xie Guilu, always feeling that there was a shadow of Xie Guilu in this matter. Xie Guilu pondered for a second. Xie Zongxuan died 2 sons in a row. He might jump over the wall in a hurry. You and Pear Blossom need to take some precautions not to become his targets. Uncle Fu's face showed a smile. World son, don't worry. These 3 years I also prepared some. Protect a pear flower. There is not the slightest problem, but it is the son of the world side. Xie Guilu smiled lightly. Don't worry about me. I have my own plans on my side, so I'm relieved. Fubuki nodded gently. At this moment, he realized that he couldn't understand Xie Guilu at all. 3 years in the heavenly prison. Xie Guilu's changes were very great, making people more and more unable to see through. A brief chat. Ferber leaves the loft. With a casual wave of his hand, Xie Guilu took out the metal box that Uncle San had given him, and he carefully observed it. Forbidden. Xie Guilu frowned slightly. This metal box given by the third uncle. Several of the above have prohibitions blocked. Want to open? Definitely need to solve the prohibitions on this. This prohibition was extremely subtle. It was hard to open by brute force. Was this a test given to him by Uncle San? This made him even more curious as to what goodies were inside this metal box. Things given by Uncle Sam are usually not simple. Find some time and see if you can learn the art of forbidding. Xie Guilu put the metal box away. Prohibition. Seal carving, runes, formations, all these things need to be learned slowly. Chapter 96, Dandy. Scoundrel? The Grand Prince's residence. Old Six deserves to be Old Six. He has silently enlisted so many powerful people, but this time he has been greatly injured. I would like to see what he will do in the future. Yan Junlin was in a very good mood as he savored a cup of fine wine. He was naturally involved in tonight's matter, and he sent a Daozang realm. I didn't expect Yan Wushu to have 4 Dao Tibetans and a dozen or so Topaz realms by his side, an extremely large lineup. It was a good thing that those people were all exterminated, and even the mysterious soul body inside the other party was also taken away by that mysterious person. A soul body that could erupt the aura of the transformation dragon realm. Who wouldn't be afraid of it? If that soul body hadn't been taken away by that mysterious person. Of the few of them, who was Yan Wushu's opponent? Now that that soul body had been taken away, Yan Wulin had lost a huge dependency, so they could breathe a little easier. It's just that I don't know what that mysterious person's origin is. Yan Junlin had a pensive look on his face. An existence of that level. How good it would be if one could pull some strings. With tonight's incident, he had a vague suspicion that the mysterious person's target might not be Yan Wulin, but the soul body within Yan Wulin. Such an existence should not belong to the camp of someone among them, so it was good. Otherwise, having such an enemy would be incredibly troublesome. Your Highness, what next? There were a few guards around, and one of them inquired respectfully. Yan Junlin's smile was rich. Yan Wushu has been wounded, so let's take this opportunity to eradicate some of his minions in depth, and leave none of those forces that were scouted out before. Understood. Subordinate will go and do it now. This guard saluted and quickly left. Yan Junlin sipped a mouthful of wine, his face showing a pensive expression. The demons didn't show up tonight, and Yan Wushu has such a camp. It's still not to be underestimated. Your Highness, tomorrow the East Zhou envoys come to Tianqi. Seems to intend to cut a deal with Daxia. Inside there is also the second princess of East Zhou. If you can seize this opportunity to get the support of East Zhou, a middle-aged guard spoke. Yan Junlin smiled bashfully. We'll see about that when the time comes. Have the people I asked you to invite arrived? Invited. He promised to go to the palace banquet tomorrow. The middle-aged guard said respectfully. So, Very good. Yan Junlin smiled and nodded. East Zhou delegation to the apocalypse. When the time will certainly have a fight. There's several royal sons, princesses. We'll also have competition. Then we will see who is skillful. I've heard that Xie Guilu composed a masterpiece in the White Jade capital tonight. Isn't your highness going to invite him along? The middle-aged guard hesitated and asked in confusion. Yan Junlin shook his head. The White Jade capital is Yan Ruyu's territory. If Xie Guilu catches her eye and is invited by her, it would naturally be best. He sighed. But I heard that the poem was copied by Xie Guilu. In that case, Yan Ruyu doesn't see fit to invite him. That guy is unreliable, and he can't be invited in this matter, or else unpleasant things will happen. So it is. This guard revealed a look of dawning realization. Xie Guilu's fop. If he went to the palace banquet, there was indeed a possibility that he might cause some trouble. The next day, midday, Xie Guilu get up. He stretched a lazy waist, sighed, sleep too heavy. This is going to be late. It's just a matter of time. The Heavenly Power Division only has so much silver each month. So if you're late, you're late. He pushed open the window. It was a nice day. There was actually a sun hanging. The light shines down. The ground is covered in silver. And the plum blossoms in the courtyard have not yet faded. And there is a hidden fragrance permeating the air. After a few moments, Pear Blossom came in with hot water. Shitsi, wash up. Seeing that Xie Guilu was sleeping soundly before, she didn't wake the other party up. Aha! Xie Guilu went up and briefly washed himself. He then walked out of the loft. Today's Marquis of Jinshi Palace. Indescribably depressing. Many guards looked gloomy, not saying a word. Xia Wuzhen died. Xia Wuji died again. At this juncture, no one dared to touch the mold. Xia Tsangxuan was not in the Marquis of Jinshi's mansion. The other party had already left for the imperial palace to attend an important banquet. He preferred the career path as opposed to his son's afterlife and career path. Xie Guilu glanced at the crowd of guards and said with a faint smile, "Why are they all so serious? Today's weather is nice, so you should be laughing aloud." The guards' hearts stared, and they dared not say anything more. Ha ha ha, boring. Xie Guilu laughed loudly, and then left the Marquis of Jinshi residence. Main Street. Xie Guilu carried his hands behind his back and moved forward with a lazy face. Get out of the way. Just then, a procession came escorting a carriage, and the people on both sides gave way. Xie Guilu glanced at it and made to get out of the way. Thank dangerous house. A voice rang out from within the carriage, and the army in the carriage stopped with it. Xie Guilu froze for a second and looked toward the carriage. The car curtains lifted. Yan Rui's delicate face was revealed. Greetings, Your Highness. Xie Guilu saluted lazily. Yan Rui's eyes were bright and her smile was sly. Xie Guilu, how about accompanying this princess to a palace banquet? A palace banquet? Xie Guilu looked at Yan Rui in surprise. Yan Rui said bluntly, "Today, the East Zhou envoys came to Tianqi, and my father hosted a banquet to which many young talents were invited." Xie Guilu's complexion was bleak. That sentence hurts. This Shitsi just learned of this news, and I wasn't even invited? Could it be that I am not a young talent? Yan Rui's smile was rich. Right, you're not a young talent. You're just a dude and a scoundrel. But this princess is in a good mood and specially invited you alone. Not interested. This Shitsi still has to be on duty. If I were to be absent today, then I might have to deduct a lot of silver. Xie Guilu waved his hand. Yan Rui stretched out a finger. Isn't it just some silver? The last thing this princess needs is silver. How about I offer 500 taels of silver and invite you to a palace banquet? Ha! Xie Guilu's face was full of disdain. 500 taels and you want to cover me for a day? Do you think this son lacks money? 1,000 taels then. Yan Rui stretched out a finger. There was bound to be a sparring match today. Martial arts and literary battles might be involved. And Yan Ruyu and the others had sought out the appropriate people. Naturally, she had found some people, but unfortunately none of them satisfied her. Nowadays, she didn't have a single available person beside her, and she was bored with idleness anyway. So since she met Xie Guilu, she invited the other party to go along with her, and perhaps there would be an unexpected blessing. Xie Guilu had gotten a few masterpieces out before, especially the one last night in Baiyu Jing, but these seem to have been copied by Xie Guilu. In her opinion, being able to copy was a skill, and she hoped the guy would be able to copy a few more songs by then. Ha! What kind of person is Mr. Xie? How could I bend my back for 5 buckets of rice? Don't go. Too lazy to go. Xie Guilu said indifferently. Yan Rui frowned slightly. Then what are your demands? Xie Guilu rubbed his hands and said, recently Lin Xinghuang wanted to learn the art of forbidding. I want to find a book on this for her to see if I can win her a smile. Books on prohibition? How simple this is. This princess knows a master of forbidden systems. If you go with me to the palace banquet, after it's done, This princess will have that master give you a few more books. Yen Rui laughed dumbly. She thought this guy had some special request. Isn't it just a matter of wooing a beauty with some shitty books? It's so simple. After hearing this, Xie Guilu said with a complex face, destroying the eyebrows and folding the waist, so that I cannot be happy face ah. After saying that, he walked directly towards Yen Rui's carriage and entered it with a big swing. Your Highness, I'm coming in. The corner of Yen Rui's mouth twitched. Mouthy man ah. And what's this talk of tigers and wolves? Chapter 97, You have no authority over me. You are an abomination. Palace entrance. The carriage stopped. Yen Rui walked out from inside. See the third princess. Seeing this, some of the surrounding officials hastened forward to salute. Xie Guilu walked out from inside the carriage with a lazy face. Xie dangerous building. When these officials saw Xie Guilu, their expressions stagnated, followed by a look of shock. What did they see? Xie Guilu was riding in the same carriage as Yen Rui? He's in love with the third princess? Xie Guilu waved his hand at the officials present and said, Lords, there is no need to perform such a great honor to this Shitsi, as this Shitsi has received it with shame. The corners of the crowd's mouths twitched. Who the hell is saluting you? You really know how to put gold on your face. But then again, the fact that Xie Guilu was riding in Yen Rui's carriage still made them feel alarmed. Nowadays, Xie Guilu was just a worldly son with no real power, and the entire Marquis Jinshi mansion was also dominated by Xie Tsangxuan. But don't forget, he had already flattered the Grand Prince, and now he was flattering the third princess, which wasn't simple. Xie Guilu noticed the eyes of the crowd. He raised his eyebrows. Don't misunderstand, all the lords, this Shitsi's 8-foot body is not a man who eats soft food. I'm not Her Highness's facehead. Yen Rui's eyes widened as she pointed at Xie Guilu in annoyance. Can you talk this guy? You're definitely not my noodlehead. But when you explain it like that, it's instantly wrong. She suddenly had some regrets. She shouldn't have brought Xie Guilu here. This guy was mouthy, and she was afraid that it would be bad. These officials bowed their heads, not daring to say much, but gossiping in their hearts. Not the head of the face. A man and a woman in a carriage? If Yen Rui had allowed it, how could Xie Guilu ride in her carriage? Humph. Yen Rui snorted coldly and immediately headed for the palace gates. Continuing to stay, there was no telling what these people might want to think. Xie Guilu stuck his hands in his sleeves and followed with a lazy face. Enter the palace gates and continue along the avenue. Xie Guilu glanced around and sighed. Worthy of being the place where the emperor's son resides. It's so grand. Yen Rui sniffed. She stopped in her tracks and said breathlessly, Can you not look like you've never seen the world? Xie Guilu shrugged his shoulders and said, It can't be helped. This Shitsi is such a mundane person. Ha! Yen Rui rolled her eyes. Thank dangerous house. Suddenly, a gloomy voice rang out. Xie Guilu looked along and happened to see Xie Tsangxuan walking over with a few officials. Greetings, second uncle. Xie Guilu clasped his fists at Xie Tsangxuan. Greetings, third princess. Xie Tsangxuan ignored Xie Guilu and directly saluted Yen Rui. No need to be polite. Yen Rui gently waved her hand. Xie Tsangxuan raised his head and stared at Xie Guilu with a shadowy face, his words carrying a reprimand. Xie Guilu, what are you doing here? Xie Guilu smiled lightly and said, Today, His Holiness is hosting a banquet, and I'm naturally here to eat the banquet. Xie Tsangxuan said in a grim tone, Does the Marquis of Jinshi Palace lack a mouthful of your food? Xie Guilu sighed. The money of the Marquis of Jinshi's mansion has been emptied by certain greedy guys, and now there aren't even any leftovers, so I'm starving. What's wrong with looking for His Holiness to rub my nose in it? You. Xie Tsangxuan's complexion stagnated. This little is wrongly accusing him ah. Yen Rui frowned and stared at Xie Tsangxuan. Xie Guilu is the son of the Marquis of Jinshi. Don't go too far. Xie Tsangxuan took a deep breath and said to Yen Rui, Your Highness, don't listen to his nonsense. Even if the Marquis of Jinshi's residence is poorer, it won't be short of a bite of food for him. He stared at Xie Guilu again and said with a sullen face, Today, His Majesty is hosting a banquet. No one is allowed to enter the palace without an invitation, and you presumptuously trespassed into it, which is a great offense of killing your head. Xie Guilu said with a rich smile. Coincidence? This is Her Highness the Princess inviting me here. It's not a presumptuous intrusion. Besides, if I don't come here, is it hard for me to stay at the Marquis of Jinshi's residence to deal with the aftermath for Xie Wuxian and Xie Wuzhu? I'm not their old man. Yen Rui's face was full of strange colors. This guy knew how to irritate people. Xie Tsangxuan had just died of his 2 sons. Wasn't he rubbing salt into people's wounds with these words? Click. Xie Tsangxuan instantly clenched his fists, his bones clicking as he stared at Xie Guilu with a face full of coldness. Xie Guilu was not afraid in the slightest. He said with a complex expression, Xie Wuxian and Xie Wuzhu have just died. Second uncle did not rush to deal with their aftermath. He came to the palace to eat a banquet, completely lacking the awareness that a father should have. So I really don't deserve it for them. Xia Guilu. You. Xiat Sanchuan was seething with rage and was about to blast Xia Guilu with a slap. Yan Rui's face sank as she immediately stared at Xiat Sanchuan. Xiat Sanchuan still hasn't slapped this one. Xia Guilu, however, did not stop. He smiled and said, "Second uncle, this time to come. One is to eat. The second is to contact with the civil and military officials. So I have a good idea. How about this time Xia Wushan, Xia Wuzhu's funeral, in the Jinshi Marquee House scenery to do, set up 100 or 80 tables, and then invited the civil and military officials to go to the table, not only to meet the fun of the second uncle to eat, but also to be able to make friends with a little bit of the civil and military officials. You can also make friends with the civil and military officials. Oh, by the way, when the time comes, we also have to let the civil and military officials each send some silver, 1,000 or 800 too at will. So that can also let the Marquis of Jinshi House to collect a few 100,000 too. Isn't it a beautiful thing?" The scene was dead silent, completely subdued by Xia Gilu's venomous tongue. This kid was really too vicious. Not a single dirty word throughout, but every word was a knife. Every knife chopped at Xiat Sanchuan's heart. "You, put." Xiat Sanchuan pointed at Xia Guilu. His anger and fire attacked his heart. His body trembled, and a mouthful of blood sprayed out. Xia Guilu immediately made a gesture to assist. "Second uncle, don't be so agitated. I don't want to eat your seat." Xiat Sanchuan was incomparably angry, his body constantly trembling, never having been this angry before. "Xia Guilu, it's too unbridled. The Marquis of Jinshi is at least your second uncle. Do you have to be like this? It's simply disrespectful and abominable." An official couldn't stand to watch and immediately pointed angrily at Xia Guilu. Xia Guilu glanced at the official and asked in surprise, "I wonder who this lord is?" This official said with a sullen face, "This official is the left minister of the Ministry of Revenue, Zhuge Tai." Xia Guilu sniffed, looking at Xiat Sanchuan with a helpless face. "Second uncle, you are at least the Marquis of Jinshi now. Even if you want to make friends, you have to make friends with the 6 ministers, princes and generals, right? Look at what you've befriended. A small household left minister. Hey, throw our Jinshi Marquis face off." Upon hearing this, Zhuge Tai was instantly enraged as he stared at Xia Guilu with a chilling look on his face. Even if this official is no better, he is still an official handpicked by His Majesty. How can I allow you to humiliate me here? Xia Guilu lost his smile. "I'm still the son of the Marquis of Jinshi. Xiat Sanchuan is my second uncle. He called me by my name. But what are you? How dare you call me by my name? How dare you criticize me? Unbridled." Zhuge Tai was so annoyed that he subconsciously raised his hand, but thinking of Xia Gilu's identity, he still didn't dare to mess around. Snap! Xia Guilu saw the situation. Directly a slap threw in Zhuge Tai's face. Crisp sound resounded, so that the crowd present looked shocked. Chapter 98, Harming my life is a terrible crime. "You, how dare you hit this official?" After Zhuge Tai stabilized his body, he covered his face with one hand and pointed at Xia Guilu with one hand, his expression furious. Xia Gilu's face sank. "Bold Zhuge Tai, I am the son of the Marquis of Jinshi, or the Heavenly Power Division. You dare to take action against me, harming my life? Simply a great crime. This son will have to check you out, to see if there's anything you're not doing right for the official. If there is, I'll have to drag you to the Heavenly Power Division to drink a cup of tea at that time." Xia Guilu this momentum directly let Zhuge Tai confused. This damned in the end who was the villain? Who was the one being beaten? However, he quickly reacted and angrily stared at Xia Guilu. "Arrogant man. You, a tiny Heavenly Authority Division Tizen, still dare to check on this official? Oh, my Heavenly Power Division's Tizen can't investigate you? Could it be that you are still above the laws of Grand Xia?" An indifferent voice rang out, only to see a middle-aged man walking this way. The visitor was none other than the Jinfu envoy, Bailey Chongqing. Lin Qinghuang, holding the Tianya sword, followed along as she glanced at Xia Guilu and gently nodded her head in greeting. The town councilor. "Greetings, Jinfu envoy." When the crowd saw Bailey Chongqing, they couldn't help but feel a sense of solidarity in their hearts and hurriedly saluted. As the Jinfu envoy of the Tianquan division, he had immense power and acted on behalf of the imperial power. So who dared to underestimate him in the slightest? Moreover, Bailey Chongqing's cultivation was extremely high and even more terrifying. Bailey Chongqing looked at Zhuge Tai with an expressionless face. "The people of the Heavenly Power Division can't investigate you?" Zhuge Tai hastily explained. "Lord Zhenfuzhuang, I don't mean this. I mean..." Bailey Chongqing impatiently interrupted Zhuge Tai's words. He indifferently said, "The Heavenly Power Division monitors all officials, and has the right to first decree and then report to the court. Anyone from the secretary of the department down to the catch division can check on you. Understand? Got it. Zhuge Tai didn't dare to retort at all, because he knew that the moment he did, the Heavenly Power Division would really investigate him. How many officials are clean? Even though they are clean, they are not clean when they are in the prison of the Heavenly Power Division. Just understand. Bailey Changqing faintly spoke as his gaze fell on Xie Guilu. Xie Guilu clasped his fists and saluted. Greetings, Jinfu Envoy. Bailey Changqing nodded gently. As a person of the Heavenly Power Division, straighten your back, and when you encounter injustice on the road, hold the order to cut down the treacherous and evil. Understood. Xie Guilu was all smiles. Aha! Bailey Changqing nodded as he bowed to Yan Rui and left with Lin Xinghuang. The hearts of the crowd were condensed. They weren't stupid. They could sort of see that Bailey Changqing was sheltering Xie Guilu. Just because Xie Guilu was a member of the Heavenly Power Division? Go! Yan Rui led Xie Guilu forward. After the two left, Marquis Zhenshi, is everything alright? Several officials looked towards Xiat Sangchuan. Xiat Sangchuan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. It's fine. In his heart, he was angry to the extreme, and he couldn't wait to immediately cut Xie Guilu into 1,000 pieces and break his body into pieces. Just wait. Sooner or later, I'll let you die. Xiat Sangchuan said a dark sentence, his heart filled with endless resentment. In front of the Taiji Hall, there was a huge square with 800 steps sloping upwards. The plaza. Why is this guy here? And following Yan Rui, Yan Junlin was walking with some officials, and when he saw Xie Guilu, he looked stunned, not expecting Xie Guilu to come here. However, he still went forward to greet him. Brother Xie. Xie Guilu sighed. The Grand Prince is not interesting enough. Yan Junlin heard this and asked in mock confusion. What does Brother Xie mean? Xie Guilu said with a displeased expression. When the East Zhou delegation comes to Tianqi, there is bound to be some dragon fights. My Xie Guilu's poetic talent is unmatched, and you didn't even invite me to come and have a good time. Yan Junlin looked startled. What? Brother Xie wasn't invited? It shouldn't be. I heard that you were invited by the eldest princess. Straight up Tai Chi. The surrounding officials immediately pricked up their ears, hoping to hear some gossip. Previously, there were some rumors that the saints seemed to be interested in letting Xie Guilu and the eldest princess have some contact, and I don't know if this is true or not. If this matter was true, then he, Xie Guilu, had really taken off and connected with Yan Junlin and Yan Ruyu. From now on, who would dare to touch him? Xie Guilu said with a complicated expression. The eldest princess did invite me, but I sternly refused, and I swore allegiance to the Grand Prince. I just didn't expect. The corners of Yan Junlin's mouth twitched and he almost believed it as he hurriedly said, my fault, but isn't Brother Xie here already? When the banquet starts later, I'll punish myself with 3 cups. When did I invite you? A cool voice rang out as Yan Ruyu walked over, and beside her was a white-robed man, Li Haoran of the Qin Tian supervisor. Xie Guilu stared at Yan Ruyu. Your Highness, you don't recognize the account after eating? The surrounding people reveal the color of gossip. Finished eating? How to eat? Could it be that Xie Guilu's previous sighting of Yan Ruyu taking a bath was a lie, and that he was being eaten by Yan Ruyu? What is Yan Ruyu's cultivation level? What is Xie Guilu's cultivation level? Without Yan Ruyu's consent, how could he watch Yan Ruyu bathe? For a moment, the crowd was gossiping and full of curiosity. Yan Ruyu raised an eyebrow. This thing can't be refuted. Self-evidence is self-flagellation. Not to mention the fact that she and Xie Guilu originally had some things that couldn't be explained. Yan Rui immediately said, I invited Xie Guilu. You guys think he's a dude and look down on him, so I'm going to invite him to skillfully overwhelm the crowd and make you guys hold your heads up later, making you regret not inviting him. Yan Ruyu looked at Yan Rui, her face a bit cold and stern, looking like a little sheep who didn't understand anything, with the nature of a vicious wolf hidden under her skin. Ahem. Yan Junlin coughed gently. The palace banquet is about to begin. Everyone go ahead and take your seats. The crowd sniffed before they headed towards the Taiji Hall. Yan Rui led Xie Guilu forward as she glanced at him. Say, swear allegiance to Princess Rui. Ha! A little silver, a few broken books, and you want to buy my life? The abacus is broken. You might as well just seduce me. Xie Guilu yawned and accelerated his pace. His stomach was a bit hungry. He had to have a good meal later. You. Yan Rui's face was full of annoyance. The oil and salt guy, following me around. How bad can it be? At most, we keep our heads down when people are looking for trouble. Isn't it nice to be part of a nesting group? Xie Guilu seemed to have thought of something as he stopped and looked at Yan Rui. Your Highness wouldn't be a member of the vulnerable group, would you? Is it so obvious? It's not really a wimpy thing. I'm just keeping a low profile. Yan Rui smiled awkwardly. It's true that she's a bit of a wimp, avoiding things for fear of getting caught in the crossfire. That's the way she's always been, and now she's living it up, and she feels great about it. Xia Guilu laughed and said, "Wimpy, maybe low profile, maybe hiding clumsiness, maybe pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger. Is your highness a tiger?" Yen Rui lowered her head and said in a lost voice, "It is true that a low profile may be pretending to be a pig, but it is also possible that it is really a pig." Xia Guilu quickened his pace. "Come on, let's go see if there are any beauties." "This guy." Yen Rui stared at Xia Guilu's back, her eyes narrowing slightly, not knowing what she was thinking. Chapter 99, I refuse to give my life to you. Taiji Hall. Jadeite as bricks and tiles, white jade as the beams of the room, on which a coiled dragon was carved in a lifelike manner, sandalwood as the plaque, and the words on the plaque were made of pure gold, which made it opulent and magnificent. The hall is beautifully decorated with gold and splendor, with glazed treasures placed in ancient scrolls hanging. Luxury and classical coexist. Inside the hall, tables and chairs were set up with fine wine and food, all of which were mountainous delicacies, and many officials and young talents were gathered together and were exchanging information in whispers. Xie Guilu sat with Yen Rui as he poured a cup of fine wine and surveyed the people in the hall. Among the several imperial princes, Yen Wuchen and Yen Wushu were not seen. Both of them had suffered heavy injuries and should not be able to climb up yet. Sumu Shui was also among the crowd, and she couldn't help but lose her mind for a moment as her gaze landed on Xie Guilu. "Mu Shui, what's wrong?" Xiao Su looked at Sumu Shui, a hint of doubt in his eyes. "Nope, nothing." Sumu Shui shook her head. "Xie Guilu, just now Sumu Shui was looking at you." Yen Rui looked at Xie Guilu with a face full of gossip. In the past, Sumu Shui and Xie Guilu also had a marriage contract, and as a result, when Xie Guilu was imprisoned, Sumu Shui went directly to the Jinshi Marquis to withdraw from the marriage, saying that Xie Guilu, a playboy, was not worthy of her. This matter has made the Marquis of Jinshi's residence extremely faceless for a time, Xie Guilu said with a confident face. "Maybe it's because the Shitsi is too handsome." "Cut. Narcissistic guy. You're so handsome. How did you get bounced?" Yen Rui bristled. Xie Guilu's face was a plate. "I call this narcissism? I call it being realistic. Before, in the middle of that snowy field, you wanted to give your body in favor of me, but I strictly rejected it. Don't you remember? Shame on you." Yen Rui looked at Xie Guilu in annoyance. If it wasn't for this guy taking advantage of people's danger, would she have said that kind of words? Yen Junlin and Yen Ruyu were sitting on the side, and they immediately looked at the two. Yen Rui offered her body and was rejected? These two people did not have any interactions before, so why did they suddenly have such a strange relationship? Xie Guilu's gaze fell on Yen Ruyu and sighed. "Don't look at it, eldest princess. Before you proposed for me to be your face head, which I also refused, I swore allegiance to His Highness the Grand Imperial Prince, and there's no way that I would agree to your sordid conditions." Bang! Yen Ruyu's brows contained fury as she instantly crushed a wine glass, her eyes coldly staring at Xie Guilu. This guy talks out of his ass and dares to say anything. Does he really not want to live? The scene was dead silent as everyone looked this way, looking at Xie Guilu and Yen Ruyu with a hint of strangeness in their eyes. Interesting. Bailey Changqing held his wine cup and tasted it. He smiled lightly. Being young is good. Lin Qinghuang glanced at Xie Guilu. A hint of speechlessness surfaced in the depths of his eyes. This guy was obviously doing it on purpose, deliberately trying to provoke Yen Ruyu. Someone who is easily provoked might be considerably less dangerous. Thinking of this, Lin Qinghuang revealed a meaningful smile. Yen Junlin's face was touched, and in his eyes, a hint of mist emerged. He hastily poured a cup of wine and raised it towards Xie Guilu. Brother Xie's words had made this imperial prince incomparably ashamed. I'll punish myself with 3 cups. After saying that, he poured 3 cups in a row and drank them. What a pretender! Yen Rui said a dark sentence, looking at Yen Junlin with a slight sneer in her eyes. It seems that Xie Guilu has really colluded with the Grand Prince. The surrounding officials wore contemplative faces. The Xie Guilu who was released from prison might be insufficiently inadequate to be feared. After all, the entire Marquis Jinshi mansion was overrun by Xiat Sangxuan. But now that the other party was close to Yen Junlin, it would not be simple. If he wanted to move him, he still had to see if Yen Junlin would agree. Xiat Sangxuan's face was incomparably gloomy. The closer Xie Guilu got to Yen Junlin, the more it made him wonder if the deaths of Xia Wuxian and Xia Wuzhu were related to Yen Junlin. Yen Junlin as the Grand Prince. What did Xie Guilu have that was worth his thoughts? Nothing more than the Marquis of Jinshi. If the other party wanted Xie Guilu to inherit the position of Marquis of Jinshi, then they would definitely solve all sorts of troubles for Xie Guilu, and their family, as it happened, was the trouble. Thinking about it this way, Yen Junlin was highly suspected in the deaths of Xia Wuxian and Xia Wuzhu. Xie Guilu sensed Xie Zhangxuan's expression and his smile became even more intense as he hurriedly poured a cup of wine and raised it towards Yin Junlin. Swear your loyalty to His Highness the Grand Imperial Prince. Yan Ruyu. Yan Rui. Do you have to say one thing so many times? You make it sound as if the people here don't know that you and Yin Junlin are in collusion. Yin Junlin also smiled bitterly, but still revealed a face full of emotion. Thank you, Brother Xie. His Holiness has arrived. Outside the temple, a majestic voice rang out. A middle-aged man wearing a dragon robe with a majestic face entered the grand hall. His face was a bit pale and he did not look well. Greetings, Your Holiness. The people present saluted in a hurry. Emperor Xia gently waved his hand. No need to be polite. After saying that, he sat down on the dragon chair at the very front. Xie Guilu sized up the Xia Emperor and muttered in his heart. This Lao Dang is also an old six. When Emperor Xia saw Xie Guilu staring at himself, his gaze fell on Xie Guilu as well, and after some observation, he didn't notice the slightest thing wrong. Xie Guilu had a heavenly book on his body, which could shield all probing, and it was difficult for someone as strong as Emperor Xia to pry out the slightest bit. Emperor Xia slowly spoke. Xie Guilu, just now I heard that you were invited by Ruyu. Very good. The crowd's hearts were frozen. Xie Guilu was obviously invited by Yan Rui. Why did the Xia Emperor say that he was invited by Yan Ruyu? Earlier, there were rumors that the Xia Emperor intended for Xie Guilu to become Yan Ruyu's emperor's son-in-law. And now that the other party had said this, was this proving the authenticity of the earlier news? Yan Ruyu looked calm and didn't say a word, as if none of this had anything to do with her. This old den has victimized me. Xie Guilu secretly said that a seemingly casual sentence from Emperor Xia could completely push him into the wind and waves, but it didn't matter. Barefoot wasn't afraid to wear shoes. Anyway, quite a few people were now staring at him, wanting to get him killed. Xie Guilu got up and bowed to the Xia Emperor. Your Majesty, in fact, I was invited here by the third princess this time. Oh, Rui invited them? Emperor Xia came to have a hint of interest as he looked at Yan Rui. Yan Rui rose and saluted. Father, Xie Guilu was indeed invited by me. He said he wanted to admire father's greatness. Juniper? The Xia Emperor was a bit surprised as he looked at Xie Guilu. Xie Guilu, since you said you want to look up to me, then I'll ask you, what kind of king am I in your mind? The crowd's eyes stared. A wrong answer to such a question would be the great offense of killing one's head. If you let the civil officials present to answer, naturally there is not the slightest problem. A few horses ass down, easy to pass. But Xie Guilu, a playboy, was mouthy and prone to talking nonsense. Xie Guilu said with a face full of seriousness. Your Majesty, in my heart, you are the #1 monarch of the ages. Chapter 100. 10,000 nations come to the court. 8 parties pay tribute. The first monarch of the 1,000 years? The Xia Emperor was slightly lost in thought. There were countless courtiers around him, and he had heard a lot of all kinds of horses' ass, but it was still the first time that someone had said that he was the #1 monarch of the millennia. Xie Guilu cupped his fists and said, His Holiness has been sitting in the Great Xia for 53 years, and over the years, he has personally led the troops, retreated from the Zhou dynasty in the east, subdued the states in the south, defended the Demon Kingdom in the north, and struck the Demon Chu in the west, swept across the 6 harmonies, and majestically shocked the 8 wastelands, looking down upon the world, and opened up the boundaries for the Great Xia and set up a foundation for 10,000 generations. At the same time, we emphasize agriculture and open several rivers and canals. We emphasize commerce and provide many facilities for merchants, which makes our dasha's financial strength continuously increase. We emphasize education and open many schools, which makes the people of dasha peaceful and allows countless young people to enroll in school, which is the work of the ages and has a benefit in the 1,000 years. So I think that your Majesty is the first monarch of the ages. Isn't it just a matter of juggling and boasting? After all those years of reading and memorizing years of history textbooks, isn't it just a matter of trust? Asterisk. Patting a horse can still be like that? Why didn't I think of saying it like that before? The words of the world's son have enlightened me. I've been an official for many years and thought I had mastered all kinds of speech skills. But today, when I saw what Prince Xie said, I realized that I'm still a yellow-mouthed child with a lisp. That's a compliment that's so refreshing and soothing. Tot. I'll say the same thing from now on. The civil and military officials present all stared at Xie Guilu with wide eyes and shocked faces. Who says he's talking out of his ass? Today, I realized that he understands officialdom. He was born to be a traitor. Emperor Xia stood up, his eyes burning as he stared at Xie Guilu. Xie Guilu, is that really what you think? Xie Guilu said respectfully, the words of my minister are factual and not half bragging. The demon race is ravaging the country. Western Chu has been eroded. Eastern Zhou is also resisting to the death. The southern dynasties are in constant war, and the people are not happy. Only my daxia is standing, free from war. Mammoth development. These are the reasons why His Holiness is guarding daxia. Good. Well said. You have just now talked about warfare, agriculture, commerce, and education. But there is one thing that you have not said, and that is politics. Within Grand Xia, many officials are clean, but there are still some tumors of corruption. What do you think? Emperor Xia gazed at Xie Guilu. Some of the surrounding officials subconsciously kept their heads down, afraid of being noticed. Xie Guilu cupped his fists and said, Your Majesty, you created the Heavenly Power Division. Is to want to solve this problem? Has been. The Heavenly Power Division. The Delizi, the Ministry of Criminal Justice. The Imperial Palace of Justice is also seriously practicing this matter. One day, daxia will be the 10,000 states come to the court, the 8 parties to the tribute, the 10,000 worlds of the foundation, are at the foot of the emperor's plan to dominate the country. As far as the eye can see, the great officers of the Delizi, Ministry of Justice, and Royal Historian's office looked deeply at Xie Guilu. This son's words were very much in their hearts, and at the very least, the other party did not pull the divisions of heavenly powers in step on their various departments. This kid was even more extraordinary than they had imagined, but he could be of great use. Not good, Xiat Sunchuan said darkly, his mood extremely unfavorable. 10,000 states come to pay tribute from all directions. The Xia Emperor's eyes flashed with a refined light, his qi and blood tumbling, and Xia Gilu's words comforted him even more, because that's what he was thinking. The Emperor, if he didn't have the idea of sweeping the 8 directions and unifying the world, how could he be an emperor? Emperor Xia said to Xie Guilu, sit down. His cultivation had long since entered the peak of the dragon transformation realm and was only one step away from the divine court realm. The last time he fought with a great demon, he was indeed seriously injured, and he even released the news that he had lost all of his cultivation. So he wanted to see which people who didn't know how to die would dare to mess around, especially the neighboring dynasties. After knowing that he was injured, they were constantly making demons and causing a lot of trouble. What he was waiting for was an opportunity to step into the divine court realm. And when he entered the divine court realm, he would definitely sweep the 8 directions at that time. Xie Guilu made a bow and then sat down. Emperor Xia looked at Bailey Changqing, Bailey Love Secretary. All along, the division of heavenly power to do things have made me very satisfied. Continue to maintain. If you meet there is no cooperation, never mercy. First to kill, the imperial power to charter. I obey. Bailey Changqing respectfully bowed. You guys too. The Xia Emperor looked again at the officials of the Delizi, the Ministry of Justice, and the Imperial Palace of Justice. Yes, sir. The officials immediately saluted. Your Majesty, the East Zhou envoy has arrived. An old eunuch came forward to report. Let them in. Emperor Xia said with a calm expression. Let the Eastern Zhou envoy enter. The old eunuch said in a deep voice. Then, a dozen or so Eastern Zhou people walked in flanked by a woman in a long white dress. The woman had crystal shoes on her feet, purple and gold rings on her hands. Her figure was graceful, with a white ribbon tied around her waist. Her delicate figure was revealed. Her front was convex and her back was curved, and her legs were long and straight, seducing people's hearts and souls. Skin snow white delicate, black long hair, spread at the waist, face wearing a piece of veil, cannot see the face, but certainly look very beautiful. A pair of eyes, wise, bright. Xie Guilu glanced at Yan Ruyu and then looked at this woman. The two of them were dressed somewhat similarly. It was just that he didn't know whose face value was better. Ji Yuehua, see the Summer Emperor. This woman was none other than the second princess of Eastern Zhou. Ji Yuehua. Emperor Xia gently nodded. No need to be polite. Take your seat. Ji Yuehua brought the people of Eastern Zhou to take a seat on the side. The Xia Emperor looked at Ji Yuehua. I wonder if this time the East Zhou envoys came to our great Xia. But what is their business? Ji Yuehua respectfully said, reporting to the Xia Emperor. This time, Yuehua came to daxia mainly for the matter of the Northern Yuhui Alliance, the Northern Spectre Society Alliance. The officials present wore contemplative faces. Beiyue is a city in the north, but this city has been occupied by the demon race, Beiyue Alliance. That is, the Great Xia and the East Zhou to carry on the alliance to cut down the demons. This matter is the Xia Emperor and the Zhou Emperor set. Although it was an alliance to cut down the demons, it also involved competition between the 2 great imperial dynasties, and at that time, the young people of the 2 great imperial dynasties would engage in gaming. Emperor Xia murmured, the Northern Pantheon Alliance, once every 5 years, but there's still quite a bit of time left before the alliance. Ji Yuehua said, indeed there is still a bit of time left. Yuehua came to daxia in advance. Apart from talking about the matter of the alliance, she wanted to cultivate in daxia for a while, and in the meantime meet the young talents of daxia. In the Great Xia, there was the sacred courtyard, and this courtyard was extremely extraordinary, so she naturally wanted to enter it. The Holy Academy's requirements for accepting people were extremely strict, though it would not reject people from foreign imperial dynasties. As soon as the Xia Emperor heard this, he understood Ji Yuehua's meaning. He smiled lightly and said, "This is very good. There are countless young talents in my Great Xia. I guarantee that I won't let Princess Yuehua down." Ji Yuehua glanced around and added, "Yuehua, see this hall? Then there are quite a few young talents. It so happens that I also brought quite a few outstanding people from Eastern Zhou this time. They also want to see the strength of the great summer talents. I wonder if it is possible to have a sparring match. The purpose is clear and there is no beating around the bush." Emperor Xia smiled and said, "Naturally, young people's encounters are also part of growing up. You guys are guests from afar, so you'll set the rules for this sparring session." Chapter 101, 3 wins in 5 games. Dan Dao competition. The civil and military officials looked towards Ji Yuehua, curious as to what kind of cut she wanted to engage in. However, as a rule, the general cuts were civil fights, martial arts fights, and some odd fights. Ji Yuehua whispered softly, "The young people I brought from the Eastern Zhou this time are very involved in a wide range of subjects, so why don't we have a multifaceted sparring match? Literature fight, alchemy, forbidden systems, and martial arts." The literature fights are divided into 2 matches, poetry fights, and chess games. There are a total of 5 matches, and 5 games and 3 victories. When the crowd heard this, they also nodded their heads gently. Such a cut was not outrageous and was within the acceptable range. Alchemy, forbidden? Xia Gilu's heart stirred, so it was possible to see something. The Xia Emperor smiled and said, "Then let's follow what the second princess said. But since it's a sparring match, there naturally has to be a bit of a reward as well." With a wave of his hand, 5 items flew out. A scroll, an ancient book, an ancient zither, a long sword, and a pill. Emperor Xia explained, "Within the scroll and the ancient book are a body technique and a sword scripture. This ancient zither and the long sword, which are spirit weapons, were obtained by me by chance, and are considered to be good treasures. As for this elixir, it's not simple. It's a 4 stripes divine hidden elixir. 4-stripe divine hidden pill." A gleam flashed in the eyes of the crowd. To a topiary realm cultivator, the divine hidden pill was immensely important to increase the chances of stepping into the Dao hidden realm. The divine hidden pills were peculiar, divided into 1 to 9 lines based on the lines the alchemist had refined. The more lines, the stronger the medicinal effect. Even a 1-stripe divine hidden pill was incomparably precious, let alone a 4-striped one. Xia Guilu glanced at the pill. The one that Xie Bian had given him before was the 6 Dao divine hidden pill. The grade was quite a bit higher than this one with 4 lines. Emperor Xia lightly laughed. 3 out of 5 games, whichever side wins, these 5 things will be given to whichever side. And as for how this will be distributed, the victors involved in the duel can negotiate on their own at that time. Ji Yuehua made a bow. "This is very good." She waved gently. A young Eastern Zhou man walked out, dressed in a flaming robe, his body permeated with a rich flaming aura. Ji Yuehua said to the Xia Emperor, "The first round of the competition. First cut the Dan Dao. This is my East Zhou young alchemist, Qi Yan. De Xia can send out a young alchemist to cut the Dan Dao with him." Yan Junlin and the others looked at Qi Yan with contemplative expressions, but they had never heard of this person. In today's matchup, they naturally wouldn't make a move, and at most, they would let the invited people step in, unless Ji Yuehua also made a move, in which case they would be able to spar with him. Emperor Xia glanced toward the young men present. There should be young alchemists here today. The first match. Who's coming? The young men of Daxia present fell silent. In a cut like this, if the performance was not good, it would be a disgrace to Daxia, allowing East Zhou to press Daxia. As such, even if they were eager to show some performance today, they did not dare to come out at will. When Emperor Xia saw that the crowd was silent, he smiled blandly and didn't say anything more, only that there was a hint of displeasure in the depths of his eyes. Yan Wuya rose and saluted. "Your father, my son happens to have invited a young Dan master this time. Why don't we let him do this round?" Beside Yan Wuya, a young man in a gray robe with an arrogant face stood up as he saluted the Xia Emperor. "Your Holiness, I am Lu Xing, a disciple of the Sacred Academy, and I can spar with the East Zhou Dan master in this round." Emperor Xia smiled and said, "Okay." He looked at Qi Yan again. "This round, keep it simple. Just refine the pills you guys are best at. Whoever produces a high-grade pill wins, and whatever herbs you guys need, you can provide. Greetings to the Summer Emperor. I brought my own herbs." Qi Yan made a bow. Lu Xing cupped his fists and said, "I also brought herbs." "Good. Then you may begin, and you will be given half an hour." Emperor Xia gently waved his hand. Qi Yan and Lu Xing walked to the position in the center of the hall. Lu Xing lightly glanced at Qian and said with a haughty expression, "No matter what kind of elixir you concoct, you are bound to lose today. If you know what's good for you, you'd better admit defeat early." Red Yen revealed a smile. "I won't know until I've competed. I also want to try out how strong the Sacred Academy's Dan Masters are. I hope I won't be disappointed." "I don't know." Lu Xing smiled coldly as he casually waved his hand and a bronze Dan furnace flew in front of him, after which he took out many medicinal herbs. Buzz! Only to see him pinching his seal. A blue flame instantly appeared in his hand, and once this flame appeared, the temperature in the entire hall suddenly lowered. Beast fire. The crowd looked at it and showed surprise. There are many types of Dan fire. Some alchemists can condense the Dan fire with spiritual chi, or mobilize the fire of the earth's veins. In addition to this, a little more advanced is the beast fire. Foreign fire. Beast fire comes from some special demonic beasts. The grade of powerful beast fire, extremely rare, is the major alchemist pursuit of things. Lu Xing, this group of beast fire seems to be not simple. Lu Xing looked at Qian and said with a playful smile, "This is the beast fire of the grade 4 demonic beast, the heavenly flame python. I've heard that the eastern Zhou is barren, so you shouldn't have such a beast fire, right?" Red Yen smiled and took out a black alchemy furnace and many medicinal herbs. Buzz! Then a black blaze emerged from his body. The aura of this blaze was extremely terrifying, and the moment it appeared, it instantly caused the beast fire in Lu Xing's hand to tremble continuously. "This is..." Lu Xing couldn't help but change his face when he saw the flames of the red flames. He could feel that at the moment, his beast fire was scared and somewhat out of control. The flame, Red Yen, also caused him to feel inexplicable palpitations. The grade of this flame was higher than the grade of the beast fire in his hand. Emperor Xia looked at Red Flame's beast fire and murmured, "Black gold amazing. The 5th level demonic beast, the beast fire of the flaming black gold eagle. It's actually a 5th grade beast fire." The crowd present revealed a look of amazement. The beast fire of a 5th level demonic beast. This was not an ordinary thing. Lu Xing's beast fire, compared to it, was simply not enough to look at. Red Yen smiled blandly. "It is none other than black gold amazing." He looked at Lu Xing. "I wonder how this beast fire of mine is." "Humph." Lu Xing snorted coldly. "So what if the grade of the beast fire is higher?" "In the end, it still depends on the Dan technique." "Ha!" Red Yen smiled playfully. With a wave of his finger, black gold amazing wrapped the Dan furnace, and he threw a herb in, quickly going into melting. Lu Xing wasn't willing to show weakness either, immediately controlling the fire and refining the pills. Dan Master Competition. Compare Alchemy Furnace. Compare Dan Fire. Compare Fire Control Art. Compare Dan Grade. Xie Guilu stared at the two people who were alchemizing Dan, and felt some emotion in his heart. In terms of alchemy, he didn't know anything. All of this had to go and learn. Who doesn't want to get stronger with pills? "Kid, do you want to refine pills? As long as you let me go, I can teach you alchemy, artifact refining, forbidden systems, formations, and seal engraving." A slightly hoarse and low voice entered Siegilu's brain, a voice that came from the 10,000 Souls streamer. "That old guy hasn't been refined yet." Chapter 102, 2nd Grade Dan Master. Forbidden Game. Sieguilu ignored the old fellow within the 10,000 souls and continued to watch the two men concoct pills. This old guy may have a few brushes, but the risk factor is too great. The safest way is to refine the other party and enter the 10,000 soul streamer, then become a member of it. Less than half an hour, Red Yan's alchemy ended, and with a wave of his hand, a pill flew out, a strong fragrance filling the hall. The crowd immediately stared at the pills that Red Yan had refined, somewhat curious as to what pills the other party had refined. 2nd Grade Elixir. Dragon Tiger Dan. The Summer Emperor spoke slowly. "What? A 2nd Grade Elixir?" The crowd looked startled. Being able to refine 2nd grade pills meant that the other party was probably a 2nd grade alchemist. The path of the Dan Dao was divided into 9 grades, with each grade divided into 4 subgrades, early, mid, late, and peak, and it was extremely difficult to advance in grade. Red Yen was so young to be able to refine a 2nd grade Dan. It was indeed extremely uncomplicated. Second grade pills. Lu Xing was refining pills at full strength, and when he heard that Qi Yan had refined a 2nd grade pill, his body trembled, and a look of disbelief appeared in his eyes. Boom! Just in this moment when he was lost in thought, the flames instantly increased, and the power within the Dan furnace was difficult to suppress. No good! Lu Xing's face suddenly changed and he rushed to suppress it, but unfortunately, he was still a step too late. Bang! The furnace instantly exploded, and the power of the flames swept in all directions. Emperor Xia raised his eyebrows. The old eunuch beside him casually waved his hand, and this fiery power was suppressed. That's the end of it? Xie Guilu has some regrets. He has not yet seen too much. This alchemy he is still very interested in. I can't believe the furnace blew up. Alchemists of the Sacred Academy. Are they this bad? For this Lu Xing, I have heard of him. He is the disciple of a Dan Dao master of the Sacred Academy. In his early 20s, he stepped into the realm of the late first grade Dan Dao. He has a bit of arrogance. But unfortunately, the gap between the first grade compared to the second grade is too great. It's normal that it's difficult to accept it for a while. Failure of heart is destined to go no farther. The crowd shook their heads. Lu Xing had already lost. Even if he hadn't blown up the furnace, even if he had put his best foot forward, he would still have difficulty in refining a second-grade elixir. But as far as a qualified alchemist is concerned, even if he knows that he has lost, he still has to be fully concentrated and go to finish his elixir. And for Lu Xing to blow up the furnace right in the middle of the process is indeed very bad. Lu Xing's face was pale as he stood still, his eyes dim. Just now, he also mocked Red Yen, did not expect to turn his eyes to be slapped in the face by the other party, and at this moment, when he heard the people around him talking about it, he was even more eager to find a crack in the ground to drill in. Emperor Xia said indifferently, "Stand down. This round is won by East Zhou." Only then did Lu Xing retreat with his head down. With this strike, he had thought that he was 9 out of 10 and could easily defeat the people of Eastern Zhou. I didn't expect to lose the first game, lose so badly, and blow up the furnace. It's a disgrace. Yan Wuya looked at Lu Xing and mused. There's no need to take this matter to heart. There's no one who can go undefeated all the time. And losing once in a while might be the only way to better oneself. After all, Lu Xing was the person he had invited. And when the other party lost, he naturally wouldn't crack down. Instead he would comfort them. Aha! When Lu Xing saw Yan Wuya consoling himself, he nodded gently and felt slightly better. Emperor Xia looked at Ji Yuehua. What are you planning to cut in the second round? Ji Yuehua said. In the second game, cut the art of forbidding. Greetings to the Summer Emperor. Villain Don Lai-yun. An average-looking Eastern Zhou man walked out, and he bowed to Emperor Xia. Emperor Xia nodded gently and looked around. Second game. Who's coming? Many young people did not dare to answer. The first game could tell a lot. This time the Eastern Zhou mission, Hidden Dragons and Crouching Tigers, had come prepared. Red Yen was such a young man to be a second-grade Dan master. So what about the others? Definitely not easy either. Daxia had lost one game and still had 2 more chances. But if they continued to lose, it was hard to say. The Emperor was right here. It would be troublesome to make him lose face. Not to mention the fact that there was Xie Gilu's praise before. The Emperor was having a good time in his heart. If anyone came to slap his face, then he would definitely be missed. Yan Ruyu looked at Li Haoran by her side. This time inviting Li Haoran here was the right thing to do. Li Haoran got up and bowed to the Xia Emperor. Your Majesty, I'll take this round. Yes. The Xia Emperor smiled and nodded his head. He was naturally clear about Li Haoran's bottom line. And the great Xia should not lose this round. It doesn't matter if you lose one game. As the host, you should naturally show it. But if you lose one after another, it won't work. Li Haoran walked towards the center of the hall as he looked towards Dong Laiyun. How does your excellency intend to spar? Dong Laiyun casually waved his hand and a white jade box appeared in front of Li Haoran's eyes. Simple. This box has a restriction I set on it. As long as you can lift it, it's my loss. Li Haoran took the box, glanced at it, and said with a faint smile, Your Excellency's forbidden means are good. You should be a second-grade forbidden master. Dong Laiyun's eyes narrowed as he nodded lightly. Pity. Li Haoran laughed, only to see his 2 fingers extend out, his sharpness flashing, quickly carving on the box, extremely fast, constantly cracking the prohibitions on it. The crowd stared at Li Haoran and found it surprisingly difficult to keep up with his speed. A few moments later, there was a click. The prohibition on the box was completely lifted and the box opened automatically. Li Haoran handed the box to Dong Laiyun. Unraveled. Dong Laiyun looked at the box in front of him and gave Li Haoran another deep look. You should have entered the realm of the 3rd grade of prohibition, right? Li Haoran smiled faintly. Prohibition. I only know a little bit about it. As a disciple of the state master, his means were naturally not weak, and he was involved in formations, alchemy, forbidden systems, and artifact refining. I lost. Dong Laiyun took the box as he inquired. I wonder who your excellency is. Li Haoran smiled. Li Haoran? Li Haoran? A disciple of the Grand Xia State Master? Dong Laiyun's heart stared. Aha! Li Haoran nodded gently. Dong Laiyun took a deep breath. His defeat was not a loss. He saluted and then turned to retreat. Nice! A smile appeared on Emperor Xia's face. The civil and military officials also breathed a sigh of relief. Yan Junlin and the others glanced at Yan Ruyu. If Li Haoran won a game, it would naturally bring Yan Ruyu a lot of benefits. On the contrary, it was them. If the person they had invited couldn't win, they would be pressed by Yan Ruyu at that time. Yen Ruyu's demeanor was self-possessed, and there were no unnecessary emotions. What about the third game? Emperor Xiao looked at Ji Yuehua. Ji Yuehua glanced around. When I came to Daxia before, I heard that the Marquis of Jinshi's son was talented and made many masterpieces, which made me very curious. I want to have a poetic sparring session with him. The crowd subconsciously looked at Xie Guilu, with strange looks on their faces. Was this being targeted by Ji Yuehua? This was not a good thing. Some of them sneered and laughed, thinking that there would be a good show to follow. Ji Yuehua's gaze then fell on Xie Guilu as well, a glint in her eyes. I believe this is Prince Xie. Yuehua has read your poems before and felt that they were very good. I wonder if you can have a poetry sparring session with me. Chapter 103, Copying half is copying. Cupping? Squeeze the soft one? When Xie Guilu saw Ji Yuehua staring at him, he couldn't help but make a dark remark in his heart. From the situation at hand, he did seem like a soft touch. After all, no one thought he really had any talent. A dude who copied a few poems and showed them off would be slapped in the face once he was targeted. Not good. The crowd stared at Xie Guilu. This Ji Yuehua came straight to Xie Guilu, obviously wanting to win the first round, and also wanting to punch Xie Guilu in the face a bit. It would be just as well for Xie Guilu to be slapped in the face, and then perhaps it would be rumored that the people of Daxia like to deceive the world. Brother Xie, don't promise her. Yan Junlin quickly looked at Xie Guilu, signaling him not to agree. Xie Guilu glanced at Yan Junlin and slightly shrugged his shoulders. Seiji, would you like to play a game with me? Ji Yuehua continued to speak. She had indeed read the poems of Xie Guilu before and found them to be very good, and by no means could they be made by an ordinary person. After a bit, I realized that the poems came from a dude and seemed to have been copied, but such verses shouldn't be made by a nameless person. She would like to see from which high person those poems came from. Xie Guilu stood up and said with a smile on his face, this Shitsi does have a few talents, but I only know a little about poetry, and as for those poems you mentioned, they were just copied by me, not made by myself. The crowd was surprised, not expecting Xie Guilu to admit in public that he had copied it, but it seems that when he was in the plum garden before, he also said that he had copied those poems himself. Just who this was copied from, that is not known, for they had not heard of such a verse before this. In that case, even if he tells the crowd that he copied it, but the real author cannot be found, then who can refute him? At best, it's a mouthful to say he copied it, but it's a bummer when you can't find any evidence that he did. Is it really copied? Sumushue stared at Xie Guilu and shook her head slightly. She had seen Xie Guilu's strength and understood that this guy was in existence that pretended to be a pig and ate a tiger. And those poems? He might have composed them. A dude suddenly became a cultivation master. The contrast was huge. Right now it had gone from being uneducated to a talented man again, and she didn't think it would be much of a problem. The reason for everything boils down to one thing: hiding. Lin Xinghuang slightly glanced at Xie Guilu. A faint smile appeared on his face. This guy is very cunning. Want to pinch soft persimmons? This Ji Yuehua went off course. Ji Yuehua pretended to be shocked and said, copied? I wonder who it was copied from. Xie Guilu smiled indifferently and did not answer this question, instead saying, just now, Princess Yuehua said she wanted to spar with me. I wonder how you plan to do it. Seeing that Xie Guilu did not answer her question, Ji Yuehua felt some regret in her heart, but still said, the son of the world has written a few verses about plums, which I think are very good. Why don't we continue to use plums as the theme this time, and each make a poem, and in the time it takes for the 3 cups of wine to be consumed, whoever makes the best poem will win. How about it? Xie Guilu lost his smile and said, yes, this guy isn't afraid of losing? So confident. Is he copying a few more songs? Yen Ruyu looked at Xie Guilu and frowned slightly. She realized that she seemed to be somewhat unable to understand Xie Guilu, the poem that Xie Guilu had composed in Baiyu Jing before. The other party bluntly stated that it was copied. Later, she had had someone probe the Heavenly Power Division's prison, and there was indeed a drunkard, but that drunkard had disappeared, and the Heavenly Power Division did not give any extra answers. Xiao Huan looked at Xie Guilu with a strange expression, but he did not expect that this kid would actually dare to go into battle. However, from Xie Guilu's previous remarks, he could feel that this kid was not stupid, and since he dared to go into battle, he must have something to rely on, which in turn made people but some expectations. He spoke, men, serve wine. The guards came forward and quickly brought up a table, while placing 3 glasses of wine in front of each of the 2 men. Seiji, please. Ji Yuehua looked at Xie Guilu. Xie Guilu casually picked up a cup of wine and drank it in one gulp as he looked at Ji Yuehua and said, the poem has become a reality, so I will not be polite. Ji Yuehua froze for a second. Xie Guilu dropped his wineglass and said aloud, this poem is called Small Plum in the Mountain Garden. All of the flowers are shaken down and only pleasant and elegant. occupying all the flavor to the small garden. The water is clear and shallow with sparse shadows, and the dark fragrance floats in the dusk of the moon. With half a K left, Xia Guilu didn't continue to read on. He looked towards Ji Yuehua and smiled. Princess Yuehua, it's your turn. The scene was silent. The crowd stared blankly at Xia Guilu. How about this poem? Some of the military officials might not understand, but the civil officials present could. This poem is written in plum, but no half of the word plum. The first two lines wrote the plum blossom in the cold winter show style. Exclusive. The last two lines are about the plum blossom's clear bones, holiness, loneliness, uniqueness and fragrance, which can pull people into the plum garden under the moon, and profoundly realize the meaning of it. There are countless poems written about plums in the world, but this one is definitely different, and they can feel that Xia Guilu has only said half of it, and there is still the remaining half that he hasn't recited. Never would I have thought that Prince Xia would actually be able to produce a masterpiece. Is it possible to make a poem in an instant in the time it takes to drink a glass of wine? Naturally impossible. Copied. It's a skill to be able to copy, so you all might as well try copying a masterpiece that hasn't been circulated yet. How can you call it copying what a reader does? It's called making good use of it. The officials present exchanged whispers. This guy. Yan Ruyu gazed at Xie Guilu. Did you copy it again? Why is every copy so different? Why is it so shocking? At this moment, she had some inexplicable regrets in her heart. She should have invited Xie Guilu when she was in the White Jade capital earlier. After all, as invitees, if they won, there would be many benefits for those of them. Only this kind of benefit was an internal matter for the royal family. Sure enough, Sumu Shui secretly said that this scene, as if it was expected. Yes, Yan Junlin immediately applauded, his face full of spring, in an extremely good mood. Yan Rui glanced at Yan Junlin and said, Xia Guilu was invited by me. Yan Junlin looked stagnant for a moment, then added, Brother Xia's poetic talent is unrivaled in the world. No matter who he was invited by, he deserves to be applauded. Cut. Yan Rui rolled her eyes. Emperor Xia looked at Xie Guilu and nodded his head gently, not knowing what he was thinking. No matter what, Xie Guilu hadn't lost the face of Xia by making this poem, and once this poem was out, he didn't think that Ji Yuehua would be able to come up with any more crushing works. Of course, he didn't think that this poem was composed by Xie Guilu. How could such a poem come out in the time it took to drink a glass of wine? Which great poet did this kid copy? It's a bit curious. Xia Guilu looked at Ji Yuehua. Princess Yuehua, it's your turn. Chapter 104, The Eight Wastelands. Let me try. Ji Yuehua said with a complicated expression. No need. I lost. Once Xie Guilu's poem comes out, she will be crushed no matter what poem she makes. Not to mention that Xie Guilu seems to be only half of it, and half of it is so extraordinary. So what about the rest of the half? Wouldn't it be even more terrifying to take it out? If she pulled out her own verses, she would only be making a fool of herself and making a fool of herself. Understood. Xia Guilu smiled bashfully, then returned to his seat. Let you be talented. I have poems, Shu Xiai and Han Fu, Tang poems, song lyrics and Yuan songs. How can you compare? Ji Yuehua looked at Xie Guilu and asked. This poem of Shizi's is only half. I wonder about the other half. Xie Guilu said bluntly. Can't remember. The fact that I can't remember it means that it was there before this one, and I only remembered half of it, and copied half of it, which is what I copied. But you can't catch me in the act unless you can find the author of this one. Ji Yuehua smiled bitterly. The other party said this bluntly, that it was the poem that was copied, but on the contrary, she had never heard of this poem before, so naturally she couldn't say that the other party was cheating, which made it very difficult. Awesome. This princess really didn't misjudge you. Say it quickly and swear allegiance to Princess Rui. Yan Rui stared at Xie Guilu with burning eyes. Xie Guilu was invited by her, and she had a lot to gain from winning this round. Xie Guilu yawned, ignoring Yan Rui. Damn it. Seeing this, Yan Rui couldn't help but mutter a sentence. If she hadn't invited him here, would he have been able to put on a public display? The third round seems to be a win for my Grand Xia. I wonder what Princess Yuehua intends to cut in this fourth round. Emperor Xia looked at Ji Yuehua with a big smile. Daxia has already won 2 sets and is now down to the final set. Ji Yuehua murmured. Third game, chess cut. She looked over to a woman in a black robe and average-looking walk out. This woman walked out and bowed to the Xia Emperor. Eastern Zhou, Li Guanqi. Meet the Xia Emperor. Li Guanqi? Emperor Xia gazed at Li Guanqi, a flash of color in his eyes, but he didn't see anything. This woman is not simple. Xia Guilu stared at Li Guanqi. The other party gave him a strange feeling, but he couldn't see a reason for it. Buzz. Li Guanqi casually waved her hand. A chessboard appeared. There were black and white pieces on it. forming a stalemate game. She looked at the people of Dacia. This is a game of stalemate chess. Today, the people of Dacia, they can all go up to solve the game, no matter who. As long as they can solve the stalemate game, then they can win. The crowd's hearts were frozen. All the people of Dacia can come forward to solve the game? This is full of confidence in this game. Some people didn't hesitate and went up to watch the game. Only after watching for a moment, their gazes condensed, their whole body sweating coldly, and they quickly retreated. Xie Guilu stared at the chessboard with a somewhat strange expression. Wasn't this a Tianyuan chess game? The sun falls in Tianyuan, looks out of the 8 wastelands, and eats up the world. It is different from ordinary chess games. This kind of chess game, which is hard to unravel. Emperor Xia stared at the chessboard with a pensive look on his face. This is 8 Wasteland Remnant game. The 8 Wasteland Stumps? How come I've never heard of it? This game of chess is extremely extraordinary. Just now I had a feeling of my chi and blood churning just by looking at it. Many people's complexion was incomparably heavy. Unusual chess games. It is impossible to have this kind of power. This handicap is extremely uncomplicated, Li Guanqi said bluntly. That's right. This is precisely the 8 Wastelands chess game, which was obtained by chance by my Eastern Zhou state master. And now I am carrying this game to Dacia in the hope that someone from Dacia can solve this game. Emperor Xia looked at Li Guanqi. Li Guanxuan, the state master of Eastern Zhou, is only one word away from you? I'm curious as to what your relationship is. Li Guanqi shook his head and said, it doesn't have anything to do with it. The Xia Emperor pondered for a second as he glanced toward those present. This is the 8 Wastelands chess game. Anyone interested today can come up and solve the game. He knew that this game, the Grand Xia, basically impossible to win. The 8 Wastelands chess game is not an unusual game throughout the world. And how many people can solve? The crowd looked hesitant. Just now someone had already seen the game. This game was weird and unpredictable. It was hard to solve. Hey! Yan Junlin looked at a young man beside him. This time he had also invited a high-ranking person. Unable. This young man shook his head. He had just seen this game, and with just one glance, he knew he couldn't. Yan Junlin sniffed and didn't say much. This person's strength. He was naturally aware of it. Since the other party said that he couldn't, then he couldn't. I'll try. A voice rang out. The crowd looked over, but saw Xiaosa standing up. Just now, the world son of the Marquis of Jinshi won a game. I wonder if this world son of the Marquis of Wuhan can also win a game. The crowd's faces were in a state of disbelief. Emperor Xia looked toward Xiaosu and smiled. Xiaosa. Then you try. Xiaosu does have some skills, but this game is still impossible. Not to mention Xiaosu. Even if some of the high-ranking people from the Sacred Academy step in, this game is still impossible. Xiaosa stepped forward. He stared at the chess game in front of Li Guanxuan. At the moment he is going to hold the white disc. The white disc is at an extreme disadvantage, only by a breath of pendant. One wrong move will certainly die. Think for a moment. Xiaosa landed a pawn and white added a breath of fresh air. Defeated. Xia Guilu said darkly. Li Guanqi glanced at it and then casually dropped a piece. The situation changed again, and the breath that white had just increased was directly gone, and even the original breath was directly broken. This, Xiaosa's pupils shrank. Just now he had already deduced 6 hands, not expecting his opponent to lose with just one sun. Next, Li Guanqi said with a calm expression. Xiaosu was silent for a second and saluted the Xia Emperor. I can't solve this game of chess. Emperor Xia smiled faintly. No harm done. It's only normal if you can't solve it. Li Guanqi looked at the people around him. Yan Rui whispered to Xie Guilu. Do you want to try? Forget it. I don't know how to play chess, so I'd better not go up and lose face. Look at Xiao So. Just now he stood out and was so aggressive. I thought he was very strong, but in the end, he lost after he dropped a pawn. Xie Guilu said with a sigh on his face. Unraveling this game was a breeze for him, but there was no need for things like the wind to be out all the time, or there would be big trouble. Xiaosa happened to hear Xie Guilu's words. His face was a bit gloomy. This kind of thing of revealing people's scars, Xie Guilu liked to do the most. Abominable to the extreme. Wait a while. Still no one has come forward. Emperor Xia shook his head and said, in the 4th round, East Zhou won. So let's start the 5th round directly. This round should be a match. Now that the two sides, each, have won 2 games, this final game is crucial. Ji Yuehua gently waved her hand and a young man dressed in a blue robe and holding a long sword walked out. The young man saluted the Xia Emperor and said, for the final round, a martial arts duel. Any young man present in Great Xia may come at will to fight with me. The crowd sized up the young man. The sword aura on the other party was very dense, as if it was a natural divine sword. Extremely peculiar. Bailey Chongqing looked at Lin Qinghuang. Qinghuang, you take this round. Yes, sir. Lin Xinghuang got up and bowed to Emperor Xia. Then you'll cut a deal. The Summer Emperor nodded gently. Buzz. The old eunuch beside the Xia Emperor stepped in, and a force blocked the entire hall. Please. The young man looked towards Lin Xinghuang. Madaka. Lin Xinghuang instantly drew his sword, and a powerful sword chi erupted, directly crushing into the young man. Phew! The young man also quickly drew his sword. Boom! The two men were at once killing each other. Chapter 105, An Ancient Sheen to Delight a Beauty. Boom! In the great hall, the sound of booming voices rang out, and powerful aftershocks of power swept in all directions. However, under the suppression of that old eunuch, these forces had already turned into a breeze, and could not affect the hall in the slightest. A few moves later, Lin Xinghuang was knocked back by a sword. She rolled over, stabilized her body, and lightly glanced at the young man. Late stage of the frontier expansion realm. Ji Yuehua spoke. His name is Shouing, born with the body of the Xian sword. At less than 20 years old, he entered the late stage of the frontier expansion realm, and among the younger generation, there are few enemies. To enter the late stage of the frontier expansion realm at less than 20 years old is indeed not simple. The crowd gazed at Ma Kuyang with a look of amazement in their eyes. How many of the young people present have entered the frontier realm before the age of 20? Just a handful. People such as Xiao So, the Marquis Wu's son, who was exceptionally talented, was now only at the peak of the yoke realm. The crowd looked at Lin Xinghuang again. The cultivation that Lin Xinghuang had displayed was in the middle stage of the frontier expansion realm. One small realm lower than Ma Kuyang. Could he win this battle? However, Lin Xinghuang was indeed not simple. It seemed that he was also at the peak of the yoke realm before. He didn't expect to step into the middle stage of the frontier expansion realm so quickly. Such a speed of cultivation was appalling. It was simply a demon. Bailey Chongqing tasted the wine. There wouldn't be the slightest suspense in this battle. Lin Xinghuang would definitely win. One move to end it, Shouing said, only to see him pinch his sword technique, his body's aura crazily surging, his long sword vibrating and erupting with terrifying sword intent. Buzz! A cold aura flashed in Shouying's eyes, and his sword intent condensed into substance, as if he had transformed into a humanoid longsword. His sword aura was heavenly and powerful. Xian sword. Broken thoughts. Shouying's figure flashed, instantly killing Lin Xinghuang. His sword aura was majestic and full of killing intent. He seemed to be an absolute divine sword, indestructible and extremely fierce. Tian Ya. No trace. Lin Xinghuang pinched her sword technique. Her body's aura instantly skyrocketed. As Shouing killed over, her body instantly transformed into a residual shadow. Her long sword slashed across, her sword aura suddenly erupted, and cold sword on surfaced. Boom! The two men's long swords blasted together. Powerful sword chi erupted. The surrounding tables and chairs shook, and some of the wine glasses burst. Click! In the next second, a crisp sound rang out as the long sword in Ma Kuying's hand broke, and the powerful force directly lifted him off the ground. Bang! Curtin Ying's body slammed into a jade dragon pillar. A mouthful of blood spurted out, and in his chest, a hideous sword wound appeared, and blood continued to flow. Understood. Lin Xinghuang casually pulled a sword flower. The long sword returned to its scabbard. Ma Kuying wasn't weak, but in front of her, it wasn't enough to look at. Shouying's face was pale. A hint of gloom appeared in his eyes. He could feel that just now. With this sword, Lin Xinghuang had not used his full strength. Otherwise, he would definitely die. I can't imagine that there is such strength among the younger generation of this great Xia. Could it be a disciple of the Holy Academy? I can't believe she's so strong. The crowd stared at Lin Xinghuang with strange colors in their eyes. Some were scornful, some were curious, and there were still others whose eyes were flashing with brilliance. With such strength and such talent, it would definitely be a great help if he could pull it together. Yan Junlin stared at Lin Xinghuang with the idea of wanting to draw him in. Some people had cold killing intent floating in their eyes, feeling that Lin Xinghuang was a threat. Unusual indeed. Yan Ruyu faintly spoke. Emperor Xia showed a look of approval. What a strong sword, worthy of being the Lin commander of the Heavenly Power Division. It really isn't simple. After saying that, he looked at Bailey Chongqing again. Bailey Chongqing raised his wine cup to the Xia Emperor and drank a glass of wine. Someone from the division of Heavenly Power? Ji Yuehua looked at Lin Xinghuang and was somewhat surprised. Lin Xinghuang bowed to the Xia Emperor and then turned to retreat. The Xia Emperor smiled and said, Princess Yuehua, it seems that this time, it's my great Xia that has won. Ji Yuehua saluted. Great Xia is full of talents and hidden dragons. This time my East Zhou mission was defeated. Emperor Xia shook his head. It's just a sparring match. It's normal to win or lose. After this feast, you guys will stay at the post. The scenery of Tianqi City is nice. You can see more. Yuehua understands. Ji Yuehua once again bowed. Emperor Xia looked at Li Haoran, Xia Guilu, and Lin Qinghuang. You three won this time. These 5 treasures, distribute them among yourselves. The winners were the 3 Xia Guilu. As for the rest of the contestants, since they didn't win, there was definitely no reward. Li Haoran looked at Xia Guilu and Lin Qinghuang. How about letting me choose first? I'll pick one and give you the remaining 2. How about it? Okay. Xia Guilu replied carelessly. Lin Qinghuang also nodded her head gently. Her goal was that divine hidden pill. But since Li Haoran had said so, then she also let the other party choose first. Li Haoran stared at the long sword. I want this long sword. The old eunuch casually waved his hand. The long sword flew to Li Haoran. This sword is extraordinary. The hilt of the sword is the shape of the coiled dragon. The sword grid is that Sanglong opened its mouth. Figure swallowing the sword body. The sword body pattern is exquisite, suffused with the power of the subtle. There are 2 words, Sanglong. Li Haoran took the long sword and gently caressed it. A smile appeared on his face as he respectfully saluted the Xia Emperor. Emperor Xia smiled and said, This Song long sword is the sword I wore when I was young. I have held it to cut down demonic dragons. Its grade is not simple. You do have an eye for it. Li Haoran said respectfully. Thank you, Your Majesty. Emperor Xia laughed dumbly and looked at Xia Guilu and Lin Qinghuang again. It's your turn. Xia Guilu pointed to the ancient Qin and said, I only need this ancient Qin. When I go to the White Jade capital to play a song, say that this Qin is from the Holy Spirit. Many women, surely they will fall for it. The scene was dead silent. They looked at Xia Guilu in stupefaction. You want this ancient Qin? Is that what you mean? Even if you have that thought, don't say it. Aren't you afraid of being killed for pleasing a woman with the treasures that His Majesty has brought out? However, Xia Guilu only chose this ancient Qin, which was a surprise to them. That body technique, sword technique, and elixir were all extraordinary. Why didn't he know to take the best? Of course, thinking of Xia Guilu's situation, they felt that Xia Guilu's choice didn't seem to be a problem. This guy couldn't cultivate. Taking those things really didn't help. The Xia Emperor sniffed and froze for a second, then laughed out loud and said, Your kid's idea is good. Male nature. Understandable. But remember, when pleasing a beauty, don't mention my great name. I can't afford to lose this face. Yes, sir. Xia Guilu's smile was intense. He went straight up and picked up the guqin. So he sat down beside Yan Rui in a big way. The remaining 3 things, Lin Qinghuang was not polite and directly put them all into her storage ring, with the divine hidden pill. In the future, when she stepped into the Dao hidden realm, she would have a lot of certainty. Emperor Xia looked at the crowd. The banquet continues. Everyone let go of eating and drinking without the slightest concern. Yes, sir. The crowd rushed to speak. Chapter 106, The Young and the Fearful. The First Adulterer. Half an hour later. The party is over. Civilians and military officials, they have left the field. Xia Guilu and Yan Rui were walking on an avenue. Xia Guilu, you've performed very well this time. This princess is very pleased to see you. Oh. Yan Rui stuck out a thumb at Xia Guilu with a look of approval in her eyes. What do you mean? It's a skill to be able to copy. Didn't you rely on Xia Guilu's copy of the poem to win a game this time? The rest of you want to copy it. You don't have it yet. Xia Guilu looked at Yan Rui breathlessly. Your Highness, don't forget, you and I have an agreement. Yan Rui patted his chest and assured. Don't worry, the broken book you want, I'll take you to get it. That prohibition master has a good relationship with me and definitely won't refuse. Xia Guilu raised an eyebrow. There are still 1,000 taels of silver, not a penny less. I'm copying the poem. It looks like I've won, but in reality, it's just selling my name and deceiving the world. This will have to carry a reputation. Yan Rui's mouth twitched. Really? But I see you're having fun copying. You have to pay anyway, or you can't even give your body away. Xia Guilu said in a deep voice. Humph. Yan Rui snorted coldly and immediately pulled out a stack of silver bills from her bosom. This is 1,000 taels. Drill money-eyed fellow. Take it. Xia Guilu took the silver ticket inside. Your Highness, don't mind me being greedy for money. You should know the situation of the Marquis of Jinshi's mansion. I'm even having trouble eating right now. If I didn't have some silver, I would probably have to starve to death alive. Okay, this princess understands you. Yan Rui waved her hand. She naturally wouldn't believe Xia Guilu's bullshit. This guy had gotten quite a bit of silver from Yan Junlin before, only to run straight to the gambling house and lose it all. With this guy's character, he'll either go gambling or whoring, and this 1,000 taels will probably be gone soon. Seiji, please stay. Just then, a voice rang out. Xia Guilu looked over, only to see a middle-aged official walking quickly this way. Xia Guilu smiled and asked, so it's Changsun Shangshu from the Ministry of Public Works. I don't know what's up. The Changsun account smiled and said, your son, Tonight is my father's birthday. I would like to invite your son over for a drink. I wonder what your son would like to do. When Xie Guilu heard this, he said with a serious expression, since it is Minister Chang's son who has invited me, how can I refuse? You can rest assured that I will definitely be there tonight. The Chang son account cupped his fists with a serious face and said, in that case, we'll be waiting for the world's son. You're welcome. Xie Guilu hurriedly waved his hand. Ha ha ha, then I'll rush back to get busy first. Chang Sun Ming smiled. Good. Xie Guilu gently waved his hand. Only then did Chang Sun Ming quickly leave. Humph. At that exact moment, a cold humming sound rang out as Xie Zhangxuan was walking over with a few officials. Xie Guilu looked towards Xie Zhangxuan and smiled. Second uncle. What did I say before? Xie Zhangxuan cannot help but think of Xie Guilu's previous words. Even if you want to make friends, you must also make friends with the kings and lords, the 6 ministers. When he thought of this, he couldn't help but look stagnant, staring at Xie Guilu with a chilling face. This little is really hateful, really deserved to die. The latter is a great thing. A slightly aged voice rang out. Greetings, Prime Minister. The crowd looked over as a white-haired old man dressed in black robes approached them. Their hearts stared and they hurriedly saluted. The Prime Minister's surname is Wei. His name is Zhangchen, and his status is superb. He is an old treacherous minister who has committed a lot of crimes, but His Majesty has turned a blind eye to all of them, and is extremely tolerant. Previously, Emperor Xia had said that there were problems with politics and there were quite a few tumors, and Prime Minister Wei was the biggest tumor. But such a tumor, the Xia Emperor was unwilling to pull out, because Wei Xian's merits could completely overshadow the bad things he had done. You can say that Minister Wei is a traitor, but you can never say that Minister Wei is a mediocrity, because he will do his job and he is loyal to the king. Wei Zhongchen ignored the saluting officials as he looked towards Xie Guilu and said indifferently, the younger generation is fearful. Xie Guilu was full of seriousness as he saluted the Wei minister. Thank you for your compliments. You are an unclimbable mountain in my mind. Why? Wei Zhongchen froze for a second. Xie Guilu said seriously, you are the first great traitor of the apocalypse. Who can surpass you? Looking for death? When the crowd heard this, their hearts stared. Wei Xiang was indeed a great traitor, but such words, could they be said casually? After hearing this, Wei Zhongchen did not get angry, but instead said with a face full of praise, straightforward boy, this Prime Minister forgives your rudeness. There is time to go to my mansion to stroll around, and my granddaughter has reached the point where she is talking about marriage. Asterisk. That's okay? Minister Wei likes to be called a great traitor? Should I follow suit? If you want to die, you can say so. Wei Xiang just doesn't bother with this brat Xie Guilu. Marred. This kid, Xie Guilu, is simply able to take people's hearts. Is he valued by Minister Wei? He wants to betroth his granddaughter to him? The surrounding officials muttered in their hearts and had to admire Xie Guilu's guts. Saying such words and still getting compliments from Wei Prime Minister was bizarre. However, there are also people who feel that a person like Wei Xiang, who has any thoughts, will not show them on his face, and perhaps has already hated Xie Guilu in his heart. Ahem. I'm still young. Xie Guilu coughed softly. Ha ha ha, being young is good, but unfortunately I'm too old to be young. Wei Zhongchen laughed aloud, and then left with his hands in the air. Seeing this, the surrounding officials hurriedly followed. After the crowd left, Yan Rui looked at Xie Guilu in surprise. I'm curious, why isn't he angry? Xie Guilu smiled faintly. Do you know what the dreams of military and civil officials are? Oh, Yan Rui was a bit puzzled. Xie Guilu said, the dream of a military official is to seal a wolf, while the purpose of a civil official is to be under one person and above 10,000 people. Wei Xiang is under one person and above 10,000 people, and he is originally a treacherous courtier, a well-known thing, and he is not afraid of what other people say. On the contrary, he is afraid of others do not take him as a treacherous courtier. Yan Rui looked at Xie Guilu suspiciously, somewhat puzzled. Who likes to be scolded? Xie Guilu stared at Yan Rui and asked rhetorically, really don't understand? You were born in an imperial family. How did you grow up? You should know more about intrigue than I do. One person under 10,000 people, any step, can threaten the imperial power? For the emperor is afraid. But if you become a traitorous minister, and the handle is grasped by the emperor, then the emperor will be relieved, because the emperor can move you at any time, so that your threat factor, on the contrary, is not high. At that time, if there is a dynastic situation that is unchangeable and there is a new emperor, then it is necessary to cut off the traitorous ministers and change the peace, and there will not be too much pressure, but also eliminate the people's grievances. But if you are a greatly loyal son, pedantic and always against the emperor, then you really deserve to die. If the emperor wants to kill you, He is afraid of triggering the people's grievances. If he doesn't kill you, he feels uneasy. And this is the most troublesome thing. Obviously, Wei Xiang was a traitor at the moment, and he was not afraid of anyone scolding him, because the more people scolded him, it showed that he was not really enlisting a whole lot of people's hearts and minds, and the safer he was naturally. Of course, not just anyone can call him names. Xia Guilu previously said that the Xia Emperor was the first monarch in the ancient times, and now he said that the Wei minister was a great traitor. It is just right that he can follow the two men's thoughts. If other people dare to say this, very well, wait for death. Yan Rui lowered her head, could not see her feet, could only see two full rabbits. She whispered, I am the nesting group. Since childhood, I don't fight and don't grab, so that I can live until now. Xia Guilu laughed and said, Your Highness has such large breasts, filled with intrigue, do not fight, die faster, can live until now. That is absolutely not to be underestimated. You, Yan Rui's eyes widened and her teeth showed, itching to bite Xia Guilu. Your Highness, please. Xia Guilu held out his hand. Humph. Yan Rui walked quickly ahead, not wanting to pay attention to Xia Guilu, but her mood was muttering. Was she so obviously exposed? How could this guy Xia Guilu see that? Chapter 107 Master Yunxiao. You're a good judge of character. The Imperial Study. Your Majesty. Minister Changsun and Minister Wei contacted Xia Guilu. The head fragrance elder respectfully said to Emperor Xia. What did it all say? Emperor Xia asked with a calm expression. The head incense supervisor said. Changsun Xingshu invited Xia Guilu to attend that person's birthday banquet. Xia Huang smiled faintly and said. The oldest two are close to the Ministry of Public Works, and now that Changsun Xingshu has invited them, I'm afraid that there is the oldest two's handiwork. So it's good. Palm Incense Big Supervisor said. But Xia Guilu and the Great Prince walk close, and now has some relationship with the third princess. That just makes it even more hilarious. Emperor Xia said carelessly. He asked again. What did Xia Guilu say to Minister Wei? The eunuch in charge of incense said with a strange expression. Xia Guilu called Minister Wei a great traitor, and Minister Wei did not get angry. A great traitor? Ha ha ha. A good scolding. That old man, Wei Xiang, with a belly full of bad water. What is he if not a great traitor? Emperor Xia laughed aloud, in a very good mood. The first monarch of the ages, and the first great traitor. Such a perfect combination. If there is a 1,000-year-old first king and then a 1,000-year-old first prime minister, that won't do. 1,000-year-old first. Can't have two. Otherwise it makes people uneasy. The grand eunuch in charge of incense was also dumbfounded as he added. This time, the grand princess and the third princess did something good. What does your majesty intend to do? Reward. Don't they want certain things? Then give it to them. If a few of them want to compete, give them the chance. I'd like to see who will make it to the end. Emperor Xia smiled blandly. Competition? That's how he competed step by step and eventually took the seat. His children couldn't escape that destiny. Born in an imperial family, it would be foolish not to compete. In that case, let it compete. If he really stepped into the divine court realm, then his pursuits would be even greater in the future. And this great Xia's monarch would only become bound. And sooner or later, he would have to let someone else inherit. Got it. The head fragrance eunuch bowed respectfully. The residence of the third princess. Greetings, Your Highness. The crowd of maids and guards respectfully saluted Yan Rui, and even quietly glanced at Xia Guilu, revealing a flash of color in the depths of their eyes. How could this one appear here? Xia Guilu glanced at these people and said with a haughty expression. Don't look. I'm not the head of your princess's face. I'm the man she'll never get. Snap. Yan Rui slapped on Xia Guilu's arm as she glared. No one will take you for a mute if you don't speak. Hitting is kissing. Scolding is loving. The more you hit the less you love. Hit me all you want. I can't possibly love you. Xia Guilu said faintly. Yan Rui was speechless as she immediately pulled Xia Guilu quickly towards a direction. Inside an attic. Master Yunxiao, I would like to ask you for a few books. Yan Rui stood within the compound and spoke to the attic. Squeak. The door to the attic opened, and a soft voice rang out from within. What books do you want? On the forbidden side. Yan Rui said bluntly. Phew. In the attic, a thick ancient book flew out instantly. This is the complete book of prohibitions. One book is enough. Take it, Your Highness. The voices in the loft continued to ring out. Thanks a lot. Yan Rui took the books and handed them to Xia Guilu. Here you go. Xia Guilu picked up the books and looked at the attic. This Master Yunxiao. Surely she is a beauty. Can she come out to see? This Shitsi has to look at beauties every day. Just for my physical and mental pleasure. Too lazy to meet. Dude 1. The original soft voice instantly gained a bit more coldness. It's the ugly ones who don't want to show their faces. And you're probably a woman who wears a mask. so goodbye. Xie Guilu put the books into his sleeves and directly turned to leave. This guy. How bold. Yan Rui looked at Xie Guilu's back with a somewhat strange expression. A mysterious woman in star blue robes and a star mask walked out as she said faintly, "What an accurate judge of character. Greetings to Master Yun Xiao." Yan Rui respectfully bowed to the woman. Luo Yun Xiao, the first forbidden master of the apocalypse, a dragon transformation realm powerhouse. His strength was extremely terrifying. Luo Yun Xiao looked at Yan Rui and shook his head. Being born in an imperial family and not competing, there's naturally no problem in a short period of time, but after a long time, it's inevitable that people will be suspicious. Yan Rui smiled and said, "So I brought Xie Guilu here, and next spread the word that I want to draw Xie Guilu in. So wouldn't that be the start of the scramble?" Luo Yunxiao gazed at Yan Rui. "You've always been smart, but sometimes you may look away when looking at people." Yan Rui smiled bashfully. "Perhaps, but if you don't get close, how can you know what kind of person others are? Just like Master Yunxiao, you wear a mask from time to time, and no one has ever seen your real face. So, do you think I'm ugly too?" Luo Yunxiao smiled blandly. His smile was a bit shady. The temperature around him suddenly lowered, and many trees withered. "Suddenly I remembered that I didn't eat enough just now, so I'll go eat some more." Yan Rui quickly left. "LOL, little girl, so cute. I want to squeeze it alive." Luo Yunxiao laughed delicately. Main Street. Xie Guilu stuck his hands inside his sleeves, goating his face, his eyes filled with the color of depression. "What's wrong?" Lin Xinghuang walked over with an oil paper umbrella. Xie Guilu said with gloomy eyes, Just now, I went to the White Jade capital. Was disliked." "Oh?" Lin Xinghuang looked at Xie Guilu in surprise. "It's only been a short time since you left the palace, and you're running to the White Jade capital? And you came out so quickly?" Lin Xinghuang seemed to have thought of something, and a flash of disdain surfaced in her eyes. Xie Guilu noticed Lin Xinghuang's eyes and he said bitterly, "Right, that's how they look at me. Saying that I'm not physically capable of anything and telling me to go make up for it. He. If the spring breeze has the intention of pitying the flowers, can I be allowed to be a teenager again?" The corner of Lin Xinghuang's mouth twitched as she glared at Xie Guilu. "The more you talk, the more outrageous it gets." She casually took out a scroll and an ancient book and handed it to Xie Guilu. "This body technique and sword scripture. It's for you." Xie Guilu yawned. "What's the point of giving it to me? It's not like I know how to cultivate." Lin Xinghuang put away her things. "This guy is not looking at it." Xie Guilu asked in a low voice, "Is there any information on the forces behind the Heavenly Yin Palace?" Lin Xinghuang said, "According to what the Jinfu envoy said, this matter involves the Nine Heavens Tower, which is an extremely mysterious force. There are already strong people rushing to Tianqi City. At the very least, they are at the Xianfei's realm, and there may even be even more terrifying existences. We should have already been targeted by them, and it is estimated that the other party will soon make their move. They were present when the Heavenly Yin Temple was destroyed, and behind this Heavenly Yin Temple was the Nine Heavens Tower. And if the Nine Heavens Tower wanted to come and investigate this matter, they would definitely start with them. Although this was Apocalypse City, one should never underestimate the guts and means of a mysterious force. All sorts of possibilities could happen and one had to be on guard." Xie Guilu pondered a little before asking, "Do you know about the Eight Wastelands Remnant?" Lin Xinghuang gently nodded. "I know. This game was obtained by chance by the state master of the Eastern Zhou. She had tried everything, but did not solve this game of chess. This time that Li Guanqi came to Daxia, is trying to find someone to solve this game. The East Zhou Kingdom master really wants to solve this game of chess?" Xie Guilu was a bit surprised. "It can't be wrong. It is said that for this game of chess, she seems to be showing signs of being possessed." Lin Xinghuang said in a deep voice, "It's not impossible to try to unravel a stump, only to end up getting caught up in it and creating a demonic barrier. That would be fun. I'll come over to your place for a drink tonight." Xie Guilu smiled bashfully. Lin Xinghuang's eyes narrowed. "Are you sure? When the time comes, we can go and meet that Li Guanqi first, and perhaps there will be a surprise." A brilliant light flashed in Xie Guilu's eyes. Chapter 108, State Master Tianxiang, Dean Shen Tian, the Grand Prince's residence. "Your Highness, Minister Changsun invited Xie Guilu today." A guard respectfully saluted Yan Junlin. Yan Junlin was watering the flowers as he smiled and said, "Isn't it normal for Elder Changsun to invite many officials for his big birthday, and to invite Xie Guilu?" This guard stared and said, "I'm afraid that there is Yan Wuya's handiwork in this." Yan Junlin lost his smile and said, "No harm done. Go prepare a gift. I'll have to go to the Shingshu mansion then as well." "Got it." This guard saluted once more and turned to retreat. After the guards retired, Yan Junlin looked out the window and muttered, "Elder, are you trying to pull in Xie Guilu, Or are you trying to pull in Lin Qinghuang? If so, then the matter of the destruction of the Lin family took the blame? Interesting. Division of heavenly power. Second hall. Xia Guilu crossed his legs and sipped his tea comfortably as he glanced at Lin Qinghuang, who was watching the scrolls next to him. Chang Sun Ming invited me to his family's old man's birthday banquet. What do you think about this? Lin Qinghuang closed the scroll and said calmly, Yan Wuya is close to the Ministry of Public Works. This matter has Yan Wuya's handiwork in it, but he is not doing it to pull you in. Xia Guilu smiled and said, now that I'm close to you, pulling me in is just an appearance. He may be trying to pull you in, or he may be trying to send you a message. Lin Qinghuang gently nodded. The matter of the Lin family's destruction has been traced back to him. He must have thought that I would continue to keep an eye on him, but he is trying to pull me in through you. This is him making a point. The matter of the Lin family's destruction has nothing to do with him. The matter of the Lin family's destruction, if it was related to Yan Wuya, the other party would definitely not show the idea of pulling in, but would want to erase it. But right now the other party was conveying the idea of pulling in, which was indicative of some meaning. Xia Guilu asked, how do you plan to resolve this matter? Lin Qinghuang said indifferently, simple. You go to the banquet as usual. I won't get involved in this matter. Since the target is already there, we can't let the target think that we've already suspected him, so it's easier to act quietly. This target was naturally Yan Wuxia, and as for Yan Wuya here, it could be checked slightly to confuse the public. Yan Wushu still could not be underestimated. If the other party knew that they were staring at him, he would definitely make many defenses. Xia Guilu smiled faintly. Qinghuang, cunning like a fox, so dangerous. Lin Qinghuang stared at Xia Guilu, her eyes narrowing. Is that so? Why do I feel like someone is even more dangerous? Take that as a compliment. Xia Guilu continued to sip his tea. It didn't take long. Bailey Chongqing entered the Great Hall. Lin Qinghuang and Xia Guilu rose. Greetings, Jinfu envoy. Bailey Chongqing nodded his head gently as he murmured, I have to tell you guys something. The people sent by the Nine Heavens Tower this time are extremely uncomplicated. You guys have been targeted. You have to be extremely careful. Xia Guilu asked with feigned surprise. The Jinfu envoy is so powerful that he can't take care of those people on his own? Bailey Chongqing laughed bitterly. I'm only at the peak of Dao Zhang's cultivation. I can't suppress the scene. Isn't there another mysterious and unpredictable secretary of the Heavenly Power Division? Xia Guilu opened his mouth. Bailey Chongqing said in a deep voice. I've already informed Lord Siwei of this matter. He will take action when the time comes, but this time the matter is very complicated. The Nine Heavens Tower is unfathomable, and the powerful people who have come to the apocalypse this time may not only be here for you. That's why I have to remind you all that you have to be more careful. The Nine Heavens building, which was bizarre and unpredictable, and the fact that when Lord Siwei knew about it, he also looked incredibly scornful, and even deliberately went to the Qin Tian supervisor and the sacred courtyard, was enough to explain a lot of things. Understood. We'll be careful. Lin Qinghuang replied with a serious expression. You are not to work on any cases or go out alone until this matter is concluded. Bailey Chongqing droned with a grave expression. Aha! Xia Guilu and Lin Qinghuang nodded their heads gently. Bailey Chongqing didn't say much either, and left with quick steps. Xia Guilu looked at Lin Qinghuang. Today you'll go home later. I'll meet that Li Guanqi then. Your own life is still in your own hands. Don't put your hopes in people who are not sure. To put it bluntly, he and Lin Qinghuang were like ants in the eyes of certain powerhouses. Dispensable. And those powerhouses might not be able to shelter them if a great killing opportunity really arose. You be careful, Lin Qinghuang said in a deep voice. Don't worry. Xia Guilu smiled bashfully. Chinatown. On a huge astrolabe, an old man in white robes in immortal style was holding a piece of paper and reading the poem on it. The white jade capital in the sky. 12 buildings in 5 cities. Immortals caress my top and tie my hair to receive eternal life. Just what kind of being could write such verses? This old man was none other than State Master Yuan Tianxiang, a powerhouse of the divine court realm. Next to him, Li Haoran respectfully said, Teacher, this poem was composed by Xie Guilu and Baiyu Jing, but according to the eldest princess, this poem was copied by Xie Guilu. Oh, who did you copy? Yuan Tianxiang asked with a smile. Li Haoran said, it says that it's someone called Sword Immortal Li Taibai. Sword Immortal Li Taibai? Yuan Tianxiang looked strange, then shook his head and said, there is no such number 1 in Disxia. That's why the student also feels strange. But it seems that the eldest princess has gone to explore the dungeon of the Heavenly Power Division. Could it be that the dungeon is harboring some unfathomable existence? Li Haoran was a bit puzzled. Yuan Tianxiang's eyes narrowed as he waved his hand. You go down first. Li Haoran froze for a second and saluted. Student excuses himself. Yuan Tianxiang looked to a direction, smiled and cupped his fists. I wonder what the dean's purpose is in coming to my Chin Tian supervisor. An old man dressed in grey rough clothing and wearing a straw hat stepped into the air. He instantly appeared on the astrolabe and said with a faint smile, "Looking for you for a cup of tea." This old man was none other than the dean of the Great Summer Sacred Academy, Zhou Xiantian, who was also a powerhouse of the Divine Court realm. There were only a handful of Great Xia Divine Court realms, and 2 of them appeared before his eyes. "Please." Yuan Tianxiang extended his hand. Zhou Xiantian sat down on the side. Yuan Tianxiang poured a cup of fragrant tea. Zhou Xiantian picked up the fragrant tea and took a sip, saying, "The matter of the 10,000 soul streamer. The state master should know about it." Yuan Tianxiang smiled bitterly. "Trouble. That thing shouldn't have appeared in Daxia." Zhou Xiantian mused. "The Nine Heavens Tower has sent quite a few people to Daxia this time, mainly for the 10,000 soul streamer and that mysterious person. What does Dean mean?" Yuan Tianxiang asked. Zhou Xiantian gently pinched his teacup. "Block. Can't we still let them overturn the heavenly chi to find someone? Otherwise, where is the face of Great Xia? Then block it." Yuan Tianxiang nodded gently. Something seemed to come to mind. Yuan Tianxiang added, "Is there a special being inside the Heavenly Power Division's large prison?" Zhou Xiantian lost his smile and said, "You count the heavens and the earth. Don't say you don't know about this matter." Yuan Tianxiang laughed dumbly as he handed a piece of paper to Zhou Xiantian. "Look at this poem." Zhou Xiantian took the paper, glanced at it, and a flash of color appeared in his eyes. A person who is not a supreme being cannot compose such verses. He stared at Yuan Tianxiang. "You suspected was that drunkard? He does have some skills, but no such poetic talent." Yuan Tianxiang said meaningfully, "What I suspect is another drunkard, the one surnamed Xie." Zhou Xiantian put down the paper and shook his head. "I can't read it then."